A name of past glories, of a race of warriors who had stood alongside mortal Emas, alongside cold-meaned Jagat and demonic Fokral Ashael. A name by which Karsa Orlong was now known, as if he alone was the inheritor of elder dominators in a young, harsh world. Years ago, such a thought would have filled his chest with fierce, bloodthirsty pride. Now it racked him like a desert cough, weakened him deep in his bones. He saw what no one else saw, that his new name was a title of polished, blinding irony. The Teblor were long fallen from Thelum and Toblakai, mirrored reflections in flesh only, kneeling like fools before 7 blunt-featured faces carved into a cliffside. Valley dwellers, where every horizon was almost within reach, victims of brutal ignorance, for which no one else could be blamed, entwined with deceit, for which Karsa Orlong would seek a final accounting. He and his people had been wronged, and the warrior who now strode between the dusty white boles of a long-dead orchard would one day give answer to that. But the enemy had so many faces. Even alone, as he was now, he longed for solitude, but it was denied him. The rattle of chains was unceasing, the echoing cries of the slain endless. Even the mysterious but palpable power of Raraku offered no surcease. Raraku itself, not the whirlwind, for Toblakai knew that the whirlwind was like a child to the holy desert's ancient presence, and it touched him naught. Raraku had known many such storms, yet it weathered them as it did all things, with untethered skin of sand and the solid truth of stone. Raraku was its own secret, the hidden bedrock that held the warrior in this place. From Raraku, Karsa believed, he would find his own truth. He had knelt before Sha'ik Reborn all those months ago, the young woman with the Malazan accent who'd stumbled into view half-carrying her tattooed, handless pet. Knelt not in servitude, not from resurrected faith, but in relief. Relief that the waiting had ended, that he would be able to drag Leoman away from that place of failure and death. They had seen Sha'ik Elder murdered while under their protection, a defeat that had gnawed at Karsa. Yet he could not deceive himself into believing that the new chosen one was anything but a hapless victim, that the insane whirlwind goddess had simply plucked from the wilderness, a mortal tool that would be used with merciless brutality. That she had proved a willing participant in her own impending destruction was equally pathetic in Karsa's eyes. Clearly, the scarred young woman had her own reasons, and seemed eager for the power. "Lead us, war leader." The words laughed bitterly through his thoughts as he wandered through the grove, the city almost a league to the east, the place where he now found himself a remnant outskirt of some other town. War leaders needed such forces gathered around them, arrayed in desperate defense of self-delusion, of headlong single-mindedness. The chosen one was more like Toblakai than she imagined, or rather a younger Toblakai, a Teblor commanding slayers, an army of 2 with which to deliver mayhem. Sha'ik Elder had been something else entirely. She had lived long through her haunting, her visions of apocalypse that had tugged and jerked her bones ever onward as if they were string-tied sticks. And she had seen truths in Karsa's soul, had warned him of the horrors to come, not in specific terms, for like all seers she had been cursed with ambiguity, but sufficient to awaken within Karsa a certain watchfulness. And, it seemed, he did little else these days but watch. As the madness that was the soul of the whirlwind goddess seeped out like poison in the blood to infect every leader among the rebellion. Rebellion. Oh, there was truth enough in that. But the enemy was not the Malazan Empire. It is sanity itself that they are rebelling against. Order, honorable conduct, rules of the common, as Leoman called them, even as his consciousness sank beneath the opaque fumes of Durhang. Yes, I would well understand his flight, were I to believe what he would present to us all. The drifting layers of smoke in his pit, the sleepy look in his eyes, the slurred words. Ah, but Leoman, I have never witnessed you actually partake of the drug. Only its apparent aftermath, the evidence scattered all about, and the descent into sleep that seems perfectly timed whenever you wish to close a conversation, end a certain discourse. Like him, Karsa suspected, Leoman was biding his time. Raraku waited with them, perhaps for them. The holy desert possessed a gift, yet it was one that few had ever recognized, much less accepted. a gift that would arrive unseen, unnoticed at first, a gift too old to find shape in words, too formless to grasp in the hands as one would a sword. Toblakai, once a warrior of forest-cloaked mountains, had grown to love this desert. The endless tones of fire painted on stone and sand, the bitter-needled plants and the countless creatures that crawled, slithered, or scampered, or slipped through night air on silent wings. He loved the hungry ferocity of these creatures, their dancing as prey and predator, a perpetual cycle inscribed on the sand and beneath the rocks. And the desert in turn had reshaped Karsa, weathered his skin dark, stretched taut and lean his muscles, thinned his eyes to slits. Leoman had told him much of this place, secrets that only a true inhabitant would know. The ring of ruined cities, harbours one and all, the old beach ridges with their natural barrows running for league upon league, shells that had turned hard as stone and would sing low and mournful in the wind. Leoman had presented him with a gift of these, a vest of hide on which such shells had been affixed, armour that moaned in the endless ever-dry winds. There were hidden springs in the wasteland, cairns and caves where an ancient sea-god had been worshipped, remote basins that would, every few years, be stripped of sand to reveal long, high-prowed ships of petrified wood that was crowded with carvings, a long-dead fleet revealed beneath starlight only to be buried once more the following day. In other places, often behind the beach ridges, the forgotten mariners had placed cemeteries, using hollowed-out cedar trunks to hold their dead kin, all turned to stone now, claimed by the implacable power of Raraku. Layer upon countless layer, the secrets were unveiled by the winds. Sheer cliffs rising like ramps in which the fossil skeletons of enormous creatures could be seen. The stumps of cleared forests, hinting of trees as large as any Karsa had known from his homeland. The columnar pilings of docks and piers, anchor stones and the open cavities of tin mines, flint quarries and arrow-straight raised roads, trees that grew entirely underground, a mass of roots stretching out for leagues, from which the ironwood of Karsa's new sword had been carved, his blood sword having cracked long ago. Raraku had known apocalypse firsthand, millennia past, and Toblakai wondered if it truly welcomed its return. Sha'ik's goddess stalked the desert, her mindless rage the shriek of unceasing wind along its borders, but Karsa wondered at the whirlwind's manifestation. Just whose was it? Cold, disconnected rage, or a savage, unbridled argument? Did the goddess war with the desert? Whilst far to the south in this treacherous land, the Malazan army prepared to march. As he approached the heart of the grove, where a low altar of flat stones occupied a small clearing, he saw a slight, long-haired figure seated on the altar as if it was no more than a bench in an abandoned garden. A book was in her lap, its cracked skin cover familiar to Toblakai's eyes. She spoke without turning round. "I have seen your tracks in this place, Toblakai." "And I yours, chosen one." "I come here to wonder," she said as he walked into view around the altar to stand facing her. "As do I." "Can you guess what it is I wonder about?" she asked. No. The almost faded pocks of blood-fly scars only showed themselves when she smiled. "The gift of the goddess," the smile grew strained, "offers only destruction." He glanced away, studied the nearby trees. "This grove will resist in the way of Raraku," he rumbled. "It is stone, and stone holds fast." "For a while," she muttered, her smile falling away. "But there remains that within me that urges creation." "Have a baby." Her laugh was almost a yelp. "Oh, you hulking fool, Toblakai. I should welcome your company more often." "Then why do you choose not to?" She waved a small hand at the book in her lap. "Drijna was an author who, to be gracious, lived with malnourished talent. There are naught but bones in this tome, I am afraid, obsessed with the taking of life, the annihilation of order. Yet not once does he offer anything in its stead. There is no rebirth among the ashes of his vision, and that saddens me. Does it sadden you, Toblakai?" He stared down at her for a long moment, then said, "Come." Shrugging, she set the book down on the altar and rose, straightening the plain, worn, colorless talaba that hung loose over her curved body. He led her into the rows of bone-white trees. She followed in silence. 30 paces, then another small clearing, this one ringed tight in thick petrified boles. A squat rectangular mason's chest sat in the skeletal shade cast down by the branches, which had remained intact down to the very twigs. Toblakai stepped to one side, studied her face as she stared in silence at his works in progress. Before them, the trunks of 2 of the trees ringing the clearing had been reshaped beneath chisel and pick. 2 warriors stared out with sightless eyes, one slightly shorter than Toblakai, but far more robust, the other taller and thinner. He saw that her breath had quickened, a slight flush on her cheeks. "You have talent, rough but driven," she murmured without pulling her eyes from their study. "Do you intend to ring the entire clearing with such formidable warriors?" "No. The others will be different." Her head turned at a sound. She stepped quickly closer to Karsa. "A snake." He nodded. "There will be more, coming from all sides. The clearing will be filled with snakes, should we choose to remain here. Flare-necks, and others. They won't bite or spit, however. They never do. They come to watch." She shot him a searching glance, then shivered slightly. "What power manifests here? It is not the whirlwinds." "No, nor do I have a name for it. Perhaps the holy desert itself." She slowly shook her head to that. "I think you are wrong. The power, I believe, is yours." He shrugged. "We shall see when I have done them all." "How many?" "Besides Baroth and Delham Thord, 7. She frowned. "One for each of the holy protectors?" "No. Perhaps. I have not decided. These 2, you see, they were my friends, now dead." He paused, then added, "I had but 2 friends." She seemed to flinch slightly at that. "What of Leoman? What of Mathok? What of me?" "I have no plans on carving your likenesses here." "That is not what I meant." "I know." He gestured at the 2 Teblor warriors. "Creation, chosen one." "When I was young, I wrote poetry, in the path that my mother already walked. Did you know that?" He smiled at the word young, but replied in all seriousness, "No, I did not." I have resurrected the habit." "May it serve you well." She must have sensed something of the blood-slick edge underlying his statement, for her expression tightened. "But that is never its purpose, is it? To serve? Or to yield satisfaction? Self-satisfaction, I mean, since the other kind but follows as a returning ripple in a well." "Confusing the pattern." "As you say, it is far too easy to see you as a knot-browed barbarian, Toblakai. No, the drive to create is something other, isn't it? Have you an answer?" He shrugged. "If one exists, it will only be found in the search, and searching is at creation's heart, chosen one." She stared at the statues once more. "And what are you searching for, with these old friends?" "I do not know. Yet." "Perhaps they will tell you one day." The snakes surrounded them by the hundreds now, slithering unremarked by either over their feet, around their ankles, heads lifting again and again to flick tongues towards the carved trunks. "Thank you, Toblakai," Sha'ik murmured. "I am humbled and revived." "There is trouble in your city, chosen one." She nodded. "I know." "Are you the calm at its heart?" A bitter smile twisted her lips as she turned away. "Will these serpents permit us to leave?" "Of course. But do not step. Instead, shuffle, slowly. They will open for you a path." "I should be alarmed by all this," she said as she edged back on their path. "But it is the least of your worries, chosen one. I will keep you apprised of developments if you wish." "Thank you, yes." He watched her make her way out of the clearing. There were vows wrapped tight around Toblakai's soul, slowly constricting. Sometime soon something would break. He knew not which, but if Leoman had taught him one thing, it was patience. When she was gone, the warrior swung about and approached the mason's chest. Dust on the hands, a ghostly patina tinted faintly pink by the raging red storm encircling the world. The heat of the day was but an illusion in Raraku. With the descent of darkness, the desert's dead bones quickly cast off the sun's shimmering, fevered breath. The wind grew chill, and the sands erupted with crawling, buzzing life, like vermin emerging from a corpse. Rizan flitted in a frenzied wild hunt through the clouds of cape moths and chigger fleas above the tent cities sprawled in the ruins. In the distance, desert wolves howled as if hunted by ghosts. Heboric lived in a modest tent raised around a ring of stones that had once provided the foundation for a granary. His abode was situated well away from the settlement centre, surrounded by the yurts of one of Mathok's desert tribes. Old rugs covered the floor. Off to one side, a small table of piled bricks held a brazier sufficient for cooking if not warmth. A cask of well water stood nearby, flavoured with amber wine. A half-dozen flickering oil lamps suffused the interior with yellow light. He sat alone, the pungent aroma of the henbara tea sweet in the cooling air. Outside, the sounds of the settling tribe offered a comforting background, close enough and chaotic enough to keep scattered and random his thoughts. Only later, when sleep claimed all those around him, would the relentless assault begin, the vertiginous visions of a face of jade, so massive it challenged comprehension. Power both alien and earthly, as if born of a natural force never meant to be altered. Yet altered it had been, shaped, cursed sentient. A giant buried in Otaterel, held motionless in an eternal prison. Who could now touch the world beyond, with the ghosts of two human hands, hands that had been claimed then abandoned by a god. But was it Fenner who abandoned me, or did I abandon Fenner? Which of us, I wonder, is more exposed? This camp, this war, this desert, all had conspired to ease the shame of his hiding. Yet one day, Heboric knew, he would have to return to that dreaded wasteland from his past, to the island where the stone giant waited. Return. But to what end? He had always believed that Fenner had taken his severed hands into keeping, to await the harsh justice that was the tusked one's right, a fate that Heboric had accepted as best he could. But it seemed there was to be no end to the betrayals a single once-priest could commit against his god. Fenner had been dragged from his realm, left abandoned and trapped on this world. Heboric's severed hands had found a new master, a master possessed of such immense power that it could war with Otaterel itself. Yet it did not belong. The giant of jade, Heboric now believed, was an intruder, sent here from another realm for some hidden purpose. And instead of completing that purpose, someone had imprisoned it. He sipped at his tea, praying that its narcotic would prove sufficient to deaden the sleep to come. It was losing its potency, or rather he was becoming inured to its effects. The face of stone beckoned, the face that was trying to speak. There was a scratching at the tent flap, then it was pulled aside. Felisin entered. "Ah, still awake. Good, that will make this easier. My mother wants you." "Now?" "Yes, there have been events in the world beyond, consequences to be discussed. Mother seeks your wisdom." Heboric cast a mournful glance at the clay cup of steaming tea in his invisible hands. It was little more than flavoured water when cold. "I am uninterested in events in the world beyond. If she seeks wise words from me, she will be disappointed." "So I argued," Felisin Younger said, an amused glint in her eyes. "Sha'ik insists." She helped him don a cloak, then led him outside, one of her hands light as a cape moth on his back. The night was bitter cold, tasting of settling dust. They set out along the twisting alleyways between the yurts, walking in silence. They passed the raised dais where Sha'ik Reborn had first addressed the mob, then through the crumbled gateposts leading to the huge multi-chambered tent that was the Chosen One's palace. There were no guards as such, for the goddess's presence was palpable, a pressure in the chill air. There was little warmth in the first room beyond the tent flap, but with each successive curtain that they parted and stepped through, the temperature rose. The palace was a maze of such insulating chambers, most of them empty of furniture, offering little in the way of distinguishing one from another. An assassin who proceeded this far, somehow avoiding the attention of the goddess, would quickly get lost. The approach to where Sha'ik resided followed its own tortuous, winding route. Her chambers were not central, not at the heart of the palace as one might expect. With his poor vision and the endless turns and twists, Heboric was quickly confused. He had never determined the precise location of their destination. He was reminded of the escape from the mines, the arduous journey to the island's west coast. It had been Bordin in the lead, Bordin whose sense of direction had proved unerring, almost uncanny. Without him, Heboric and Felisin would have died. A talon, no less. Ah, Tavore, you were not wrong to place your faith in him. It was Felisin who would not cooperate. You should have anticipated that. Well, sister, you should have anticipated a lot of things. But not this. They entered the square, low-ceilinged expanse that the Chosen One, Felisin Elder, child of the House of Paran, had called her throne room. And indeed there was a dais, once the pedestal for a hearth, on which was a tall-backed chair of sun-bleached wood and padding. In councils such as these, Sha'ik invariably positioned herself in that makeshift throne, nor would she leave it while her advisers were present, not even to peruse the yellowed maps the commanders were wont to lay out on the hide-covered floor. Apart from Felisin Younger, the Chosen One was the smallest person there. Heboric wondered if Sha'ik Elder had suffered similar insecurities. He doubted it. The room was crowded. Among the army's leaders and Sha'ik's select, only Leoman and Toblakai were absent. There were no other chairs, although cushions and pillows rested against the base of 3 of the 4 tent walls, and it was on these that the commanders sat. Felisin at his side, Heboric made his way to the far side, Sha'ik's left, and took his place a few short paces from the dais, the young girl settling down beside him. Some permanent sorcery illuminated the chamber, the light somehow warming the air as well. Everyone else was in their allotted place, Heboric noted. Though they were little more than blurs in his eyes, he knew them all well enough. Against the wall opposite the throne sat the half-blood Napan, Korbolo Dom, shaved hairless, his dusty blue skin latticed in scars. On his right, the high mage Chemist Rello, gaunt to the point of skeletal, his grey hair cut short to stubble, a tight-curled Aren beard reaching up to prominent cheekbones above which glittered sunken eyes. On Korbolo's left sat Henaris, a witch from some desert tribe that had, for unknown reasons, banished her. Sorcery kept her youthful in appearance, the heavy languor in her dark eyes the product of diluted tralb, a poison drawn from a local snake, which she imbibed to inure her against assassination. Beside her was Fael, an obese, perpetually nervous woman of whom Heboric knew little. Along the wall opposite the ex-priest were Lorik, Bidithal, and Febryl, the latter shapeless beneath an oversized silk talaba, its hood opened wide like the neck of a desert snake, tiny black eyes glittering out from its shadow. Beneath those eyes gleamed twin fangs of gold, capping his upper canines. They were said to hold emulor, a poison rendered from a certain cactus that gifted not death but permanent dementia. The last commander present was on Felisin's left, Mathok. Beloved of the desert tribes, the tall, black-skinned warrior possessed an inherent nobility, but it was the kind that seemed to irritate everyone around him, barring perhaps Leoman, who appeared to be indifferent to the war chief's grating personality. There was, in fact, little to give cause to the dislike, for Mathok was ever courteous, even congenial, quick to smile. Perhaps too quick at that, as if the man dismissed everyone as not worth taking seriously. With the exception of the Chosen One, of course. As Heboric settled, Sha'ik murmured, "Are you with us this evening, Ghost Hands?" "Well enough," he replied. An undercurrent of tense excitement was in her voice. "You had better be, old man. There have been startling developments. Distant catastrophes have rocked the Malazan Empire." "How long ago?" Heboric asked. Sha'ik frowned at the odd question, but Heboric did not elaborate. "Less than a week. The Warrens have been shaken, one and all, as if by an earthquake. Sympathizers of the rebellion remain in Dujek One-Arm's army, delivering to us the details." She gestured to Lorik. "I've no wish to talk all night. Elaborate on the events, Lorik, for the benefit of Korbolo, Heboric, and whoever else knows nothing of all that has occurred." The man tilted his head. Delighted to, Chosen One. Those of you who employ warrens will no doubt have felt the repercussions, the brutal reshaping of the Pantheon. But what specifically happened? The first answer simply is usurpation. Fenner, boar of summer, has, to all intents and purposes, been ousted as the preeminent god of war. He was merciful enough to not glance at Heberic. In his place, the once first hero, Treach, the tiger of summer. Ousted? The fault is mine, and mine alone. Sha'ik's eyes were shining, fixed on Heberic. The secrets they shared taut between them, crackling yet unseen by anyone else. Lorik would have continued, but Korbolo Dom interrupted the High Mage. And what is the significance of that to us? War needs no gods, only mortal contestants, two enemies and whatever reasons they invent in order to justify killing each other. He paused, smiling at Lorik, then shrugged. All of which satisfies me well enough. His words had pulled Sha'ik's gaze from Heberic. An eyebrow rising, she addressed the Napan. And what are your reasons specifically, Korbolo Dom? I like killing people. It is the one thing I am very good at. Would that be people in general? Heberic asked him. Or perhaps you meant the enemies of the apocalypse? As you say, ghost hands. There was a moment of general unease. Then Lorik cleared his throat and said, The usurpation, Korbolo Dom, is the one detail that a number of mages present may already know. I would lead us gently towards the less well-known developments on faraway Genabakis. Now, to continue. The Pantheon was shaken yet again by the sudden unexpected taking of the beast throne by Tog and Fandere, the mated elder wolves that had seemed eternally cursed to never find each other, riven apart as they were by the fall of the crippled god. The full effect of this reawakening of the ancient hold of the beast is yet to be realized. All I would suggest, personally, is to those Solitakan and Divas among us. Wear the new occupants of the beast throne. They may well come to you eventually to demand that you kneel before them. He smiled. Alas, all those poor fools who followed the path of the hand. The game was won far, far away. We were the victims, Fael murmured, of deception, by minions of Shadow Throne no less, for which there will one day be a reckoning. Bidithal smiled at her words, but said nothing. Lorik's shrug affected indifference. As to that, Fael, my tale is far from done. Allow me, if you will, to shift to mundane, though if anything even more important, events. A very disturbing alliance had been forged on Genabakis to deal with a mysterious threat called the Panion Domin. One Arm's host established an accord with Caladan Brood and Anomanda Rake. Supplied by the supremely wealthy city of Darujistan, the joined armies marched off to wage war against the Domin. We were, truth be told, relieved by this event from a short-term perspective, though we recognized that in the long term such an alliance was potentially catastrophic to the cause of the rebellion here in Seven Cities. Peace on Genabakis would, after all, free Dujek and his army, leaving us with the potential nightmare of Tavore approaching from the south, and Dujek and his 10,000 disembarking at Erlitan, then marching down from the north. An unpleasant thought, Korbolo Dom growled. Tavore alone will not cause us much difficulty. But the High Fist and his 10,000, that's another matter. Granted, most of the soldiers are from Seven Cities, but I would not cast knuckles on the hope that they would switch sides. Dujek owns them body and soul. Barring a few spies, Sha'ik said, her voice strangely flat. None of whom would have contacted us, Lorik said, had things turned out differently. A moment, please, young Felisin cut in. I thought that One Arm and his host had been outlawed by the Empress. Thus permitting him to forge the alliance with Brood and Rake, Lorik explained. A convenient and temporary ploy, lass. We don't want Dujek on our shores, Korbolo Dom said. Bridge burners, Whiskey Jack, Quick Ben, Kalam, Black Morants, and their damned munitions. Permit me to ease your pattering heart, Commander, Lorik murmured. We shall not see Dujek. Not any time soon, at any rate. The Panion War proved devastating. The 10,000 lost close to 7,000 of their number. The Black Moranths were similarly mauled. Oh, they won in the end, but at such a cost. The bridge burners gone. Whiskey Jack dead. Heboric slowly straightened. The room was suddenly cold. And Dujek himself, Lorik went on, a broken man. Is this news pleasing enough? There is this, the scourge that is the Tlan Imas is no more. They have departed, one and all. No more will their terrors be visited upon the innocent citizens of 7 cities. Thus, he concluded, what has the Empress left? Adjunct Tavore, an extraordinary year for the Empire. Coltaine and the 7th, the Aren Legion, Whiskey Jack, the Bridge Burners, One Arm's host. We will be hard-pressed to best that. But we shall, Korbolo Dom laughed, both hands closed into pale-knuckled fists. Whiskey Jack, dead! Ah, blessings to Hood this night! I shall make sacrifice before his altar, and Dujek, oh, his spirit will have been broken indeed, crushed. Enough gloating, Heboric growled, sickened. Chemist Rello was leaning far forward. Lorik, he hissed, what of Quick Ben? He lives, alas. Callum did not accompany the army. No one knows where he has gone. There were but a handful of survivors from the bridge burners, and Dujek disbanded them and had them listed as casualties. Who lived? Chemist demanded. Lorik frowned. A handful, as I said. Is it important? Yes. Very well. Lorik glanced over at Sha'ik. Chosen one, do you permit me to make contact once more with my servant in that distant army? It will be but a few moments. She shrugged. Proceed. Then, as Lorik lowered his head, she slowly leaned back in her chair. Thus, our enemy has faced irreparable defeat. The Empress and her dear empire reel from the final gush of lifeblood. It falls to us, then, to deliver the killing blow. Heboric suspected he was the only one present who heard the hollowness of her words. Sister Tavore stands alone now, and alone is what she prefers. Alone is the state in which she thrives. Ah, lass, you would pretend to excitement at this news, yet it has achieved the very opposite for you, hasn't it? Your fear of Sister Tavore has only deepened, freezing you in place. Lorik began speaking without raising his head. Blend, Toes, Mallet, Spindle, Sergeant Ansey, Lieutenant Picker, Captain Paran. There was a thump from the high-backed chair as Sha'ik's head snapped back. All colour had left her face, the only detail Heboric could detect with his poor eyes, but he knew the shock that would be written on those features, a shock that rippled through him as well, though it was but the shock of recognition, not of what it portended for this young woman seated on this throne. Unmindful, Lorik continued. Quick Ben has been made High Mage. It is believed the surviving bridge burners departed by Warren to Darujistan, though my spy is in fact uncertain of that. Whiskey Jack and the fallen bridge burners were interred in Moon's spawn, which has, gods below, abandoned. The Son of Darkness has abandoned Moon's spawn. He seemed to shiver then, and slowly looked up, blinking rapidly. A deep breath loosed raggedly. Whiskey Jack was killed by one of Brood's commanders. Betrayal, it seemed, plagued the alliance. Of course it did, Korbolo Dom sneered. We must consider Quick Ben, Chemist Rello said, his hands wringing together incessantly on his lap. Will Teishren send him to Tavore? What of the remaining 3,000 of One Arm's host, even if Dujek does not lead them? They are broken in spirit, Lorik said. Hence the wavering souls among them who sought me out. And where is Callum Mekar? Chemist hissed, inadvertently glancing over his shoulder, then starting at his own shadow on the wall. Callum Mekar is nothing without Quick Ben, Korbolo Dom snarled. Even less now that his beloved Whiskey Jack is dead. Chemist rounded on his companion. And what if Quick Ben is reunited with that damned assassin? What then? The Napan shrugged. We didn't kill Whiskey Jack. Their minds will be filled with vengeance for the slayer among Brood's entourage. Do not fear what will never come to pass, old friend." Sha'ik's voice rang startlingly through the room. "Everyone out but Heberick, now!" Blank looks, then the others rose. Felicin Younger hesitated. "Mother? You as well, child. Out!" Lorik said, "There is the matter of the new house and all it signifies, chosen." "Tomorrow night! We will resume the discussion then. Out!" A short while later, Heberick sat alone with Sha'ik. She stared down at him in silence for some time, then rose suddenly and stepped down from the dais. She fell to her knees in front of Heberick, sufficiently close for him to focus on her face. It was wet with tears. "My brother lives," she sobbed. And suddenly she was in his arms, face pressed against his shoulders as shudders heaved through her small, fragile frame. Stunned, Heberick remained silent. She wept for a long, long time, and he held her tight, unmoving, as solid as he could manage. And each time the vision of his fallen god rose before his mind's eye, he ruthlessly drove it back down. The child in his arms, for child she was, once more, cried in nothing other than the throes of salvation. She was no longer alone with only her hated sister to taint the family's blood. For the need his presence answered, his own grief would wait. Chapter 8. Among the untried recruits of the 14th Army, fully half originated from the continent of Quantali, the very center of the Empire. Young and idealistic, they stepped onto blood-soaked ground, in the wake of the sacrifices made by their fathers and mothers, their grandfathers and grandmothers. It is the horror of war that, with each newly arrived generation, the nightmare is reprised by innocence. The Sha'ik Rebellion, Illusions of Victory, Imrigin Talabant. Adjunct Tavore stood alone in front of 4,000 milling, jostling soldiers, while officers bellowed and screamed through the press, their voices hoarse with desperation. Pikes wavered and flashed blinding glares through the dusty air of the parade ground like startled birds of steel. The sun was a raging fire overhead. Fist Gamut stood 20 paces behind her, tears in his eyes as he stared at Tavore. A pernicious wind was sweeping the dust cloud directly towards the adjunct. In moments she was engulfed, yet she made no move, her back straight, her gloved hands at her sides. No commander could be more alone than she was now, alone and helpless. "And worse, this is my legion, the 8th, the first to assemble. Beru fend us all." But she had ordered that he remain where he was, if only to spare him the humiliation of trying to impose some kind of order on his troops. She had, instead, taken that humiliation upon herself, and Gamut wept for her, unable to hide his shame and grief. Aren's parade ground was a vast expanse of hard-packed, almost white earth. 6,000 fully armored soldiers could stand arrayed in ranks with sufficient avenues between the companies for officers to conduct their review. The 14th Army was to assemble before the scrutiny of Adjunct Tavore in 3 phases, a legion at a time. Gamut's 8th had arrived in a ragged, dissolving mob over 2 bells past, every lesson from every drill sergeant lost, the few veteran officers and non-coms locked in a titanic struggle with a 4,000-headed beast that had forgotten what it was. Gamut saw Captain Kenneb, whom Blistig had graciously given him to command the 9th Company, battering at soldiers with the flat of his blade, forcing them into a line that broke up in his wake as other soldiers pressed forward from behind. There were some old soldiers in that front row, trying to dig in their heels, sergeants and corporals, red-faced with sweat streaming from beneath their helms. 15 paces behind Gamut waited the other 2 fists, as well as the Wiccan scouts under the command of Temple. Nil and Nether were there as well, although, mercifully, Admiral Nock was not, for the fleet had sailed. Impulses at war within him, Gamut trembled, wanting to be elsewhere, anywhere, and wanting to drag the adjunct with him. Failing that, wanting to step forward, defying her direct order, to take position at her side. Someone came alongside him. A heavy leather sack thumped into the dust, and Gamut turned to see a squat soldier, blunt-featured beneath a leather cap, wearing barely half of a Marine's standard issue of armor, a random collection of boiled leather fittings over a threadbare, stained uniform, the magenta dye so faded as to be mauve. No insignia was present. The man's scarred, pitted face stared impassively at the seething mob. Gamut swung further round to see an additional dozen decrepit men and women, each standing in arm's reach from the one in front, wearing unrepaired, piecemeal armor and carrying an assortment of weapons, few of which were Malazan. The fist addressed the man in the lead. "And who in Hood's name are you people?" "Sorry we was late," the soldier grunted. "Then again," he added, "I could be lying." "Late? Which squads? What companies?" The man shrugged. "This and that. We was in Aren jail. Why was we there? This and that. But now we're here, sir. You want these children quelled?" "If you can manage that, soldier, I'll give you a command of your own." "No, you won't. I killed an Untan noble here in Aren, name of Lenestro. Snapped his neck with his 2 hands." Through the clouds of dust before them, a sergeant had clawed free of the mob and was approaching Adjunct Tavore. For a moment, Gamut was terrified that he would insanely cut her down right there, but the man sheathed his short sword as he drew up before her. Words were exchanged. The fist made a decision. "Come with me, soldier." "Aye, sir." The man reached down and collected his kit bag. Gamut led him to where Tavore and the sergeant stood. An odd thing happened then. There was a grunt from the veteran at the fist's side, even as the wiry, red-and-grey bearded sergeant's eyes flickered past the adjunct and fixed on the soldier. A sudden broad grin, then a quick succession of gestures, a hand lifting, as if holding an invisible rock or ball, then the hand flipping, index finger inscribing a circle, followed by a jerk of the thumb towards the east, concluded with a shrug. In answer to all this, the soldier from the jail gave his kit bag a shake. The sergeant's blue eyes widened. They arrived, coming alongside the adjunct, who swung a blank gaze on Gamut. "Your pardon, adjunct," the fist said, and would have added more, but Tavore raised a hand and made to speak. She didn't get a chance. The soldier at Gamut's side spoke to the sergeant. "Draw us a line, will you?" "I'll do just that." The sergeant pivoted and returned to the heaving ranks. Tavore's eyes had snapped to the soldier, but she said nothing, for the man had set his bag down, drawn back its flap, and was rummaging inside it. 5 paces in front of the legion's uneven ranks, the sergeant once more drew his sword, then drove its blunt tip into the dust and set off, inscribing a sharp furrow in the ground. "Draw us a line, will you?" The soldier crouched over his kit bag, looked up suddenly. "You two still here? Go back to them Wiccans, then all of you pull back another 30, 40 paces. Oh, and get them Wiccans off their horses and a tight grip on the reins, and all of you, take for yourselves a wide stance. Then, when I give the signal, plug your ears." Gamut flinched as the man began withdrawing a succession of clay balls from his bag. "The bag that thumped down beside me not 50 heartbeats ago. Hood's breath." "What is your name, soldier?" Adjunct Tavore rasped. "Cuttle. Now better get moving, lass." Gamut reached out and touched her shoulder. "Adjunct, those are—" "I know what they are," she snapped, "and this man's liable to kill 50 of my soldiers." "Right now, lady," Cuttle growled as he drew out a folding shovel, "you ain't got any. Now take it from me, that otateral blade at your comely hip ain't gonna help you one bit if you decide to stand here. Pull 'em all back and leave the rest to me and the sergeant." "Adjunct," Gamut said, unable to keep the pleading from his tone. She shot him a glare, then wheeled. "Let us be about it then, fist." He let her take the lead, paused after a few paces to glance back. The sergeant had rejoined Cuttle, who had managed to dig a small hole in what seemed an absurdly short time. "Cobbles down there?" The sergeant nodded. "Perfect." "About what I figured," Cuttle replied. "I'll angle these crackers, with the cusser a hand's width deeper." "Perfect. I'd have done the same if I'd thought to bring some with me." "You supplied?" "Well enough." "What I got here in my bag are the last." "I can mend that, Cuttle." "For that strings. For that strings you've earned a kiss." "I can't wait." Gamut pulled himself away with a shake of his head. "Sappers." The explosion was a double thump that shook the earth, cobbles punching free of the overburden of dust, which had leapt skyward, to clack and clash in a maelstrom of stone chips and slivers. Fully a third of the legion were thrown from their feet, taking down others with them. Astonishingly, none seemed fatally injured, as if Cuttle had somehow directed the force of the detonation downward and out under the cobbles. As the last rubble pattered down, Adjunct, Tavore, and Gamut moved forward once again. Facing the silenced mob, Cuttle stood with a sharper held high in one hand. In a bellowing voice, he addressed the recruits. "Next soldier who moves gets this at his feet, and if you think my aim ain't any good, try me. Now, sergeants and corporals, up nice and slow now. Find your squads. You up here in front. Sergeant Strings here has drawn us a tidy nice line. All right, so it's a bit messy right now, so he's drawing it again. Walk up to it easy like, toes a finger's width away from it, boots square. We're going to do this right, or people are going to die." Sergeant Strings was moving along the front line now, ensuring the line was held, spreading soldiers out. Officers were shouting once more, though not as loud as before, since the recruits remained silent. Slowly the Legion began taking shape. Those recruits were indeed silent and watchful, Gamut noted as he and the Adjunct returned to close to their original position, the gaping, smoking crater off to one side. Watchful of the madman with the sharper held high above his head. After a moment, the Fist moved up to stand beside Cuttle. "You killed a nobleman?" he asked in a low voice, studying the assembling ranks. "Aye, Fist, I did." "Was he on the chain of dogs?" "He was." "As were you, Cuttle." "Until I took a spear through a shoulder. Went with the others on the cylinder. Missed the final argument, I did. Lenestro was second best. I wanted Pulik Alar to start, but Alar's run off with Malik Rel. I want both of them, Fist. Maybe they think the argument's over, but not for me." "I'd be pleased if you took me up on that offer of command," Gamut said. "No thanks, sir. I'm already assigned to a squad. Sergeant String's squad, in fact. Suits me fine." "Where do you know him from?" Cuttle glanced over, his eyes thinned to slits. Expressionless, he said, "Never met him before today, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I owe him a kiss." Less than a quarter bell later, Fist Gamut's 8th Legion stood motionless in tight, even ranks. Adjunct Tavore studied them from where she stood at Gamut's side, but had yet to speak. Cuttle and Sergeant Strings had rejoined the 9th Company's 4th Squad. Tavore seemed to reach some decision. A gesture behind her brought Fists Tene Baralta and Blistig forward. Moments later they came up alongside Gamut and halted. The Adjunct's unremarkable eyes fixed on Blistig. "Your Legion waits in the main avenue beyond?" The red-faced man nodded. "Melting in the heat, Adjunct. But that cusser going off settled them down." Her gaze shifted to the red blade. "Fist Baralta?" "Calmed, Adjunct." "When I dismiss the 8th and they depart the parade ground, I suggest the remaining soldiers enter by company. Each company will then take position, and when they are ready, the next one follows. It may take longer, but at the very least we will not have a repetition of the chaos we have just witnessed. Fist Gamut, are you satisfied with the assemblage of your troops?" "Well enough, Adjunct." "As am I. You may now—" She got no further, seeing that the attention of the 3 men standing before her had slipped past, over her shoulder, and from the 4,000 soldiers standing at attention there was sudden, absolute silence, not a rustle of armor, not a cough. For the 8th had drawn a single breath and now held it. Gamut struggled to maintain his expression, even as Tavore raised an eyebrow at him. Then she slowly turned. The toddler had come from nowhere, unseen by any until he arrived to stand in the very spot where the Adjunct had first stood, his oversized, rust-red talaba trailing like a royal train. Blonde hair a tangled shock above a deeply tanned, cherubic face smeared with dirt, the child faced the ranks of soldiers with an air of unperturbed calculation. A strangled cough from among the soldiers, then someone stepped forward. Even as the man emerged from the front line, the toddler's eyes found him. Both arms, buried in sleeves, reached out. Then one sleeve slipped back, revealing the tiny hand, and in that hand there was a bone, a human long bone. The man froze in mid-step. The air above the parade ground seemed to hiss like a thing alive with the gasps of 4,000 soldiers. Gamut fought down a shiver, then spoke to the man. "Captain Keneb," he said loudly, struggling to swallow a welling dread. I suggest you collect your lad. Now, before he, starts screaming." Face flushed, Keneb threw a shaky salute, then strode forward. "Neb!" the toddler shouted as the captain gathered him up. Adjunct Tavore snapped, "Follow me," to Gamut, then walked to the pair. "Captain Keneb, is it?" "Your pardon, Adjunct. The lad has a nurse, but seems determined to slip through her grasp at every opportunity. There's a blown graveyard behind the—" "Is he yours, Captain?" Tavore demanded, her tone brittle. "As good as, Adjunct. An orphan from the chain of dogs. The historian Dyker placed him into my care. Has he a name? Grub." "Grub?" Keneb's shrug was apologetic. "For now, Adjunct. It well suits him. And the 8th. Yes, I see that. Deliver him to your hard nurse, Captain. Then tomorrow fire her and hire a better one, or 3. Will the child accompany the army?" "He has no one else, Adjunct. There will be other families among the camp followers." "I am aware of that. Be on your way, Captain Keneb." I am sorry, Adjunct." But she was already turning away, and only Gamut heard her sigh and murmur, "It is far too late for that." And she was right. Soldiers, even recruits, recognized an omen when it arrived. A child in the very bootprints of the woman who would lead this army, raising high a sun-bleached thigh-bone. Gods below. Hood's balls skewered on a spit. The curse was spoken as a low growl in tones of disgust. Strings watched Cuttle set his bag down and slide it beneath the low flatboard bed. The stable that had been transformed into a makeshift barracks held 8 squads now, the cramped confines reeking of fresh sweat and stark terror. At the back wall's urine hole someone was being sick. "Let's head outside, Cuttle," Strings said after a moment. "I'll collect Gesler and Borduke." "I'd rather go get drunk," the sapper muttered. "Later we'll do just that, but first we need to have a small meeting." Still the other man hesitated. Strings rose from his cot and stepped close. "Aye, it's that important." "All right, lead on, Strings." As it turned out, Stormy joined the group of veterans that pushed silently past ashen-faced recruits, many of them with closed eyes and mouthing silent prayers, and headed out into the courtyard. It was deserted, Lieutenant Ranal, who had proved pathetically ineffective at the assembly, having fled into the main house the moment the troop arrived. All eyes were on Strings. He in turn studied the array of grim expressions around him. There was no doubt among them concerning the meaning of the omen, and Strings was inclined to agree. A child leads us to our deaths, a leg bone to signify our march, withered under the curse of the desert sun. We've all lived too long, seen too much, to deceive ourselves of this one brutal truth. This army of recruits now see themselves as already dead. Stormy's battered, red-bearded face finally twisted into an expression too bitter to be wry. "If you're going to say that us here have a hope at Hood's Gate in fighting the tide, Strings, you've lost your mind. The lads and lasses in there ain't unique. The whole damned 3 legions." "I know," Strings cut in. "We ain't none of us stupid. Now all I'm asking is for a spell of me talking. Me talking. No interruptions. I'll tell you when I'm done. Agreed?" Borduke turned his head and spat. "You're a hood-damned bridge-burner." "Was. Got a problem with that?" The sergeant of the 6th Squad grinned. "What I meant by that, Strings, is that for you I'll listen. As you ask." "Same with us," Gesler muttered, Stormy nodding agreement at his side. Strings faced Cuttle. "And you?" "Only because it's you and not Hedge, Fiddler. Sorry, Strings." Borduke's eyes widened in recognition of the name. He spat a second time. "Thank you." "Don't thank us yet," Cuttle said, but took the edge off with a slight smile. "All right, I'll start with the story. Has to do with Nock, the Admiral, though he wasn't an admiral back then, just the commander of 6 dromons. I'd be surprised if any of you have heard this story, but if you have, don't say nothing. But its relevance here should have occurred to you already. 6 dromons. On their way to meet the Kartul fleet, 3 pirate galleys, which had each been blessed by the island's priests of Derek. The Worm of Autumn. Yes, you all know Direc's other name, but I said it for emphasis. In any case, Nock's fleet had stopped at the Napan Isles, went up the mouth of Culibor River to drag barrels, drawing fresh water. What every ship did when heading out to Kartul or beyond on the Reach. 6 ships, each drawing water, storing the barrels below decks. Half a day out of the Napan Isles, the first barrel was broached by a cook's helper on the flagship, and straight out through the hole came a snake. A paralt up the lad's arm, sank both fangs into his left eye. Screaming, he ran out on deck, the snake with its jaws wide and holding tight, writhing around. Well, the lad managed 2 steps before he died. Then he went down, already white as a sun-bleached yard. The snake was killed, but as you can imagine, it was too late. Nock, being young, just shrugged the whole event off, and when word spread and sailors and marines started dying of thirst, in ships loaded with barrels of fresh water that no one would dare open, he went and did the obvious thing. Brought up another barrel, breached it with his own hands. Strings paused. He could see that no one else knew the tale, could see that he had their attention. The damned barrel was full of snakes, spilling out onto the deck. A damned miracle Nock wasn't bitten. It was just starting dry season, you see. The paralt season in the river was ending. The waters filled with them as they head down to the river mouth on their way out to sea. Every single barrel on those 6 dromons held snakes. The fleet never closed to do battle with the Kartulians. By the time it made it back to Nap, half of the complement was dead of thirst. All 6 ships were holed outside the harbour, packed with offerings to Direk, the worm of autumn, and sent to the deep. Nock had to wait until the next year to shatter Kartul's poultry fleet. 2 months after that, the island was conquered. He fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'm not finished. That was a story of how to do things wrong. You don't destroy an omen by fighting it. No, you do the opposite. You swallow it whole. Confused expressions. Gesler's was the first to clear, and at the man's grin, startling white in his bronze-hued face, Strings slowly nodded, and then said, "If we don't close both hands on this omen, we're all nothing more than pall-bearers to those recruits in there, to the whole damned army. Now, didn't I hear that captain mention something about a nearby cemetery? Blown clear, the bones exposed to all? I suggest we go find it, right now." "All right, I'm finished talking." "That was a damned thigh bone," Stormy growled. Gesler stared at his corporal. "We march in 2 days' time." "Before anything else happens," Gamut silently added to the Adjunct's announcement. He glanced over at Nil and Nether, where they sat side by side on the bench against the wall. Both racked with shivers, the aftermath of the omen's power leaving them huddled and pale. Mysteries stalked the world. Gamut had felt their chill breath before, a reverberation of power that belonged to no god, but existed nonetheless, as implacable as the laws of nature, truths beneath the bone. To his mind, the Empress would be better served by the immediate disbanding of the 14th Army, a deliberate and thorough breaking up of the units with reassignments throughout the Empire, the wait of another year for another wave of recruits. Adjunct Tavore's next words to those gathered in the chamber seemed to speak directly to Gamut's thoughts. "We cannot afford it," she said, uncharacteristically pacing. "The 14th cannot be defeated before it sets foot outside Aren. The entire subcontinent will be irretrievably lost if that happens. Better we get annihilated in Raraku. Sha'ik's forces will have at least been reduced. 2 days. In the meantime, I want the Fists to call their officers together, rank of lieutenant and higher. Inform them I will be visiting each company in person, beginning tonight. Give no indication of which one I will visit first. I want them all alert. Apart from guard postings, every soldier is restricted to barracks. Keep a particular eye on veterans. They will want to get drunk and stay drunk if they can. Fist Peralta, contact Orto Setral and have him assemble a troop of Red Blades. They're to sweep the settlement of the camp followers and confiscate all alcohol and durhang or whatever else the locals possess that deadens the senses. Then establish a picket round that settlement. Any questions? Good. You are all dismissed. Gamut, send for Tamber." "Aye, Adjunct." Uncharacteristically careless. That perfumed lover of yours has been kept from the sights of everyone here but me. They know, of course. Even so. Outside in the hallway, Blistig exchanged a nod with Beralta, then gripped Gamut's upper arm. "With us, if you please." Nil and Nether shot them a glance, then hurried off. "Take that damned hand off me," Gamut said quietly. "I can follow without your help, Blistig." The grip fell away. They found an empty room, once used to store items on hooks fixed 3/4 of the way up all 4 walls. The air smelled of lanolin. "Time's come," Blistig said without preamble. "We cannot march in 2 days' time, Gamut, and you know it. We cannot march at all. There will be a mutiny at worst, at best an endless bleeding of desertions. The 14th is finished." The satisfied gleam in the man's eyes triggered a boiling rage in Gamut. He struggled for a moment, then managed to clamp down on his emotions, sufficient to lock gazes with Blistig and ask, "Was that child's arrival set up between you and Keneb?" Blistig recoiled as if struck, then his face darkened. "What do you take me for?" "Right now," Gamut snapped, "I am not sure." The once commander of the Aren garrison tugged the peace loop from his sword's hilt, but Tene Beralta stepped between the 2 men, armor clanking. Taller and broader than either Malazan, the dusk-skinned warrior reached out to set a gloved hand on each chest, then slowly pushed the men apart. "We are here to reach agreement, not kill one another," he rumbled. "Besides," he added, facing Blistig, "Gamut's suspicion had occurred to me as well." "Keneb would not do such a thing," Blistig rasped, "even if you 2 imagine that I might." A worthy answer. Gamut pulled away and strode to face the far wall, back to the others. His mind raced, then he finally shook his head. Without turning round, he said, "She asked for 2 days." "Asked? I heard an order." "Then you were not listening carefully enough, Blistig. The Adjunct, young and untested though she may be, is not a fool. She sees what you see, what we all see, but she has asked for 2 days. Come the moment to march, well, a final decision will become obvious either way at that moment. Trust her." He swung round. "For this and this alone, if need be. 2 days." After a long moment, Beralta nodded. "So be it." "Very well," Blistig allowed. "Beru bless us." As Gamut made to leave, Tene Beralta touched his shoulder. "Fist," he said, "what is the situation with this timbre? Do you know? Why is the Adjunct being so cagey? Women who take women for lovers, the only crime is the loss to men, and so it has always been." "Cagey? No, Tene Beralta. Private. The Adjunct is simply a private woman." The ex-Red Blade persisted. "What is this timbre like? Does she exercise undue influence on our commander?" "I have no idea, to answer your latter question." "What is she like?" "She was a concubine, I believe, in the Grand Temple of the Queen of Dreams in Unta. Other than that, my only words with her have been at the Adjunct's behest, nor is timbre particularly talkative." "And that is an understatement of prodigious proportions. Beautiful, aye, and remote. Has she undue influence over Tavore? I wish I knew. And speaking of timbre, I must leave you now." At the door he paused and glanced back at Blistig. "You gave good answer, Blistig. I no longer suspect you." In reply, the man simply nodded. Lostara Yil placed the last of her red blade accoutrements into the chest, then lowered the lid and locked it. She straightened and stepped back, feeling bereft. There had been a vast comfort in belonging to that dreaded company. That the Red Blades were hated by their tribal kin, reviled in their own land, had proved surprisingly satisfying, for she hated them in turn. Born a daughter instead of the desired son in a Pardu family, as a child she had lived on the streets of Erlitan. It had been common practice, before the Malazans came with their laws for families, among many tribes to cast out their unwanted children once they reached the 5th year of life. Acolytes from numerous temples, followers of mystery cults, regularly rounded up such abandoned children. No one knew what was done with them. The hopeful among the rough circle of fellow urchins Lostara had known had believed that among the cults there could be found a kind of salvation. Schooling, food, safety, all leading to eventually becoming an acolyte in turn. But the majority of children suspected otherwise. They'd heard tales of, or had themselves seen, the occasional nightly foray of shrouded figures emerging from the backs of temples, wending down alleyways with a covered cart on their way to the crab-infested tidal pools east of the city, pools not so deep that one could not see the glimmer of small picked bones at the bottom. One thing all could agree on: the hunger of the temples was insatiable. Optimistic or pessimistic, the children of Erlitan's streets did all they could to evade the hunters with their nets and pole ropes. A life could be eked out, a kind of freedom won, bitter though it might be. Midway through her 7th year, Lostara was dragged down to the greasy cobbles by an acolyte's net. Her shrieks went unheeded by the citizens who stepped aside as the silent priest dragged his prize back to the temple. Impassive eyes met hers every now and then on that horrible journey, and those eyes Lostara would never forget. Rashan had proved less bloodthirsty than most of the other cults in the habit of hunting children. She had found herself among a handful of new arrivals, all tasked with maintenance of the temple grounds, destined, it seemed, for a lifetime of menial servitude. The drudgery continued until her 9th year, when, for reasons unknown to Lostara, she was selected for schooling in the shadow dance. She had caught rare and brief glimpses of the dancers, a hidden and secretive group of men and women for whom worship was an elaborate, intricate dance. Their only audience were priests and priestesses, none of whom would watch the actual dancers, only their shadows. "You are nothing, child, not a dancer. Your body is in service to Rashan, and Rashan is this realm's manifestation of shadow, the drawing of darkness to light. When you dance, it is not you that is watched. It is the shadow your body paints. The shadow is the dancer, Lostara Yil, not you." Years of discipline, of limb-stretching training that loosened every joint, that drew out the spine, that would allow the caster to flow with seamless movement, and all for naught. The world had been changing outside the temple's high walls. Events unknown to Lostara were systematically crushing their entire civilization. The Malazan Empire had invaded, cities were falling, foreign ships had blockaded Erlitan's harbour. The cult of Rashan was spared the purges of the new harsh masters of 7 cities, for it was a recognized religion. Other temples did not fare as well. She recalled seeing smoke in the sky above Erlitan and wondering at its source, and she was awakened at night by terrible sounds of chaos in the streets. Lostara was a middling caster. Her shadow seemed to have a mind of its own, and was a recalcitrant, halting partner in the training. She did not ask herself if she was happy or otherwise. Rashan's empty throne did not draw her faith as it did the other students. She lived, but it was an unquestioning life, neither circular nor linear, for in her mind there was no movement at all, and the notion of progress was measured only in terms of mastering the exercises forced upon her. The cult's destruction was sudden, unexpected, and it came from within. She recalled the night when it had all begun. Great excitement in the temple. A high priest from another city was visiting, come to speak with Master Bidithal on matters of vast importance. There would be a dance in the stranger's honor, for which Lostara and her fellow students would provide a background sequence of rhythms to complement the shadow dancers. Lostara herself had been indifferent to the whole affair, and had been nowhere close to the best of the students in their minor role in the performance, but she remembered the stranger. So unlike sour old Bidithal. Tall, thin, a laughing face, remarkably long-fingered, almost effeminate hands, hands the sight of which awakened in her new emotions. Emotions that stuttered her mechanical dancing, that sent her shadow twisting into a rhythm that was counterpoint to that cast by not only her fellow students, but the shadow dancers themselves, as if a third strain had slipped into the main chamber. Too striking to remain unnoticed. Bidithal himself, his face darkening, had half risen, but the stranger spoke first. "Pray let the dance continue," he said, his eyes finding Lostara's own. "The Song of the Reeds has never been performed in quite this manner before. No gentle breeze here, eh, Bidithal? Oh no, a veritable gale. The dancers are virgins, yes? His laugh was low yet full. "Yet there is nothing virginal about this dance, now, is there? Oh, storm of desire!" And those eyes held Lostara still, in fullest recognition of the desire that overwhelmed her, that gave shape to her shadow's wild cavort, recognition and a certain pleased but cool acknowledgment, as if flattered but with no invitation offered in return. The stranger had other tasks that night, and in the nights that followed, or so Lostara would come to realize much later. At the moment, however, her face burned with shame, and she had broken off her dance to flee the chamber. Of course, Delat had not come to steal the heart of a caster. He had come to destroy Rashan. Delat, who, it proved, was both a high priest and a bridge-burner, and whatever the Emperor's reason for annihilating the cult, his was the hand that delivered the death blow. Although not alone. The night of the killings, at the bell of the 3rd hour, 2 past midnight, after the Song of Reeds, there had been another hidden in the black clothes of an assassin. Lostara knew more of what had happened that night in the Rashan temple of Erlitan than anyone else barring the players themselves, for Lostara had been the only resident to be spared. Or so she had believed for a long time, until the name of Bidithal rose once more from Sha'ik's apocalypse army. "Ah, I was more than spared that night, wasn't I? Delat's lovely, long-fingered hands." Setting foot onto the city's streets the following morning, after 7 years' absence, she had been faced with the terrifying knowledge that she was alone, truly alone, resurrecting an ancient memory of when she was awakened following the 5th birthday, and thrust into the hands of an old man hired to take her away, to leave her in a strange neighborhood on the other side of the city, a memory that echoed with a child's cries for her mother. The short time that followed her departure from the temple, before she joined the Red Blades, the newly formed company of 7 cities' natives who avowed loyalty to the Malazan Empire, held its own memories, ones she had long since repressed: hunger, denigration, humiliation, and what seemed a fatal spiraling descent. But the recruiters had found her, or perhaps she found them. The Red Blades would be a statement to the Emperor, the marking of a new era in 7 cities. There would be peace. None of this interested Lostara, however. Rather, it was the widely held rumor that the Red Blades sought to become the deliverers of Malazan justice. She had not forgotten those impassive eyes, the citizens who were indifferent to her pleas, who had watched the acolyte drag her past to an unknown fate. She had not forgotten her own parents. Betrayal could be answered by but one thing, and one thing alone, and the once Captain Lostara Yill of the Red Blades had grown skilled in that answer's brutal delivery. "And now, am I being made into a betrayer?" She turned away from the wooden chest. She was a Red Blade no longer. In a short while Pearl would arrive, and they would set out to find the cold, cold trail of Tavore's hapless sister, Felicin, along which they might find opportunity to drive a blade into the heart of the Talons. Yet were not the Talons of the Empire? Dancer's own, his spies and killers, the deadly weapon of his will? Then what had turned them into traitors? Betrayal was a mystery, inexplicable to Lostara. She only knew that it delivered the deepest wounds of all. And she had long since vowed that she would never again suffer such wounds. She collected her sword belt from the hook above the bed and drew the thick leather band about her hips, hooking it in place. Then froze. The small room before her was filled with dancing shadows, and in their midst a figure, a pale face of firm features, made handsome by smile lines at the corners of the eyes, and the eyes themselves, which, as he looked upon her, settled like depthless pools, into which she felt, in a sudden rush, she could plunge, here, now, forever. The figure made a slight bow with his head, then spoke. "Lostara Yill, you may doubt my words, but I remember you." She stepped back, her back pressing up against the wall, and shook her head. "I do not know you," she whispered. "True, but there were 3 of us that night, so very long ago in Erlitan. I was witness to your unexpected performance. Did you know Delat, or rather the man I would eventually learn was Delat, would have taken you for his own? Not just the one night. You would have joined him as a bridge burner, and that would well have pleased him. Or so I believe. No way to test it, alas, since it all went outwardly so thoroughly awry. I remember, she said. The man shrugged. Delat, who had a different name for that mission, and was my partner's responsibility besides. Delat let Bidithal go. I suppose it seemed a betrayal, yes? It certainly did to my partner. Certainly to this day Shadow Throne, who was not Shadow Throne then, simply a particularly adept and ambitious practitioner of Rashan's sister warren, Menas. To this day, I was saying, Shadow Throne stokes eternal fires of vengeance. But Delat proved very capable of hiding under our very noses. Like Kalam, just another unremarked soldier in the ranks of the bridge burners. I do not know who you are, the man smiled. Ah, yes, I am well ahead of myself. His gaze fell to the shadows spread long before him, though his back was to an unlit closed door, and his smile broadened as if he was reconsidering those words. I am Cotillion, Lostara Yil. Back then I was dancer, and yes, you can well guess the significance of that name, given what you were being trained to do. Of course, in 7 cities, certain truths of the cult had been lost, in particular the true nature of shadow dancing. It was never meant for performance, Lostara. It was, in fact, an art most martial. Assassination. I am no follower of Shadow, Rashan, or your version. That is not the loyalty I would call upon with you, Cotillion replied. She was silent, struggling to fit sense to her thoughts, to his words. Cotillion was dancer. Shadow Throne must have been Kellanved, the Emperor. She scowled. My loyalty is to the Malazan Empire. The Empire. Very good, he replied. I am pleased. And now you're going to try to convince me that the Empress Lassine should not be the Empire's true ruler. Not at all. She is welcome to it. But alas, she is in some trouble right now, isn't she? She could do with some help. She supposedly assassinated you, Lostara hissed. You and Kellanved both. She betrayed you. Cotillion simply shrugged again. Everyone had their appointed tasks. Lostara, the game being played here is far larger than any mortal empire. But the empire in question, your empire, well, its success is crucial to what we seek. And were you to know the fullest extent of recent distant events, you would need no convincing that the Empress sits on a tottering throne right now. Yet even you betrayed the Shadow Throne. Did you not just tell me? Sometimes I see further than my dear companion. Indeed, he remains obsessed with desires to see Lassine suffer. I have other ideas, and while he may see them as party to his own, there is yet no pressing need to disabuse him of that notion. But I will not seek to deceive you into believing I am all-knowing. I admit to having made grave errors, indeed to knowing the poison of suspicion. Quick Ben, Kalam, Whiskey Jack, where did their loyalty truly reside? Well, I eventually got my answer, but I am not yet decided whether it pleases me or troubles me. There is one danger that plagues ascendants in particular, and that is the tendency to wait too long. Before acting, before stepping, if you will, from the shadows. He smiled again. I would make amends for past, at times fatal hesitation. And so here I stand before you, Lostara, to ask for your help. Her scowl deepened. Why should I not tell Pearl all about this meeting? No reason, but I'd rather you didn't. I am not yet ready for Pearl. For you, remaining silent will not constitute treason. For if you do as I ask, you too will walk step in step. You will face no conflict, no matter what may occur, or what you may discover in your travels. Where is this Delat? His brows rose, as if he was caught off guard momentarily by the question. Then he sighed and nodded. I have no hold over him these days, alas. Why? He is too powerful, too mysterious, too conniving, too hood-damned smart. Indeed, even Shadow Throne has turned his attentions elsewhere. I would love to arrange a reunion, but I am afraid I have not that power. He hesitated, then added, Sometimes one must simply trust in fate, Lostara. The future can ever promise but one thing and one thing only, surprises. But know this, we would all save the Malazan Empire in our own ways. Will you help me? If I did, would that make me a Talon? Cotillian's smile broadened. But, my dear, the Talons no longer exist. Oh, really, Cotillian, would you ask my help and then play me for a fool? The smile slowly faded. But I am telling you, the Talons no longer exist. Surly annihilated them. Is there knowledge you possess that would suggest otherwise? She was silent a moment, then turned away. No, I simply assumed. Indeed. Will you help me then? Pearl is on his way, Lostara said, facing the god once again. I am capable of brevity when need be. What is it you want me to do? Half a bell later, there was a light rap upon the door, and Pearl entered, and immediately halted. I smell sorcery. Seated on the bed, Lostara shrugged, then rose to collect her kit bag. There are sequences in the shadow dance, she said casually, that occasionally evoke Rashan. Rashan, yes. He stepped close, his gaze searching. The shadow dance. You? Once, long ago. I hold to no gods, Pearl, never have. But the dance, I've found, serves me in my fighting. Keeps me flexible, and I need that the most when I am nervous or unhappy. She slung the bag over a shoulder and waited. Pearl's eyebrows rose. Nervous or unhappy? She answered him with a sour look, then walked to the doorway. You said you've stumbled on a lead. He joined her. I have, at that. But a word of warning first. Those sequences that evoke Rashan, it would be best for us both if you avoided them in the future. That kind of activity risks drawing attention. Very well. Now lead on. A lone guard slouched outside the estate's gate, beside a bound bundle of straw. Pale green eyes tracked Lostara and Pearl as they approached from across the street. The man's uniform and armor were dull with dust. A small human fingerbone hung on a brass loop from one ear. His expression was sickly, and he drew a deep breath before saying, You the advance? Go back and tell her we're not ready. Lostara blinked and glanced over at Pearl. Her companion was smiling. Do we look like messengers, soldier? The guard's eyes thinned. Didn't I see you dancing on a table down at Pugroot's bar? Pearl's smile broadened. And have you a name, soldier? Maybe. Well, what is it? I just told you. Maybe. Do you need me to spell it or something? Can you? No. I was just wondering if you were stupid, that's all. So, if you're not the Adjunct's advance, come to warn us about that surprise inspection, then what do you want? A moment, Pearl said, frowning. How can an inspection be a surprise if there's advance warning? Hood's leathery feet, you are stupid after all. That's how it's done. A warning, then. He glanced at Lostara and winked as he added, Seems I'm offering those all day. Listen, maybe. The Adjunct won't be warning you about her inspections, and don't expect your officers to do so either. She has her own rules, and you'd better get used to it. You still ain't told me what you want. I need to speak to a certain soldier of the 5th Squad of the 9th Company, and I understand he is stationed in the temporary barracks here. Well, I'm in the 6th, not the 5th. Yes, so? Well, it's obvious then, isn't it? You don't want to speak to me at all. Go on in, you're wasting my time. And hurry up, I'm not feeling too well. The guard opened the gate and watched them stride inside, his eyes falling to Lostara's swaying hips for a long moment before he slammed the reinforced gate shut. Beside him, the bale of straw shimmered suddenly, then reformed as an overweight young man seated cross-legged on the cobbles. Maybe's head turned, and he sighed. Don't do that again. Not near me, Balgrid. Magic makes me want to puke. I had no choice but to maintain the illusion, Balgrid replied, drawing a sleeve across his sweat-beaded brow. That bastard was a claw. Really? I could have sworn I saw him wearing a woman's clothes and dancing at Pug. Will you shut up with that? Pity the poor bastard he's looking for in the 5th. Maybe suddenly grinned. Hey, you just fooled a real live claw with that damned illusion. Nice work. You ain't the only one feeling sick, Balgrid muttered. 30 paces took Lostara and Pearl across the compound to the stables. That was amusing, said the man at her side. And what was the point? Oh, just to see them sweat. Them? The man and the bale, of course. Well, here we are. As she reached to draw back one of the broad doors, Pearl closed a hand on her wrist. In a moment. Now, there's actually more than one person within that we need to question. A couple of veterans. Leave them to me. There's also a lad, was a guard at a mining camp. Work your charms on him while I'm talking with the other two. Lostara stared at him. My charms, she said, deadpan. Pearl grinned. Aye, and if you leave him smitten, well, consider it a future investment in case we need the lad later. I see. She opened the door, stepping back to let Pearl precede her. The air within the stables was foul. Urine, sweat, honing oil, and wet straw. Soldiers were everywhere, lying or sitting on beds or on items from a collection of ornate furniture that had come from the main house. There was little in the way of conversation, and even that fell away as heads turned towards the two strangers. Thank you, Pearl drawled, for your attention. I would speak with Sergeant Gesler and Corporal Stormy. I'm Gesler, a solid-looking, bronze-skinned man said from where he sprawled on a plush couch. The one snoring under those silks is Stormy, and if you come from Oblat, tell him we'll pay up. Eventually. Smiling, Pearl gestured at Lostara to follow and strode up to the sergeant. I am not here to call in your debts. Rather, I would like to speak with you in private, concerning your recent adventures. Is that right? And who in Fenner's hoofprint are you? This is an imperial matter, Pearl said, his gaze falling to Stormy. Will you wake him, or shall I? Further, my companion wishes to speak with a soldier named Pella. Gesler's grin was cool. You want to wake my corporal? Go right ahead. As for Pella, he's not here at the moment. Pearl sighed and stepped to the side of the bed. A moment's study of the heap of expensive silks burying the snoring corporal, then the claw reached down and flung the coverings clear. The hand that snapped to Pearl's right shin, halfway between knee and ankle, was large enough to almost close entirely around the limb. The surge that followed left Lostara gaping. Up, Pearl yelling. Up as Stormy reared from the bed like a bear prodded from its hibernation, a roar rolling from his lungs. Had the chamber contained a ceiling of normal height, rather than a few simple crossbeams spanning the space beneath the stable roof, none of which were mercifully directly overhead, Pearl would have struck it, and hard, as he was lifted into the air by that single hand clasped around his shin. Lifted, then thrown. The claw cavorted, arms flailing, his knees shooting up over his head, spinning, legs kicking free as Stormy's hand let go. He came down hard on one shoulder, the breath leaving his lungs in a grunting whoosh. He lay unmoving, drawing his legs up in increments into a curled position. The corporal was standing now, shaggy-haired, his red beard in wild disarray, the oblivion of sleep vanishing from his eyes like pine needles in a fire that was quickly flaring into a rage. I said no one wakes me! he bellowed, huge hands held out to either side and clutching at the air, as if eager to close on offending throats. His bright blue eyes fixed suddenly on Pearl, who was only now moving onto his hands and knees, his head hanging low. "Is this the bastard?" Stormy asked, taking a step closer. Lostara blocked his path. Grunting, Stormy halted. "Leave them be, Corporal," Gesler said from the couch. "That fop you just tossed is a claw, and a sharper look at that woman in front of you will tell you she's a red blade, or was, and can likely defend herself just fine. No need to get into a brawl over lost sleep." Pearl was climbing to his feet, massaging his shoulder, his breath deep and shuddering. Hand on the pommel of her sword, Lostara stared steadily into Stormy's eyes. "We were wondering," she said conversationally, "which of you is the better storyteller? My companion here would like to hear a tale. Of course, there will be payment for the privilege. Perhaps your debts to this oblat can be taken care of as a show of our appreciation." Stormy scowled and glanced back at Gesler. The sergeant slowly rose from the couch. "Well, lass, the corporal here's better with the scary ones. Since he tells them so bad, he ain't so scary anymore. Since you're being so kind with, our recent push of the Lord at Knuckles, me and the corporal will both weave you a tale, if that's what you're here for. We ain't shy, after all. Where should we start? I was born—" "Not that early," Lostara cut in. "I will leave the rest to Pearl, though perhaps someone could get him something to drink to assist in his recovery. He can advise you on where to start. In the meantime, where is Pella?" "He's out back," Gesler said. "Thank you." As she was making her way to the narrow, low door at the back of the stables, another sergeant emerged to move up alongside her. "I'll escort you," he said. Another damned Falari veteran. And what's with the finger bones? "Am I likely to get lost, Sergeant?" she asked as she swung open the door. 6 paces beyond was the estate's back wall. Heaps of sun-dried horse manure were banked against it. Seated on one of them was a young soldier. At the foot of a nearby pile lay 2 dogs, both asleep, one huge and terribly scarred, the other tiny, a snarl of hair and a pug nose. "Possibly," the sergeant replied. He touched her arm as she made to approach Pella, and she faced him with an inquiring look. "Are you with one of the other legions?" he asked. "No." "Ah." He glanced back at the stables. "Newly assigned to Handmaid the Claw." "Handmaid?" "Aye. The man needs learning. Seems he chose well in you, at least." "What is it you want, Sergeant?" "Never mind. I'll leave you now." She watched him re-enter the stables. Then, with a shrug, she swung about and walked up to Pella. Neither dog awoke at her approach. 2 large burlap sacks framed the soldier, the one on the soldier's right filled near to bursting, the other perhaps a third full. The lad himself was hunched over, holding a small copper awl which he was using to drill a hole into a finger bone. The sacks, Lostara realized, contained hundreds of such bones. "Pella." The young man looked up, blinked. "Do I know you?" "No, but we perhaps share an acquaintance." "Oh." He resumed his work. "You were a guard in the mines." "Not quite," he replied without looking up. "I was garrisoned at one of the settlements, Skull Cup, but then the rebellion started. 15 of us survived the first night, no officers. We stayed off the road and eventually made our way to Dosin Pali. Took 4 nights, and we could see the city burning for the first 3. Wasn't much left when we arrived. A Malazan trader ship showed up at about the same time as us, and took us eventually here to Aren." "Skullcap," Lostara said. "There was a prisoner there, a young girl." "Tavore's sister, you mean? Felisin." Her breath caught. "I was wondering when somebody would find me about that. Am I under arrest, then?" He looked up. "No. Why? Do you think you should be?" He returned to his work. "Probably. I helped them escape, after all. The night of the uprising. Don't know if they ever made it, though. I left them supplies, such as I could find. They were planning on heading north, then west, across the desert. I'm pretty sure I wasn't the only one aiding them, but I never found out who the others were." Lostara slowly crouched down until she was at his eye level. "Not just Felisin, then. Who was with her?" "Odin. A damned frightening man, that one, but strangely loyal to Felisin, though. He lifted his head and met her gaze. Well, she wasn't one to reward loyalty, if you know what I mean. Anyway, Bordin and Heberic. Heberic? Who is that? Was once a priest of Fenner, all tattooed with the fur of the boar. Had no hands, they'd been cut off. Anyway, them three. Across the desert, Lostara murmured. But the west coast of the island has nothing. Well, they were expecting a boat then, weren't they? It was planned, right? Anyway, that's as far as I can take the tale. For the rest, ask my sergeant, or Stormy, or Truth. Truth? Who is he? He's the one who's just showed up in the doorway behind you. Come to deliver more bones. He raised his voice. No need to hesitate, Truth. In fact, this pretty woman here has some questions for you. Another one with the strange skin. She studied the tall, gangly youth who cautiously approached, carrying another bulging burlap sack from which sand drifted down in a dusty cloud. Who'd take me, a comely lad, though that air of vulnerability would get on my nerves eventually. She straightened. I would know of Felisin, she said, slipping some iron into her tone. Sufficient to catch Pella's notice, and he threw her a sharp look. Both dogs had awakened at Truth's arrival, but neither rose from where they lay. They simply fixed eyes on the lad. Truth set down the bag and snapped to sudden attentiveness. Colour rose in his face. My charms. It's not Pella who'll remember this day. Not Pella who'll find someone to worship. Tell me about what happened on the western shore of Otaterral Island. Did the rendezvous occur as planned? I believe so, Truth replied after a moment. But we weren't part of that plan. We just happened to find ourselves in the same boat with Culp, and it was Culp who was looking to collect them. Culp? The cadre mage from the 7th? Aye, him. He'd been sent by Dyker. The Imperial historian? Gods, what twisted trail is this? And why would he have any interest in saving Felisin? Culp said it was the injustice, Truth answered. But you got it wrong. It wasn't Felisin that Dyker wanted to help. It was Heberic. Pella spoke in a low voice quite unlike what she had heard from him moments earlier. If Dyker is going to be made out as some kind of traitor, well, lass, better think twice. This is Aren, after all, the city that watched, that saw Dyker delivering the refugees to safety. He was the last one through the gate, they say. The emotion riding his words was now raw, and Pormqual had him arrested. A chill rippled through Lostara. I know, she said. Blistig loosed us red blades from the jails. We were on the wall by the time Pormqual had his army out there on the plain. If Dyker was seeking to free Heberic, a fellow scholar, well, I have no complaint with that. The trail we are on is Felisin's. Truth nodded at that. Tavore has sent you, hasn't she? You and that claw inside, listening to Gesler and Stormy. Lostara briefly closed her eyes. I am afraid I lack Pearl's subtlety. This mission was meant to be secret. Fine with me, Pella said. And you, Truth? The tall lad nodded. It doesn't really matter anyway. Felisin is dead. They all are. Heberic, Culp, they all died. Gesler was just telling that part. I see. Nonetheless, please say nothing to anyone else. We will be pursuing our task, if only to gather her bones. Their bones, that is. That would be a good thing, Truth said with a sigh. Lostara made to leave, but Pella gestured to catch her attention. Here. He held out to her the finger bone he had been drilling a hole through. Take this for yourself. Wear it in plain sight. Why? Pella scowled. You've just asked a favor of us. Very well. She accepted the grisly object. Pearl appeared in the doorway. Lostara, he called, are you done here? I am. Time to leave, then. She could see by his expression that he, too, had been told of Felisin's death, though probably in greater detail than the little that Truth had said. In silence they retraced their route through the stables, out into the compound, then across to the gate. The door swung open as they arrived, and the soldier named Maybe waved them out. Lostara's attention was drawn to the bale of straw, which seemed to be wavering, strangely melting where it squatted, but Pearl simply waved her on. As they drew some distance from the estate, the claw voiced a soft curse, then said, I need a healer." "Your limp is barely noticeable," Lostara observed. "Years of discipline, my dear. I'd much rather be screaming. The last time I suffered such strength used against me was with that Semk demon, that godling. The three of them, Gesler, Stormy, and Truth, there's more that's strange about them than just their skin." "Any theories?" "They went through a warren of fire, and somehow survived, though it seems that Felisin, Bordin, and Heberic didn't. Though their actual fate remains unknown. Gesler simply assumes they died. But if something unusual happened to those coastal guards in that warren, then why not the same to the ones who were washed overboard?" "I'm sorry, I was not told the details." "We must pay a visit to a certain impounded ship. I will explain on the way. Oh, and next time don't offer to pay off someone else's debt until you find out how big it is. And next time leave that pompous attitude at the stable doors." "Very well." "And stop taking charge." She glanced over at him. "You advised me to use my charm, Pearl. It's hardly my fault if I possess more of that quality than you." "Really? Let me tell you, that corporal was lucky you stepped between us." She wanted to laugh, but pushed it back. "You clearly did not notice the weapon under the man's bed." "Weapon? I care—" "It was a two-handed flint sword, the weapon of a Talani Mas, Pearl. It probably weighs as much as I do." He said no more until they reached the cylinder. The ship's berth was well guarded, yet clearly permission for Pearl and Lostara had been provided earlier, for the two were waved onto the old Dromon's battered deck, then left deliberately alone, the ship itself cleared of all others. Lostara scanned the area amidships, flame-scarred and mud-smeared. A strange pyramidal mound surrounded the mainmast, draped in a tarpaulin. New sails and sheets had been fitted, clearly taken from a variety of other vessels. Standing at her side, Pearl's gaze fell upon the covered mound, and he voiced a soft grunt. "Do you recognize this ship?" he asked. "I recognize it's a ship," Lostara replied. "I see. Well, it's a quandromon of the old pre-imperial style, but much of the wood and the fittings are from Drifter Valley. Do you know anything of Drifter Valley?" "It's a mythical island off the Quantali coast. A drifting island, peopled with demons and spectres." "Not mythical, and it does indeed drift, though the pattern seems to describe a kind of wobbly circle. As for demons and spectres, well—" He strode to the tarpaulin. "Hardly anything so frightening." He drew the covering back. Severed heads, neatly piled, all facing outward, eyes blinking and fixing on Pearl and Lostara, the glimmer of wet blood. "If you say so," Lostara croaked, stepping back. Even Pearl seemed taken aback, as if what he had unveiled was not entirely what he had expected. After a long moment he reached down and touched a fingertip to the pooled blood. "Still warm." But that's impossible." "Any more impossible than the damned thing's being still conscious, or alive at the very least?" He straightened and faced her, then waved expansively. "This ship is a lodestone. There are layers upon layers of sorcery, soaked into the very wood, into the frame. It descends upon you with the weight of 1,000 cloaks." "It does? I don't feel it." He looked at her blankly, then faced the mound of severed heads once more. "Neither demons nor spectres, as you can see. Tiste Edur, most of them. A few Quantalian sailors. Come, let us go and examine the captain's cabin. Magic tumbles from that room in waves." "What kind of magic, Pearl?" He had already begun walking towards the hatch, a dismissive gesture. "Korald Galain, Telan, Korald Emorlan, Rashan." He paused suddenly and swung round. "Rashan? Yet you feel nothing?" She shrugged. "Are there more heads in there, Pearl? If so, I think I'd rather not." "Follow me," he snapped. Inside, black wood, the air thick as if roiling with memories of violence. A grey-skinned, barbaric-looking corpse pinned to the captain's chair by a massive spear. Other bodies sprawled here and there as if grabbed, broken, then tossed aside. A dull, sourceless glow permeated the low, cramped room. Barring strange patches on the floor, smeared with, Lostara saw, Otateral dust. "Not Tiste Edur," Pearl muttered. These must be Tiste Edur. Oh, there are plenty of mysteries here. Gesler told me about the crew manning the oars down below, headless bodies, those poor Tiste Andi on the deck. Now I wonder who killed these Edur. How does all this lead us further onto Felicin's trail, Pearl? She was here, wasn't she? Witness to all this. The captain here had a whistle strung around his neck, which was used to direct the rowers. It's disappeared, alas. And without that whistle, this ship just sits here. Pearl nodded. Too bad, isn't it? Imagine a ship with a crew you never have to feed, that never needs rest, that never mutinies. You can have it, Lostara said, turning back to the doorway. I hate ships, always have, and now I'm leaving this one. I see no reason not to join you, Pearl said. We have a journey ahead of us, after all. We do? Where? The Cylinder travelled warrens between the place where it was found by Gesler and where it reappeared in this realm. From what I can gather, that journey crossed the mainland from the North Otaterral Sea down to Aren Bay. If Felicin, Heberic, and Bordin jumped off, they might well have reappeared on land somewhere on that route, to find themselves in the midst of the rebellion. Given what seems to have led up to it, they might well have considered that a far less horrendous option, until some band of raiders stumbled onto them. Captain Keneb's 9th Company was called to muster in 3 successive assemblies on the parade ground. There had been no advance warning, simply the arrival of an officer commanding the soldiers to proceed at double time. Squads 1, 2, and 3 went first. These were heavy infantry, 30 soldiers in all, loaded down in scale armor and chain vambraces and gauntlets, kite shields, weighted longswords, stabbing spears strapped to their backs, visored and cheek-guarded helms with lobster tails, dirks and pig stickers at their belts. The Marines were next, Ranal's 4th, 5th, and 6th squads. Following them were the bulk of the company's troops, medium infantry, the 7th to the 24th squads. Only slightly less armoured than the heavy infantry, there was, among them, the addition of soldiers skilled in the use of the short bow, the long bow, and the spear. Each company was intended to work as a discrete unit, self-reliant and mutually supportive. As he stood in front of his squad, Strings studied the 9th. Their first assembly as a separate force. They awaited the Adjunct's arrival in mostly precise ranks, saying little, not one out of uniform or weaponless. Dusk was fast approaching, the air growing mercifully cool. Lieutenant Ranal had been walking the length of the 3 squads of Marines for some time, back and forth, his steps slow, a sheen of sweat on his smooth-shaven cheeks. When he finally halted, it was directly before Strings. "All right, Sergeant," he hissed. "It's your idea, isn't it?" "Sir?" "Those damned finger bones. They showed up in your squad first, as if I wouldn't have noticed that. And now I've heard from the captain that it's spreading through every legion. Graves are being robbed all over the city. And I'll tell you this," he stepped very close and continued in a rough whisper, "if the Adjunct asks who is responsible for this last spit in her face over what happened yesterday, I won't hesitate in directing her to you." "Spit in her face? Lieutenant, you are a raging idiot. Now a clump of officers have just appeared at the main gate. I suggest you take your place, sir." Face dark with fury, Ranal wheeled and took position before the 3 squads. The Adjunct led the way, her entourage trailing. Captain Keneb awaited her. Strings remembered the man from the first disastrous mustering. A Malazan. The word was out that he had been garrisoned inland, had seen his share of fighting when their company had been overrun. Then the flight southward, back to Aren. There was enough in that to lead Strings to wonder if the man hadn't taken the coward's route. Rather than dying with his soldiers, he'd been first in the rout. That's how many officers outlived their squads, after all. Officers weren't worth much, as far as the sergeant was concerned. The Adjunct was speaking with the man now. Then the captain stepped back and saluted, inviting Tavore to approach the troops. But instead she drew a step closer to the man, reached out and touched something looped about Keneb's neck. Strings' eyes widened slightly. "That's a damned finger bone." More words between the man and the woman. Then the Adjunct nodded and proceeded towards the squads. Alone, her steps slow, her face expressionless. Strings saw the flicker of recognition as she scanned the squads. Himself, then Cuttle. After a long moment, during which she entirely ignored the ramrod-straight Lieutenant Runnell, she finally turned to the man. "Lieutenant?" "Adjunct?" "There seems to be a proliferation of non-standard accoutrements on your soldiers. More so here than among any of the other companies I have reviewed." "Yes, Adjunct. Against my orders, and I know the man responsible." "No doubt," she replied, "but I'm not interested in that. I would suggest, however, that some uniformity be established for those trinkets, perhaps from the hip belt, opposite the scabbard. Furthermore, there have been complaints from Aren's citizenry. At the very least, the looted pits and tombs should be returned to their original state, as much as that is possible, of course." Runnell's confusion was obvious. "Of course, Adjunct." "And you might note as well," the Adjunct added dryly, "that you are alone in wearing a non-standard uniform of the 14th Army at this time. I suggest you correct that as soon as possible, Lieutenant. Now you may dismiss your squads, and on your way out convey my instruction to Captain Keneb that he can proceed with moving the company's medium infantry to the fore." Yes, Adjunct, at once," he saluted. Strings watched her walk back to her entourage. "Oh, well done, lass." Gamut's chest was filled with aching as he studied the Adjunct striding back to where he and the others waited. A fiercely welling emotion. Whoever had come up with the idea deserved, well, a damned kiss, as Cuttle would have said. "They've turned the omen. Turned it." And he saw the rekindled fire in Tavore's eyes as she reached them. "Fist Gamut?" "Adjunct?" "The 14th Army requires a standard." "Aye, it does indeed." "We might take our inspiration from the soldiers themselves." "We might well do that, Adjunct." "You will see to it, in time for our departure tomorrow?" "I will." From the gate a messenger arrived on horseback. He had been riding hard and drew up sharply upon seeing the Adjunct. Gamut watched the man dismount and approach. "Gods, not bad news. Not now." "Report," the Adjunct demanded. "3 ships, Adjunct," the messenger gasped. "Just limped into harbor." "Go on." "Volunteers, warriors, horses and war dogs. It's chaos at the docks." "How many?" Gamut demanded. 300, Fist. Where in Hood's name are they from?" The messenger's gaze snapped away from them, over to where Nil and Nether stood. "Wiccans!" He met Tavore's gaze once more. "Adjunct, clan of the Crow! The Crow! Coltaine's own!" Chapter 9. At night ghosts come in rivers of grief, to claw away the sand beneath a man's feet. Gdani saying. The twin long knives were slung in a faded leather harness stitched in swirling Pardu patterns. They hung from a nail on one of the shop's corner posts beneath an elaborate Keran shaman's feather headdress. The long table fronting the canopied stall was crowded with ornate obsidian objects looted from some tomb, each one newly blessed in the name of gods, spirits, or demons. On the left side, behind the table and flanking the toothless proprietor who sat cross-legged on a high stool, was a tall screened cabinet. The burly, dark-skinned customer stood examining the obsidian weapons for some time before a slight flip of his right hand signaled an interest to the hawker.
"The breath of demons!"
the old man squealed, jabbing a gnarled finger at various stone blades in confusing succession.
"And these kissed by mail. See how the waters have smoothed them? I have more."
"What lies in the cabinet?" the customer rumbled.
"Ah, you've a sharp eye. Are you a reader, perchance? Could you smell the chaos, then? Decks, my wise friend, decks! And oh, haven't they awakened? Yes, all anew, all is in flux."
"The deck of dragons is always in flux."
"Ah, but a new house. Oh, I see you're surprised at that, friend. A new house. Vast power, 'tis said. Tremors to the very roots of the world."
The man facing him scowled. "Another new house, is it? Some local impostor cult, no doubt." But the old man was shaking his head, eyes darting past his lone customer, suspiciously scanning the market crowd, paltry as it was. He then leaned forward.
I do not deal in those, friend. Oh, I am as loyal to Drijna as the next. Make no claims otherwise. But the deck permits no bias, does it? Oh, no, balanced wise eyes and mind is necessary, indeed. Now, why does the new house ring with truth? Let me tell you, friend. First, a new unaligned card, a card denoting that a master now commands the deck. An arbiter, yes, and then, spreading out like a runaway stubble fire, the new house. Sanctioned? Undecided. But not rejected out of hand. Oh, no, not rejected. And the readers, the patterns. The house will be sanctioned. Not one reader doubts that.
And what is the name of this house? The customer asked. What throne? Who claims to rule it?
The House of Chains, my friend. To your other questions, there is naught but confusion in answer. Ascendants vie, but I will tell you this. The throne where the king shall sit, the throne, my friend, is cracked.
You are saying this house belongs to the Chained One?
Aye, the crippled god.
The others must be assailing it fiercely, the man murmured, his expression thoughtful.
You would think, but not so. Indeed, it is they who are assailed. Do you wish to see the new cards?
I may return later and do that very thing, the man replied. But first, let me see those poor knives on that post.
Poor knives? Aye, not poor, oh no.
The old man spun on his seat, reached up and collected the brace of weapons. He grinned, blue-veined tongue darting between red gums.
Last owned by a Pardu ghost slayer.
He drew one of the knives from its sheath. The blade was blackened, inlaid with a silver serpent pattern down its length. That is not Pardu, the customer growled.
Owned, I said. You've a sharp eye indeed. They are Wiccan, booty from the chain of dogs.
Let me see the other one. The old man unsheathed the second blade. Callum Mekar's eyes involuntarily widened. Quickly regaining his composure, he glanced up at the proprietor, but the man had seen and was nodding.
Aye, friend, aye.
The entire blade, also black, was feather-patterned, the inlay an amber-tinged silver. That amber tint, alloyed with Otaterra. Crow clan, but not a lowly warrior's weapon. No, this one belonged to someone important. The old man resheathed the crow knife, tapped the other one with a finger.
Invested, this one. How to challenge the Otaterra? Simple. Elder magic.
Elder. Wiccan sorcery is not elder.
Oh, but this now dead Wiccan warrior had a friend. See here, take the knife in your hand. Squint at this mark, there, at the base. See, the serpent's tail coils around it.
The long knife was startlingly heavy in Callum's hand. The finger ridges in the grip were overlarge, but the Wiccan had compensated for this with thicker leather straps. The stamp impressed into the metal in the center of the looped tail was intricate, almost beyond belief, given the size of the hand that must have inscribed it. Fen, Thelomen Toblakai. The Wiccan had a friend indeed, and worse, I know that mark. I know precisely who invested this weapon. Gods below, what strange cycles am I striding into here? There was no point in bartering. Too much had been revealed. Name your price, Callum sighed. The old man's grin broadened.
As you can imagine, a cherished set, my most valuable prize.
At least until the dead crow warrior's son comes to collect it, though I doubt he will be interested in paying you in gold. I will inherit that vengeful hunter, so rein in your greed and name the price.
1,200.
The assassin set a small pouch on the table and watched the proprietor loosen the strings and peer inside.
There is a darkness to these diamonds,
the old man said after a moment. It is that shadow that makes them so valuable, and you know it.
Aye, I do indeed. Half of what is within will suffice.
An honest hawker.
A rarity, yes. These days, loyalty pays.
Kalam watched the old man count out the diamonds. The loss of imperial trade has been painful, it seems.
Very, but the situation here in Gdanisban is doubly so, friend.
And why is that?
Why, everyone is at Bridis, of course. The siege.
Bridis? The old mountain fortress? Who is holed up there?
Malazans. They retreated from their strongholds in Erlitan, here and Panpotson, were chased all the way into the hills. Oh, nothing so grand as the chain of dogs, but a few hundred made it.
And they're still holding out?
Aye, Bridis is like that, alas. Still, not much longer, I wager. Now I am done, friend. Hide that pouch well, and may the gods ever walk in your shadow.
Kalam struggled to keep the grin from his face as he collected the weapons. And with you, sir. And so they will, friend. Far closer than you might want. He walked a short distance down the market street, then paused to adjust the clasps of the weapon harness. The previous owner had not Kalam's bulk. Then again, few did. When he was done, he slipped into the harness, then drew his Talaba's overcloak around once more. The heavier weapon jutted from under his left arm. The assassin continued on through Gdanisban's mostly empty streets. 2 long knives, both Wiccan. The same owner? Unknown. They were complementary in one sense, true, yet the difference in weight would challenge anyone who sought to fight using both at the same time. In a Fenn's hand, the heavier weapon would be little more than a dirk. The design was clearly Wiccan, meaning the investment had been a favor or in payment. Can I think of a Wiccan who might have earned that? Well, Coltaine, but he carried a single long knife, unpatterned. Now, if only I knew more about that damned Thelomen Toblakai. Of course, the high mage named Belodan Skull Crusher was dead. Cycles indeed, and now this house of chains, the damned crippled god. You damned fool, Cotillion. You were there at the last chaining, weren't you? You should have stuck a knife in the bastard right there and then. Now, I wonder, was Belordan there as well? Oh, damn, I forgot to ask what happened to that Pardu ghost slayer. The road that wound southwest out of Gdanisban had been worn down to the underlying cobbles. Clearly the siege had gone on so long that the small city that fed it was growing gaunt. The besieged were probably faring worse. Bridis had been carved into a cliffside, a long-standing tradition in the Odhans surrounding the Holy Desert. There was no formal constructed approach, not even steps nor handholds cut into the stone, and the tunnels behind the fortifications reached deep. Within those tunnels, springs supplied water. Kalam had only seen Bridis from the outside, long abandoned by its original inhabitants, suggesting that the springs had dried up. And while such strongholds contained vast storage chambers, there was little chance that the Malazans who'd fled to it had found those chambers supplied. The poor bastards were probably starving. Kalam walked the road in the gathering dusk. He saw no one else on the track, and suspected that the supply trains would not set out from Gdanisban until the fall of night, to spare their draft animals the heat. Already the road had begun its climb, twisting onto the sides of the hills. The assassin had left his horse with Cotillion in the Shadow Realm. For the tasks ahead, stealth, not speed, would prove his greatest challenge. Besides, Raraku was hard on horses. Most of the outlying sources of water would have been long since fouled, in anticipation of the Adjunct's army. He knew of a few secret ones, however, which would of necessity have been kept untainted. This land, Kalam realized, was in itself a land under siege, and the enemy had yet to arrive. Sha'ik had drawn the whirlwind close, a tactic that suggested to the assassin a certain element of fear. Unless, of course, Sha'ik was deliberately playing against expectations. Perhaps she simply sought to draw Tavore into a trap, into Raraku, where her power was strongest, where her forces knew the land whilst the enemy did not. But there's at least one man in Tavore's army who knows Raraku, and he'd damn well better speak up when the time comes. Night had arrived, stars glittering overhead. Kalam pressed on. Burdened beneath a pack heavy with food and waterskins, he continued to sweat as the air chilled. Reaching the summit of yet another hill, he discerned the glow of the besiegers' camp beneath the ragged horizon's silhouette. From the cliffside itself there was no light at all. He continued on. It was mid-morning before he arrived at the camp. Tents, wagons, stone-ringed fire pits, arrayed haphazardly in a rough semicircle before the rearing cliff face with its smoke-blackened fortress. Heaps of rubbish surrounded the area, latrine pits overflowing and reeking in the heat. As he made his way down the track, Callum studied the situation. He judged that there were about 500 besiegers, many of them, given their uniforms, originally part of Malazan garrisons, but of local blood. There had been no assault in some time. Makeshift wooden towers waited off to one side. He had been spotted, but no challenge was raised, nor was much interest accorded him as he reached the camp's edge. Just another fighter come to kill Malazans, carrying his own food, ensuring he would not burden anyone else, and therefore welcome. As the hawker in Gdanisban had suggested, the patience of the attackers had ended. Preparations were underway for a final push. Probably not this day, but the next. The scaffolds had been left untended for too long, ropes had dried out, wood had split. Work crews had begun the repairs, but without haste, moving slowly in the enervating heat. There was an air of dissolution to the camp that even anticipation could not hide. The fires have cooled here. Now they're only planning an assault so they can get this over with, so they can go home. The assassin noted a small group of soldiers near the center of the half-ring where it seemed the orders were coming from. One man in particular, accoutred in the armor of a Malazan lieutenant, stood with hands on hips and was busy haranguing a half-dozen sappers. The workman wandered off a moment before Callum arrived, desultorily making for the towers. The lieutenant noticed him. Dark eyes narrowed beneath the rim of the helm. There was a crest on that skullcap, Sha'ik Regiment. Stationed in Genabaris a few years past, then sent back to Erlitan, I think. Hood rot the bastards. I'd have thought they would have stayed loyal. Come to see the last of them get their throats cut? The lieutenant asked with a hard grin. Good. You've the look of an organized and experienced man, and Beru knows I've far too few of them here in this mob. Your name? Ulfas, Callum replied. Sounds Bargast. The assassin shrugged as he set down his pack. You're not the first to think that. You will address me as Sir. That's if you want to be part of this fight. You're not the first to think that, Sir. I am Captain Iris. Captain, in the lieutenant's uniform. Felt unappreciated in the regiment, did you? When does the assault begin, sir? Eager? Good. Tomorrow at dawn. There's only a handful left up there. It shouldn't take long once we breach the balcony entrance. Callum looked up at the fortress. The balcony was little more than a projecting ledge, the doorway beyond narrower than a man's shoulders. They only need a handful, he muttered, then added, Sir. Iris scowled. You just walked in, and you're already an expert? Sorry, sir. Simply an observation. Well, we've a mage just arrived. Says she can knock a hole where that door is. A big hole. Ah, here she comes now. The woman approaching was young, slight, and pallid, and Malazan. 10 paces away her steps faltered. Then she halted, light brown eyes fixing now on Callum. Keep that weapon sheathed when you're near me, she drawled. Iris, get that bastard to stand well away from us. Sin? What's wrong with him? Wrong? Nothing, probably, but one of his knives is an otateral weapon. The sudden avarice in the captain's eye as he studied Callum sent a faint chill through the assassin. Indeed. And where did you come by that, Ulfas? Took it from the Wiccan I killed, on the chain of dogs. There was sudden silence. Faces turned to regard Callum anew. Doubt flickered onto Iris's face. You were there? Aye. What of it? There were hand gestures all round, whispered prayers. The chill within Callum grew suddenly colder. Gods, they're voicing blessings, but not on me. They're blessing the chain of dogs. What truly happened there, for this to have been born? Why are you not with Sha'ik, then? Iris demanded. Why would Korbolo have let you leave?
Because, Sin snapped, Korbolo Dom is an idiot, and Camistrello even worse. Personally, I am amazed he didn't lose half his army after the fall. What true soldier would stomach what happened there? Ulfas, is it? You deserted Korbolo's dog slayers, yes?
Kalam simply shrugged. I went looking for a cleaner fight. Her laugh was shrill, and she spun in mocking pirouette in the dust.
And you came here? Oh, you fool! That's so funny. It makes me want to scream, it's so funny.
Her mind is broken. I see nothing amusing in killing, he replied, though I find it odd that you are here, seemingly so eager to kill fellow Malazans. Her face darkened.
My reasons are my own, Ulfas. Iris, I would speak with you in private. Come.
Kalam held his expression impassive as the captain flinched at the imperious tone. Then the renegade officer nodded.
I will join you in a moment, Sin.
He turned back to the assassin.
Ulfas, we want to take most of them alive to give us sport. Punishment for being so stubborn. I especially want their commander. He is named Kindly.
Do you know him, sir? Iris grinned.
I was third company in the Ashok. Kindly leads the second.
He gestured at the fortress.
Or what's left of it. This is a personal argument for me, and that is why I intend to win. And it's why I want those bastards alive, wounded and disarmed.
Sin was waiting impatiently. Now she spoke up.
There's a thought. Ulfas, with his Otataro knife, he can make their mage useless.
Iris grinned.
First into the breach, then. Acceptable to you, Ulfas?
First in, last out. It won't be my first time, sir. The captain then joined Sin and the two strode off. Kalam stared after them. Captain Kindly. Never met you, sir, but for years you've been known as the meanest officer in the entire Malazan military. And, it now seems, the most stubborn, too. Excellent. I could use a man like that. He found an empty tent to stow his gear. Empty because a latrine pit had clawed away the near side of its sand-crusted wall and was now soaking the ground beneath the floor's single rug along the back. Kalam placed his bag beside the front flap, then stretched out close to it, shutting his mind and senses away from the stench. In moments he was asleep. He awoke to darkness. The camp beyond was silent. Slipping out from his talaba, the assassin rose into a crouch and began winding straps around his loose-fitting clothes. When he was done, he drew on fingerless leather gloves, then wound a black cloth around his head until only his eyes remained uncovered. He edged outside. A few smouldering fire pits, 2 tents within sight still glowing with lamplight. 3 guards sitting in a makeshift picket facing the fortress, about 20 paces distant. Kalam set out, silently skirting the latrine pit and approaching the skeletal scaffolding of the siege towers. They had posted no guard there. Iris was probably a bad lieutenant, and now he's an even worse captain. He moved closer. The flicker of sorcery at the base of one of the towers froze him in place. After a long, breathless moment, a second muted flash, dancing around one of the support fittings. Kalam slowly settled down to watch. Sin moved from fitting to fitting. When she finished with the closest tower, she proceeded to the next. There were 3 in all. When she was working on the last fitting at the base of the second tower, Kalam rose and slipped forward. As he drew near her, he unsheathed the Otataro blade. He smiled at her soft curse. Then, as realization struck her, she whirled. Kalam held up a staying hand, slowly raised his knife, then sheathed it once more. He padded to her side. "Lass," he whispered in Malazan, "this is a nasty nest of snakes for you to play in." Her eyes went wide, gleaming like pools in the starlight.
"I wasn't sure of you,"
she replied quietly. Her thin arms drew tight around herself.
"I'm still not. Who are you?"
"Just a man sneaking to the towers, to weaken all the supports, as you have done. All but one of them, that is. The third one is the best made, Malazan, in fact. I want to keep that one intact."
"Then we are allies," she said, still hugging herself.
"She's very young." You showed fine acting abilities earlier on, and you've surprising skill as a mage for one so.
Minor magics only, I'm afraid. I was being schooled.
Who was your instructor?
Fael, who's now with Korbolo Dom. Fael, who slid her knife across the throats of my father and mother. Who went hunting for me, too. But I slipped away, and even with her sorcery she could not find me.
And this is to be your revenge? Her grin was a silent snarl.
I have only begun my revenge, Ulfas. I want her, but I need soldiers.
Captain Kindly and company. You mentioned a mage in that fortress. Have you been in touch with him? She shook her head.
I have not that skill.
Then why do you believe that the captain will join you in your cause?
Because one of his sergeants is my brother. Well, my half-brother. I don't know if he still lives, though.
He settled a hand on her shoulder, ignoring the answering flinch. All right, lass. We will work together on this. You've your first ally.
Why?
He smiled unseen behind the cloth. Fael is with Korbolo Dom, yes? Well, I have a meeting pending with Korbolo, and with Camistrello. So we'll work together in convincing Captain Kindly. Agreed?
Agreed.
The relief in her voice sent a twinge through the assassin. She'd been alone for far too long in her deadly quest, in need of help, but with no one around to whom she could turn. Just one more orphan in this hood-cursed rebellion. He recalled his first sight of those 1,300 children he had unwittingly saved all those months back, his last time crossing this land. And there, in those faces, was the true horror of war. Those children had been alive when the carrion birds came down for their eyes. A shudder ran through him.
What is wrong? You seemed far away.
He met her eyes. No, lass, far closer than you think.
Well, I have already done most of my work this night. Iris and his warriors won't be worth much come the morning.
Oh, and what did you have planned for me?
I wasn't sure. I was hoping that, with you up front, you'd get killed quick. Captain Kindly's mage wouldn't go near you. He'd leave it to the soldiers with their crossbows.
And what of this hole you were to blast into the cliff face?
Illusion. I've been preparing for days. I think I can do it.
Brave and desperate. Well, lass, your efforts seem to have far outstripped mine in ambition. I'd intended a little mayhem and not much more. You mentioned that Iris and his men wouldn't be worth much. What did you mean by that?
I poisoned their water.
Callum blanched behind his mask. Poison? What kind?
Tralb.
The assassin said nothing for a long moment. Then, how much? She shrugged.
All that the healer had. 4 vials. He once said he used it to stop tremors, such as afflicted old people.
Aye, a drop. When?
Not long ago.
So, unlikely anyone's drunk it yet.
Except maybe a guard or 2.
Wait here, lass. Callum set out, silent in the darkness, until he came within sight of the 3 warriors manning the picket. Earlier they had been seated. That was no longer the case, but there was movement, low to the ground. He slipped closer. The 3 figures were spasming, writhing, their limbs jerking. Foam caked their mouths and blood had started from their bulging eyes. They had fouled themselves. A waterskin lay nearby in a patch of wet sand that was quickly disappearing beneath a carpet of cape moths. The assassin drew his pig sticker. He would have to be careful, since to come into contact with blood, spit, or any other fluid was to invite a similar fate. The warriors were doomed to suffer like this for what to them would be an eternity. They would still be spasming by dawn, and would continue to do so until either their hearts gave out or they died from dehydration. Horribly, with Tralb, it was often the latter rather than the former. He reached the nearest one, saw recognition in the man's leaking eyes. Callum raised his knife. Relief answered the gesture. The assassin drove the narrow-bladed weapon down into the guard's left eye, angled upward. The body stiffened, then settled with a frothy sigh. He quickly repeated the grisly task with the other 2, then meticulously cleaned his knife in the sand. Cape moths, wings rasping, were descending on the scene. Hunting Rizan quickly joined them. The air filled with the sound of crunching exoskeletons. Callum faced the camp. He would have to stove the casks. Enemies of the Empire these warriors might be, but they deserved a more merciful death than this. A faint skittering sound spun him around. A rope had uncoiled down the cliff face from the stone balcony. Figures began descending, silent and fast. They had watchers. The assassin waited. 3 in all, none armed with more than daggers. As they came forward, one halted while still a dozen paces distant. The lead man drew up before the assassin.
"And who in Hood's name are you?"
he hissed, gold flashing from his teeth.
"A Malazan soldier," was Kalam's whispered reply. "Is that your mage hanging back over there? I need his help."
"He says he can't."
"I know. My Otataro long knife. But he need not get close. All he has to do is empty this camp's water casks."
"What for? There's a spring not 50 paces down trail. They'll just get more."
"You've another ally here," Kalam said. "She fouled the water with Tralb. What do you think afflicted these poor bastards?"
The second man grunted.
"We was wondering. Not pleasant what happened to them. Still, it's no less than they deserved. I say leave the water be."
"Why not take the issue to Captain kindly? He's the one making the decisions for you, right?" The man scowled. His companion spoke.
"That's not why we're down here. We're here to retrieve you, and if there's another one, we'll take her too."
"To do what?" Kalam demanded. He was about to say, starve, die of thirst, but then he realized that neither soldier before him looked particularly gaunt nor parched. "You want to stay holed up in there forever?"
"It suits us fine,"
the second soldier snapped.
"We could leave at any time. There's back routes, but the question is, then what? Where do we go? The whole land is out for Malazan blood."
"What is the last news you've heard?" Kalam asked.
"We ain't heard any at all, not since we quitted Erlitan. As far as we can see, 7 cities ain't part of the Malazan Empire anymore, and there won't be nobody coming to get us. If there was, they'd have come long since."
The assassin regarded the 2 soldiers for a moment, then he sighed. "All right, we need to talk, but not here. Let me get the lass. We'll go with you, on condition that your mage do me the favor I asked."
"Not an even enough bargain," the second soldier said. "Grab for us Iris. We want a little sit-down with that fly-blown corporal."
"Corporal? Didn't you know he's a captain now? You want him? Fine. Your mage destroys the water in those casks. I'll send the lass your way. Be kind to her. All of you head back up. I may be a while."
"We can live with that deal."
Kalam nodded and made his way back to where he'd left Sin. She had not left her position, although instead of hiding she was dancing beneath one of the towers, spinning in the sand, arms floating, hands fluttering like cape moth wings. The assassin hissed in warning as he drew near. She halted, saw him, and scurried over.
"You took too long. I thought you were dead."
"And so you danced?" "No, but those 3 guards are. I've made contact with the soldiers from the fortress. They've invited us inside. Conditions seem amenable up there. I've agreed."
"But what about the attack tomorrow?"
"It will fail. Listen, Sin. They can leave at any time, unseen. We can be on our way into Raraku as soon as we can convince kindly. Now follow me, and quietly." They returned to where the 3 Malazan Imperials waited. Kalam scowled at the squad mage, but he grinned in return.
"It's done. Easy when you're not around."
"Very well. This is Sin. She's a mage as well. Go on, all of you." "Ladies' luck to you," one of the soldiers said to Kalam. Without replying, the assassin turned about and slipped back into the camp. He returned to his own tent, entered and crouched down beside his kit bag. Rummaging inside it, he drew out the pouch of diamonds and selected one at random. A moment's careful study, holding it close in the gloom. Murky shadows swam within the cut stone. Beware of shadows bearing gifts. He reached outside and dragged in one of the flat stones used to hold down the tent walls and set the diamond onto its dusty surface. The bone whistle Cotillion had given him was looped on a thong around his neck. He pulled it clear and set it to his lips.
"Blow hard, and you'll awaken all of them. Blow soft and directly at one in particular, and you'll awaken that one alone."
Kalam hoped the god knew what he was talking about. Better if these weren't Shadow Throne's toys. He leaned forward until the whistle was a mere hand's width from the diamond, then softly blew through it. There was no sound. Frowning, Callum pulled the whistle from his lips and examined it. He was interrupted by a soft tinkling sound. The diamond had crumbled to glittering dust, from which a swirling shadow rose. As I'd feared, Azalan. From a territory in the shadow realm bordering that of the Aptorians, rarely seen and never more than one at a time, silent, seemingly incapable of language, how Shadow Throne commanded them was a mystery. Swirling, filling the tent, dropping to all 6 limbs, the spiny ridge of its massive hunched back scraping against the fabric to either side of the ridgepole. Blue, all-too-human eyes blinked out at Callum from beneath a black-skinned, flaring, swept-back brow. Wide mouth, lower lip strangely protruding as if in eternal pout, twin slits for a nose. A mane of thin bluish-black hair hung in strands, tips brushing the tent floor. There was no indication of its gender. A complicated harness crisscrossed its huge torso, studded with a variety of weapons, not one of which seemed of practical use. The Azalan possessed no feet as such. Each appendage ended in a wide, flat, short-fingered hand. The homeland of these demons was a forest, and these creatures commonly lived in the tangled canopy high overhead, venturing down to the gloomy forest floor only when summoned. Summoned, only to then be imprisoned in diamonds. If it was me, I'd be pretty annoyed by now. The demon suddenly smiled. Callum glanced away, considering how to frame his request. Get Captain Iris, alive but kept quiet. Join me at the rope. There would need to be some explaining to do, and with a beast possessing no language. The Azalan turned suddenly, nostrils twitching. The broad, squat head dipped down on its long, thickly muscled neck, down to the tent's back wall at the base, where urine from the latrine pit had soaked through. A soft cluck, then the demon wheeled about and lifted a hind limb. 2 penises dropped into view from a fold of flesh. Twin streams reached down to the sodden carpet. Callum reeled back at the stench, back out through the flap and outside into the chill night air, where he remained on hands and knees, gagging. A moment later the demon emerged, lifted its head to test the air, then surged into the shadows and was gone, in the direction of the captain's tent. Callum managed a lungful of cleansing air, slowly brought his shuddering under control. "All right, pup," he softly gasped. "Guess you read my mind." After a moment he rose into a crouch, reached back with breath held into the tent to retrieve his pack, then staggered towards the cliff face. A glance back showed steam or smoke rising out from his tent's entrance, a whispering crackle slowly growing louder from within it. Gods, who needs a vial of tralb? He padded swiftly to where the rope still dangled beneath the balcony. A sputtering burst of flames erupted from where his tent had been. Hardly an event to go unnoticed. Hissing a curse, Callum sprinted for the rope. Shouts rose from the camp, then screams, then shrieks, each one ending in a strange, mangled squeal. The assassin skidded to a halt at the cliff face, closed both hands on the rope, and began climbing. He was halfway up to the balcony when the limestone wall shook suddenly, puffing out dust. Pebbles rained down, and a hulking shape was now beside him, clinging to the raw runneled rock. Tucked under one arm was Iris, unconscious and in his bedclothes. The Azalan seemed to flow up the wall, hands gripping the rippled ribbons of shadow as if they were iron rungs. In moments the demon reached the balcony and swung itself over the lip and out of sight. And the stone ledge groaned. Cracks snaked down. Callum stared upward to see the entire balcony sagging, pulling away from the wall. His moccasins slipped wildly as he tried to scrabble his way to one side. Then he saw long, unhuman hands close on the lip of the stone ledge. The sagging ceased. How in Hood's name? The assassin resumed climbing. Moments later he reached the balcony and pulled himself over the edge. The Azalan was fully stretched over it. 2 hands gripped the ledge. 3 others held shadows on the cliffside above the small doorway. Shadows were unraveling from the demon like layers of skin, vaguely human shapes stretching out to hold the balcony to the wall, and being torn apart by the immense strain. As Callum scrambled onto its surface, a grinding, crunching sound came from where the balcony joined the wall, and it dropped a hand's width along the seam. The assassin launched himself towards the recessed doorway, where he saw a face in the gloom, twisted with terror, the squad mage.
"Back off!" Kalam hissed. "It's a friend!"
The mage reached out and clasped Kalam's forearm. The balcony dropped away beneath the assassin even as he was dragged into the corridor. Both men tumbled back over Iris's prone body. Everything shook as a tremendous thump sounded from below. The echoes were slow to fade. The Azalan swung in from under the lintel stone, grinning. A short distance down the corridor crouched a squad of soldiers. Sin had an arm wrapped round one of them, her half-brother, Callum assumed as he slowly regained his feet. One of the soldiers the assassin had met earlier moved forward, edging past the assassin and, with more difficulty, the Azalan, back out to the edge. After a moment he called back.
"All quiet down there, Sergeant. The camp's a mess, though. Can't see anyone about."
The other soldier from before frowned.
"No one, Bell?"
"No,
like they all ran away."
Callum offered nothing, though he had his suspicions. There was something about all those shadows in the demon's possession. The squad mage had disentangled himself from Iris and now said to the assassin,
"That's a damned frightening friend you have there, and it ain't Imperial. Shadow Realm?"
"A temporary ally," Callum replied with a shrug.
"How temporary?"
The assassin faced the sergeant. "Iris has been delivered. What do you plan on doing with him?" "Haven't decided yet. The lass here says you're named Ulfas. Would that be right? A Jenabakan Barghast name? Wasn't there a war chief by that name? Killed at Black Dog?" "I wasn't about to tell Iris my real name, Sergeant. I'm a bridge burner, Kalam Mekhar, rank of corporal." There was silence. Then the mage sighed.
"Wasn't you outlawed?"
"A feint, one of the Empress's schemes. Dujek needed a free hand for a time." "All right," the sergeant said. "It don't matter if you're telling the truth or not. We've heard of you. I'm Sergeant Cord. The company mage here is Ebron. That's Bell and Corporal Shard." The corporal was Sin's half-brother, and the young man's face was blank, no doubt numbed by the shock of Sin's sudden appearance. "Where's Captain Kindly?" Cord winced. "The rest of the company, what's left, is down below. We lost the captain and the lieutenant a few days ago." "Lost? How?" They fell down a well shaft, drowned. Or so Ebron found out, once he climbed down and examined the situation more closely. It's fast running, an underground river. They were swept away, the poor bastards." "And how did two people fall down a well shaft, Sergeant?" The man bared his gold teeth. "Exploring, I imagine. Now, Corporal, it seems I outrank you. In fact, I'm the only sergeant left. Now, if you aren't outlawed, then you're still a soldier of the Empire, and as a soldier of the Empire—" "You have me there," Callum muttered. "For now, you'll be attached to my old squad. You've got seniority over Corporal Shard, so you'll be in charge." "Very well. And what's the squad's complement?" "Shard, Bell, and Limp. You've met Bell. Limp's down below. He broke his leg in a rock slide, but he's mending fast. There's 51 soldiers in all. 2nd Company, Ashok Regiment." "It seems your besiegers are gone," Callum observed. "The world hasn't been entirely still while you've been shut up in here, Sergeant. I think I should tell you what I know. There are alternatives to waiting here, no matter how cozy it might be, until we all die of old age or drowning accidents." "Aye, Corporal. You'll make your report. And if I want to ask for advice on what to do next, you'll be first in line. Now, enough with the opinions. Time to go below, and I suggest you find a leash for that damned demon, and tell it to stop smiling." "You'll have to tell it yourself, Sergeant," Callum drawled. Ebron snapped.
"The Malazan Empire don't need allies from the Shadow Realm. Get rid of it!"
The assassin glanced over at the mage. "As I said earlier, changes have come, mage. Sergeant Cord, you're entirely welcome to try throwing a collar round this Azalan's neck. But I should tell you first, even though you're not asking for my advice, that even though those weird gourds, pans and knobby sticks strapped on to the beast's belts don't look like weapons, this Azalan has just taken the lives of over 500 rebel warriors. And how long did that take? Maybe 50 heartbeats. Does it do what I ask? Now that's a question worth pondering, don't you think?" Cord studied Callum for a long moment. "Are you threatening me?" "Having worked alone for some time, Sergeant," the assassin replied in a low voice, "my skin's grown thin. I'll take your squad. I'll even follow your orders, unless they happen to be idiotic. If you have a problem with all this, take it up with my own sergeant next time you see him. That'd be Whiskey Jack. Apart from the Empress herself, he's the only man I answer to. You want to make use of me? Fine. My services are available to you. For a time."
"He's on some secret mission," Ebron muttered. "For the Empress, is my guess. He's probably back in the Claw. That's where he started, after all, isn't it?"
Cord looked thoughtful, then he shrugged and turned away. "This is making my head ache. Let's get below." Callum watched the sergeant push between the clump of soldiers crowding the corridor. "Something tells me I'm not going to enjoy this much." Sin danced a step. A blurred sword of dark iron rose along the horizon, a massive bruised blade that flickered as it swelled ever larger. The wind had fallen off, and it seemed that the island in the path of the sword's tip grew no closer. Cutter moved up to the lone mast and began storm-rigging the luffing sail. "I'm going to man the sweeps for a while," he said. "Will you take the tiller?" With a shrug, Apsalar moved to the stern. The storm still lay behind the island of Drift Avali, over which hung a seemingly permanent, immovable bank of heavy clouds. Apart from a steeply rising shoreline, there seemed to be no high ground. The forest of cedars, firs, and redwoods looked impenetrable, their boles ever cloaked in gloom. Carter stared at the island for a moment longer, then gauged the pace of the approaching storm. He settled onto the bench behind the mast and collected the sweeps. "We might make it," he said, as he dropped the oar blades into the murky water and pulled.
"The island will shatter it,"
Apsalar replied. He narrowed his eyes on her. It was the first time in days that she had ventured a statement without considerable prodding on his part. "Well, I may have crossed a damned ocean, but I still understand nothing of the sea. Why should an island without a single mountain break that storm?"
"A normal island wouldn't,"
she answered. "Ah, I see." He fell silent. Her knowledge came from Cotillian's memories, appearing to add yet another layer to Apsalar's miseries. The god was with them once more, a haunting presence between them. Carter had told her of the spectral visitation of Cotillian's words. Her distress and barely contained fury seemed to originate from the god's recruitment of Carter himself. His choosing of his new name had displeased her from the very first, and that he had now become, in effect, a minion of the patron god of assassins appeared to wound her deeply. He had been naive, it now seemed in retrospect, to have believed that such a development would bring them closer. Apsalar was not happy with her own path, a realization that had rocked the Daru. She drew no pleasure or satisfaction from her own cold, brutal efficiency as a killer. Carter had once imagined that competency was a reward in itself, that skill bred its own justification, creating its own hunger, and from that hunger a certain pleasure. A person was drawn to his or her own proficiency. Back in Darujistan, after all, his thieving habits had not been the product of necessity. He'd suffered no starvation on the city's streets, no depredation by its crueler realities. He had stolen purely for pleasure, and because he had been good at it. A future as a master thief had seemed a worthy goal, notoriety indistinguishable from respect. But now Apsalar was trying to tell him that competence was not justification, that necessity demanded its own path, and there was no virtue to be found at its heart. He'd found himself at subtle war with her, the weapons those of silence and veiled expressions. He grunted at the sweeps. The seas were growing choppy. "Well, I hope you're right," he said. "We could do with the shelter, though from what the rope said, there will be trouble among the denizens of Drift Avali."
"Tiste Edur," Apsalar said, "an Amanda Rake's own. He settled them there to guard the throne."
"Do you recall Dancer or Cotillion speaking with them?" Her dark eyes flicked to his for a moment, then she looked away.
"It was a short conversation. These Tiste Edur have known isolation for far too long. Their master left them there and has never returned."
"Never?"
"There are complications. The shore ahead offers no welcome.
See for yourself." He drew the oars back in and twisted round on the seat. The shoreline was a dull grey sandstone, wave-worn into undulating layers and shelves. "Well, we can draw up easily enough, but I see what you mean. No place to pull the runner up, and tethering it risks battering by the waves. Any suggestions?" The storm, or the island, was drawing breath, tugging the sail. They were quickly closing on the rocky coast. The sky's rumbles were nearer now, and Cutter could see the wavering treetops evincing the arrival of a high and fierce wind, stretching the clouds above the island into long twisting tendrils. "I have no suggestions," Apsalar finally replied. "There is another concern. Currents." And he could see now. The island did indeed drift, unmoored to the sea bottom. Spinning vortices roiled around the sandstone. Water was pulled under, flung back out, seething all along the shoreline. "Peru fend us," Cutter muttered. "This won't be easy." He scrambled to the bow. Apsalar swung the runner onto a course parallel to the shore. "Look for a shelf low to the water," she called. "We might be able to drag the boat onto it." Cutter said nothing to that. It would take 4 or more strong men to manage such a task. But at least we'd get onto shore in one piece. The currents tugged at the hull, throwing the craft side to side. A glance back showed Apsalar struggling to steady the tiller. The dull grey sandstone revealed, in its countless shelves and modulations, a history of constantly shifting sea levels. Cutter had no idea how an island could float. If sorcery was responsible, then its power was vast, and yet it seemed far from perfect. "There!" he shouted suddenly, pointing ahead where the coast's undulations dropped to a flat stretch barely a hand's width above the roiling water. "Get ready," Apsalar instructed, half rising from her seat. Clambering up alongside the prow, a coil of rope in his left hand, Cutter prepared to leap onto the shelf. As they drew closer, he could see that the stone ledge was thin, deeply undercut. They swiftly closed. Cutter jumped. He landed square-footed, knees flexing into a crouch. There was a sharp crack, then the stone was falling away beneath his moccasined feet. Cold water swept around his ankles. Unbalanced, the Daru pitched backward with a yelp. Behind him, the boat rushed inward on the wave that tumbled into the sinking shelf's wake. Cutter plunged into deep water, even as the encrusted hull rolled over him. The currents yanked him downward into icy darkness. His left heel thumped against the island's rock, the impact softened by a thick skin of seaweed. Down, a terrifyingly fast plummet into the deep. Then the rock wall was gone, and he was pulled by the currents under the island. A roar filled his head, the sound of rushing water. His last lungful of air was dwindling to nothing in his chest. Something hard hammered into his side, a piece of the runner's hull, wreckage being dragged by the currents. Their boat had overturned. Either Apsalar was somewhere in the swirling water with him, or she had managed to leap onto solid sandstone. He hoped it was the latter, that they would not both drown, for drowning was all that was left to him. "Sorry, Cotillion. I hope you did not expect too much of me." He struck stone once more, was rolled along it, then the current tugged him upward and suddenly spat him loose. He flailed with his limbs, clawing the motionless water, his pulse pounding in his head. Disorientated, panic ripping through him like wildfire, he reached out one last time. His right hand plunged into cold air. A moment later, his head broke the surface. Icy, bitter air poured into his lungs, as sweet as honey. There was no light, and the sounds of his gasping returned no echoes, seeming to vanish in some unknown immensity. Cutter called out to Apsalar, but there was no reply. He was swiftly growing numb. Choosing a random direction, he set out, and quickly struck a stone wall, thick with wet, slimy growth. He reached up, found only sheerness. He swam along it, his limbs weakening, a deadly lassitude stealing into him. He struggled on, feeling his will seep away. Then his outstretched hand slapped down onto the flat surface of a ledge. Cutter threw both arms onto the stone. His legs, numbed by the cold, pulled at him. Moaning, he sought to drag himself out of the water, but his strength was failing. Fingers gouging tracks through the slime, he slowly sank backward. A pair of hands closed, one on each shoulder, to gather the sodden fabric in a grip hard as iron. He felt himself lifted clear from the water, then dropped onto the ledge. Weeping, Cutter lay unmoving. Shivers racked him. Eventually, a faint crackling sound reached through, seeming to come from all sides. The air grew warmer, a dull glow slowly rising. The Daru rolled onto his side. He had expected to see Apsala. Instead, standing above him was an old man, extraordinarily tall, his white hair long and dishevelled, white-bearded, though his skin was black as ebony, with eyes a deep glittering amber, the sole source, Cutter realized with a shock, of the light. All around them the seaweed was drying, shriveling, as waves of heat radiated from the stranger. The ledge was only a few paces wide, a single lip of slick stone flanked by vertical walls stretching out to the sides. Sensation was returning to Cutter's legs, his clothes steaming now in the heat. He struggled into a sitting position. "Thank you, sir," he said in Malazan. "Your craft has littered the pool," the man replied. "I suppose you will want some of the wreckage recovered." Cutter twisted to stare out on the water, but could see nothing. "I had a companion. You arrived alone. It is probable that your companion drowned. Only one current delivers victims here. The rest lead only to death. On the isle itself there is but one landing, and you did not find it. Few corpses of late, of course, given our distance from occupied lands, and the end of trade." His words were halting, as if rarely used, and he stood awkwardly. She drowned? More likely she made it onto shore. Not for Apsala, the ignoble end that almost took me. Then again, she was not yet immortal, as subject to the world's cruel indifference as anyone. He pushed the thought away for the moment. "Are you recovered?" Cutter glanced up. "How did you find me?" A shrug. "It is my task. Now, if you can walk, it is time to leave." The Daru pushed himself to his feet. His clothing was almost dry. "You possess unusual gifts," he observed. "I am named Cutter." "You may call me Darist. We must not delay. The very presence of life in this place risks his awakening." The ancient Tiste Edur turned to face the stone wall. At a gesture, a doorway appeared, beyond which were stone stairs leading upward. "That which survived the wrecking of your craft awaits you above, Cutter. Come." The Daru set off after the man. "Awakening? Who might awaken?" Darist did not reply. The steps were worn and slick, the ascent steep and seemingly interminable. The cold water had stolen Cutter's strength, and his pace grew ever slower. Again and again Darist paused to await him, saying nothing, his expression closed. They eventually emerged onto a level hallway down which ran, along the walls, pillars of rough-skinned cedars. The air was musty and damp beneath the sharp scent of the wood. There was no one else in sight. "Darist," Cutter asked as they walked down the aisle, "are we still beneath ground level?" "We are, but we shall proceed no higher for the time being. The island is assailed." "What? By whom? What of the throne?" Darist halted and swung round, the glow in his eyes somehow deepening. "A question carelessly unasked. What has brought you, human, to drift Avali?" Cutter hesitated. There was no love lost between the present rulers of Shadow and the Tiste Edur. Nor had Cotillion even remotely suggested actual contact be made with the Children of Darkness. They had been placed here, after all, to ensure that the true throne of Shadow remain unoccupied. "I was sent by a mage, a scholar whose studies had led him to believe the island, and all it contained, was in danger. He seeks to discover the nature of that threat." Darist was silent for a moment, his lined face devoid of expression. Then he said, "What is this scholar's name?" Baruch. Do you know him? He lives in Darujistan." "What lies in the world beyond the island is of no concern to me," the Tiste Edur replied. "And that, old man, is why you're in this mess. Cotillion was right. The Tiste Edur have returned, haven't they, to reclaim the throne of Shadow? But it was Anomander Rake who left you here, entrusted with— He lives still, does he? If Mother Dark's favored son is displeased with how we have managed this task, then he must come and tell us so himself. It was not some human mage who sent you here, was it? Do you kneel before the wielder of Dragnipur? Does he renew his claims to the blood of the Tiste Edur, then? Has he renounced his draconian blood? I wouldn't know. Does he now appear as an old man, older by far than me? Ah, I see by your face the truth of it. He has not. Well, you may go back to him and tell him, Wait, I do not serve rake. I saw him in person, and not very long ago, and he looked young enough at the time, but I did not kneel to him. Good knows he was too busy at the time in any case. Too busy fighting a demon to converse with me. We but crossed paths. I don't know what you're talking about, Darist. Sorry. And I am most certainly not in any position to find him and tell him whatever it is you want me to say to him. The Tiste Edur studied Cuttle for a moment longer. Then he swung about and resumed the journey. The Daru followed, his thoughts wild with confusion. It was one thing to accept the charge of a god, but the further he travelled on this dread path, the more insignificant he himself felt. Arguments between Anamanda Rake and these Tiste Edur of Drift of Ali, well, that was no proper business of his. The plan had been to sneak onto this island and remain unseen, to determine if indeed the Edur had found this place, though what Cotillion would do with such knowledge was anyone's guess. But that's something I should think about, I suppose. Damn it, Cutter, Crocus would have had questions. Maury knows he would have hesitated a lot longer before accepting Cotillion's bargain, if he accepted at all. This new persona was imposing a certain sense of stricture. He'd thought it would bring him more freedom, but now it was beginning to appear that the truly free one had been Crocus. Not that freedom ensured happiness. Indeed, to be free was to live in absence of responsibilities, of loyalties, of the pressures that expectation imposed. Ah, misery has tainted my views. Misery and the threat of true grieving, which draws nearer. But no, she must be alive, somewhere up above, on an island assailed. Darist, please, wait a moment. The tall figure stopped. I see no reason to answer your questions. I am concerned for my companion. If she's alive, she's somewhere above us on the surface. You said you were under attack. I fear for her. We sense the presence of strangers, Cutter. Above us, there are Tiste Edur, but no one else. She is drowned, this companion of yours. There is no point in holding out hope. The Daru sat down suddenly. He felt sick, his heart stuttering with anguish and despair. Death is not an unkind fate, Darist said above him. If she was a friend, you will miss her company, and that is the true source of your grief. Your sorrow is for yourself. My words may displease you, but I speak from experience. I have felt the deaths of many of my kin, and I mourn the spaces in my life where they once stood. But such losses serve only to ease my own impending demise. Cutter stared up at the Tiste Edur. Darist, forgive me. You may be old, but you are also a damned fool. And I begin to understand why Rake left you here, then forgot about you. Now kindly shut up. He pushed himself upright, feeling hollowed out inside, but determined not to surrender to the despair that threatened to overwhelm him. Because surrendering is what this Tiste Edur has done. Your anger leaves me undamaged, Darist said. He turned and gestured to the double doors directly ahead. Through here you will find a place to rest. Your salvage awaits there as well. Will you tell me nothing of the battle above? What is there to tell you, Cutter? We have lost. Lost? Who is left among you? Here in the hold, where stands the throne, there is only me. Now, best rest. We shall have company soon enough. The howls of rage reverberated through Onrak's bones, though he knew his companion could hear nothing. These were cries of the spirits, 2 spirits, trapped within 2 of the towering bestial statues rearing up on the plain before them. The cloud cover overhead had broken apart, was fast vanishing in thinning threads. 3 moons rode the heavens, and there were 2 suns. The light flowed with shifting hues as the moons swung on their invisible tethers. A strange, unsettling world, Onrak reflected. The storm was spent. They had waited in the lee of a small hill while it thrashed around the gargantuan statues, the wind howling past from its wild race through the rubble-littered streets of the ruined city lying beyond. And now the air steamed. "What do you see, Tlani Mas?" Trull asked from where he sat hunched, his back to the edifices. Shrugging, the Tlani Mas turned away from his lengthy study of the statues.
"There are mysteries here, of which I suspect you know more than I."
The Tiste Edur glanced up with a wry expression.
"That seems unlikely. What do you know of the Hounds of Shadow?"
"Very little. The Logros crossed paths with them only once long ago, in the time of the First Empire. 7 in number, serving an unknown master yet bent on destruction."
Trull smiled oddly, then asked,
"The human First Empire, or yours?"
"I know little of the human empire of that name. We were drawn into its heart but once, Trull Sengar, in answer to the chaos of the Solitakan and Divers. The hounds made no appearance during that slaughter."
Onrak looked back at the massive stone hound before them.
"It is believed," he said slowly, "by the bone casters, that to create an icon of a spirit or a god is to capture its essence within that icon. Even the laying of stones prescribes confinement. Just as a hut can measure out the limits of power for a mortal, so too are spirits and gods sealed into a chosen place of earth or stone or wood, or an object. In this way power is chained and so becomes manageable. Tell me, do the Tiste Edur concur with that notion?"
Trull Sengar climbed to his feet.
"Do you think we raised these giant statues, Onrak? Do your bone casters also believe that power begins as a thing devoid of shape and thus beyond control, and that to carve out an icon or make a circle of stones actually forces order upon that power?"
Onrak cocked his head, was silent for a time.
"Then it must be that we make our own gods and spirits, that belief demands shape, and shaping brings life into being. Yet were not the Tiste Edur fashioned by Mother Dark? Did not your goddess create you?"
Trull's smile broadened.
"I was referring to these statues, Onrak. To answer you, I do not know if the hands that fashioned these were Tiste Edur. As for Mother Dark, it may be that in creating us, she but simply separated what was not separate before."
"Are you then the shadows of Tiste Andi, torn free by the mercy of your goddess mother?"
"But Onrak, we are all torn free."
"2 of the hounds are here, Trull Sengar. Their souls are trapped in the stone. And one more thing of note. These likenesses cast no shadows."
"Nor do the hounds themselves."
"If they are but reflections, then there must be hounds of darkness from which they were torn," Onrak persisted. "Yet there is no knowledge of such."
The Tlani Mas suddenly fell silent. Trull laughed.
"It seems you know more of the human First Empire than you first indicated. What was that tyrant emperor's name? No matter. We should journey onward to the gate."
"Desimbilakis," Onrak whispered, "the founder of the human First Empire, long vanished by the time of the unleashing of the beast ritual. It was believed he had veered."
"Diverse?"
"Aye."
"And beasts numbered?"
7.
Trull stared up at the statues, then gestured.
"We didn't build these. No, I am not certain, but in my heart I feel no empathy. They are ominous and brutal to my eyes, Tlani Mas. The Hounds of Shadow are not worthy of worship. They are indeed untethered, wild, and deadly. To truly command them, one must sit in the throne of Shadow, as master of the realm. But more than that, one must first draw together the disparate fragments, making Kurald Emorlan whole once more."
"And this is what your kin seek," Onrak rumbled. "The possibility troubles me."
The Tiste Edur studied the Tlani Mas, then shrugged. I did not share your distress at the prospect, not at first, and indeed, had it remained pure, perhaps I would still be standing alongside my brothers. But another power acts behind the veil in all this. I know not who or what, but I would tear aside that veil. Why? Trull seemed startled by the question. Then he shivered. Because what it has made of my people is an abomination, Onrak. The T'lani Mas set out towards the gap between the two nearest statues. After a moment, Trull Sengar followed. I imagine you know little of what it is like to see your kin fall into dissolution, to see the spirit of an entire people grow corrupt, to struggle endlessly to open their eyes, as yours have been opened by whatever clarity chance has gifted you. True, Onrak replied, his steps thumping the sodden ground. Nor is it mere naivete, the Tiste Edur went on, limping in Onrak's wake. Our denial is willful, our studied indifference conveniently self-serving to our basest desires. We are a long-lived people who now kneel before short-term interests. If you find that unusual, the T'lani Mas muttered, then it follows that the one behind the veil has need for you only in the short term, if indeed that hidden power is manipulating the Tiste Edur. An interesting thought. You may well be right. The question then is, once that short-term objective is reached, what will happen to my people? Things that outlive their usefulness are discarded, Onrak replied. Abandoned, yes, unless, of course, the T'lani Mas went on, they would then pose a threat to one who had so exploited them. If so, then the answer would be to annihilate them once they are no longer useful. There is the unpleasant ring of truth to your words, Onrak. I am generally unpleasant, Trull Sengar. So I am learning. You say the souls of 2 hounds are imprisoned within these. Which ones again? We now walk between them. What are they doing here, I wonder? The stone has been shaped to encompass them, Trull Sengar. No one asks the spirit or the god when the icon is fashioned if it wishes entrapment, do they? The need to make such vessels is a mortal's need. That one can rest eyes on the thing one worships is an assertion of control at worst, or at best the illusion that one can negotiate over one's own fate. And you find such notions suitably pathetic, Onrak? I find most notions pathetic, Trull Sengar. Are these beasts trapped for eternity, do you think? Is this where they go when they are destroyed? Onrak shrugged. I have no patience with these games. You possess your own knowledge and suspicions, yet would not speak them. Instead, you seek to discover what I know, and what I sense of these snared spirits. I care nothing for the fate either way of these hounds of shadow. Indeed, I find it unfortunate that, if these 2 were slain in some other realm and so have ended up here, there are but 5 remaining, for that diminishes my chances of killing one myself, and I think I would enjoy killing a hound of shadow. The Tiste Edur's laugh was harsh. Well, I won't deny that confidence counts for a lot. Even so, Onrak of the Logros, I do not think you would walk away from a violent encounter with a hound. The T'lani Mas halted and swung towards Trull Sengar. There is stone, and there is stone. I am afraid I do not understand. In answer, Onrak unsheathed his obsidian sword. He strode up to the nearer of the 2 statues. The creature's forepaw was itself taller than the T'lani Mas. He raised his weapon 2-handed, then swung a blow against the dark, unweathered stone. An ear-piercing crack ripped the air. Onrak staggered, head tilting back as fissures shot up through the enormous edifice. It seemed to shiver, then exploded into a towering cloud of dust. Yelling, Trull Sengar leapt back, scrambling as the billowing dust rolled outward to engulf him. The cloud hissed around Onrak. He righted himself, then dropped into a fighting stance as a darker shape appeared through the swirling grey haze. A second concussion thundered, this time behind the T'lani Mas, as the other statue exploded. Darkness descended as the twin clouds blotted out the sky, closing the horizons to no more than a dozen paces on all sides. The beast that emerged before Onrak was as tall at the shoulder as Trull Sengar's full height. Its hide was colorless, and its eyes burned black, a broad, flat head, small ears. Faint through the greyed loom, something of the two suns' light, and that reflected from the moon's, reached down to cast beneath the hound a score of shadows. The beast bared fangs the size of tusks, lips peeling back in a silent snarl that revealed blood-red gums. The hound attacked. Onrak's blade was a midnight blur, flashing to kiss the creature's thick, muscled neck, but the swing cut only dusty air. The Tlanimas felt enormous jaws close about his chest. He was yanked from his feet, bones splintered, a savage shake that ripped the sword from his hands, then he was sailing through the grainy gloom, to be caught with a grinding snap by a second pair of jaws. The bones of his left arm shattered into a score of pieces within its taut hide of withered skin, then it was torn entirely from his body. Another crunching shake, then he was thrown into the air once more, to crash in a splintered heap on the ground, where he rolled once, then was still. There was thunder in Onrak's skull. He thought to fall to dust, but for the first time he possessed neither the will, nor, it seemed, the capacity to do so. The power was shorn from him. The vow had been broken, ripped away from his body. He was now, he realized, as those of his fallen kin, the ones that had sustained so much physical destruction that they had ceased to be one with the Tlanimas. He lay unmoving and felt the heavy tread of one of the hounds as it padded up to stand over him. A dust and shard-flecked muzzle nudged him, pushed at the broken ribs of his chest, then lifted away. He listened to its breathing, the sound like waves riding a tide into caves, could feel its presence like a heaviness in the damp air. After a long moment, Onrak realized that the beast was no longer looming over him, nor could he hear the heavy footfalls through the wet earth, as if it and its companion had simply vanished. Then the scrape of boots close by, a pair of hands dragging him over onto his back. Trull Sengar stared down at him. "I do not know if you can still hear me," he muttered, "but if it is any consolation, Onrak of the Logros, those were not hounds of shadow. Oh no, indeed. They were the real ones, the hounds of darkness, my friend. I dread to think what you have freed here." Onrak managed to reply, his words a soft rasp.
"So much for gratitude."
Trull Sengar dragged the shattered Tlanimas to a low wall at the city's edge, where he propped the warrior into a sitting position. "I wish I knew what else I could do for you," he said, stepping back.
"If my kin were present," Onrak said, "they would complete the necessary rites. They would sever my head from my body, and find for it a suitable place so that I might look out upon eternity. They would dismember the headless corpse and scatter the limbs. They would take my weapon to return it to the place of my birth. Oh, of course you cannot do such things. Thus I am forced into continuation, despite my present condition."
With that, Onrak slowly clambered upright, broken bones grinding and crunching, splinters falling away. Trull grunted. "You could have done that before I dragged you."
"I regret most the loss of an arm,"
the Tlanimas said, studying the torn muscles of his left shoulder.
"My sword is most effective when in the grip of two hands."
He staggered over to where the weapon lay in the mud. Part of his chest collapsed when he leaned down to retrieve it. Straightening, Onrak faced Trull Sengar.
"I am no longer able to sense the presence of gates."
"They should be obvious enough," the Tiste Edur replied. "I expect near the center of the city. We are quite a pair, aren't we?"
"I wonder why the hounds did not kill you."
"They seemed eager to leave." Trull set off down the street directly opposite, Onrak following. "I am not even certain they noticed me. The dust cloud was thick. Tell me, Onrak, if there were other Tlanimas here, then they would have done all those things to you, despite the fact that you remain functional?"
"Like you, Trull Sengar, I am now shorn, from the ritual, from my own kind. My existence is now without meaning. The final task left to me is to seek out the other hunters, to do what must be done."
The street was layered in thick, wet silt. The low buildings to either side, torn away above the ground level, were similarly coated, smoothing every edge, as if the city was in the process of melting. There was no grand architecture, and the rubble in the streets revealed itself to be little more than fired bricks. There was no sign of life anywhere. They continued on, their pace tortuously slow. The street slowly broadened, forming a vast concourse flanked by pedestals that had once held statues. Brush and uprooted trees marred the vista, all a uniform grey that gradually assumed an unearthly hue beneath the now dominant blue sun, which in turn painted a large moon the colour of magenta. At the far end was a bridge, over what had once been a river but was now filled with silt. A tangled mass of detritus had ridden up on one side of the bridge, spilling flotsam onto the walkway. Among the garbage lay a small box. Trull angled over towards it as they reached the bridge. He crouched down. "It seems well sealed," he said, reaching out to pry the clasp loose, then lifting the lid. "That's odd. Looks like clay pots, small ones." Onrak moved up alongside the Tiste Edur. "They are Moranth munitions, Trull Sengar." The Tiste Edur glanced up. "I have no knowledge of such things." "Weapons, explosive when the clay breaks. They are generally thrown, as far as is possible. Have you heard of the Malazan Empire?" "No." "Human, from my birth realm. These munitions belong to that empire." "Well, that is troubling indeed. For why are they here?" "I do not know." Trull Sengar closed the lid and collected the box. "While I would prefer a sword, these will have to do. I was not pleased at being unarmed for so long." "There is a structure beyond, an arch." Straightening, the Tiste Edur nodded. "Aye, it is what we seek." They continued on. The arch stood on pedestals in the center of a cobbled square. Flood waters had carried silt to its mouth where it had dried in strange, jagged ridges. As the two travellers came closer, they discovered that the clay was rock-hard. Although the gate did not manifest itself in any discernible way, a pulsing heat rolled from the space beneath the arch. The pillars of the structure were unadorned. Onrak studied the edifice. "What can you sense of this?" the Talani Mas asked after a moment. Trull Sengar shook his head, then approached. He halted within arm's reach of the gate's threshold. "I cannot believe this is possible. The heat pouring from it is scalding." "Possibly a ward," Onrak suggested. "Aye, and no means for us to shatter it." "Untrue." The Tiste Edur glanced back at Onrak, then looked down at the box tucked under his arm. "I do not understand how a mundane explosive could destroy a ward." "Sorcery depends on patterns, Trull Sengar. Shatter the pattern and the magic fails." "Very well, let us attempt this thing." They retreated 20 paces from the gate. Trull unlatched the box and gingerly drew forth one of the clay spheres. He fixed his gaze on the gate, then threw the munition. The explosion triggered a coruscating conflagration from the portal. White and gold fires raged beneath the arch, then the violence settled back to form a swirling golden wall. "That is the warren itself," Onrak said. "The ward is broken. Still, I do not recognize it." "Nor I," Trull muttered, closing the munitions box once more. Then his head snapped up. "Something's coming." "Yes." Onrak was silent then for a long moment. He suddenly lifted his sword. "Flee, Trull Sengar! Back across the bridge! Flee!" The Tiste Edur spun and began running. Onrak proceeded to back up a step at a time. He could feel the power of the ones on the other side of the gate, a brutal power and alien. The breaking of the ward had been noted, and the emotion reaching through the barrier was one of indignant outrage. A quick look over his shoulder showed that Trull Sengar had crossed the bridge and was now nowhere in sight. 3 more steps and Onrak would himself reach the bridge, and there he would make his stand. He expected to be destroyed, but he intended to purchase time for his companion. The gate shimmered, blindingly bright. Then 4 riders cantered through, riding white, long-limbed horses with wild manes the color of rust. Ornately armored in enamel, the warriors were a match for their mounts, pale-skinned and tall, their faces mostly hidden behind slitted visors, cheek and chin guards. Curved scimitars that appeared to have been carved from ivory were held in gauntleted fists. Long silver hair flowed from beneath the helms. They rode directly towards Onrak, canter to gallop, gallop to charge. The battered Tlanimas widened his stance, lifted his obsidian sword, and stood ready to meet them. The riders could only come at him on the narrow bridge 2 at a time, and even then it was clear that they simply intended their horses to ride Onrak down. But the Tlanimas had fought in the service of the Malazan Empire, in Falar and in 7 cities, and he had faced horse warriors in many a battle. A moment before the front riders reached him, Onrak leapt forward, between the 2 mounts. Ignoring the sword that whirled in from his left, the Tlanimas slashed his blade into the other warrior's midsection. 2 ivory blades struck him simultaneously, the one on his left smashing through clavicle and cutting deep into his shoulder blade, then through in a spray of bone shards. The scimitar on his right chopped down through the side of his face, shearing it off from temple to the base of the jaw. Onrak felt his own obsidian blade bite deep into the warrior's armor. The enamel shattered. Then both attackers were past him, and the remaining 2 arrived. The Tlanimas dropped into a crouch and positioned his sword horizontally over his head. A pair of ivory blades hammered down on it, the impact thundering through Onrak's battered frame. They were all past him now, emerging out onto the concourse to wheel their horses round, visored heads turned to regard the lone warrior who had somehow survived their attacks. Hoofs thudding the clay-limbed cobbles, the 4 warriors reined in, weapons lowering. The one whose armor had been shattered by Onrak's obsidian sword was leaning forward, one arm pressed against his stomach. Spatters of blood speckled his horse's flank. Onrak shook himself, and pieces of shattered bone fell away to patter on the ground. He then settled his own weapon, point to the ground, and waited while one of the riders walked his horse forward. A gauntleted hand reached up to draw the visor upward, revealing features that were startlingly similar to Trull Sengar's, apart from the white, almost luminous skin. Eyes of cold silver fixed on the Tlanimas with distaste. "Do you speak, lifeless one? Can you understand the language of purity?"
"It seems no purer than any other,"
Onrak replied. The warrior scowled. "We do not forgive ignorance. You are a servant of death. There is but one necessity when dealing with a creature such as you, and that is annihilation. Stand ready."
"I serve no one,"
Onrak said, raising his sword once more.
"Come, then."
But the wounded one held up a hand. "Hold, Aeneas. This world is not ours, nor is this deathless savage one of the trespassers we seek. Indeed, as you yourself must sense, none of them are here. This portal has not been used in millennia. We must needs take our quest elsewhere. But first, I require healing." The warrior gingerly dismounted, one arm still pressed against his midsection. "Orenas, attend me." "Allow me to destroy this thing first, Seneschal." "No, we shall tolerate its existence. Perhaps it will have answers for us, to guide us further on our quest. Failing that, we can destroy it later." The one named Orenas slipped down from his horse and approached the Seneschal. Aeneas edged his horse closer to the Tlanimas, as if still mindful of a fight. He bared his teeth. "There is not much left of you, lifeless one. Are those the scorings of fangs? Your chest has been in the jaws of some beast, I think. The same that stole your arm? By what sorcery do you hold on to existence?"
"You are of Tiste blood,"
Onrak observed. The man's face twisted into a sneer. "Tiste blood? Only among the Liosan is the Tiste blood pure. You have crossed paths with our tainted cousins, then. They are little more than vermin. You have not answered my questions."
"I know of the Tiste Andi, but I have yet to meet them. Born of darkness, they were the first."
"The first? Oh, indeed, and so tragically imperfect, bereft of Father Light's purifying blood. They are a most sordid creation. We tolerate the Edur, for they contain something of the Father, but the Andi, death by our hands is the only mercy they deserve. But I grow weary of your rudeness, lifeless one. I have asked you questions, and you are yet to answer a single one.
Yes.
Yes? What does that mean?
I agree that I have not answered them, nor do I feel compelled to do so. My kind has much experience with arrogant creatures, although that experience is singular. In answer to their arrogance, we proclaimed eternal war until they ceased to exist. I have always believed that Tlanimas should seek out a new enemy. There is, after all, no shortage to be noted among arrogant beings. Perhaps you Tiste Leosan are numerous enough in your own realm to amuse us for a time.
The warrior stared as if shocked speechless. Behind him, one of his companions laughed. There is little value in conversing with lesser creatures, Aeneas. They will seek to confound you with falsehoods, to lead you away from the righteous path. I see now, Aeneas replied, the poison of which you have long warned me, Malachar. There will be more to come, young brother, on the trail we must follow. The warrior strode up to Onrak. You call yourself a Tlanimas, yes?
I am Onrak of the Logros Tlanimas.
Are there others of your kind in this ruined realm, Onrak?
If I did not answer your brother's questions, why imagine I would answer yours?
Malakar's face darkened. Play such games with young Aeneas, but not with me.
I am done with you, Leo-san.
Onrak sheathed his sword and swung away.
You are done with us? Seneschal Jorud, if Arenas has completed his ministrations, I humbly request your attention. The lifeless one seeks to flee.
I hear you, Malachar,
the seneschal rumbled, striding forward.
Hold, lifeless one. We have not yet released you. You will tell us what we wish to know, or you will be destroyed here and now.
Onrak faced the Leosan once more.
If that was a threat, the pathos of your ignorance proves an amusing distraction. But I weary of it and of you.
4 ivory scimitars lifted threateningly. Onrak drew his sword once more, and hesitated, his gaze drawn to something beyond them. Sensing a presence at their backs, the warriors turned. Trull Sengar stood 15 paces away, the box of munitions at his feet. There was something odd about his smile.
This seems an uneven fight. Friend Onrak, do you require assistance? Well, you need not answer, for it has arrived, and for that I am sorry.
Dust swirled upward around the Tiste Edur. A moment later, 4 Tlanimas stood on the muddy cobbles. 3 held weapons ready. The 4th figure stood a pace behind and to Trull's right. This one was massively boned, its arms disproportionately long. The fur riding its shoulders was black, fading to silver as it rose up to surround the bonecaster's head in a mangled hood. Onrak allowed his sword's point to rest on the muddy cobbles once more. With his link, born of the ritual, now severed, he could only communicate with these Tlanimas by speaking out loud.
I, Onrak, greet you, Bonecaster, and recognize you as from the Logros, as I once was. You are Monarch Ochem, one of many chosen to hunt the renegades, who, as did those of my own hunt, followed their trail into this realm. Alas, I alone of my hunt survived the flood.
His gaze shifted to the 3 warriors. The clan leader, its torso and limbs tightly wrapped in the outer skin of a denrabi and a denticulated grey flint sword in its hands, was Ibra Golan. The remaining 2, both armed with bone-hafted, double-bladed axes of chalcedony, were of Ibra's clan, but otherwise unknown to Onrak.
I greet you as well, Ibra Golan, and submit to your command.
Bonecaster Monarch Ochem strode forward with a heavy shambling gait.
You have failed the ritual, Onrak,
it said with characteristic abruptness,
and so must be destroyed.
That privilege will be contested, Onrak replied. These horse warriors are Tiste Leosan, and would view me as their prisoner, to do with as they please.
Ibra Golan gestured to his 2 warriors to join him, and the 3 walked towards the Leosan. The seneschal spoke. We release our prisoner, Tlanimas. He is yours. Our quarrel with you is at an end, and so we shall leave. The Tlanimas halted, and Onrak could sense their disappointment. The Leosan commander regarded Trull for a moment, then said, Edur, would you travel with us? We have need of a servant. A simple bow will answer the honor of our invitation. Trull Sengar shook his head. Well, that is a first for me. Alas, I will accompany the Tlanimas. But I recognize the inconvenience this will cause you, and so I suggest that you alternate in the role as servant to the others. I am a proponent of lessons in humility, Tiste Leosan, and I sense that among you there is some need. The seneschal smiled coldly. I will remember you, Edur. He whirled. On your horses, brothers. We now leave this realm. Monarch Ochem spoke. You may find that more difficult than you imagine. We have never before been troubled by such endeavors, the seneschal replied. Are there hidden barriers in this place? This warren is a shattered fragment of Kurald Emorlan, the Bonecaster said. I believe your kind have remained isolated for far too long. You know nothing of the other realms, nothing of the Wounded Gates, nothing of the Ascendants and their wars. We serve but one Ascendant, the seneschal snapped, the son of Father Light. Our lord is Osric. Monarch Ochem cocked its head. And when last has Osric walked among you? All four Leosan visibly flinched. In his affectless tone, the Bonecaster continued. Your lord, Osric, the son of Father Light, numbers among the contestants in the other realms. He has not returned to you, Leosan, because he is unable to do so. Indeed, he is unable to do much of anything at the moment. The seneschal took a step forward. What afflicts our lord? Monarch Ochem shrugged. A common enough fate. He is lost. Lost? I suggest we work together to weave a ritual, the Bonecaster said, and so fashion a gate. For this, we shall need Telan, your own warren, Leosan, and the blood of this Tiste Edur. Onrak, we shall undertake your destruction once we have returned to our own realm. That would seem expedient, Onrak replied. Trull's eyes had widened. He stared at the Bonecaster. Did you say my blood? Not all of it, Edur. If all goes as planned. Chapter 10. All that breaks must be discarded, even as the thunder of faith returns ever-fading echoes. Prelude to Anomandaris, Fisher. The day the faces in the rock awakened was celebrated among the Teblor by a song. The memories of his people were, Karsa Orlong now knew, twisted things, surrendered to oblivion when unpleasant, burgeoning to a raging fire of glory when heroic. Defeat had been spun into victory in the weaving of every tale. He wished Beroth still lived, that his sagacious companion did more than haunt his dreams, or stand before him as a thing of rough-carved stone in which some chance scarring of his chisel had cast a mocking, almost derisive expression. Beroth could have told him much of what he needed to know at this moment. While Karsa's familiarity with their homeland's sacred glade was far greater than either Beroth's or Dellam Thord's, and so ensured the likenesses possessed some accuracy, the warrior sensed that something essential was missing from the 7 faces he had carved into the stone trees. Perhaps his lack of talent had betrayed him, though that did not seem the case with the carvings of Beroth and Dellam. The energy of their lives seemed to emanate from their statues, as if merged with the petrified wood's own memory. As with the entire forest, in which there was the sense that the trees but awaited the coming of spring, of rebirth beneath the wheel of the stars, it seemed that the 2 Teblor warriors were but awaiting the season's turn. But Raraku defied every season. Raraku itself was eternal in its momentousness, perpetually awaiting rebirth. patience in the stone, in the restless, ever-murmuring sands. The holy desert seemed, to Karsa's mind, a perfect place for the 7 gods of the Teblor. It was possible, he reflected as he slowly paced before the faces he had carved into the bowls, that something of that sardonic sentiment had poisoned his hands. If so, the flaw was not visible to his eyes. There was little in the faces of the gods that could permit expression or demeanor. His recollection was of skin stretched over broad, robust bone, of brows that projected like ridges, casting the eyes in deep shadow, broad, flat cheekbones, a heavy, chinless jaw, a bestiality so unlike the features of the Teblor. He scowled, pausing to stand before Urugal, which, as with the 6 others, he had carved level with his own eyes. Serpents slithered over his dusty, bared feet, his only company in the glade. The sun had begun its descent, though the heat remained fierce. After a long moment of contemplation, Karsa spoke out loud. "Baroth Geld, look with me upon our god. Tell me what is wrong. Where have I erred? That was your greatest talent, wasn't it? Seeing so clearly my every wrong step. You might ask, what did I seek to achieve with these carvings? You would ask that, for it is the only question worth answering. But I have no answer for you. Ah, yes, I can almost hear you laugh at my pathetic reply. I have no answer. Perhaps, Baroth, I imagined you wished their company. The great Teblor gods who one day awakened. In the minds of the shamans, awakened in their dreams, there and there alone. Yet now I know the flavor of those dreams, and it is nothing like the song, nothing at all." He had found this glade seeking solitude, and it had been solitude that had inspired his artistic creations. Yet now that he was done, he no longer felt alone here. He had brought his own life to this place, the legacies of his deeds. It had ceased to be a refuge, and the need to visit was born now from the lure of his efforts, drawing him back again and again. To walk among the snakes that came to greet him, to listen to the hiss of sands skittering on the moaning desert wind, the sands that arrived in the glade to caress the trees and the faces of stone with their bloodless touch. Raraku delivered the illusion that time stood motionless, the universe holding its breath, an insidious conceit. Beyond the whirlwind's furious wall, the hourglasses were still turned. Armies assembled and began their march, the sound of their boots, shields, and gear a deathly clatter and roar. And, on a distant continent, the Teblor were a people under siege. Karsa continued staring at the stone face of Urugal. "You are not Teblor, yet you claim to be our god. You awakened there in the cliff so long ago. But what of before that time? Where were you then, Urugal? You and your 6 terrible companions?" A soft chuckle from across the clearing brought Karsa around. "And which of your countless secrets is this one, friend?" "Leoman," Karsa rumbled. "It has been a long time since you last left your pit." Edging forward, the desert warrior glanced down at the snakes. "I was starved for company. Unlike you, I see." He gestured at the carved bowls. "Are these yours? I see 2 toblikai. They stand in those trees as if alive, and but moments from striding forth. It disturbs me to be reminded that there are more of you. But what of these others?" "My gods." He noted Leoman's startled expression and elaborated. "The faces in the rock. In my homeland, they adorn a cliffside, facing onto a glade little different from this one. Toblikai. They call upon me still," Karsa continued, turning back to study Urugal's bestial visage once more. "When I sleep, it is as Ghost Hands says, I am haunted." "By what, friend? What is it your gods demand of you?" Karsa shot Leoman a glance, then he shrugged. "Why have you sought me out?" Leoman made to say one thing, then chose another. "Because my patience is at an end. There has been news of events concerning the Malazans, distant defeats. Sha'ik and her favored few are much excited, yet achieve nothing. Here we await the Adjunct's legions. In one thing Korbolo Dom is right. The march of those legions should be contested, but not as he would have it. No pitched battles, nothing so dramatic or precipitous. In any case, Toblakai, Mathok has given me leave to ride out with a company of warriors, and Sha'ik has condescended to permit us beyond the whirlwind. Karsa smiled. Indeed. And you are free to harass the Adjunct? Ah, I thought as much. You are to scout, but no further than the hills beyond the whirlwind. She will not permit you to journey south. But at least you will be doing something, and for that I am pleased for you, Leoman. The blue-eyed warrior stepped closer. Once beyond the whirlwind, Toblakai. She will know none the less, Karsa replied. And so I will incur her displeasure. Leoman sneered. There is nothing new in that. And what of you, friend? She calls you her bodyguard. Yet when did she last permit you into her presence? In that damned tent of hers? She is reborn indeed, for she is not as she once was. She is Malazan, Toblakai said. What? Before she became Sha'ik. You know this as well as I. She was reborn. She became the will of the goddess, Toblakai. All that she was before that time is without meaning. So it is said, Karsa rumbled. Yet her memories remain. And it is those memories that chain her so. She is trapped by fear, and that fear is born of a secret which she will not share. The only other person who knows that secret is Ghost Hands. Leoman stared at Karsa for a long moment, then slowly settled into a crouch. The two men were surrounded by snakes, the sound of slithering on sand a muted undercurrent. Lowering one hand, Leoman watched as a flare neck began entwining itself up his arm. Your words, Toblakai, whisper of defeat. Shrugging, Karsa strode to where his toolkit waited at the base of a tree. These years have served me well. Your company, Leoman, Sha'ik Elder. I once vowed that the Malazans were my enemies. Yet from what I have seen of the world since that time, I now understand that they are no crueler than any other lowlander. Indeed, they alone seem to profess a sense of justice. The people of 7 cities who so despise them and wish them gone, they seek nothing more than the power that the Malazans took from them. Power that they used to terrorize their own people. Leoman, you and your kind make war against justice, and it is not my war. Justice? Leoman bared his teeth. You expect me to challenge your words, Toblakai? I will not. Sha'ik Reborn says there is no loyalty within me. Perhaps she is right. I have seen too much. Yet here I remain. Have you ever wondered why? Karsa drew out a chisel and mallet. The light fades, and that makes the shadows deeper. It is the light, I now realize. That is what is different about them. The apocalyptic, Toblakai. Disintegration, annihilation, everything. Every human lowlander. With our twisted horrors, all that we commit upon each other. The depredations, the cruelties. For every gesture of kindness and compassion, there are 10,000 acts of brutality. Loyalty? I have none. Not for my kind, and the sooner we obliterate ourselves, the better this world will be. The light, Karsa said, makes them look almost human. Distracted as he was, the Toblakai did not notice Leoman's narrowing eyes, nor the struggle to remain silent. One does not step between a man and his gods. The snake's head lifted in front of Leoman's face and hovered there, tongue flicking. The House of Chains, Heboric muttered, his expression souring at the words. Bidithal shivered, though it was hard to tell whether from fear or pleasure. Reaver, Consort, the Unbound, these are interesting, yes? For all the world like shattered... From whence came these images? Heboric demanded. Simply looking upon the wooden cards with their lacquered paintings, blurred as they were, was filling the ex-priest's throat with bile. I sense flaws in each and every one. That is no accident, no failing of the hand that brushed them into being. There is no doubting, Lorik said in answer to his question, their veracity. The power emanating from them is a sorcerous stench. I have never before witnessed such a vigorous birth within the deck. Not even Shadow felt.
Shadow?
Bidithal snapped.
Those deceivers could never unveil that realm's true power. No, here in this new house the theme is pure. Imperfection is celebrated. The twist of chaotic chance mars one and all.
Silence! Sha'ik hissed, her arms wrapped tight about herself.
We must think on this. No one speak. Let me think.
Febryl studied her for a moment, squinting to bring her into focus, even though she sat beside him. The cards from the new house had arrived the same day as the news of the Malazan defeats on Genabakis, and the time since then had been one of seething discord among Sha'ik's commanders, sufficient to dampen her pleasure at hearing of her brother Ganos Paran's survival, and now leading her to uncharacteristic distraction. The House of Chains was woven into their fates, an insidious intrusion, an infection against which they'd had no chance to prepare. But was it an enemy, or the potential source for renewed strength? It seemed Bidithal was busy convincing himself that it was the latter, no doubt drawn in that direction by his growing disaffection with Sha'ik Reborn. Lorik, on the other hand, seemed more inclined to share Heberic's own misgivings, whilst Febryl was unique in remaining silent on the entire matter. The air within the tent was close, soured by human sweat. Heberic wanted nothing more than to leave, to escape all this, yet he sensed Sha'ik clinging to him, a spiritual grip as desperate as anything he'd felt from her before.
Show once more the new unaligned.
Yes, for the 1000th time. Scowling, Bidithal searched through the deck, then drew out the card, which he laid down in the center of the goat-hair mat.
If any of the new arrivals is dubious, the old man sneered, it is this one. Master of the deck? Absurd. How can one control the uncontrollable?
There was silence.
The uncontrollable? Such as the whirlwind itself?
Sha'ik had clearly not caught the insinuation.
Ghost hands, I would you take this card, feel it, seek to sense what you can from it.
You make this request again and again, chosen one, Heberic sighed. But I tell you there is no link between the power of my hands and the deck of dragons. I am of no help to you.
Then listen closely, and I shall describe it. Never mind your hands. I ask you now as a once priest, as a scholar. Listen. The face is obscured, yet hints...
It is obscured, Bidithal interrupted in a derisive tone, because the card is no more than the projection of someone's wishful thinking.
Cut me off again, and you will regret it, Bidithal, Sha'ik said. I have heard you enough on this subject. If your mouth opens again, I will tear out your tongue. Ghost hands, I will continue. The figure is slightly above average in height. There is the crimson streak of a scar, or blood perhaps, down one side of the face. A wounding, yes? Yes, I am certain it's a man, not a woman. He stands on a bridge, of stone shot through with cracks. The horizon is filled with flames. It seems he and the bridge are surrounded, as if by followers or servants.
Or guardians, Lorik added. Your pardon, chosen one.
Guardians, yes, a good possibility. They have the look of soldiers, do they not?
On what, Heberic asked, do these guardians stand? Can you see the ground they stand upon?
Bones. There is much fine detail there, Ghost Hands. How did you know?
Describe those bones, please.
Not human, very large. Part of a skull is visible, long-snouted, terribly fanged. It bears the remnants of a helmet of some sort.
A helmet? On the skull?
Yes.
Heberic fell silent. He began rocking, yet was only remotely aware of the motion. There was a sourceless keening growing in his head, a cry of grief, of anguish.
The master,
Sha'ik said, her voice trembling.
He stands strangely, arms held out, bent at the elbows so that the hands depend, away from the body. It is the strangest posture.
Are his feet together?
Almost impossibly so.
As if forming a point. Dull and remote to his own ears, Heberic asked, And what does he wear?
Tight silks, from the way they shimmer, black.
Anything else?
There is a chain. It cuts across his torso, left shoulder down to right hip. It is a robust chain, black wrought iron. There are wooden discs on his shoulders, like epaulets, but large, a handspan each.
How many in all?
4. You know something now, Ghost Hands. Tell me!
Yes, Lorik murmured. You have thoughts on this.
He lies,
Bidithal growled.
He has been forgotten by everyone, even his god, and he now seeks to invent a new importance.
Febryl spoke in a mocking rasp.
Bidithal, you foolish man. He is a man who touches what we cannot feel and sees what we are blind to. Speak on, Ghost Hands. Why does this master stand so?
Because, Heboric said, he is a sword. But not any sword. He is one sword above all, and it cuts cold. That sword is as this man's own nature. He will cleave his own path. None shall lead him. He stands now in my mind. I see him. I see his face. Oh, Sha'ik. A master of the deck, Lorik said, then sighed. A lodestone to order. In opposition to the House of Chains, yet he stands alone, guardians or no, while the servants of the house are many. Heboric smiled. Alone? He has always been thus. Then why is your smile that of a broken man, Ghost Hands? I grieve for humanity, this family so at war with itself. To that, Lorik, I shall not answer. I shall now speak with Ghost Hands alone, Sha'ik pronounced, but Heboric shook his head. I am done speaking for now, even with you, Chosen One. I will say this and nothing more. Have faith in the master of the deck. He shall answer the House of Chains. He shall answer it.
Feeling ancient beyond his years, Heboric climbed to his feet. There was a stir of motion beside him. Then young Felicin's hand settled on his forearm. He let her guide him from the chamber. Outside, dusk had arrived, marked by the cries of the goats as they were led into the enclosures. To the south, just beyond the city's outskirts, rumbled the thunder of horse hoofs. Chemist Rello and Korbolo Dom had absented themselves from the meeting to oversee the exercises of the troops. Training conducted in the Malazan style, which Heboric had to admit was the renegade fist's only expression of brilliance thus far. For the first time, a Malazan army would meet its match in all things, barring Moranth munitions. Tactics and disposition of forces would be identical, ensuring that numbers alone would decide the day. The threat of the munitions would be answered with sorcery, for the army of the Whirlwind possessed a full cadre of high mages, whilst Tavore had, as far as they knew, none. Spies in Aren had noted the presence of the 2 Wiccan children, Nil and Nether, but both, it was claimed, had been thoroughly broken by Coltaine's death.
Yet why would she need mages? She carries an Otateral sword, after all. Even so, its negating influence cannot be extended over her entire army. Dear Sha'ik, you may well defeat your sister after all.
Where would you go, Ghost Hands? Felicin asked.
To my home, lass.
That is not what I meant.
He cocked his head. I do not know.
If indeed you do not, then I have seen your path before you have, and this I find hard to believe. You must leave here, Ghost Hands. You must retrace your path, else what haunts you will kill you.
And that matters?
Lass, look beyond yourself for a moment, old man. Something is contained within you, trapped within your mortal flesh. What will happen when your flesh fails?
He was silent for a long moment. Then he asked, How can you be so sure of this? My death might simply negate the risk of escape. It might shut the portal as tightly sealed as it had been before.
Because there is no going back. It's here, the power behind those ghostly hands of yours, not the Otateral, which is fading, ever fading.
Fading?
Yes, fading. Have not your dreams and visions worsened? Have you not realized why? Yes, my mother has told me, on the Otateral Isle in the desert, that statue. Heboric, an entire island of Otateral was created to contain that statue, to hold it prisoner. But you have given it a means to escape, there, through your hands.
You must return."
"Enough!" he snarled, flinging her hand away. "Tell me, did she also tell you of herself on that journey?"
"That which she was before no longer matters."
"Oh, but it does, lass. It does matter."
"What do you mean?" The temptation came close to overwhelming him. "Because she is Malazan, because she is Tavore's sister, because this war is no longer the whirlwinds. It has been stolen away, twisted by something far more powerful, by the ties of blood that bind us all in the harshest, tightest chains. What chance a raging goddess against that?" Instead, he said nothing. "You must undertake the journey," Felisin said in a low voice. "But I know it cannot be done alone. No, I will go with you." He staggered away at her words, shaking his head. It was a horrible idea, a terrifying idea, yet brutally perfect, a nightmare of synchronicity. "Listen, it need not be just you and I. I will find someone else, a warrior, a loyal protector."
"Enough! No more of this!"
"Yet it will take her away, away from Bidithal and his ghastly desires. It will take her away from the storm that is coming."
"With whom else have you spoken of this?" he demanded.
"No one, but I thought Leoman. He could choose for us someone from Masok's people."
"Not a word, lass. Not now. Not yet."
Her hand gripped his forearm once more. "We cannot wait too long, Ghost Hands."
"Not yet, Felisin.
Now take me home, please."
"Will you come with me, Toblakai?"
Karsa dragged his gaze from Uragal's stone face. The sun had set with its characteristic suddenness, and the stars overhead were bright. The snakes had begun dispersing, driven into the eerily silent forest in search of food.
"Would you I run beside you and your puny horses, Leoman? There are no Teblor mounts in this land, nothing to match my size." "Teblor mounts? Actually, friend, you are wrong in that. Well, not here, true, as you say, but to the west, in the Jag Odan, there are wild horses that are a match to your stature. Wild now, in any case. They are Jag horses, bred long ago by the Jag Hut. It may well be that your Teblor mounts are of the same breed, though a Jag Hut on Janabakis, after all."
"Why have you not told me this before?" Leoman lowered his right hand to the ground, watched as the flare neck unwound down the length of his arm.
"In truth, this is the first time you have ever mentioned that you Teblor possessed horses. Toblakai, I know virtually nothing of your past. No one here does. You are not a loquacious man. You and we have ever travelled on foot, haven't we?"
"The Jag Odan. That is beyond Raraku."
"Aye. Strike west through the whirlwind, and you will come to cliffs, the broken shoreline of the ancient sea that once filled this desert. Continue on until you come to a small city, Lato Reve. Immediately to the west lies the tip of the Thalas Mountains. Skirt their south edge, ever westward, until you come to River Ugarat. There is a ford south of Igatan. From the other side, strike west and south and west for 2 weeks or more, and you will find yourself in the Jag Odan. Oh, there is some irony in this. There were once nomadic bands of Jaghat there, hence the name. But these Jaghat were fallen. They had been predated on for so long they were little more than savages."
"And are they still there?"
"No. The Logros Tlani Mas slaughtered them, not so long ago."
Karsa bared his teeth. "Tlan Imas, a name from the Teblor past."
"Closer than that,"
Leoman muttered. Then he straightened.
"Seek leave from Sha'ik to journey into the Jag Odan. You would make an impressive sight on the battlefield astride a Jag horse. Did your kind fight on horseback or simply use them for transport?"
Karsa smiled in the darkness. "I will do as you say, Leoman, but the journey will take long. Do not wait for me. If you and your scouts are still beyond the whirlwind upon my return, I will ride out to find you."
"Agreed."
"What of Felisin?" Leoman was silent for a moment, then he replied,
"Ghost Hands has been awakened to the threat."
Karsa sneered.
"And what value will that be? I should kill Bidithal and be done with it. Toblakai, it is more than you that troubles Ghost Hands.
I do not believe he will remain in camp much longer, and when he leaves, he will take the child with him. And that is a better option. She will become no more than his nurse. For a time, perhaps. I will send someone with them, of course. If Sha'ik did not need you, or at least believe she does, I would ask you. Madness, Leoman. I have traveled once with ghost hands. I shall not do so again. He holds truths for you, Toblakai. One day you will need to seek him out. You might even need to ask for his help. Help? I need no one's help. You speak unpleasant words. I will hear them no more. Leoman's grin was visible in the gloom. You are as you always are, friend. When will you journey into the Jag Odhan, then? I shall leave tomorrow. Then I had best get word to Sha'ik. Who knows, she might even condescend to see me in person, whereupon I might well succeed in ending her distraction with this house of chains. This what? Leoman waved a dismissive hand. The house of chains. A new power in the deck of dragons. It is all they talk about these days. Chains, Karsa muttered, swinging round to stare at Uragal. I so dislike chains. I will see you in the morning, Toblakai, before you depart. You shall. Karsa listened to the man stride away. His mind was a maelstrom. Chains. They haunted him, had haunted him ever since he and Bayroth and Delam rode out from the village, perhaps even before then. Tribes fashioned their own chains, after all, as did kinship and companions and stories with their lessons in honor and sacrifice. And chains as well between the Teblor and their 7 gods, between me and my gods. Chains again, there in my visions, the dead I have slain, the soul's ghost hand says I drag behind me. I am, all that I am, has been shaped by such chains. This new house, is it mine? The air in the clearing was suddenly cold, bitterly so. A final thrashing rush as the last of the snakes fled the clearing. Karsa blinked his eyes into focus and saw Uragal's indurated visage. Awakening. A presence there in the dark holes of the face's eyes. Karsa heard a howling wind filling his mind, 1,000 souls moaning, the snapping thunder of chains. Growling, he steeled himself before the onslaught, fixed his gaze on his god's writhing face. Karsa Orlong, we have waited long for this. 3 years, the fashioning of this sacred place. You wasted so much time on the 2 strangers, your fallen friends, the ones who failed where you did not. This temple is not to be sanctified by sentimentality. Their presence offends us. Destroy them this night. The 7 faces were all wakeful now, and Karsa could feel the weight of their regard, a deathly pressure behind which lurked something, avid, dark, and filled with glee. By my hand, Karsa said to Uragal, I have brought you to this place. By my hand you have been freed from your prison of rock in the lands of the Teblor. Yes, I am not the fool you believe me to be. You have guided me in this, and now you are come. Your first words are of chastisement? Careful, Uragal. Any carving here can be shattered by my hand, should I so choose. He felt their rage buffeting him, seeking to make him wither beneath the onslaught, yet he stood before it unmoving and unmoved. The Teblor warrior who would quail before his gods was no more. You have brought us closer, Uragal eventually rasped. Close enough to sense the precise location of what we desire. And there you must now go, Karsa Orlong. You have delayed the journey for so long, your journey to ourselves, and onto the path we have set before you. You have hidden too long in the company of this petty spirit who does little more than spit sand. This path, this journey, to what end? What is it you seek? Like you, warrior, we seek freedom. Karsa was silent. Avid indeed. Then he spoke. I am to travel west, into the Jag Odhan. He sensed their shock and excitement, then the chorus of suspicion that poured out from the seven gods. West? Indeed, Karsa Orlong. But how do you know this? Because at last I am my father's son. I shall leave with the dawn, Uragal, and I will find for you what you desire. He could feel their presence fading, and knew instinctively that these gods were not as close to freedom as they wanted him to believe, nor as powerful. Uragal had called this clearing a temple, but it was a contested one, and now, as the seven withdrew and were suddenly gone, Karsa slowly turned from the faces of the gods and looked upon those for whom this place had been in truth sanctified. By Karsa's own hands, in the name of those chains a mortal could wear with pride. My loyalty, the Teblor warrior quietly said, was misplaced. I served only glory. Words, my friends, and words can wear false nobility, disguising brutal truths. The words of the past that so clothed the Teblor in a hero's garb. This is what I served, while the true glory was before me, beside me. You, Delum Thord, and you, Baroth Guild. From the stone statue of Baroth emerged a distant, weary voice. Lead us, war leader. Karsa flinched. Do I dream this? Then he straightened. I have drawn your spirits to this place. Did you travel in the wake of the seven? We have walked the empty lands, Baroth Guild replied. Empty, yet we were not alone. Strangers await us all, Karsa Orlong. This is the truth they would hide from you. We are summoned. We are here. None, came Delum Thord's voice from the other statue, can defeat you on this journey. You lead the enemy in circles. You defy every prediction, and so deliver the edge of your will. We sought to follow, but could not. Who, war leader, Baroth asked, his voice bolder, is our enemy now? Karsa drew himself up before the two Urid warriors. Witness my answer, my friends. Witness. Delum spoke. We failed you, Karsa Orlong, yet you invite us to walk with you once again. Karsa fought back an urge to scream, to unleash a war cry, as if such a challenge might force back the approaching darkness. He could make no sense of his own impulses, the torrential emotions threatening to engulf him. He stared at the carved likeness of his tall friend, the awareness in those unmarred features, Delum Thord before the forecastle. The Forkral assail named Calm had, on a mountain trail on a distant continent, so casually destroyed him. Baroth Guild spoke. We failed you. Do you now ask that we walk with you? Delum Thord, Baroth Guild. Karsa's voice was hoarse. It is I who failed you. I would be your war leader once more, if you would so permit me. A long moment of silence, then Baroth replied, At last, something to look forward to. Karsa almost fell to his knees then, grief finally unleashed. At an end, his time of solitude, his penance was done, the journey to begin again. Dear Uragal, you shall witness. Oh, how you shall witness. The hearth was little more than a handful of dying coals. After Felis and Younger left, Heboric sat motionless in the gloom. A short time passed, then he collected an armload of dried dung and rebuilt the fire. The night had chilled him, even the hands he could not see felt cold, like heavy pieces of ice at the end of his wrists. The only journey that lay ahead of him was a short one, and he must walk it alone. He was blind, but in this no more blind than anyone else. Death's precipice, whether first glimpsed from afar or discovered with the next step, was ever a surprise. A promise of the sudden cessation of questions, yet there were no answers waiting beyond. Cessation would have to be enough. And so it must be for every mortal, even as we hunger for resolution, or even more delusional, redemption. Now, after all this time, he was able to realize that every path eventually, inevitably, dwindled into a single line of footsteps, there, leading to the very edge, then gone. And so he faced only what every mortal faced, the solitude of death and oblivion's final gift that was indifference. The gods were welcome to wrangle over his soul, to snipe and snap over the paltry feast, and if mortals grieved for him, it was only because by dying he had shaken them from the illusion of unity that comforted life's journey, one less on the path. A scratch at the flap entrance, then the hide was drawn aside and someone entered. "Would you make of your home a pyre, ghost hands?" The voice was Loric's. The High Mage's words startled Heboric into a sudden realization of the sweat running down his face, the gusts of fierce heat from the now raging hearth. Unthinking, he had fed the flames with piece after piece of dung. "I saw the glow. Difficult to miss, old man. Best leave it now. Let it die down." "What do you want, Loric?" "I acknowledge your reluctance to speak of what you know. There is no value, after all, in gifting Bidithal or Febryl with such details, and so I shall not demand that you explain what you've sensed regarding this master of the deck. Instead, I offer an exchange, and all that we say will remain between the two of us, no one else." "Why should I trust you? You are hidden, even to Sha'ik. You give no reason as to why you are here. In her cadre, in this war." "That alone should tell you I am not like the others," Loric replied. Heboric sneered. "That earns you less than you might think. There can be no exchange because there is nothing you can tell me that I would be interested in hearing. The schemes of Febryl? The man's a fool. Bidithal's perversions? One day a child will slip a knife between his ribs. Korbolo Dom and Camistrello? They war against an empire that is far from dead. Nor will they be treated with honor when they are finally brought before the Empress. No, they are criminals, and for that their souls will burn for eternity. The whirlwind? That goddess has my contempt, and that contempt does naught but grow. Thus, what could you possibly tell me, Loric, that I would value?" "Only the one thing that might interest you, Heboric Light-Touch. Just as this master of the deck interests me. I would not cheat you with the exchange. No, I would tell you all that I know of the hand of jade rising from the Otateral sands, the hand that you have touched, that now haunts your dreams." "How could you know these?" He fell silent. The sweat on his brow was now cold. "And how," Loric retorted, "can you sense so much from a mere description of the master's card? Let us not question these things, else we trap ourselves in a conversation that will outlive Raraku itself. So, Heboric, shall I begin?" "No, not now. I am too weary for this. Tomorrow, Loric." "Delay may prove disastrous." After a moment, the High Mage sighed. "Very well, I can see your exhaustion. Permit me at least to brew your tea for you." The gesture of kindness was unexpected, and Heboric lowered his head. "Loric, promise me this, that when the final day comes, you be a long way from here." "A difficult promise. Permit me to think on it. Now, where is the henbara?" "Hanging from a bag above the pot." "Ah, of course." Heboric listened to the sounds of preparation, the rustle of flower heads from the bag, the slosh of water as Loric filled the pot. "Did you know," the High Mage murmured as he worked, "that some of the oldest scholarly treatises on the Warrens speak of a triumvirate, Rashan, Thir, and Menas, as if the three were all closely related to one another, and then in turn seek to link them to corresponding elder Warrens?" Heboric grunted, then nodded. "All flavors of the same thing? I would agree. Tiste Warrens, Corald this and Corald that. The human versions can't help but overlap, become confused. I am no expert, Loric, and it seems you know more of it than I." "Well, there certainly appears to be a mutual insinuation of themes between darkness and shadow, and presumably light. A confusion among the three, yes. Anomander Rake himself has asserted a proprietary claim on the throne of shadow, after all. The smell of the brewing tea tugged at Heboric's mind. "He has?" he murmured, only remotely interested. "Well, of a sort. He's set kin to guard it, presumably from the Tiste Edur. It is very difficult for us mortals to make sense of Tiste histories, for they are such a long-lived people. As you well know, human history is ever marked by certain personalities, rising from some quality or notoriety to shatter the status quo. Fortunately for us, such men and women are few and far between, and they all eventually die or disappear. But among the Tiste, well, those personalities never go away, or so it seems. They act, and act yet again. They persist. Choose the worst tyrant you can from your knowledge of human history, Heboric, then imagine him or her as virtually undying. In your mind, bring that tyrant back again and again and again. How, having done so, would you imagine our history then? Far more violent than that of the Tiste, Loric. Humans are not Tiste. Indeed, I have never heard of a Tiste tyrant. Perhaps I used the wrong word. I meant only, in human context, a personality of devastating power or potential. Look at this Malazan Empire, born from the mind of Kellanved, a single man. What if he had been eternal? Something in Loric's musings had reawakened Heboric. Eternal? He barked a laugh. Perhaps he is at that. There is one detail you might consider, perhaps more relevant than anything else that's been said here, and that is the Tiste are no longer isolated in their scheming. There are humans now in their games, humans who've not the patience of the Tiste, nor their legendary remoteness. The warrens of Curuld Galain and Curuld Emorlan are no longer pure, unsullied by human presence. Menas and Rashan? Perhaps they are proving the doors into both darkness and shadow. Or perhaps the matter is more complex than even that. How can one truly hope to separate the themes of darkness and light from shadow? They are, as those scholars said, an interdependent triumvirate. Mother, father, and child, a family ever squabbling. Only now the in-laws and grandchildren are joining in. He waited for a reply from Loric, curious as to how his comments had been received, but none was forthcoming. The ex-priest looked up, struggled to focus on the high mage, who sat motionless, a cup in one hand, the ring of the brewing pot in the other. Motionless and staring at Heboric. Loric? Forgive me, I cannot discern your expression. Well, that you cannot, the high mage rasped. Here I sought to raise the warning of Tiste meddling in human affairs, to have you then voice a warning in the opposite direction. As if it is not us who must worry, but the Tiste themselves. Heboric said nothing. A strange whispering suspicion flitted through him for a moment, as if tickled into being by something in Loric's voice. After a moment he dismissed it, too outrageous, too absurd to entertain. Loric poured the tea. Heboric sighed. It seems I am to be ever denied the succour of that brew. Tell me, then, of the giant of jade. Ah, and in return you will speak of the master of the deck? In some things I am forbidden to elaborate, because they relate to Sha'ik's own secret past. Fenner's tusk, Loric. Who in this rat's nest might be listening in to our conversation right now? It is madness to speak. No one is listening, Heboric. I have made certain of that. I am not careless with secrets. I have known much of your recent history since the very beginning. How? We agreed to not discuss sources. My point is, no one else is aware that you are Malazan, or that you are an escapee from the Otaterral mines. Except Sha'ik, of course, since she escaped with you. Thus I value privacy, with my knowledge and with my thoughts, and am ever vigilant. Oh, there have been probes, sorcerous questings, a whole menagerie of spells as various inhabitants seek to keep track of rivals, as occurs every night. Then your absence will be detected. I sleep restful in my tent, Heboric, as far as those questings are concerned, as do you in your tent, each alone. Harmless. You are more than a match for their sorceries, then, which makes you more powerful than any of them." He heard as much as saw Loric's shrug, and after a moment the ex-priest sighed. "If you wish details concerning Sha'ik and this new master of the deck, then it must be the three of us who meet. And for that to occur, you will have to reveal more of yourself to the Chosen One than you might wish. Tell me this, at least. This new master, he was created in the wake of the Malazan disaster on Genebakis, or do you deny that? That bridge on which he stands, he was of, or is somehow related to, the bridge burners. And those ghostly guardians are all that remains of the bridge burners, for they were destroyed in the Panion Domin." "I cannot be certain of any of that," Heboric replied, "but what you suggest seems likely." "So, the Malazan influence ever grows, not just on our mundane world, but throughout the Warrens, and now in the Deck of Dragons." "You make the mistake of so many of the Empire's enemies, Loric. You assume that all that is Malazan is perforce unified, in intent and in goal. Things are far more complicated than you imagine. I do not believe this master of the deck is some servant of the Empress. Indeed, he kneels before no one." "Then why the bridge-burner guardians?" Heboric sensed that the question was a leading one, but decided he would play along. "Some loyalties defy Hood himself." "Ah, meaning he was a soldier in that illustrious company. Well, things are beginning to make sense." "They are?" "Tell me, have you heard of a spirit walker named Kimlock?" "The name is vaguely familiar, but not from around here. Karakarang? Rutujelba?" "Now resident of Erlitan. His history is not relevant here, but somehow he must have come into recent contact with a bridge burner. There is no other explanation for what he has done. He has given them a song, Heboric, a Tanno song, and curiously it begins here, in Raraku. Raraku, friend, is the birthplace of the bridge burners. Do you know the significance of such a song?" Heboric turned away, faced the hearth and its dry heat, and said nothing. "Of course," Loric went on after a moment, "that significance has now diminished somewhat, since the bridge burners are no more. There can be no sanctification." "No, I suppose not," Heboric murmured. "For the song to be sanctified, a bridge burner would have to return to Raraku, to the birthplace of the company, and that does not seem likely now, does it?" "Why is it necessary a bridge burner return to Raraku?" "Tanno sorcery is elliptical. The song must be like a serpent eating its tail. Kimlock's Song of the Bridge Burners is at the moment without an end. But it has been sung, and so lives." Loric shrugged. "It's like a spell that remains active, awaiting resolution." "Tell me of the Giant of Jade." The High Mage nodded. He poured out the tea and set the cup down in front of Heboric. "The first one was found deep in the Otaterral mines." "The first one?" "Aye. And the contact proved, for those miners who ventured too close, fatal. Or rather, they disappeared, leaving no trace. Sections of 2 others have been discovered. All 3 veins are now sealed. The giants are intruders to our world, from some other realm." "Arriving," Heboric muttered, "only to be wrapped in chains of Otaterral." "Ah, you are not without your own knowledge, then. Indeed, it seems their arrival has each time been anticipated. Someone or something is ensuring that the threat these giants impose is negated." But Heboric shook his head at that and said, "No, I think you are wrong, Loric. It is the very passage, the portal through which each giant comes, that creates the Otaterral." "Are you certain?" "Of course not. There are too many mysteries surrounding the nature of Otaterral to be certain of anything. There was a scholar, I forget her name, who once suggested that Otaterral is created by the annihilation of all that is necessary for sorcery to operate, like slag with all the ore burned out. She called it the absolute draining of energy, the energy that rightfully exists in all things, whether animate or otherwise." "And had she a theory as to how that could occur?" "Perhaps the magnitude of the sorcery unleashed, a spell that is all-devouring of the energy it feeds on."
but not even the gods could wield such magic.
True, but I think it is nevertheless possible, through ritual such as a cadre or army of mortal sorcerers could achieve.
In the manner of the ritual of Telan, Lorik nodded. Aye.
Or,
Heboric said softly as he reached for the cup,
the calling down of the crippled god.
Lorik was motionless, staring fixedly at the tattooed ex-priest. He said nothing for a long time, whilst Heboric sipped the Henbara tea. He finally spoke. Very well, there is one last piece of information I will tell you. I see now the need, the very great need to do so, though it shall reveal much of myself. Heboric sat and listened, and as Lorik continued speaking, the confines of his squalid hut dimmed to insignificance, the heat of the hearth no longer reaching him, until the only sensation left came from his ghostly hands. Together, there at the ends of his wrists, they became the weight of the world. The rising sun washed all tones from the sky to the east. Karsa checked his supplies one last time, the foodstuffs and waterskins, the additional items and accoutrements necessary for survival in a hot, arid land. A kit wholly unlike what he had carried for most of his life. Even the sword was different. Ironwood was heavier than bloodwood, its edge rougher, although almost, but not quite, as hard. It did not slice the air with the ease of his oiled bloodwood sword. Yet it had served him well enough. He glanced skyward. Dawn's colours were almost entirely gone now, the blue directly above vanishing behind suspended dust. Here, in Raraku's heart, the whirlwind goddess had stolen the colour of the sun's own fire, leaving the landscape pallid and deathly.
Colourless Karsa Orlong?
Baroth Guild's ghostly voice was filled with wry humour.
Not so. Silver, my friend. And silver is the colour of oblivion, of chaos. Silver is when the last of the blood is washed from the blade.
No more words, Karsa growled.
Leoman spoke from nearby.
Having just arrived, Toblakai, I am yet to even speak. Do you not wish my farewell?
Karsa slowly straightened, slinging his pack over a shoulder.
Words need not be spoken aloud, friend, to prove unwelcome. I but answered my own thoughts. That you are here pleases me. When I began my first journey long ago, none came to witness.
I asked Sha'ik, Leoman replied from where he stood 10 paces away, having just passed through the trail's gap in the low, crumbled wall. The mud bricks, Karsa saw, were on their shaded side covered with rizan, clinging with wings contracted, their mottled colourings making them almost identical to the ochre bricks. But she said she would not join me this morning. Even stranger, it seemed as if she already knew of your intentions, and was but awaiting my visit. Shrugging, Karsa faced Leoman. A witness of one suffices. We may now speak our parting words. Do not hide overlong in your pit, friend. And when you ride out with your warriors, hold to the Chosen One's commands. Too many jabs from the small knife can awaken the bear, no matter how deep it sleeps. It is a young and weak bear this time, Toblakai. Karsa shook his head. I have come to respect the Malazans, and fear that you would awaken them to themselves. I shall consider your words, Leoman replied, and now ask that you consider mine. Beware your gods, friend. If you must kneel before a power, first look upon it with clear eyes. Tell me, what would your kin say to you in parting? May you slay 1,000 children. Leoman blanched. Journey well, Toblakai. I shall.
Karsa knew that Leoman could neither see nor sense that he was flanked where he stood at the trail's gap in the wall. Delum Thord on the left, Baroth Guild on the right. Teblor warriors, blood oil smeared in crimson tones even the whirlwind could not eradicate, and they stepped forward as the Teblors swung about to face the western trail.
Lead us. Lead your dead, war leader.
Baroth's mocking laugh clicked and cracked like the potsherds breaking beneath Karsa Orlong's moccasins. The Teblor grimaced. There would be, it seemed, a fierce price for the honour. Nonetheless, he realized after a moment, if there must be ghosts, it was better to lead them than to be chased by them.
If that is how you would see it, Karsa Orlong.
In the distance rose the swirling wall of the whirlwind. It would be good, the Teblor reflected, to see the world beyond it again after all these months. He set out westward as the day was born.
"He has left,"
Chemist Rello said as he settled onto the cushions. Korbolo Dom eyed the mage, his blank expression betraying nothing of the contempt he felt for the man. Sorcerers did not belong in war, and he had shown the truth of that when destroying the chain of dogs. Even so, there were necessities to contemplate, and Rello was the least of them.
"That leaves only Leoman,"
he rumbled from where he lay on the pillows and cushions.
"Who departs with his rats in a few days."
"Will Febryl now advance his plans?"
The mage shrugged.
"It is hard to say, but there is a distinct avidness in his gaze this morning."
Avidness, indeed. Another high mage, another insane wielder of powers better left untapped.
"There is one who remains, who perhaps presents us with the greatest threat of them all, and that is Ghost Hands."
Chemist Rello sneered.
"A blind, doddering fool. Does he even know that Henbara tea is itself the source of the thinning fabric between his world and all that he would flee from? Before long, his mind will vanish entirely within the nightmares, and we need concern ourselves with him no more."
"She has secrets,"
Korbolo Dom muttered, leaning forward to collect a bowl of figs,
"far beyond those gifted her by the whirlwind. Febryl proceeds headlong, unmindful of his own ignorance. When the battle with the Adjunct's army is finally joined, success or failure will be decided by the Dogslayers, by my army. Tavore's Otaterol will defeat the whirlwind, I am certain of it. All that I ask of you and Febryl and Bidithal is that I am unobstructed in commanding the forces, in shaping that battle."
"We are both aware," Chemist growled, "that this struggle goes far beyond the whirlwind."
"Aye, so it does. Beyond all of Seven Cities, mage. Do not lose sight of our final goal, of the throne that will one day belong to us."
Chemist Rello shrugged.
"That is our secret, old friend. We need only proceed with caution, and all that opposes us will likely vanish before our very eyes. Febryl kills Sha'ik, Tavore kills Febryl, and we destroy Tavore and her army."
"And then become Lassine's savior, as we crush this rebellion utterly. Gods, I swear I will see this entire land empty of life if need be. A triumphant return to Unta, an audience with the Empress, then the driven knife. And who will stop us? The Talon are poised to cut down the claws. Whiskey Jack and the bridge burners are no more, and Dujek remains a continent away. How fares the Gistral priest?"
"Malik travels without opposition, ever southward. He is a clever man, a wise man, and he will play out his role to perfection."
Korbolo Dom made no reply to that. He despised Malik Rel, but could not deny his usefulness. Still, the man was not one to be trusted, to which High-Fist Pormqual would attest, were the fool still alive.
"Send for Fael. I would a woman's company now. Leave me, Chemist Rello."
The High Mage hesitated, and Korbolo scowled.
"There is the matter,"
Chemist whispered,
"of Lorik."
"Then deal with him," Korbolo snapped. "Begone!"
Bowing his head, the High Mage backed out of the tent. Sorcerers. Could he find a way to destroy magic, the Napan would not hesitate. The extinction of powers that could slaughter 1,000 soldiers in an instant would return the fate of mortals to the mortals themselves, and this could not but be a good thing. The death of warrens, the dissolution of gods as memory of them and their meddling slowly vanished, the withering of all magic, the world then would belong to men such as Korbolo himself, and the empire he would shape would permit no ambiguity, no ambivalence. His will unopposed, the Napan could end once and for all the dissonant clangor that so plagued humanity, now and throughout its history.
"I will bring order, and from that unity we shall rid the world of every other race, every other people. We shall overpower and crush every discordant vision.
For there can in the end be only one way of living, of ruling this realm, and that way belongs to me. A good soldier well knew that success was found in careful planning, in incremental steps. Opposition had a way of stepping aside all on its own. You are now at Hood's feet, Whiskey Jack, where I have always wanted you. You and your damned company, feeding worms in a foreign land. None left to stop me now. Chapter 11. This was a path she did not welcome. The Sha'ik Rebellion. Tursabal. The breaths of the horses plumed in the chill morning air. Dawn had but just arrived, the air hinting nothing of the heat the coming day would deliver. Wrapped in the furs of a Bedouin, old sweat making the lining of his helm clammy as the touch of a corpse, Fist Gamut sat motionless on his Wiccan mount, his gaze fixed on the Adjunct. The hill just south of Erugimon, where Coltaine had died, had come to be known as the Fall. Countless humps on the summit and slopes indicated where bodies had been buried, the metal-strewn earth already cloaked in grasses and flowers. Ants had colonized this entire hill, or so it seemed. The ground swarmed with them, their red and black bodies coated in dust, yet glittering nonetheless as they set about their daily tasks. Gamut, the Adjunct, and Tene Baralta had ridden out from the city before dawn. Outside the gates to the west, the army had begun to stir. The march would begin this day, the journey north, to Raraku, to Sha'ik and the Whirlwind, to vengeance. Perhaps it was the rumors that had drawn Tavore out here to the Fall, but already Gamut regretted her decision to bring him along. This place showed him nothing he wanted to see, nor, he suspected, was the Adjunct well pleased with what they had found. Red-stained braids, woven into chains, draped across the summit and coiled around the twin stumps of the cross that had once stood there. Dog skulls, crowded with indecipherable hieroglyphs, looked out along the crest through empty sockets. Crow feathers dangled from upright thrust broken arrow shafts. Ragged banners lay pinned to the ground on which were painted various representations of a broken Wiccan long knife. Icons, fetishes, a mass of detritus to mark the death of a single man. And all of it was a swarm in ants, like mindless keepers of this now hallowed ground. The three riders sat in their saddles in silence. Finally, after a long while, Tavore spoke. Tene Baralta, inflectionless. Aye, Adjunct. Who is responsible for all of this? Malazans from Aren? Your red blades? Tene Baralta did not immediately reply. Instead, he dismounted and strode forward, his eyes on the ground. Near one of the dog skulls, he halted and crouched down. Adjunct, these skulls, the runes on them are Kundril. He pointed towards the wooden stumps. The woven chains, Keran Dobri. A gesture to the slope. The banners, unknown, possibly Billard. Crow feathers? The beads at their stems are Semk. Semk? Gamut could not keep the disbelief from his voice. From the other side of Vathar River. Tene, you must be in error. The large warrior shrugged. He straightened and gestured towards the rumpled hills directly north of them. The pilgrims only come at night, unseen, which is how they will have it. They're hiding out there, even now, waiting for night. Tavore cleared her throat. Semk, Billard, these tribes fought against him, and now they come to worship. How is this? Explain, please, Tene Baralta. I cannot, Adjunct. He eyed her, then added, but from what I understand, this is modest compared with what lines the Aren way. There was silence once more, though Gamut did not need to hear her speak to know Tavore's thoughts. This is the path we now take. We must walk step by step, the legacy. We? No, Tavore, alone. This is no longer Coltaine's war, she said to Temel, but it seems it remains just that. And she now realizes down in the depths of her soul that she will stride that man's shadow all the way to Raraku. You will both leave me now, the Adjunct said. I shall rejoin you on the Aren way. Gamut hesitated, then said, Adjunct, the Crow clans still claim the right to ride at the forefront. They will not accept Temel as their commander. I will see to their disposition, she replied. For now, go. He watched Tene Baralta swing back onto his horse. They exchanged a glance, then both wheeled their mounts and set off at a canter along the track leading to the west gate. Gamut scanned the rock-studded ground rolling past beneath his horse's hoofs. This was where the historian Dika drove the refugees towards the city, this very sweep of empty ground, where, at the last, that old man drew rein on his weary, loyal mare, the mare that Temel now rode, and watched as the last of his charge was helped through the gate. Whereupon, it was said, he finally rode into the city. Gamut wondered what had gone through the man's mind at that moment. Knowing that Coltaine and the remnants of the Seventh were still out there, fighting their desperate rearguard action. Knowing that they had achieved the impossible. Dika had delivered the refugees, only to end up staked to a tree. It was beyond him, Gamut realized, to comprehend the depth of that betrayal. A body never recovered, no bones laid to rest. "There is so much," Tene Baralta rumbled at Gamut's side. "So much to give answer to, Gamut. Indeed, it takes words from the throat, yet the silence it leaves behind. That silence screams." Discomfited by Tene's admission, Gamut said nothing. "Pray remind me," the Red Blade went on, "that Tavore is equal to this task." "Is that even possible?" "She is. She must be, else we are lost. One day, Gamut, you shall have to tell me what she has done to earn such loyalty as you display." "Gods, what answer to make to that? Damn you, Tene. Can you not see the truth before you? She has done nothing. I beg you, leave an old man to his faith." "Wish whatever you like," Gesler growled, "but faith is for fools." Strings cleared the dust from his throat and spat onto the side of the track. Their pace was tortuously slow, the three squads trailing the wagon loaded down with their supplies. "What's your point?" he asked the sergeant beside him. "A soldier knows but one truth, and that truth is, without faith, you are already as good as dead. Faith in the soldier at your side, but even more important, and no matter how delusional it is in truth, there is the faith that you cannot be killed. Those two and those two alone, they are the legs holding up every army." The amber-skinned man grunted, then waved at the nearest of the trees lining Aren Way. "Look there and tell me what you see. No, not those hood-damned fetishes, but what's still visible under all that mess. The spike holes, the dark stains of bile and blood. Ask the ghost of the soldier who was on that tree. Ask that soldier about faith." "A faith betrayed does not destroy the notion of faith itself," Strings retorted. "In fact, it does the very opposite." "Maybe for you, but there are some things you can't step around with words and lofty ideals, Fid. And that comes down to who is in that vanguard somewhere up ahead. The Adjunct, who just lost an argument with that pack of hoary Wiccans. You've been lucky. You had Whiskey Jack and Dujek. Do you know who my last commander was, before I was sentenced to the Coastal Guard? Korbolo Dom. I'd swear that man had a shrine to Whiskey Jack in his tent, but not the Whiskey Jack you know. Korbolo saw him differently. Unfulfilled potential, that's what he saw." Strings glanced over at Gesler. Stormy and Tar were walking in step behind the two sergeants, close enough to hear, though neither had ventured a comment or opinion. "Unfulfilled potential? What in Beru's name are you talking about?" "Not me, Korbolo Dom. If only the bastard had been hard enough, he used to say, he could have taken the damned throne. Should have. As far as Dom is concerned, Whiskey Jack betrayed him, betrayed us all, and that's something that renegade Napan won't forgive." "Too bad for him," Strings growled. "Since there's a good chance the Empress will send the whole Genabakan army over in time for the final battle. Dom can take his complaints to Whiskey Jack himself." "A pleasant thought," Gesler laughed. "But my point was, you've had commanders worthy of the faith you put in them. Most of the rest of us didn't have that luxury. So we got a different feeling about it all. That's it. That's all I was trying to say." The Aren Way marched past on both sides, transformed into a vast open-air temple, each tree cluttered with fetishes, cloths braided into chains, figures painted on the rough bark to approximate the soldiers who had once writhed there on spikes driven in by Korbolo Dom's warriors. Most of the soldiers ahead and behind Strings walked in silence. Despite the vast, empty expanse of blue sky overhead, the road was oppressive. There had been talk of cutting the trees down, but one of the Adjunct's first commands upon arriving in Aren had been to forbid it. Strings wondered if she now regretted her decision. His gaze travelled up to one of the 14th's new standards, barely visible through clouds of roiling dust up ahead. She had understood the whole thing with the finger bones well enough, understood the turning of the omen. The new standard well attested to that. A grimy, thin-limbed figure holding a bone aloft, the details in shades of dun colours that were barely visible on the yellow ochre field, the border a woven braid of the imperial magenta and dark grey. A defiant figure standing before a sandstorm. That the standard could as easily apply to Sha'ik's army of the apocalypse was a curious coincidence, as if Tavore and Sha'ik, the two armies, the forces in opposition, are in some way mirrored reflections of the other. There were many strange occurrences in all this, nibbling and squirming beneath Strings's skin like botfly larvae, and it seemed indeed that he was feeling strangely fevered throughout the day. Strains of a barely heard song rose up from the depths of his mind on occasion, a haunting song that made his flesh prickle, and stranger still, the song was entirely unfamiliar. Mirrored reflections. Perhaps not just Tavore and Sha'ik. What of Tavore and Coltaine? Here we are, reversing the path on that blood-soaked road, and it was that road that proved Coltaine to most of those he led. Will we see the same with our journey? How will we see Tavore the day we stand before the whirlwind? And what of my own return? To Raraku, the desert that saw me destroyed only to rise once more, mysteriously renewed. A renewal that persists, since for an old man I neither look nor feel old. And so it remains for all of us, bridge-burners, as if Raraku stole something of our mortality and replaced it with something else. He glanced back to check on his squad. None were lagging, which was a good sign. He doubted any of them were in the shape required for the journey they were now on. The early days would prove the most difficult, before marching in full armor and weapons became second nature. Not that it would ever prove a comfortable second nature. This land was murderously hot and dry, and the handful of minor healers in each of the companies would recall this march as a seemingly endless nightmare of fending off heat prostration and dehydration. There was no way yet to measure the worth of his squad. Korik certainly had the look, the nature of the mailed fist that every squad needed, and the stubborn set to Tar's blockish features hinted at a will not easily turned aside. There was something about the lass' smiles that reminded Strings all too much of Sorry. The remorseless chill of her eyes belonged to those of a murderer, and he wondered at her past. Bottle had all the diffident bluster of a young mage, probably one versed in a handful of spells for some minor warren. The last soldier in his squad, of course, the sergeant, had no worries about. He'd known men like Cuttle all his life, a burlier, more miserable version of Hedge. Having Cuttle there was like coming home. The testing would come, and it would probably be brutal, but it would temper those who survived. They were emerging from the Aren way, and Gesler gestured to the last tree on their left. "That's where we found him," he said in a low tone. "Who?" "Diker. We didn't let on, since the lad, Truth, was so hopeful. Next time we came out, though, the historian's body was gone, stolen. You've seen the markets in Aren, the withered pieces of flesh the hawkers claim belonged to Coltaine or Bolt or Diker. The broken long knives, the scraps of feathered cape." Strings was thoughtful for a moment, then he sighed. "I saw Diker but once, and that at a distance. Just a soldier the Emperor decided was worth schooling." "A soldier indeed. He stood on the front line with all the others. A crusty old bastard with his short sword and shield." Clearly, something about him caught Coltaine's eye. After all, Diker was the one Coltaine chose to lead the refugees. "I'd guess it wasn't Diker's soldiering that decided Coltaine, Strings. It was that he was the imperial historian. He wanted the tale to be told, and told right." "Well, it's turned out that Coltaine told his own tale. He didn't need a historian, did he?" Gesler shrugged. "As you say. We weren't in their company long, just long enough to take on a shipload of wounded.
I talked a bit with Daka and Captain Lull, and then Coltaine broke his hand punching me in the face."
"He what?" Strings laughed. "No doubt you deserved it." Stormy spoke behind them.
"Broke his hand, aye, Gesler, and your nose too." "My nose has been broke so many times it does it on instinct," the sergeant replied. "It wasn't much of a punch."
Stormy snorted.
"He dropped you to the ground like a sack of turnips. That punch rivaled Urko's the time he—" "Not even close," Gesler drawled. "I once saw Urko punch down the side of a mud brick house. 3 blows, no more than 4 anyway, and the whole thing toppled in a cloud of dust. That Napan bastard could punch."
"And that's important to you?" Strings asked. Gesler's nod was serious.
"The only way any commander will ever earn my respect, Fid."
"Planning on testing the Adjunct soon?"
"Maybe. Of course I'll make allowances, she being noble-born and all."
Once beyond Aren Way's battered gate and the abandoned ruins of a small village, they could now see the Seti and Wiccan outriders on their flanks, a comforting sight to Strings. The raiding and sniping could begin at any time, now that the army had left the walls of Aren behind. Most of the tribes had, if the rumors were true, conveniently forgotten the truces they had won from the Malazan Empire. The old ways did naught but sleep restless beneath the surface of such peoples. The landscape ahead and to either side was sun-blasted and broken, a place where even wild goats grew lean and listless. The mounded, flat-topped heaps of rubble that marked long-dead cities were visible on every horizon. Ancient raised roads, now mostly dismantled, stitched the rugged hillsides and ridges. Strings wiped sweat from his brow.
"Green as we are, it's about time she called."
Horns sounded along the massive train's length. Motion ceased, and the shouts of the water crews rose into the dusty air as they scrambled for the barrels. Strings swung about and studied his squad. They were already on the ground, sitting or sprawled, their long-sleeved undershirts darkened with sweat. Among Gesler's and Borduke's squads, the reaction to the rest halt had been identical, and Borduke's mage, Balgrid, slightly overweight and clearly unused to the armor he was wearing, looked pale and shivering. That squad's healer, a quiet small man named Lutz, was already moving towards him.
"A city summer," Korik said, offering Strings a carnivorous smile. "When the grasslands are driven to dust by the herds, when the earth underfoot clicks like breaking metal."
"Who'd take you?" Smiles snapped. "This land's full of dead things for a reason."
"Aye," the Seti half-blood replied. "Only the tough survive. There are tribes aplenty out there. They've left enough sign in passing." "You have seen that, have you?" Strings said. "Good. You're now the squad's scout." Korik's white grin broadened. "If you insist, Sergeant." "Unless it's night," Strings added. "Then it'll be Smiles, and Bottle, assuming his warren is suitable." Bottle scowled, then nodded. "Well enough, Sergeant."
"So what's Cuttle's role, then?"
Smiles demanded.
"Lying around like a beached porpoise?"
"Beached porpoise? Grow up by the sea, did you?" Strings glanced over at the veteran soldier. The man was asleep. "I used to do that, back in the days when nothing was expected of me, when I wasn't in charge of a damned thing. I miss those days." "Cuttle's task," Strings replied, "is keeping the rest of you alive when I'm not close by."
"Then why isn't he the corporal?"
Smiles wanted to know, a belligerent set to her petite features. "Because he's a sapper, and you don't want a sapper for a corporal, lass. Of course, I'm a sapper too. Best keep that to myself." 3 soldiers from the company's infantry arrived with waterskins. "Drink it down slow," Strings instructed. Gesler caught his eye from a few paces away, near the wagon, and Strings headed over. Borduke joined them. "Well, this is curious," Gesler muttered. "Borduke's sickly mage, his warren's Manus, and my mage is Tavos Pond, and he's the same. Now, Strings, your lad, Bottle, I'm not sure yet." "He's also Manus," Borduke growled, pulling at his beard in a habitual gesture Strings knew would come to irritate him. "Balgrid's confirmed it. They're all Manus." "Like I said," Gesler sighed. "Curious." "That could be put to use," Strings said.
Get all three of them working on rituals. Illusions are damned useful when done right. Quick Ben could pull a few. The key is in the details. We should drag them all together tonight. Ah, said a voice from beyond the wagon, and Lieutenant Ranal strode into view. All my sergeants together in one place. Convenient. Come to eat dust with the rest of us? Gesler asked. Damned generous of you. Don't think I haven't heard about you, Ranal sneered. Had it been my choice, you'd be one of the lads carrying those water skins, Gesler. You'd go thirsty if I was, the sergeant replied. Ranal's face darkened. Captain Keneb wants to know if there's any mages in your squads. The adjunct needs a tally of what's available. None. 3, Strings interrupted, ignoring Gesler's glare. All minor, as would be expected. Tell the captain we'll be good for covert actions. Keep your opinions to yourself, Strings. 3, you said. Very well. He wheeled about and marched off. Gesler rounded on Strings. We could lose those mages. We won't. Go easy on the Lieutenant, Gesler, at least for now. The lad knows nothing of being an officer in the field. Imagine telling sergeants to keep their opinions quiet. With Opon's luck, Keneb will explain a few things to the lieutenant eventually. Assuming Keneb's any better, Orduke muttered. He combed his beard. Rumour has it he was the only one of his company to survive, and you know what that likely means. Let's wait and see, Strings advised. It's a bit early to start honing the knives. Honing the knives, Gesler said. Now you're talking a language I understand. I'm prepared to wait and see, as you suggest, Fid. For now. All right, let's gather the mages tonight, and if they can actually get along without killing each other, then we might find ourselves a step or two ahead. Horns sounded to announce the resumption of the march. Soldiers groaned and swore as they clambered upright once more. The first day of travel was done, and to Gamut it seemed they had travelled a paltry, pathetic distance from Aren. To be expected, of course. The army was a long way from finding its feet. As am I. Saddle-sore and light-headed from the heat, the Fist watched from a slight rise alongside the line of march as the camp slowly took shape. Pockets of order amidst a chaotic sea of motion. Seti and Wiccan horse warriors continued to range well beyond the outlying pickets, far too few in number, however, to give him much comfort. And those Wiccans, grandfathers and grandmothers one and all. Hood knows, I might well have crossed blades with some of those old warriors. Those ancient ones, they were never settled with the idea of being in the Empire. They were here for another reason entirely, for the memory of Coltaine. And the children, well, they were being fed the singular poison of bitter old fighters filled with tales of past glory. And so, ones who've never known the terror of war, and ones who've forgotten. A dreadful pairing. He stretched to ease the kinks in his spine, then forced himself into motion. Down from the ridge, along the edge of the rubble-filled ditch, to where the Adjunct's command tent sat, its canvas pristine, Temmel's Wiccans standing guard around it. Temmel was not in sight. Gamut pitied the lad. He was already fighting a half-dozen skirmishes without a blade drawn, and he was losing. And there's not a damned thing any of us can do about it. He approached the tent's entrance, scratched at the flap and waited. Come in, Gamut, the adjunct's voice called from within. She was kneeling in the forechamber before a long stone box, and was just settling the lid into place when he stepped through the entrance. A momentary glimpse, her Otaterel soared, then the lid was in place. There is some softened wax, there in that pot over the brazier. Bring it over, Gamut. He did so, and watched as she brushed the inset join between lid and base until the container was entirely sealed. Then she rose and swept the wind-blown sand from her knees. I'm already weary of this pernicious sand, she muttered. She studied him for a moment, then said, There is watered wine behind you, Gamut. Pour yourself some. Do I look in need, Adjunct? You do. Ah, I well know you sought out a quiet life when you joined our household, and here I have dragged you into a war. He felt himself bridling and stood straighter. I am equal to this, Adjunct. I believe you. Nonetheless, pour yourself some wine. We await news. He swung about in search of the clay jug, found it, and strode over. "News, Adjunct?" She nodded, and he saw the concern on her plain features, a momentary revelation that he turned away from as he poured out a cup of wine. "Show me no seams, lass. I need to hold on to my certainty." "Come stand beside me," she instructed, a sudden urgency in her tone. He joined her. They faced the clear space in the center of the chamber, where a portal flowered, spreading outward like liquid staining a sheet of gauze, murky grey, sighing out a breath of stale, dead air. A tall, green-clad figure emerged. Strange, angular features, skin the shade of coal-dust marble. The man's broad mouth had the look of displaying a perpetual half-smile, but he was not smiling now. He paused to brush grey dust from his cloak and leggings, then lifted his head and met Tavore's gaze. "Adjunct, greetings from the Empress, and myself, of course." "Topper, I sense your mission here will be an unpleasant one. Fist Gamut, will you kindly pour our guest some wine?" "Of course. Gods below, the damned master of the claw." He glanced down at his own cup, then offered it to Topper. "I have yet to sip. Here." The tall man tilted his head in thanks and accepted the cup. Gamut went to where the jug waited. "You have come directly from the Empress?" Tavore asked the Clawmaster. "I have, and before that from across the ocean, from Genabakis, where I spent a most glum evening in the company of High Mage Teishren. Would it shock you to know that he and I got drunk that night?" Gamut's head turned at that. It seemed such an unlikely image in his mind that he was indeed shocked. The Adjunct looked equally startled. Then she visibly steeled herself. "What news have you to tell me?" Topper swallowed down a large mouthful of wine, then scowled. "Watered. Ah, well. Losses, Adjunct. On Genabakis, terrible losses." Lying motionless in a grassy depression 30 paces beyond the squad's fire, Bottle closed his eyes. He could hear his name being called. Strings, who was called Fid by Gesler, wanted him, but the mage was not ready, not yet. He had a different conversation to listen to, and managing that, without being detected, was no easy task. His grandmother back in Malaz City would have been proud. "Never mind those damned warrens, child. The deep magic is far older. Remember, seek out the roots and tendrils, the roots and tendrils. The paths through the ground, the invisible web woven from creature to creature. Every creature, on the land, in the air, in the water, they are all linked. And it is within you, if you have been awakened, and spirits below, you've been awakened, child. Within you, then, to ride those tendrils." And ride them he did, though he would not surrender his private fascination with warrens, with Maenas in particular. Illusions, playing with those tendrils, with those roots of being, twisting and tying them into deceptive knots that tricked the eye, the touch, that deceived every sense. Now that was a game worth playing. But for the moment he had immersed himself in the old ways, the undetectable ways, if one were careful, that is, riding the life-sparks of cape moths, of rizan, of crickets and chigger fleas, of roving bloodflies. Mindless creatures dancing on the tent's wall, hearing but not comprehending the sound shivers of the words coming from the other side of that tent wall. Comprehension was Bottle's task, and so he listened. As the newcomer spoke, interrupted by neither the Adjunct nor Fist Gamut, listened and comprehended. Strings glared down at the two seated mages. "You can't sense him?" Balgrid's shrug was sheepish. "He's out there, hiding in the dark somewhere." "And he's up to something," Talos Pond added, "but we can't tell what." "It's strange," Balgrid muttered. Strings snorted and strode back to Gesler and Borduk. The other squad members were brewing tea at the small fire they had built to one side of the path. Cuttle's snores were loud from the tent beyond. "The bastard's vanished," Strings said. Gesler grunted. "Maybe he's deserted, and if that's the case, the Wiccans will hunt him down and come back with his head on a spear. There won't be—" "He's here." They turned to see Bottle settling down by the fire. Strings stamped over. Where in Hood's name have you been? He demanded. Bottle looked up, his brows slowly lifting. Nobody else felt it? He glanced over at Balgrid and Tavos Pond, who were both approaching. That portal? The one that opened in the Adjunct's tent? He frowned at the blank expressions on the faces of the two other mages, then asked in a deadpan voice, Have you two mastered hiding pebbles yet? Making coins disappear? Strings lowered himself opposite Bottle. What was all that about a portal? Bad news, Sergeant, the young man replied. It all went foul on Genabakis. Dujak's army mostly wiped out. The bridge burners annihilated. Whiskey Jack's dead. Dead? Oh, Tychus! Whiskey Jack? Gods below! The curses grew more elaborate, along with postulations of disbelief, but Strings no longer heard them. His mind was numb, as if a wildfire had ripped through his inner landscape, scorching the ground barren. He felt a heavy hand settle on his shoulder, and vaguely heard Gesler murmuring something, but after a moment he shook the man off, rose and walked into the darkness beyond the camp. He did not know how long or how far he walked. Each step was senseless, the world outside his body not reaching through to him, remaining beyond the withered oblivion of his mind. It was only when a sudden weakness took his legs that he sank down onto the wiry, colourless grasses. The sound of weeping coming from somewhere ahead, a sound of sheer despair that pierced through the fog and thrummed in his chest. He listened to the ragged cries, winced to hear how they seemed torn from a constricted throat, like a dam finally sundered by a flood of grief. He shook himself, growing mindful once more of his surroundings. The ground beneath the thin skein of grasses was hard and warm beneath his knees. Insects buzzed and flitted through the dark. Only starlight illuminated the wastes stretching out to all sides. The encamped army was easily 1,000 or more paces behind him. Strings drew a deep breath, then rose. He walked slowly towards the sound of the weeping. A lad, lean, no, damn near scrawny, crouched down with arms wrapped about his knees, head sunk low. A single crow feather hung from a plain leather headband. A few paces beyond stood a mare bearing a Wiccan saddle, a tattered vellum scroll hanging from the horn. The horse was placidly tugging at the grass, her reins dangling. Strings recognized the youth, though for the moment he could not recall his name, but Tavore had placed him in command of the Wiccans. After a long moment, the sergeant moved forward, making no effort to stay quiet, and sat down on a boulder 6 paces from the lad. The Wiccan's head snapped up. Tear-streaked war paint made a twisted net of his narrow face. Venom flared in his dark eyes, and he hissed, a hand unsheathing his long knife as he staggered upright. Relax, Strings muttered. I'm in grief's arms this night myself, though likely for an entirely different reason. Neither of us expected company, but here we are. The Wiccan hesitated, then snapped the weapon back into its sheath and made to walk away. Hold a moment, horse warrior. There's no need to flee. The youth spun round, mouth twisting into a snarl. Face me. I will be your witness this night, and we alone will know of it. Give me your words of sorrow, Wiccan, and I will listen. Hood knows it would serve me well right now. I flee no one, the warrior rasped. I know. I just wanted to get your attention. Who are you? Nobody. And that is how I will stay, if you like. Nor will I ask for your name. I am Temel. Ah, well, so your bravery puts me in my place. My name is Fiddler. Tell me. Temel's voice was suddenly harsh, and he wiped angrily at his face. Did you think my grief a noble thing? Did I weep for Coltaine, for my fallen kin? I did not. My pity was for myself. And now you may go. Proclaim me. I am done with commanding, for I cannot command myself. Easy there. I've no intention of proclaiming anything, Temel. But I can guess at your reasons. Those wrinkled Wiccans of the Crow is my guess. Them and the survivors who walked off Gesler's ship of wounded. They won't accept you as their leader, will they? And so, like children, they blunt you at every turn. Defy you, displaying a mocking regard to your face, then whispering behind your back. And where does that leave you? You can't challenge them all, after all. Perhaps I can. I shall. Well, that will please them no end. Numbers alone will defeat your martial prowess. So you will die, sooner or later, and they will win.
You tell me nothing I do not know, Fiddler.
I know. I'm just reminding you that you've good reason to rail at the injustice, at the stupidity of those you would lead. I had a commander once, Temel, who was faced with the same thing you're facing. He was in charge of a bunch of children, nasty children at that.
And what did he do?
Not much, and ended up with a knife in his back. There was a moment of silence, then Temel barked a laugh. Fiddler nodded. I'm not one for stories with lessons in life, Temel. My mind bends to more practical choices.
Such as?
Well, I would imagine that the Adjunct shares your frustration. She wants you to lead, and would help you do so, but not so you lose face. She's too clever for that. No, the key here is deflection. Tell me, where are their horses right now? Temel frowned.
Their horses?
Aye. I would think the city outriders could do without the Crow clan for a day, don't you think? I'm sure the Adjunct would agree. Those ceti are young, by and large, and untested. They need the room to find themselves. There's good reason, then, militarily, to keep the Wiccans from their horses come tomorrow. Let them walk with the rest of us, barring your loyal retinue, of course. And who knows, a day might not be enough. Could end up being 3 or even 4. Temel spoke softly, thoughtfully.
To get to their horses, we would need to be quiet.
Another challenge for the city, or so I'm sure the Adjunct would note. If children your kin must be, then take away their favoured playthings, their horses. Hard to look tall and imperious when you're spitting dust behind a wagon. In any case, you'd best hurry, so as not to awaken the Adjunct.
She may already be asleep.
No, she isn't, Temel. I am certain of it. Now, before you leave, answer me a question, please. You've a scroll hanging from your mare's saddle. Why? What is written on it?
The horse belonged to Daika,
Temel answered, turning to the animal.
He was a man who knew how to read and write. I rode with him, Fiddler.
He spun back with a glare.
I rode with him.
And the scroll? The young Wiccan waved a hand.
Men such as Daika carried such things. Indeed, I believe it once belonged to him, was once in his very hands.
And the feather you wear? To honour Coltaine?
To honour Coltaine, yes. But that is because I must. Coltaine did what he was expected to do. He did nothing that was beyond his abilities. I honour him, yes, but Daika was different.
He scowled and shook his head.
He was old, older than you, yet he fought, when fighting was not even expected of him. I know this to be true, for I knew Coltaine and Bult, and I heard them speak of it, of the historian. I was there when Coltaine drew the others together, all but Daika, Lull, Bult, Chend, Mincer, and all spoke true and with certainty. Daika would lead the refugees. Coltaine even gave in the stone the traitors brought.
The stone? What stone?
To wear about his neck, a saving stone, Nil called it. A soul trapper, delivered from afar. Daika wore it, though he liked it not, for it was meant for Coltaine, so that he would not be lost. Of course, we Wiccans knew he would not be lost. We knew the crows would come for his soul. The elders who have come, who hound me so, they speak of a child born to the tribe, a child once empty, then filled, for the crows came. They came.
Coltaine has been reborn.
He has been reborn.
And Daika's body disappeared, Strings muttered,
from the tree. Yes, and so I keep his horse for him, for when he returns. I rode with him, Fiddler.
And he looked to you and your handful of warriors to guard the refugees. To you, Temel, not just Nil and Nether. Temel's dark eyes hardened as he studied Strings, then he nodded.
I go now to the Adjunct.
The ladies pull on you, Commander.
Temel hesitated, then said, This night you saw.
I saw nothing, Strings replied. A sharp nod, then the lad was swinging onto the mare, the reins in one long-fingered, knife-scarred hand. Strings watched him ride into the darkness. He sat motionless on the boulder for a time, then slowly lowered his head into his hands. The 3 were seated now in the lantern glow of the tent's chamber. Topper's tale was done, and it seemed that all that remained was silence. Gamut stared down at his cup, saw that it was empty, and reached for the jug. only to find that it too was empty. Even as exhaustion tugged at him, Gamut knew he would not leave, not yet. Tavore had been told of, first, her brother's heroism, then his death. Not a single bridge-burner left alive. Teishren himself saw their bodies, witnessed their interment in Moon's spawn. But las, Ganos redeemed himself, redeemed the family name. He did that much, at least. But that was where the knife probably dug deepest. She had made harrowing sacrifices, after all, to resurrect the family's honor. Yet all along, Ganos was no renegade, nor had he been responsible for Lorne's death. Like Dujek, like Whiskey Jack, his outlawry was nothing but a deception. There had been no dishonor. Thus the sacrifice of young Felisin might have, in the end, proved unnecessary. And there was more, jarring revelations. It had, Topper explained, been the hope of the Empress to land One-Arm's host on the north coast, in time to deliver a double blow to the army of the Apocalypse. Indeed, the expectation all along had been for Dujek to assume overall command. Gamut could understand Lassine's thinking. To place the fate of the Imperial presence on 7 cities in the hands of a new, young, and untested adjunct was far too long a reach of faith, though Tavore had believed the Empress had done just that. Now, to find this measure of confidence so lacking, gods, this had been a hood-damned night indeed. Dujek One-Arm was still coming, with a scant 3,000 remaining in his host, but he would arrive late, and by both Topper's and Teishren's unforgiving assessments, the man's spirit was broken. By the death of his oldest friend, Gamut wondered what else had happened in that distant land, in that nightmarish empire called the Panion. Was it worth it, Empress? Was it worth the devastating loss? Topper had said too much, Gamut decided. Details of Lassine's plans should have been filtered through a more circumspect, less emotionally damaged agent. If the truth was so important, after all, then it should have been laid out for the adjunct long before now, when it actually mattered. To tell Tavore that the Empress had no confidence in her, then follow that with the brutal assertion that she was now the Empire's last hope for 7 cities, well, few were the men or women who would not be rocked to their knees by that. The adjunct's expression revealed nothing. She cleared her throat. Very well, Topper. Is there more? The Clawmaster's oddly shaped eyes widened momentarily, then he shook his head and rose. No. Do you wish me to convey a message to the Empress? Tavore frowned. A message? No, there is no message. We have begun our march to the Holy Desert. Nothing more need be said. Gamut saw Topper hesitate, then the Clawmaster said, There is one more thing, Adjunct. There are probably worshippers of Fenner among your army. I do not think the truth of the gods' fall can be hidden. It seems the Tiger of Summer is the Lord of War now. It does an army little good to mourn. Indeed, grief is anathema to an army, as we all well know. There may prove some period of difficult adjustment. It would be well to anticipate and prepare for desertions. There will be no desertions, Tavore said, the flat assertion silencing Topper. The portal is weakening, Clawmaster. Even a box of basalt cannot entirely block the effects of my sword. If you would leave this night, I suggest you do so now. Topper stared down at her. We are badly hurt, Adjunct, and hurting. It is the hope of the Empress that you will exercise due caution and make no precipitous actions. Suffer no distraction on your march to Raraku. There will be attempts to draw you from the trail, to wear you down with skirmishes and pursuits. You are a Clawmaster, Tavore said, sudden iron in her tone. Dujek's advice I will listen to, for he is a soldier, a commander. Until such time as he arrives, I shall follow my own instincts. If the Empress is dissatisfied, she is welcome to replace me. Now that is all. Goodbye, Topper. Scowling, the Clawmaster swung about and strode without ceremony into the Imperial Warren. The gate collapsed behind him, leaving only a sour smell of dust. Gamut let out a long sigh, pushed himself gingerly from the rickety camp chair. You have my sorrow, Adjunct, on the loss of your brother. Thank you, Gamut. Now get some sleep, and stop by Tamber's tent, aye, Adjunct. She quirked an eyebrow. Is that disapproval I hear?
It is. I'm not the only one in need of sleep. Hood, take us. We've not even eaten this night.
Until tomorrow, Fist. He nodded.
Aye. Good night, Adjunct.
There was but one figure seated at the ebbing fire when Strings returned. What are you doing up, Cuttle?
I've done my sleep. You'll be dragging your feet tomorrow, Sergeant.
I don't think rest will come to me this night, Strings muttered, sitting down cross-legged opposite the burly sapper.
It's all far away,
Cuttle rumbled, tossing a last scrap of dung onto the flames. But it feels close.
At least you're not walking in the footprints of your fallen companions, Fiddler. But even so, it's all far away.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean, but I'll take your word for it.
Thanks for the munitions, by the way.
Strings grunted. It's the damnedest thing, Cuttle. We always find more, and they're meant to be used, but instead we hoard them, tell no one we have them, in case they order us to put them to use.
The bastards.
Aye, the bastards.
I'll use the ones you've given me, Cuttle avowed, once I've crawled under Korbolo Dom's feet. I don't mind going to Hood at the same time either.
Something tells me that's what Hedge did in his last moment. He always threw them too close. That man had so many pieces of clay in him you could have made a row of pots from his insides. He slowly shook his head, eyes on the dying fire. I wish I could have been there. That's all. Whiskey Jack, Trots, Mallet, Picker, Quick Ben.
Quick's not dead, Cuttle said. There was more after you'd left. I heard from my tent. Taishren's made your wizard a high mage.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, actually, that he'd survive somehow. I wonder if Paran was still the company's captain.
He was. Died with them.
The Adjunct's brother. I wonder if she grieves this night.
Wondering's a waste of time, Fiddler. We got lads and lasses that need taking care of right here. Korbolo Dom's warriors know how to fight. My guess is we'll get whipped and sent back with our tails between our legs, and it'll be another chain as we stagger back to Aren, only this time we won't get even close.
Well, that's a cheering prediction, Cuttle.
It don't matter, so long as I kill that Napan traitor, and his mage too, if possible.
And what if you can't get close?
Then I take as many of them with me as I can. I ain't walking back, Fid, not again.
I'll remember that if the moment arrives. But what about taking care of these recruits of ours, Cuttle?
Well, that's the walk, isn't it? This march. We deliver them to that battle, we do that much, if we can. Then we see what kind of iron they're holding.
Iron, Strings smiled. It's been a long time since I last heard that saying. Since we're looking for revenge, you'll want it hot, I expect.
You expect wrong. Look at Tavore. There won't be any heat from her. In that, she's just like Coltaine. It's obvious, Fiddler. The iron needs to be cold. Cold. We get it cold enough. Who knows? We might earn ourselves a name.
Strings reached across the fire and tapped the finger bone hanging from Cuttle's belt.
We've made a start, I think. We might have at that, Sergeant. Them and the standards. A start. She knows what's in her. Give her that. She knows what's in her. And it's for us to bring it out into view. Aye, Fid, it is at that. Now go away. These are the hours I spend alone.
Nodding, the sergeant climbed to his feet.
Seems I might be able to sleep after all. It's my scintillating conversation what's done you in.
So it was. As Strings made his way to his small tent, something of Cuttle's words came back to him. Iron. Cold iron. Yes, it's in her. And now I'd better search and search hard to find it in me. Book 3. Something Breathes. The art of Rashan is found in the tension that binds the games of light, yet its aspect is one of dissipation, the creation of shadow and of dark, although in this case the dark is not absolute, such as is the aspect of the ancient warren Corald Galain. No, this dark is particular, for it exists not through an absence of light, but by virtue of being seen. The Mysteries of Rashan, a Madman's Discourse, Antural of Lato Reve. Chapter 12. Light, shadow, and dark, This is a war unending. Fisher. Glistening silver, the armor lay over a T-shaped stand. Oil had dripped down from the ragged knee-length tassels to form a pool on the flagstoned floor beneath. The sleeves were not loose, but appeared intended to be worn almost skin-tight. It had seen much use, and where mended the rings appeared to be a darker carbon-stained iron. Beside it, on a freestanding iron frame with horizontal hooks, waited a two-handed sword, the scabbard parallel directly beneath it on another pair of hooks. The sword was extraordinarily thin, with a long, tapered tip, edges on both sides, twin-fluted. Its surface was a strangely mottled oily blue, magenta, and silver. The grip was round instead of flat, banded in gut, the pommel a single, large oblong sphere of polished hematite. The scabbard was of black wood, banded at the point and at the mouth in silver, but otherwise unadorned. The harness belt attached to it was of small, almost delicate, black chain links. Chain gauntlets waited on a wooden shelf on the wall behind the armor. The dull iron helm beside them was little more than a skull cap within a cage of studded bars, the bars reaching down like a massive hand, the gnarled fingers curving down to bridge nose, cheeks, and jawlines. A lobster tail of chain depended upon the slightly flared neck rim. Standing just within the entrance to the modest, low-ceilinged room, Cutter watched as Darist began preparations for donning his martial accoutrements. The Daru youth was finding it difficult to convince himself that such beautiful weapons and armor, which had clearly seen decades, if not centuries of use, could belong to this silver-haired man, who carried himself like an absent-minded scholar, whose amber eyes seemed to hold a perpetual look of confused distraction beneath the glowing sheen, who moved slowly as if protecting brittle bones. Yet I have experienced the old Tiste Edir's strength, and there is a mindfulness to his every movement which I should recognize, for I last saw it on another Tiste Edir, an ocean away. A racial trait? Perhaps, but it whispers like a song of threat, sunk deep in the marrow of my bones. Darist stood facing his suit of armor, as if frozen in some startled contemplation, as if he'd forgotten how to put it on. These Tiste Edur, Darist, Cutter said. How many are there? Will we survive the coming attack, is your question? Unlikely is my answer. At least 5 ships survived the storm. 2 have reached our shore and managed landing. There would have been more, but they were engaged by a Malazan fleet that happened upon them by chance. We witnessed the clash from the cliffs of Pural. The Tiste Edir slowly glanced back at Cutter. Your human kin did well, far better than the Edur no doubt anticipated. A sea battle between the Malazans and the Tiste Edur? When was this? Perhaps a week ago. There were but 3 Malazan war-dromons, yet each managed to find company before plunging to the deep. There was a skilled mage among the humans. The exchange of sorcery was impressive. You and your kin watched? Why didn't you help? You must have known the Edur were seeking this island. Darist stepped towards the armor, lifting it seemingly effortlessly from its frame. We no longer leave this island. For many decades now, we hold to our decision to remain isolated. Why? The Tiste Edir gave no answer. He slipped the mail suit over his shoulders. The sound it made as it flowed down was like liquid. He then reached for the sword. That looks as if it would snap with the first block of a heavier weapon. It will not. There are many names for this particular sword. Darist lifted it free of the hooks. Its maker named it Vengeance, Tan Aros in our language, but I call it Korladis, which means grief. A faint chill rippled through Cutter. Who was its maker? My brother. He sheathed the sword, slipped his arms through the chain harness. Then he reached for the gauntlets. Before he found one more suited to his nature. Darist turned, his gaze traveling the length of Cutter, head to toe, then back again. Do you have skill with those knives hidden about your person? Some, though I draw no pleasure from spilling blood. What else are they for? the Tiste Edur asked as he donned the helm. Cuttle shrugged, wishing he hadn't answered that question. Do you intend to fight the Edur? Since they are seeking the throne, yes? Darist slowly cocked his head. Yet this is not your battle. Why would you choose to borrow this cause? On Genabakis, my homeland, Anamander Rake and his followers chose to fight against the Malazan Empire. It wasn't their battle, but they have now made it so. He was surprised to see a wry smile twist the Tiste Edur's weathered features beneath the crooked iron fingers of the guards. That is interesting. Very well, Cuttle, join me. Though I tell you now, it will prove your final fight. I hope not. Darist led him from the room, out into the broad hallway once more, then through a narrow black wood-framed archway. The passage within appeared to be a tunnel through a single piece of wood, like the hollowed core of a massive toppled tree trunk. It stretched on into the gloom, inclining slightly upward. Cuttle walked behind the Tiste Edur, the sound of the man's armor soft as the hiss of rain on a beach. The tunnel ended abruptly with an upward turn, the ceiling opening to reveal a vertical shaft. A rough ladder of roots climbed towards a small, pale disk of light. Darist's ascent was slow and measured, Cuttle impatient on the rungs directly beneath, until the thought that he might soon die struck him, at which point a dull lassitude settled into his muscles, and it became a struggle to keep up with the ancient Tiste Edur. They eventually emerged onto a leaf-cluttered floor of flagstones. Sunlight speared shafts of dust from slitted windows and gaps in the roof overhead. The storm seemed to have missed this place entirely. One wall had mostly collapsed, and it was towards this that Darist strode. Cuttle followed. Some sort of upkeep might well have made this defensible, he muttered. These surface structures are not Edur, they are Edur, and were in ruin when we first arrived. How close are they? They range through the forest, working inland. Cautious, they know they are not alone. How many can you sense? This first party numbers perhaps a score. We shall meet them in the courtyard, permitting us sufficient room for swordplay, yet allowing us a wall to which we can set our backs in the last few moments. Hood's breath, Darist. If we drive them back, you'll likely die of shock. The Tiste Edur glanced back at the Daru, then gestured. Follow me. A half-dozen similarly ruined chambers were traversed before they came to the courtyard. The vine-latticed walls were twice the height of a human, ragged-topped. Faded frescoes were hinted at beneath the overgrowth. Opposite the inner entrance through which they strode was an arched gateway, beyond which a trail of pine needles, snaking roots, and moss-covered boulders wound into the shadows of enormous trees. Cuttle judged the yard to be 20 paces wide, 25 deep. There's too much room here, Darist, he said. We'll get flanked. I will command the center. You remain behind, for those who might indeed try to get past me. Cuttle recalled Anamander Rake's battle with the demon on the Darujistan street. The two-handed fighting style the Son of Darkness had employed demanded plenty of room, and it now appeared that Darist would fight in a similar manner. But the sword's blade was, to Cuttle's mind, far too thin for such fierce, wheeling swings. Is there sorcery invested in that blade of yours? He asked. Not as investment is commonly known, the Tiste Edur replied, drawing the weapon and wrapping both hands about the grip, one high under the hilt, the other just above the pommel. The power of grief lies in the focused intent in its creation. The sword demands a singular will in its wielder. With such a will, it cannot be defeated. And have you that singular will? Darist slowly lowered the tip to the ground. Had I, human, this would not be your last day this side of Hood's Gate. Now I suggest you draw your weapons. The Edur have discovered the path, and now approach. Cuttle found his hands were trembling as he drew out his leading knives. He possessed 4 others, 2 under each arm, sheathed in leather and piece-looped by thongs, which he now pulled clear. These 4 were weighted for throwing. Once done, he adjusted his grip on the knives in his hands, then had to dry his palms and repeat the task. A soft whisper of sound made him look up, to see that Darist had slipped into a fighting stance, though the tip of the sword still rested on the flagstones. And Cutter saw something else. The leaf clutter and detritus on the flagstones was in motion, crawling as if pushed by an unseen wind, gathering towards the gate's end of the courtyard, and out to heap against the walls to either side. "Keep your eyes slitted," Darist said in a low tone. "Slitted?" There was movement in the gloom beyond the gateway, furtive, then 3 figures stepped into view beneath the arch. As tall as Darist, their skin a dusky pallor. Long brown hair, knotted and snarled with fetishes. Necklaces of claws and canines competed with the barbarity of their roughly tanned leather armor that was stitched with articulating strips of bronze. Their helms, also bronze, were shaped like bear or wolf skulls. Among them there was nothing of the natural majesty evident in Darist, or in Anamanda Rake. A far more brutal caste, these Edur. Tip-heavy, black-bladed scimitars were in their hands, sealskin-covered round shields on their forearms. They hesitated before Darist. Then the one in the center snarled something in a language Cutter could not understand. The silver-haired Tiste Edur shrugged, said nothing. The Edur shouted something that was clearly a demand. Then they readied their weapons and swung their shields around. Cutter could see more of the savage warriors gathered on the trail beyond the gate. The 3 stepped from the archway, spread out to form a slight pincer position, the center Edur a step further away than his companions on either side. "They don't know how you will do this," Cutter murmured. "They've never fought against." The flankers moved forward in perfect unison. Darist's sword snapped upward, and with that motion a fierce gust of wind lifted in the courtyard, and the air around the 3 Edur was suddenly filled with skirling leaves and dust. Cutter watched as the Tiste Edur attacked. The blade tipped horizontal, point threatening the Edur on the right, but the actual attack was with the pommel against the warrior on the left. A blurring sideways dip to close, then the pommel struck the swiftly upraised shield, splitting it clean in half. Darist's left hand slipped off the pommel and slapped the warrior's sword away, even as the Tiste Edur dropped into a squat, drawing the edge of grief down his opponent's front. It seemed there was no contact at all, yet blood gushed from a rent that began above the Edur's left collarbone and descended in a straight line down to his crotch. The squat became a backward springing motion that landed Darist 2 paces back, his blade already hissing to fend off the other 2 warriors, both of whom leapt away in alarm. The wounded Edur crumpled in a pool of his own blood, and as he fell, Cutter saw that grief had cut through the collarbone and every rib in the cage down the left side. The warriors beyond the archway screamed battle cries and surged into the wind-whipped courtyard. Their only chance of success lay in closing on Darist, inside the man's reach, closing and fouling that whispering blade, and the Edur lacked nothing in courage. Cutter saw another cut down, then a third took the pommel on the side of his helm, and the bronze collapsed inward far too deep. The warrior's limbs flailed in strange jerking motions as he fell to the flagstones. Both leading knives were in the Daru's left hand, and his right reached to a throwing knife. He sent the weapon darting out with a backhanded throw, saw it sink to the hilt in an Edur's eye socket, and knew the tip had snapped against the inside of the man's skull at the back. He threw the second one and swore as a shield lifted to take it. In the storm of spinning leaves, Darist's sword seemed to be everywhere at once, blocking attack after attack. Then an Edur flung himself forward to grapple and managed to wrap both arms around the Tiste Edur's legs. A scimitar lashed in. There was a spray of blood from Darist's right shoulder. Grief's pommel dented the helm of the grappling warrior, and the Edur sagged. Another swing chopped into the Tiste Edur's hip, the blade bouncing back out from the bone. Darist staggered. Cutter rushed forward as the remaining Edur closed. Through spinning, clattering leaves into the calmed air at the center. The Daru had already learned that direct head-on confrontation was not an ideal tactic when fighting with knives. He chose an Edur whose attention was fixed solely on Darist, and was therefore turned slightly away. The warrior caught sight of him peripherally, and was quick to react. A backhanded slash of the scimitar, followed by the shield swinging round. Cutter punched his left knife at the blade, to intercept a third of the way down from the tip. Simultaneously, he stop-hit the swing with his other knife, midway along the man's forearm, the point of his weapon punching through leather and stabbing between the bones with both edges on. The hilt of his other weapon then contacted the scimitar and knocked the weapon from a numbed hand. The Edur's grunt was loud, and he swore as, yanking on the knife, Cutter moved past him. The blade was reluctant to pull free and dragged the impaled arm after it. The warrior's legs tangled and he fell to one knee. Even as he lifted his shield, Cutter's free knife darted in over it, spearing him through the throat. The shield's rim cracked hard against the Daru's outthrust wrist, nearly springing the knife loose, but he managed to retain his grip. Another tug and the other knife tore free of the Edur's forearm. A shield struck him a body blow from his left, lifting Cutter upward, his moccasins leaving the flagstones. He twisted and slashed out at the attacker and missed. The shield's impact had turned his left side into a mass of thrumming pain. He hit the ground and folded into a roll. Something thumped in pursuit, bounced once, then twice, and as the Daru regained his feet, an Edur's decapitated head cracked hard against his right shin. The agony of this last blow, absurdly to his mind, overwhelmed all else thus far. He screamed a curse, hopped backward one-legged. An Edur was rushing him. A fouler word grated out from Cutter. He flung the knife from his left hand. Shield surged up to meet it, the warrior ducking from view. Grimacing, Cutter lunged after the weapon, while the Edur remained blind, and stabbed overhand above the shield. The knife sank down behind the man's left collarbone, sprouting a geyser of blood as he pulled it back out. There were shouts now in the courtyard, and suddenly it seemed the fighting was everywhere, on all sides. Cutter reeled back a step to see that other Tiste Edur had arrived, and, in their midst, Apsalar. 3 Edur were on the ground in her wake, all writhing amidst blood and bile. The rest, barring their kin who had fallen to Apsalar, Cutter, and Darist, were retreating back through the archway. Apsalar and her Tiste Edur companions pursued only so far as the gate. Slowly the spinning wind dwindled, the leaf fragments drifting down like ash. Cutter glanced over to see Darist still standing, though he leaned against a side wall, his long, lean frame sheathed in blood, helm gone, his hair matted and hanging down over his face, dripping. The sword Grief remained in his 2 hands, point once more on the flagstones. One of the new Tiste Edur moved to the 3 noisily dying Edur and unceremoniously slit their throats. When finished, she raised her gaze to study Apsalar for a long moment. Cutter realized that all of Darist's kin were white-haired, though none were as old. Indeed, they appeared very young, in appearance no older than the Daru himself. They were haphazardly armed and armored, and none held their weapons with anything like familiarity. Quick, nervous glances were thrown at the gateway, then over to Darist. Sheathing her Kethra knives, Apsalar strode up to Cutter. "I am sorry we were late." He blinked, then shrugged. "I thought you drowned." "No, I made sure easily enough, though everything else went with you. There was sorceress questing then, but I evaded that." She nodded to the youths. "I found these camped a fair distance inland. They were hiding." "Hiding? But Darist said—" "Ah, so that is Darist. Andarist, to be more precise." She turned a thoughtful gaze on the ancient Tiste Edur. "It was by his command. He didn't want them here, because I imagine he expected they would die." "And so they shall," Darist growled, finally lifting his head to meet her eyes. "You have condemned them all, for the Edur will now hunt them down in earnest. The old hatreds rekindled once more." She seemed unaffected by his words. "The throne must be protected." Darist bared red-stained teeth, his eyes glittering in the half-shadows. "If he truly wants it protected, then he can come here and do it himself." Apsalar frowned. "Who?" Cutter answered. "His brother, of course, Anamander Rake." It had been a guess, but Darist's expression was all the affirmation needed. Anamander Rake's younger brother. In his veins, nothing of the son of darkness's draconian blood, and in his hands a sword that its maker had judged insufficient when compared to Dragnipur. But this knowledge alone was barely a whisper. The twisted, dark storm of all that existed between the 2 siblings was an epic neither man was ever likely to await, or so Cutter suspected. And the skein of bitter grievances proved even more knotted than the Daru had first imagined.
For it was then revealed that the youths were, one and all, close kin to Anamanda, grandchildren. Their parents had one and all succumbed to their sire's flaw, the hunger for wandering, for vanishing into the mists, for shaping private worlds in forgotten isolated places. This search for loyalty and honor, Darist had said with a sneer, whilst Fade, the young woman who had shown mercy to Apsalar's victims, bound his wounds. A task not done quickly. Darist and Darist had been slashed at least a dozen times, each time the heavy scimitar parting chain, then flesh down to the bone, in various places on his body. How he had managed to stand upright, much less continue fighting, belied his earlier claim that his will was not of sufficient purity to match the sword grief. Now that the skirmish had been suspended, however, the force that had fired the old warrior fast dissipated. His right arm was incapacitated, the wound on his hip dragged him onto the flagstones, and he could not rise again without help. There were 9 dead Tiste Edur. Their retreat had probably been triggered by a desire to regroup rather than being hard-pressed. Worse, they were but an advance party. The 2 ships just off the shore were massive. Each could easily hold 200 warriors, or so Apsalar judged, having scouted the inlet where they were moored. "There is plenty of wreckage in the water," she added, "and both Edur ships have the look of having been in a fight." 3 Malazan wardromons, Cuttle said. "A chance encounter. Darist says the Malazans gave a good account of themselves." They were seated on some tumbled rubble a dozen paces from the Tiste Andi, watching the youths hover and fuss over Darist. Cuttle's left side ached, and though he did not look beneath his clothes, he knew that bruises were spreading. He struggled to ignore the discomfort and continued eyeing the Tiste Andi. "They are not what I expected," he said quietly. "Not even schooled in the art of fighting." "True. Darist's desire to protect them could prove a fatal one." "Now that the Edur know they exist, not a part of Darist's plan." Apsalar shrugged. "They were given a task." He fell silent, pondering that brusque statement. He'd always believed that a singular capacity to inflict death engendered a certain wisdom, of the fragility of the spirit, of its mortality, as he had known and experienced first-hand with Ralik Nom in Darujistan. But Apsalar revealed nothing of such wisdom. Her words were hard with judgment, often flatly dismissive. She had taken focus and made of it a weapon, or a means of self-defense. She had not intended any of the 3 Edur she had taken down to die swiftly. Yet it seemed she drew no pleasure, as a sadist might. It is more as if she was trained to do so, trained as a torturer. Yet Cotillion, dancer, was no torturer. He was an assassin. So where does the vicious streak come from? Does it belong to her own nature? An unpleasant, disturbing thought. He lifted his left arm gingerly, wincing. Their next fight would likely be a short one, even with Apsalar at their side. "You are in no condition to fight," she observed. "Nor is Darist," Cuttle retorted. "The sword will carry him, but you will prove a liability. I would not be distracted by protecting you." "What do you suggest? I kill myself now so I'm not in your way?" She shook her head, as if the suggestion had been, on its face, entirely reasonable, just not what she had in mind, and spoke in a low voice. "There are others on this island, hiding well, but not well enough to escape my notice. I want you to go to them. I want you to enlist their help." "Who are these others?" "You yourself identified them, Cuttle. Malazans. Survivors, I would assume, from the 3 wardromons. There is one of power among them." Cuttle glanced over at Darist. The youths had moved the old man so that he sat with his back against the wall beside the inside doorway, opposite the gate. His head was lowered, bearded chin to chest, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated that he still lived. "All right. Where will I find them?" The forest was filled with ruins, crumbled, moss-covered, often little more than overgrown heaps, but it was evident to Cuttle as he padded along the narrow, faint trail Apsalar had described for him that this forest had risen from the heart of a dead city. A huge city, dominated by massive buildings. Pieces of statuary lay scattered here and there, figures of enormous stature, constructed in sections and fixed together with a glassy substance he did not recognize. Although mostly covered in moss, he suspected the figures were Edur. An oppressive gloom suffused all that lay beneath the forest canopy. A number of living trees showed torn bark, and while the bark was black, the smooth, wet wood underneath was blood red. Fallen companions revealed that the fierce crimson turned black with death. The wounded upright trees reminded Cutter of Darist, of the Tiste Edir's black skin and the deep red cuts slashing through it. He found he was shivering in the damp air as he padded along. His left arm was now entirely useless, and though he had retrieved his knives, including the broken-tipped one, he doubted that he would be able to put up much of a fight should the need arise. He could make out his destination directly ahead, a mound of rubble, pyramidal and particularly large, its summit sunbathed. There were trees on its flanks, but most were dead in the strangling grip of vines. A gaping hole of impenetrable darkness yawned from the side nearest Cutter. He slowed, then 20 paces from the cave, halted. What he was about to do ran against every instinct. "Malazans!" he called out, then winced at his own loudness. "But the Edur are closing on the throne. No one nearby to hear me, I hope. I know you are within. I would speak with you." Figures appeared at the flanking edges of the cave, 2 on each side, crossbows cocked and trained on Cutter. Then from the center emerged 3 more, 2 women and a man. The woman on the left gestured and said, "Come closer, hands out to your sides." Cutter hesitated, then stretched out his right hand. "My left arm won't lift, I'm afraid." "Come ahead." He approached. The speaker was tall, muscular. Her hair was long, stained red. She wore tanned leathers. A long sword was scabbarded at her hip. Her skin was a deep bronze in hue. Cutter judged she was 10 or more years older than him, and he felt a shiver run through him when he lifted his gaze and met her tilted, gold-hued eyes. The other woman was unarmed, older, and her entire right side, head, face, torso, and leg, was horrifically burned. The flesh fused with wisps of clothing, mangled and melted by the ravages of a sorcerous attack. It was a wonder that she was standing, or even alive. Hanging back a step from these 2 was the man. Cutter guessed that he was Dalhanese, dusky-skinned, grey-shot, black-curled hair on his head cut short, though his eyes were incongruously a deep blue. His features were even enough, though crisscrossed with scars. He wore a battered hauberk, a plain longsword at his belt, and an expression so closed he could be Absalar's brother. The flanking marines were in full armor, helmed and visored. "Are you the only survivors?" Cutter asked. The first woman scowled. "I have little time," the Daru went on. "We need your help. The Edur are assailing us." "Edur?" Cutter blinked, then nodded. "The seafarers you fought, Tiste Edur. They are seeking something on this island, something of vast power, and we'd rather it not fall into their hands. And why should you help? Because if it does fall into their hands, the Malazan Empire is likely finished. In fact, so is all of humanity." The burned woman cackled, then broke into a fit of coughing that frothed her mouth with red bubbles. After a long moment, the woman recovered.
"Oh, to be young again! All of humanity, is it? Why not the whole world?"
"The throne of shadow is on this island," Cutter said. At this, the Dalhanese man started slightly. The burned woman was nodding.
Yes, true words. The sense of things arrives in a flood. Tiste Edur, a fleet set out on a search, a fleet from far away, and now they've found it. Amanas and Cotillion are about to be usurped, and what of it? The throne of shadow. We fought the Edur for that. Oh, what a waste! Our ships, the marines, my own life for the throne of shadow."
She spasmed into coughing once more. "Not our battle," the other woman growled. "We weren't even looking for a fight, but the fools weren't interested in actually talking, in exchanging emissaries. Hood knows this is not our island, not within the Malazan Empire. Look elsewhere." "No," the Dalhanese rumbled. The woman turned in surprise. "We were clear enough, traveler, in our gratitude to you for saving our lives, but that hardly permits you to assume command." "The throne must not be claimed by the Edur," the man named Traveler said. "I have no desire to challenge your command, Captain.
but the lad speaks without exaggeration when he describes the risks to the Empire and to all of humanity. Like it or not, the Warren of Shadow is now human aspected. He smiled crookedly, and it well suits our natures. The smile vanished. This battle is ours. We face it now, or we face it later.
You claim this fight in the name of the Malazan Empire? The captain asked.
More than you know,
Traveler replied. The captain gestured to one of her marines. Gentor, get the others out here, but leave Mudslinger with the wounded. Then have the squads count quarrels. I want to know what we have. The marine named Gentor uncocked his crossbow, then slipped back into the cave. A few moments later, more soldiers emerged, 16 in all when counting those who had originally come out. Cuttle walked up to the captain. There is one of power among you, he murmured, casting a glance at the burned woman, who was leaning over and spitting out murky blood. Is she a sorceress? The captain followed his gaze and frowned. She is, but she is dying. The power you... The air reverberated to a distant concussion, and Cuttle wheeled. They've attacked again, with magic this time. Follow me. Without a backward look, the Daru set off down the trail. He heard a faint curse behind him, then the captain began shouting orders. The path led directly to the courtyard, and from the thundering detonations pounding again and again, Cuttle judged the troop would have no difficulty in finding the place of battle. He would not wait for them. Apsalar was there, and Darist, and a handful of untrained Tiste Edur youths. They would have little defense against sorcery. But Cuttle believed he did. He sprinted on through the gloom, his right hand closed about his aching left arm, seeking to hold it in place, though each jostling stride lanced pain into his chest. The nearest wall of the courtyard came into view. Colours were playing wildly in the air, thrashing the trees to all sides, deep reds and magenta and blues, a swirling chaos. The waves of concussions were increasing in frequency, pounding within the courtyard. There were no Edur outside the archway, an ominous sign. Cuttle raced for the opening. Movement to his right caught his attention, and he saw another company of Edur coming up from a coast trail but still 60 paces distant. The Malazans will have to deal with those. Queen of Dreams helped them. The gate was before him, and he caught first sight of what was happening in the courtyard. 4 Edur stood in a line in the center, their backs to him. A dozen or more Edur warriors waited on each flank, scimitars held ready. Waves of magic rolled out from the 4, pulsing, growing ever stronger, and each one flowed over the flagstones in a tumbling storm of colors to hammer into Darist, who stood alone, at his feet a dead or unconscious Apsalar. Behind him, the scattered bodies of Anamanda Rake's grandchildren. Somehow, Darist still held his sword upright, though he was a shredded mass of blood, bones visible through the wreckage of his chest. He stood before the crashing waves, yet would not take a single step back, even as they tore him apart. The sword grief was white-hot, the metal singing a terrible keening note that grew louder and more piercing with every moment that passed.
"Blind!"
Cuttle hissed as he closed.
"I need you now!"
Shadows blossomed around him, then 4 heavy paws thumped onto the flagstones, and the hound's looming presence was suddenly at his side. One of the Edur spun round. Unhuman eyes widened on seeing Blind. Then the sorcerer snapped out something in a harsh, commanding tone. Blind's forward rush halted in a skid of claws, and the hound cowered.
"Beru fend,"
Cuttle swore, scrabbling to draw a knife. The courtyard was suddenly filled with shadows, a strange crackling sound ripping through the air. And a 5th figure was among the 4 Edur sorcerers now, grey-clad, gloved, face hidden in a rough hood. In its hands, a rope that seemed to writhe with a life of its own. Cuttle saw it snap out to strike a sorcerer in one eye, and when the rope whipped back out, a stream of blood and minced brains followed. The sorcerer's magic winked out, and the Edur toppled. The rope was too fast to follow, as its wielder moved among the 3 remaining mages, but in its twisting wake a head tumbled from shoulders, intestines spilled out from a gaping rip, and whatever felled the last sorcerer happened in a blur that left no obvious result, except that the Edur was dead before he hit the ground. There were shouts from the Edur warriors, and they converged from both sides. It was then that the screams began. The rope lashed out from Cotillian's right hand. A long knife was in his left, seeming to do little but lick and touch everyone it came close to, but the result was devastating. The air was a mist of suspended blood around the patron god of assassins, and before Cutter drew his fourth breath since the battle began, it was over, and around Cotillion there was naught but corpses. A final snap of the rope whipped blood across a wall. Then the god threw back his hood and wheeled to face Blind. He opened his mouth to say something, then shut it once more. An angry gesture, and shadows swept out to engulf the trembling hound. When they dissipated a moment later, Blind was gone. There was the sound of fighting beyond the courtyard, and Cutter turned. "The Malazans need help," he shouted to Cotillion. "No, they don't," the god growled. Both spun at a loud clatter to see Darist lying motionless beside Apsalar, the sword lying nearby, its heat igniting the leaves it lay on. Cotillion's face fell, as if with a sudden deep sorrow. "When he's done out there," he said to Cutter, "guide him to this sword. Tell him its names." "He?" A moment later, with a final survey of the mayhem surrounding him, Cotillion vanished. Cutter rushed over to Apsalar. He knelt down beside her. Her clothes were crisped, smoke rising in tendrils in the now still air. Fire had swept through her hair, but only momentarily, it seemed, for she had plenty left. Nor was her face burned, although a long red welt, already blistering, was visible in a diagonal slash down her neck. Faint jerks of her limbs, the after-effects of the sorceress attack, showed him she still lived. He tried to wake her, failed. A moment later he looked up, listened. The sounds of fighting had ceased, and now a single set of boots slowly approached, crunching on scorched ground. Cutter slowly rose and faced the archway. Traveller stepped into view. A sword broken 3/4 of the way up the blade was in one gauntleted hand. Though spattered with blood, he seemed unwounded. He paused to study the scene in the courtyard. Somehow Cutter knew without asking that he was the last left alive. Yet he moved, nonetheless, to look out through the archway. The Malazans were all down, motionless. Surrounding them, in a ring, were the corpses of 100 or more Tiste Edur. Quarrel-studied others lay on the trail approaching the clearing. "I called those Malazans to their deaths. That captain with the beautiful eyes." He returned to where Traveller walked among the fallen Tiste Andi, and the question he asked came from a constricted throat. "Did you speak true, Traveller?" The man glanced over. "This battle," Cutter elaborated. "Was it truly a Malazan battle?" Traveller's answering shrug chilled the Daru. "Some of these are still alive," he said, gesturing at the Tiste Andi. "And there are wounded in the cave," Cutter pointed out. He watched as the man walked over to where lay Apsalar and Darist. "She is a friend," Cutter said. Traveller grunted, then he flung his broken sword aside and stepped over Darist. He reached down for the sword. "Careful!" But the man closed his gauntleted hand on the grip and lifted the weapon. Cutter sighed, closed his eyes for a long moment, then opened them and said, "It is named Vengeance, or Grief. You can choose which best suits you." Traveller turned, met Cutter's eyes. "Do you not wish it for yourself?" The Daru shook his head. "It demands its wielder possess a singular will. I am not for that sword, nor, I think, will I ever be." Traveller studied the blade in his hand. "Vengeance," he murmured, then nodded and crouched down to retrieve the scabbard from Darist's body. "This old man, who was he?" Cutter shrugged. "A guardian. He was named Andarist, and now he's gone, and so the throne is without a protector." Traveller straightened. "I will abide here a time. As you said, there are wounded to tend to, and corpses to bury. I'll help. No need. The god who strode through this place has visited the Edur ships. There are small craft aboard, and supplies. Take your woman and leave this island. If more Edur chance upon this location, your presence will only impede me." "How long will you plan on staying here in Andarist's role?" "Long enough to do him honor." A groan came from Apsalar, drawing Cutter to her. She began thrashing as if fevered. "Carry her from this place," Traveller said. "The sorcery's effects linger." He looked up, met those eyes, and saw sorrow there, the first emotion yet to be revealed from the man. "I would help you bury—" "I need no help. It will not be the first time I have buried companions. Go, take her." He lifted her in his arms. Her thrashing stilled, and she sighed as if sinking into deep, peaceful sleep. Then he stood studying Traveller for a moment. The man turned away. "Thank your God, mortal," he growled, his back still to Cutter, "for the sword." An elongated mass of the stone floor had fallen away, down to the black rushing water of the subterranean river. Athwart the gaping hole lay a bundle of spears, around which was tied a rope that reached down into the water, snaking about as the current tugged at it. The air of the rough-hewn chamber was chill and damp. Callum crouched at the edge and studied the swirling water below for a long moment. "The well," Sergeant Cord said from where he stood beside the assassin. Callum grunted, then asked, "What in Hood's name inspired the captain and lieutenant to climb down there?" "If you look long enough, with the torches gone from this room, you'll see a glow. There's something lying on the bottom, maybe twice a man's height in depth." "Something?" "Looks like a man, all in armor, lying spread-eagled. So take the torches out. I want to see this. Did you say something, Corporal? Your demon friend has disappeared, remember? Vanished." Callum sighed. "Demons will do that, and in this case you should be thankful for that. Right now, Sergeant, I am of the opinion that you've all been cooped up in this mountain for far too long. I'm thinking maybe you've lost your minds. And I have also reconsidered your words about my position in your company, and I've reached the decision, and it's this." He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Cord's eyes. "I'm not in your company, Cord. I'm a bridge burner, your Ashok regiment, and if that's not enough for you, I am resurrecting my old status as a claw, a leader of a hand. And as such, I am only outranked in the field by Clawmaster Topper, the Adjunct, and the Empress herself. Now, take the damned torches out of here!" Cord suddenly smiled. "You want to take command of this company? Fine, you can have it. Though we want to deal with Iris ourselves." He reached up to collect the first of the sputtering torches on the wall behind him. The sudden alteration of attitude from Cord startled Callum, then filled him with suspicion. "Until I sleep, that is. Gods below, I was far better off on my own. Where did that damned demon go, anyway? And when you've done that, Sergeant, head back up to the others and begin preparations. We're leaving this place." "What about the captain and the lieutenant?" "What about them? They were swept away, and they either drowned or were sprung loose in some watering hole. Either way, they're not with us now, and I doubt they're coming back." "You don't know that." "They've been gone too long, Cord. If they didn't drown, they would have had to reach the surface somewhere close. You can hold your breath only so long. Now, enough with this discussion. Get going." "Aye, sir." A torch in each hand, Cord headed up the stairs. Darkness swiftly engulfed the chamber. Callum waited for his eyes to adjust, listening to the sergeant's bootsteps growing ever fainter. And there, finally, far below, the glowing figure, indistinct, rippling beneath the rushing water. The assassin retrieved the rope and coiled it to one side. About 20 arm lengths had been played out, but the bundle of spears held a lot more. Then he pried a large chunk of stone from the ragged edge and tied the sodden, icy-cold end of the rope to it. With Opon's luck, the rock was sufficiently heavy to sink more or less straight down. He checked the knots once more, then pushed it from the ledge. It plummeted, dragging the coiled rope down with it. The spears clacked tight, and Callum peered down. The stone was suspended the full length of the rope, a distance that Callum, and no doubt the captain and the lieutenant, had judged sufficient to make contact with the figure. But it hadn't, though it looked close. Meaning he's a big bastard. All right, let's see how big. He grasped the spears and began lifting and rolling the bundle, playing out ever greater lengths. A pause to study the stone's progress, then more playing out of rope. It finally reached the figure, given the sudden bowing of the line as the current took the slack. Callum looked down once more. Hood's breath! The rock lay on the figure's chest, and the distance made that stone look small. The armoured figure was enormous, 3 times a man's height at least. The captain and the lieutenant had been deceived by the scale, probably fatally so. He squinted down at it, wondering at the strange glow, then grasped the rope to retrieve the stone. And far below, a massive hand flashed up and closed on it, and pulled. Callum shouted as he was pulled down into the torrent. As he plunged into the icy water, he reached up in an attempt to grasp the bundle of spears. There was a fierce tug, and the spears snapped with an explosive splintering sound directly overhead. The assassin still held on to the rope, even as the current swept him along. He felt himself being pulled down. The cold was numbing. His ears popped. Then he was drawn close by a pair of massive chain-clad fists, close and face-to-face with the broad grill of the creature's helm. In the swirling darkness beneath that grill, the glimmer of a rotted, bestial visage, most of the flesh in current fluttering strips, teeth devoid of lips, and the creature spoke in Callum's mind.
The other 2 eluded me, but you I will have. I am so hungry.
Hungry? Callum answered. Try this. He drove both long knives into the creature's chest. A thundering bellow, and the fists shot upward, pushing Callum away, harder and faster than he had thought possible. Both weapons yanked, almost breaking the grip of his hands, but he held on. The current had no time to grasp him as he was thrown upward, shooting back through the hole in an exploding geyser of water. The ledge caught one of his feet and tore the boot off. He struck the chamber's low stone ceiling, driving the last of his breath from his lungs, then dropped. He landed half on the pit's ledge, and was nearly swept back into the river, but he managed to splay himself, clawing to regain the floor, moving clear of the hole. Then he lay motionless, numbed, his boot lying beside him, until he was able to draw in a ragged lungful of bitter, cold air. He heard feet on the stairs, then Cord burst into the chamber and skidded to a halt directly above Callum. The sergeant's sword was in one hand, a torch flaring in the other. He stared down at the assassin. "What was that noise? What happened? Where are the damned spears?" Callum rolled onto his side, looked down over the ledge. The frothing torrent was impenetrable, opaqued red with blood. "Stop!" the assassin gasped. "Stop what? Look at that water! Stop what?" "Stop drawing from this well." It was a long time before the shivers left his body, to be replaced with countless aches from his collision with the chamber's ceiling. Cord had left, then returned with others from his company, as well as Sin, carrying blankets and more torches. There was some difficulty in prying the long knives from Callum's hands. The separation revealed that the grips had somehow scorched the assassin's palms and finger pads.
"Cold," Ebron muttered. "That's what did that. Burned by cold. What did you say that thing looked like?"
Callum, huddled in blankets, looked up. "Like something that should have been dead a long time ago, mage. Tell me, how much do you know of Bridis, this fortress?"
"Probably less than you," Ebron replied. "I was born in Karakarang. It was a monastery, wasn't it?"
"Aye, one of the oldest cults, long extinct." A squad healer crouched beside him and began applying a numbing salve to the assassin's hands. Callum leaned his head against the wall and sighed. "Have you heard of the Nameless Ones?"
Ebron snorted. "I said Karakarang, didn't I? The Tano cult claims a direct descent from the cult of the Nameless Ones. The Spirit Walkers say their powers, of song and the like, arose from the original patterns that the Nameless Ones fashioned in their rituals. Those patterns supposedly crisscross this entire subcontinent, and their power remains to this day. Are you saying this monastery belonged to the Nameless Ones?" "Yes, of course you are. But they weren't demons, were they?" No, but they were in the habit of chaining them. The one in the pool is probably displeased with its last encounter, but not as displeased as you might think." Ebron frowned, then paled. "The blood. If anyone drinks water tainted with that—" Callum nodded. "The demon takes that person's soul and makes the exchange. Freedom."
"Not just people, either," Ebron hissed. "Animals, birds, insects, anything."
"No, I think it will have to be big, bigger than a bird or insect. And when it does escape—"
"It'll come looking for you,"
the mage whispered. He suddenly wheeled to Cord.
"We have to get out of here, now. Better still—"
"Aye," Callum growled. "Get as far away from me as you can. Listen, the Empress has sent her new adjunct with an army. There will be a battle in Raraku. The adjunct has little more than recruits. She could do with your company, even as beaten up as it is. They march from Aren?" Callum nodded. "And have likely already started. That gives you maybe a month of staying alive and out of trouble." "We can manage," Cord grated. Callum glanced over at Sin. "Be careful, lass."
"I will. I think I'll miss you, Callum."
The assassin spoke to Cord. "Leave me my supplies. I will rest here a while longer. So we don't cross paths, I will be heading due west from here, skirting the north edge of the whirlwind, for a time. Eventually, I will try to breach it and make my way into Raraku itself." "Ladies' luck to you," Cord replied. Then he gestured. "Everyone else, let's go." At the stairway, the sergeant glanced back at the assassin. "That demon. Did it get the captain and the lieutenant, do you think?" "No, it said otherwise." "It spoke to you?" "In my mind, aye. But it was a short conversation." Cord grinned. "Something tells me, with you, they're all short." A moment later, and Callum was alone, still racked with waves of uncontrollable shivering. Thankfully, the soldiers had left a couple of torches. It was too bad, he reflected, that the Azalan demon had vanished. Seriously too bad. It was dusk when the assassin emerged from the narrow fissure in the rock, opposite the cliff, that was the monastery's secret escape route. The timing was anything but pleasant. The demon might already be free, might already be hunting him, in whatever form fate had gifted it. The night ahead did not promise to be agreeable. The signs of the company's egress were evident on the dusty ground in front of the fissure, and Callum noted that they had set off southward, preceding him by 4 or more hours. Satisfied, he shouldered his pack, and skirting the outcropping that was the fortress, headed west. Wild Bakarala kept pace with him for a time, scampering along the rocks and voicing their strangely mournful hooting calls as night gathered. Stars appeared overhead through a blurry film of dust, dulling the desert's ambient silver glow to something more like smudged iron. Callum made his way slowly, avoiding rises where he would be visible along a skyline. He froze at a distant scream to the north, an Enkaral, rare but mundane enough. Unless the damned thing recently landed to drink from a pool of bloody water. The Bakarala had scattered at that cry and were nowhere to be seen. There was no wind that Callum could detect, but he knew that sound carried far on nights like these, and worse, the huge winged reptiles could detect motion from high above, and the assassin would make a good meal. Cursing to himself, Callum faced south, to where the whirlwind's solid wall of whirling sand rose, 3.5, maybe 4,000 paces distant. He tightened the straps of his pack, then gingerly reached for his knives. The effects of the salve were fading, twin throbbing pulses of pain slowly rising. He had donned his fingerless gloves and gauntlets, risking the danger of infection, but even these barriers did little to lessen the searing pain as he closed his hands on the weapons and tugged them loose. Then he set off down the slope, moving as quickly as he dared. 100 heartbeats later, he reached the blistered pan of Raraku's basin. The whirlwind was a muted roar ahead, steadily drawing a flow of cool air towards it. He fixed his gaze on that distant, murky wall, then began jogging. 500 paces. The pack straps were abrading the talaba on his shoulders, wearing through to the lightweight chain beneath. His supplies were slowing him down,
but without them, he knew, he was as good as dead here in Raraku. He listened to his breathing grow harsher. 1,000 paces. Blisters had broken on his palms, soaking the insides of his gauntlets, making the grips of the long knives slippery, uncertain. He was drawing in great lungfuls of night air now, a burning sensation settling into his thighs and calves. 2,000 paces left, insofar as he could judge. The roar was fierce, and sheets of sand whipped around him from behind. He could feel the rage of the goddess in the air. 1,500 remaining. A sudden hush, as if he'd entered a cave. Then he was cartwheeling through the air, the contents of his pack loose and spinning away from the shredded remains on his back. Filling his ears, the echoes of a sound, a bone-jarring impact that he had not even heard. Then he struck the ground and rolled, knives flying from his hands. His back and shoulders were sodden, covered in warm blood, his chain armor shredded by the Enkaral's talons. A mocking blow for all the damage inflicted. The creature could more easily have ripped his head off. And now a familiar voice entered his skull.
I could have killed you outright, but this pleases me more. Run, mortal, to that saving wall of sand.
I freed you, Kalam growled, spitting out blood and grit. And this is your gratitude?
You delivered pain. Unacceptable. I am not one to feel pain. I only deliver it.
Well, the assassin grated as he slowly rose to his hands and knees. It comforts me to know in these my last moments that you'll not live long in this new world with that attitude. I'll wait for you other side of Hood's Gate, demon. Enormous talons snapped around him, their tips punching through chain, one in his lower back, 3 others in his abdomen, and he was lifted from the ground. Then flung through the air once more. This time he descended from a distance of at least 3 times his own height, and when he struck, blackness exploded in his mind. Consciousness returned, and he found himself lying sprawled on the cracked pan, the ground directly beneath him muddy with his own blood. The stars were swimming wildly overhead, and he was unable to move. A deep thrumming reverberation rang in the back of his skull, coming up from his spine.
Ah, awake once more. Good. Shall we resume this game?
As you like, demon. Alas, I'm no longer much of a plaything. You broke my back.
Your error was in landing head first, mortal.
My apologies. But the numbness was fading. He could feel a tingling sensation spreading out through his limbs. Come down and finish it, demon. He felt the ground shake as the Enkaral settled on the ground somewhere to his left. Heavy thumping steps as the creature approached.
Tell me your name, mortal. It is the least I can do to know the name of my first kill after so many thousands of years.
Kalam Mekar.
And what kind of creature are you? You resemble Imas.
Ah, so you were imprisoned long before the Nameless Ones, then?
I know nothing of Nameless Ones, Kalam Mekar.
He could sense the Enkaral at his side now, a massive looming presence, though the assassin kept his eyes shut. Then he felt its carnivore's breath gust down on him, and knew the reptile's jaws were opening wide. Kalam rolled over and drove his right fist down into the creature's throat, then released the handful of blood-soaked sand, gravel, and rocks it had held, and drove the dagger in his other hand deep between its breastbones. The huge head jerked back, and the assassin rolled in the opposite direction, then regained his feet. The motion took all feeling from his legs, and he toppled to the ground once more. But in the interval he had seen one of his long knives lying point-embedded in the ground about 15 paces distant. The Enkaral was thrashing about now, choking, talons ripping into the bleached earth in its frenzied panic. Sensation ebbed back into his legs, and Kalam began dragging himself across the parched ground. towards the long knife. "The serpent blade, I think. How appropriate." Everything shuddered, and the assassin twisted around to see that the creature had leapt, landing splay-legged directly behind him, where he had been a moment ago. Blood was weeping from its cold eyes, which flashed in recognition, before panic overwhelmed them once more. Blood and gritty froth shot out from beneath its serrated jaws. He resumed dragging himself forward, and was finally able to draw his legs up and manage a crawl. Then the knife was in his right hand. Callum slowly turned about, his head swimming, and began crawling back. "I have something for you," he gasped. "An old friend, come to say hello." The Encaral heaved and landed heavily on its side, snapping the bones of one of its wings in the process. Tail lashing, legs kicking, talons spasming open and shut, head thumping repeatedly against the ground. "Remember my name, demon," Callum continued, crawling up to the beast's head. He drew his knees under him, then raised the knife in both hands. The point hovered over the writhing neck, rose and fell until in time with its motion. "Callum Mekar, the one who's stuck in your throat." He drove the knife down, punching through the thick pebbled skin, and the blood of a severed jugular sprayed outward. Callum reeled back, barely in time to avoid the deadly fount, and dropped into another roll. 3 times over, to end finally on his back once more, paralysis stealing through him once again. He stared upward at the spinning stars, until the darkness devoured them. In the ancient fortress that had once functioned as a monastery for the Nameless Ones, but had been old even then, its makers long forgotten, there was only darkness. On its lowermost level there was a single chamber, its floor rifted above a rushing underground river. In the icy depths, chained by elder sorcery to the bedrock, lay a massive armored warrior. Thelamen Toblakai, pure of blood, that had known the curse of demonic possession, a possession that had devoured its own sense of self. The noble warrior had ceased to exist long, long ago. Yet now the body writhed in its magical chains. The demon was gone, fled with the outpouring of blood, blood that should never have existed, given the decayed state of the creature. Yet existed it had, and the river had swept it to freedom, to a distant waterhole where a bull Encaral, a beast in its prime, had been crouching to drink. The Encaral had been alone for some time. Not even the spoor of others of its kind could be found anywhere nearby. Though it had not sensed the passage of time, decades had in fact passed since it last encountered its own kind. Indeed, it had been fated, given a normal course of life, to never again mate. With its death, the extinction of the Encaral anywhere east of the Jag Odan would have been complete. But now its soul raged in a strange gelid body. No wings, no thundering hearts, no prey-laden scent to draw from the desert's night air. Something held it down, and imprisonment was proving a swift path to mindless madness. Far above, the fortress was silent and dark. The air was motionless once more, barring the faint sighs from draughts that flowed in from the outer chambers. Rage and terror, unanswered except by the promise of eternity, or so it would have remained, had the beast thrones stayed unoccupied, had not the reawakened wolf gods known an urgent need for a champion. Their presence reached into the creature's soul, calmed it with visions of a world where there were Encaral in the muddy skies, where bull males locked jaws in the fierce heat of the breeding season, the females banking in circles far above. Visions that brought peace to the ensnared soul, though with it came a deep sorrow, for the body that now clothed it was wrong. A time of service, then, the reward to rejoin its kin in the skies of another realm. Beasts were not strangers to hope, nor unmindful of such things as rewards. Besides, this champion would taste blood, and soon. For the moment, however, there was a skein of sorcerous bindings to unravel. Limbs stiff as death, but the heart laboured on. A shadow slipping over Callum's face awakened him. He opened his eyes. The wrinkled visage of an old man hovered above him, swimming behind waves of heat. Dalhonese, hairless, jutting ears, his expression twisted into a scowl.
I was looking for you, he accused in Malazan. Where have you been? What are you doing lying out here? Don't you know it's hot? Callum closed his eyes again. Looking for me? He shook his head. No one's looking for me, he continued, forcing his eyes open once more despite the glare lancing up from the ground around the two men. Well, not any more, that is. Idiot! Heat-addled fool! Stupid! But maybe I should be crooning, encouraging even. Will that deceive him? Likely. A change in tactics, yes. You! Did you kill this Encaral? Impressive. Wondrous. But it stinks. Nothing worse than a rotting Encaral, except for the fact that you fouled yourself. Lucky for you, your urinating friend found me, then led me here. Oh, and it's marked the Encaral, too. What a stench! Sizzling hide! Anyway, it'll carry you. Yes, back to my haunted abode. Who in Hood's name are you? Callum demanded, struggling to rise. Though the paralysis was gone, he was crusted in dried blood, the puncture wounds burning like coals, his every bone feeling brittle. Me? You do not know? You do not recognize the very famosity exuding from me? Famosity? There must be such a word. I used it. The act of being famous, of course. Most devoted servant of Shadow. Highest Archpriest Iskaral Pust, God to the Bokharala, Bane of Spiders, Master Deceiver of all the world's Solitakan and Divers. And now, your savior, provided you have something for me, that is, something to deliver, a bone whistle, a small bag, perchance, given to you in a shadowy realm by an even shadowier god? A bag, you fool, filled with dusky diamonds? You're the one, are you? Callum groaned. The gods help us. I have the diamonds. He tried to sit up, reaching for the pouch tucked under his belt, and caught a momentary glimpse of the Azalan demon, flowing amidst shadows behind the priest until oblivion found him. When he awoke once more, he was lying on a raised stone platform that suspiciously resembled an altar. Oil lamps flickered from ledges on the walls. The room was small, the air acrid. Healing salves had been applied, and like sorcery as well, leaving him feeling refreshed, though his joints remained stiff, as if he had not moved for some time. His clothing had been removed, a thin blanket stiff with grime laid over him. His throat ached with a raging thirst. The assassin slowly sat up, looking down at the purple wheels where the Encaral's talons had plunged, and almost jumped at a scurrying sound across the floor. A Bokharal, casting a single absurdly guilty glance over a knobby shoulder a moment before darting out through the doorway. A dusty jug of water and a clay cup lay on a reed mat on the stone floor. Flinging the blanket aside, Callum moved towards it. A bloom of shadows in one corner of the chamber caught his attention as he poured a cup, so he was not surprised to see Iskaral Pust standing there when the shadows faded. The priest was hunched down, looking nervously at the doorway, then tiptoeing up to the assassin. "All better now, yes?" "Is there need to whisper?" Callum asked. The man flinched. "Quiet! My wife!" "Is she sleeping?" Iskaral Pust's small face was so like a Bokharal's that the assassin was wondering at the man's bloodlines. "No, Callum, don't be ridiculous." "Sleeping?" the priest sputtered. "She never sleeps. No, you fool, she hunts." "Hunts? What does she hunt?" "Not what, who. She hunts for me, of course." His eyes glittered as he stared at Callum. "But has she found me? No. We've not seen each other for months. Hee-hee!" He jutted his head closer. "It's a perfect marriage. I've never been happier. You should try it." Callum poured himself another cup. "I need to eat." But Iskaral Pust was gone. He looked around, bemused. Sandaled feet approached from the corridor without. Then a wild-haired old woman leapt in through the doorway. Dal Honese, not surprisingly.
She was covered in cobwebs. She glared about.
Where is he? He was here, wasn't he? I can smell him. The bastard was here.
Callum shrugged. Look, I'm hungry.
Do I look appetizing?
She snapped, a quick appraising glance at Callum.
Mind you, you do.
She began searching the small room, sniffing at corners, crouching to peer into the jug.
I know every room, every hiding place,
she muttered, shaking her head.
And why not? When veered, I was everywhere.
You're a Solitakan? Ah, spiders.
Oh, aren't you a clever and long one?
Why not veer again? Then you could search.
If I veered, I'd be the one hunted. Oh no, old Mogora's not stupid. She won't fall for that. I'll find him. You watch.
She scurried from the room. Callum sighed. With luck, his stay with these two would be a short one. Iskaral Pust's voice whispered in his ear.
That was close.
Cheekbone and orbital ridge were both shattered, the pieces that remained held in place by strips of withered tendon and muscle. Had Onrak possessed anything more than a shrunken, mummified nugget for an eye, it would have been torn away by the Tiste Leosan's ivory scimitar. There was, of course, no effect on his vision, for his senses existed in the ghostly fire of the Telan ritual, the unseen aura hovering around his mangled body, burning with memories of completeness, of vigor. Even so, the severing of his left arm created a strange, queasy sense of conflict, as if the wound bled in both the world of the ritual ghost shape and in the physical world. A seeping away of power, of self, leaving the Tlanimas warrior with vaguely confused thoughts, a malaise of ephemeral thinness. He stood motionless, watching his kin prepare for the ritual. He was outside them now, no longer able to conjoin his spirit with theirs. From this jarring fact there was emerging, in Onrak's mind, a strange shifting of perspective. He saw only their physicality now. The ghost shapes were invisible to his sight.
Withered corpses, ghastly, devoid of majesty, a mockery of all that was once noble.
Duty and courage had been made animate, and this was all that Tlanimas were, and had been for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, without choice, such virtues as duty and courage were transformed into empty, worthless words. Without mortality, hovering like an unseen sword overhead, meaning was without relevance, no matter the nature or even the motivation behind an act, any act. Onrak believed he was finally seeing, when fixing his gaze upon his once kin, what all those who were not Tlanimas saw when looking upon these horrific undead warriors. An extinct past refusing to fall to dust, brutal reminders of rectitude and intransigence, of a vow elevated into insanity.
And this is how I have been seen, perhaps how I am still seen, by Trull Sengar, by these Tiste Leosan. Thus, how then shall I feel? What am I supposed to feel? And when last did feelings even matter?
Trull Sengar spoke beside him.
Were you anyone else, I would hazard to read you as being thoughtful, Onrak.
He was seated on a low wall, the box of Moranth's munitions at his feet. The Tiste Leosan had pitched a camp nearby, a picket line paced out and bulwarks of rubble constructed, 3 paces between each single-person tent, horses within a staked-out rope corral. In all, the precision and diligence verging on the obsessive.
Conversely, Trull continued after a moment, his eyes on the Leosan, perhaps your kind are indeed great thinkers, solvers of every vast mystery, possessors of all the right answers. If only I could pose the right questions. Thankful as I am for your companionship, Onrak, I admit to finding you immensely frustrating. Frustrating? Yes, we are. And your companions intend to dismantle what's left of you once we return to our home realm. If I was in your place, I'd be running for the horizon right now. Flee? Onrak considered the notion, then nodded.
Yes, this is what the renegades, those we hunt, did. And yes, now I understand them.
They did more than simply flee, Trull said. They found someone or something else to serve, to avow allegiance to, while at the moment, at least, that option is not available to you. Unless, of course, you choose those Leosan.
Or you.
Trull shot him a startled look, then grinned. Amusing.
Of course,
Onrak added.
Monarch Ochem would view such a thing as a crime, no different from that which has been committed by the renegades.
The Tlanimas had nearly completed their preparations. The bonecaster had inscribed a circle, 20 paces across, in the dried mud with a sharpened Bedarin rib, then had scattered seeds and dust clouds of spores within the ring. Ibra Golan and his 2 warriors had raised the equivalent of a sighting stone, an elongated chunk of mortared fired bricks from a collapsed building wall, a dozen paces outside the circle, and were making constant adjustments beneath the confusing play of light from the 2 suns, under Monarch Ochem's directions. That won't be easy, Trull observed, watching the Tlanimas shifting the upright stone. So I suppose I can expect to keep my blood for a while longer. Onrak slowly swung his misshapen head to study the Tiste Edur.
It is you who should be fleeing, Trull Sengar.
Your bonecaster explained that they needed only a drop or 2.
My bonecaster no longer. True, if all goes well.
Why shouldn't it?
The Tiste Leosan, Corald Thirlan. This is the name they give their warren. Seneschal Jorud is not a sorcerer, he is a warrior priest.
Trull frowned. It is the same for the Tiste Edur, for my people, Onrak.
And as such, the Seneschal must kneel before his power, whereas a sorcerer commands power. Your approach is fraught, Trull Sengar. You assume that a benign spirit gifts you that power. If that spirit is usurped, you may not even know it. And then you become a victim, a tool, manipulated to serve unknown purposes.
Onrak fell silent and watched the Tiste Edur, as a deathly pallor stole the life from Trull's eyes, as the expression became one of horrified revelation.
And so I give answer to a question you were yet to ask. Alas, this does not make me all-knowing. The spirit that grants the Seneschal his power may be corrupted. There is no way to know until it is unleashed. And even then, malign spirits are highly skilled at hiding. The one named Osric is lost. Osric, as humans know him. No, I do not know the source of Monarch Ochem's knowledge in this matter. Thus, the hand behind the Seneschal's power is probably not Osric, but some other entity hidden behind the guise and the name of Osric. Yet these Tiste Leosan proceed unawares.
It was clear that Trull Sengar was, for the moment, unable to offer comment or pose questions, so Onrak simply continued, wondering at the sudden extinction of his own reticence.
The Seneschal spoke of their own hunt, in pursuit of trespassers who crossed through their fiery warren. But these trespassers are not the renegades we hunt. Corald Thirlan is not a sealed warren. Indeed, it lies close to our own Telan, for Telan draws from it. Fire is life, and life is fire. Fire is the war against the cold, the slayer of ice. It is our salvation. Bonecasters have made use of Corald Thirlan. Probably others have as well. That such incursions should prove cause for enmity among the Leosan was never considered, for it seemed there were no Tiste Leosan. Monarch Ochem considers this now. He cannot help but consider this. Where are these Leosan from? How distant, how remote their home? Why are they now awakened to resentment? What does the one hidden behind the guise of Osric now seek? Where— Stop! Please, Onrak, stop! I need to think.
Trull rose suddenly, flinging a dismissive gesture at the Tlanimas, then strode off.
I think,
Onrak said quietly to himself as he watched the Tiste Edur storm away,
that I will revert to reticence.
A small chunk of mortared brick had now been positioned in the center of the ring. Its top was being inscribed with slashes and grooves by the bonecaster, and Onrak realized that Monarch Ochem had already discerned the celestial patterns of the two suns and the numerous moons that wheeled overhead. Colors played constantly over this landscape in sullen blood hues, occasionally overwhelmed by deep blues that limned everything in a cold, almost metallic sheen. At the moment, magenta dominated, a lurid tone as of reflected conflagration. Yet the air remained still and damp, eternally pensive. A world aswarm in shadows. The hounds that Onrak had inadvertently freed from their stone prisons had cast scores of them. The battered warrior wondered where the two beasts had gone. He was fairly certain that they were no longer in this realm, in this place known as the Nascent. Shadow and spirit reunited. The beasts had possessed something unusual, as if each was shaped of two distinct powers, two aspects chained together. Onrak had unleashed those hounds, yet, on second consideration, perhaps not freed them. Shadow from dark, that which is cast from that which has cast it. The warrior lowered his gaze to study his own multiple shadows. Was there tension between him and them? Clearly there was a binding, but he was the master and they his slaves. Or so it seemed. Silent kin of mine, you proceed, you follow, you strive on my flanks, huddle beneath me, your world finds its shape from my bone and flesh, yet your breadth and length belong to light. You are the bridge between worlds, yet you cannot be walked. No substance, then, only perception.
Onrak, you are closed to us.
He lifted his gaze. Monarch Ochem stood before him.
Yes, Bonecaster, I am closed to you. Do you doubt me?
I would know your thoughts.
They are insubstantial.
Monarch Ochem cocked his head.
Nonetheless.
Onrak was silent for a long moment.
Bonecaster, I remain bound to your path.
Yet you are severed.
The renegade kin must be found. They are our shadows. I now stand between you and them, and so I can guide you. I now know where to look, the signs to seek. Destroy me, and you shall lose an advantage in your hunt.
You bargain for persistence?
I do, Bonecaster.
Tell us, then, the path the renegades have taken.
I shall, when it becomes relevant.
Now.
No.
Monarch Ochem stared down at the warrior, then swung away and returned to the circle. Telan commanded that place now. Tundra flowers had erupted from the mud, along with lichen and mosses. Black flies swarmed at ankle height. A dozen paces beyond stood the four Tiste Edur, their enamel armor glowing in the strange magenta light. Trull Sengar watched from a position 15 paces to Onrak's left, his arms tightly crossed about himself, a haunted expression on his lean face. Monarch Ochem approached the seneschal.
We are ready, Leosan.
Jorud nodded.
Then I shall begin my prayers, undead priest, and there shall be proof that our master Osric is far from lost to us. You shall know his power.
The bonecaster said nothing. And when, Trull asked, shall I start spraying blood around? Which one of you has the pleasure of wounding me?
The choice is yours,
Monarch Ochem replied. Good. I choose Onrak. He's the only one here I'm prepared to trust. Apologies to those of you who might take offense at that.
That task should be mine,
Seneschal Jorud said. Blood lies at the heart of Osric's power. Onrak was alone, noting the slight start from the bonecaster at that, and the warrior nodded to himself. Much answered with those words. And indeed, Jorud continued, I shall have to spill some of my own as well. But Trull Sengar shook his head. No, Onrak or no one. And he then uncrossed his arms, revealing a clay ball in each hand. There was a snort from Jorud, and the Leosan named Enias growled. Grant me leave to kill him, Seneschal. I shall ensure that there is no shortage of Edur blood.
Do so, and I guarantee the same lack of shortage, Trull responded, concerning Leosan blood. Bonecaster, do you recognize these munitions?
They are known by the Malazans as Kassas,
answered Ibragolan, the clan leader.
One will suffice, given our collective proximities.
Trull grinned over at the Tlanimas warrior. Even that Denrabi skin on your shoulders won't help much, will it?
True,
Ibragolan replied.
While armor is not entirely ineffectual, such value invariably proves wanting.
Monarch Ochem turned to the seneschal.
Agree to the stipulation, he said. Begin your prayers, Leosan. Such commands are not for you to utter, Jorud snarled. He glared at Trull. You, Edur, have much to learn. We shall create this gate, and then there will come a reckoning.
Trull Sengar shrugged. As you like. Adjusting his blood-stained cloak, the seneschal strode into the center of the circle. Then he lowered himself onto his knees, chin settling onto his chest, closing his gleaming silver eyes. Black flies formed a humming cloud around him. Whatever link existed between Jorud and his god proved both strong and swift. Gold fire flickered into life here and there beyond the circumference of the circle. The remaining 3 Tiste Leosan returned to their own camp and began packing. Monarch Ochem strode into the circle, followed by the 2 clansmen Haran Epal and Ola Shane. The clan leader faced Onrak and said,
Guard your companion close, if you would he survive. Cleave to that singular concern, Onrak, no matter what you might witness.
I shall, Onrak replied. In many essential matters, the warrior realized, he had no need for a binding of souls with his kin, to know their minds. He strode to Trull Sengar. Follow me, he instructed. We must now enter the circle. The Tiste Edur scowled, then nodded. Take the box of munitions, then. My hands are full. Trull had fixed straps to the box. Onrak collected it, then led his companion into the circle. The 3 Leosan had completed breaking their camp and were now saddling their white horses. The fires continued flickering in and out of existence around the periphery, none large enough to pose a threat. But Onrak could sense the approach of the Leosan god, or at least the outermost layers of its disguise. Cautious, mistrustful, not of the seneschal, of course, but for this to work, the hidden spirit would have to come to this realm's very edge. And when Jorud offered up his own blood, the bridge of power between him and his god would be complete. The thud of horse hoofs announced the arrival of the other 3 Leosan, the 4 mounts in tow. Onrak drew forth from beneath rotted furs a small crescent-shaped obsidian knife, single-edged on the inward curving line, and held it out to Trull. When I so instruct you, Trull Sengar, cut yourself. A few drops will suffice. The Tiste Edur frowned. I thought you were... I would not be distracted in the moment of crossing. Distracted? Say nothing. Attend to yourself. His frown deepening, Trull crouched to return the 2 Kassas to the box, affixed the lid once more and slung the contrivance over a shoulder, then straightened and accepted the stone blade. The flames were now growing, unbroken immediately beyond the inscribed ring. Korald Thirlan, but the ascendant shaping it remained unseen. Onrak wondered at its nature. If these Leosan were any indication, it found sustenance from purity, as if such a thing was even possible. Intransigence. Simplicity. The simplicity of blood, a detail whispering of antiquity, of primeval origins. A spirit, then, before whom a handful of savages once bowed. There had been many such entities once, born of that primitive assertion of meaning to object, meaning shaped by symbols and portents, scratchings on rock faces and in the depths of caves. No shortage, but tribes died out, were winnowed out, were devoured by more powerful neighbors. The secret language of the scratchings, the caves with their painted images that came alive to the pounding of drums, those most mysterious cathedrals of thunder, all lost, forgotten. And with that fading away of secrets, so too the spirits themselves dwindled, usually into oblivion. That some lingered was not surprising to Onrak, even unto usurping the faith of a new tribe.
What was new to the warrior, rising like a tightness into his desiccated throat, was the sense of pathos.
In the name of purity, the Leosan worshipped their god. In the name of nostalgia, the god worships what was and shall never again return.
The spilling of blood was the deadliest of games.
As is about to be seen.
A harsh cry from the seneschal, and the flames rose into a wall on all sides, raging with unbridled power. Jorud had laid open his left palm. Within the circle a swirling wind rose, laden with the smells of a thaw, of spring in some northern clime. Onrak turned to Trull.
Now!
The Tiste Edur slashed the obsidian blade across the edge of his left hand, then stared down, disbelieving at the gash. Clear, the flesh neatly parted, frighteningly deep. The blood emerged a moment later, welling forth, red roots racing and branching down his grey-skinned forearm. The gate seemed to tear itself open, surrounding the group within the circle. Spiraling tunnels reached outward from it, each seeming to lead on into eternity. A roar of chaos on the flanks, miasmic grey fire in the spaces between the portals. Onrak reached out to catch a reeling Trull Sengar. The blood was spraying out from his left hand, as if the Edur's entire body was being squeezed by some unseen but unrelenting pressure. Onrak glanced over to see Monarch Ochem standing alone, head tilted back as the winds of Telan whipped the silver-tipped fur around his unhelmed head. Beyond the Bonecaster, a momentary glimpse of Ibragolan, Ola Shane, and Haran Epal vanishing down a tunnel of fire. The seneschal's companions were now running towards their master's prone, unconscious body. Satisfied that the others were occupied, temporarily unmindful, Onrak dragged Trull close until their bodies made contact, the Tlanimas managing a one-armed embrace.
"Hold on to me," he rasped. "Trull Sengar, hold on to me, but free your left hand."
Fingers clutched at Onrak's ragged cloak, began dragging with growing weight. The Tlanimas relinquished his one-armed hug and snapped out his hand to close on Trull's. The blood bit like acid into flesh that had forgotten pain. Onrak almost tore his grip free in the sudden overwhelming agony, but then he tightened his hold and leaned close to the Tiste Edur.
"Listen, I, Onrak, once of the Logros but now stranger to the ritual, of our service to Trull Sengar of the Tiste Edur. I pledge to defend your life. This vow cannot be sundered. Now, lead us from here."
Their hands still locked together, sealed for the moment by a slowing flow of blood. Onrak pulled Trull around until they faced one of the spiraling tunnels. Then they plunged forward. Onrak saw the Bonecaster wheel to face them, but the distance was too great, and the ritual had already begun tearing itself apart. Then Monarch Ochem veered into his Solitakan form. A blur, then a massive, hulking beast was thundering in pursuit. Onrak sought to tear his grip from Trull, to reach for his sword, to block the Solitakan, and so ensure Trull's escape, but the Edur had turned, had seen, and would not let go. Instead he pulled, hard. Onrak stumbled back. Knuckles pounded on the ground. The ape that Monarch Ochem had become was, despite being gaunt with death, enormous. Patched grey and black skin, tufts of silver-tipped black hair on the broad shoulders and the nape of the neck, a sunken-eyed, withered face, jaws stretching wide to reveal canines, voicing a deep, grating roar. Then Monarch Ochem simply vanished, swallowed by a surge of chaos. Onrak stumbled over something, crashed down onto hard-packed ground, gravel skidding under him. Beside him, on his knees, was Trull Sengar. The fall had broken their grip, and the Tiste Edur was staring down at his left hand, where only a thin white scar remained. A single sun blazed down on them, and Onrak knew they had returned to his native realm. The Tlanimas slowly climbed to his feet.
"We must leave this place, Trull Sengar. My kin shall pursue. Perhaps only Monarch Ochem remains, but he will not relent."
Trull raised his head. "Remains? What do you mean? Where did the others go?"
Onrak looked down on the Tiste Edur. "The Leosan were too late to realize. The turning of Telan succeeded in driving all awareness from the Seneschal. They were entirely unprepared.
Ibragolan, Olashane, and Haran Epal walked into the warren of Corald Thirlan. Walked into? Why? Onrak managed a one-sided shrug. They went, Trull Sengar, to kill the Leosan god.
Little more than bones and scraps of armor. What had once been an army lay in the thick grey ash, encircling a steeply sloped pit of some kind. There was no way to tell whether the army had faced outward, defending some sort of subterranean entrance, or inward, seeking to prevent an escape. Lostara Yill stood ankle-deep in the trail's ashes, watching Pearl walk gingerly among the bones, reaching down every now and then to drag some item free for a closer look. Her throat was raw, her hatred of the Imperial Warren deepening with every passing moment. The scenery is unchanging, Pearl had noted, yet never the same. I have walked this path before, this very path. There were no ruins then, and no heap of bones or hole in the ground, and no winds to shift the ashes. But bones and other large objects had a way of rising to the surface eventually. Or so it was true in the sands. Why should ashes be any different? Nonetheless, some of those ruins were massive, vast expanses of flagstones, unstained, devoid even of dust. Tall, leaning towers, like the rotted stubs of fangs. A bridge spanning nothing, its stones so precisely set that a knife tip could not be slipped between them. Slapping the dust from his gloved hands, Pearl strode up. Curious indeed. Lostara coughed, hacked out grey sputum. Just find us a gate and get us out of here, she rasped. Ah, well, as to that, my dear, the gods are smiling down upon us. I have found a gate, and a lively one it is. She scowled at him, knowing he sought the inevitable question from her, but she was in no mood to ask it. Alas, I know your thoughts, Pearl continued after a moment, with a quick, wry grin. He pointed back towards the pit. Down there, unfortunately. Thus we are left with a dire choice. Continue on, and risk you spitting out your lungs in search of a more easily approachable gate, or take the plunge, as it were. You're leaving the choice to me? Why not? Now I'm waiting. Which shall it be? She drew the scarf over her mouth and nose once more, tightened the straps on her pack, then marched off, towards the pit. Pearl fell in step. Courage and foolishness, the distinction so often proves problematic, except in hindsight. Lostara kicked herself free of a rib cage that had fouled her stride, then swore at the resultant clouds of ash and dust. Who were these damned soldiers, do you know? I may possess extraordinary powers of observation and unfathomable depths of intelligence, lass, but I cannot read when there is nothing to be seen. Corpses, human insofar as I can tell. The only detail I can offer is that they fought this battle knee-deep in this ash, meaning that whatever crisped this realm had already happened, Lostara cut in, meaning they either survived the event or were interlopers, like us. Very possibly emerging from the very gate we now approach. To cross blades with whom? Pearl shrugged. I have no idea, but I have a few theories. Of course you do, she snapped. Like all men, you hate to say you don't know and leave it at that. You have an answer to every question, and if you don't, you make one up. An outrageous accusation, my dear. It is not a matter of making up answers. It is rather an exercise in conjecture. There is a difference. That's what you say, not what I have to listen to. All the time. Endless words. Does a man even exist who believes there can be too many words? I don't know, Pearl replied. After a moment she shot him a glare, but he was studiously staring ahead. They came to the edge of the slope and halted, looking down. The descent would be treacherous, jumbled bones, swords jagged with decay, and an unknown depth of ash and dust. The hole at the base was perhaps 10 paces across, yawning black. There are spiders in the desert, Lostara muttered, that build such traps. Slightly smaller, surely. She reached down and collected a thigh bone, momentarily surprised at its weight, then tossed it down the slope. A thud. Then the packed ash beneath their boots vanished. And down they went, amidst explosions of dust, ashes, and splinters of bone. A hissing rush, blind, choking, then they were falling through a dry downpour, to land heavily on yet another slope that tumbled them down a roaring, echoing avalanche. It was a descent through splintered bones and bits of iron, and it seemed unending. Lostara was unable to draw breath. They were drowning in thick dust, sliding and rolling, sinking, then bursting free once more. Down, down, through absolute darkness. A sudden, jarring collision with something, possibly wood, then a withered, rumpled surface that seemed tiled, and down once more. Another thump and tumble. Then she was rolling across flagstones, pushed on by a wave of ash and detritus, finally coming to a crunching halt, flat on her back, a flow of frigid air rising up on her left side, where she reached out, groping, then down to where the floor should have been. Nothing. She was lying on an edge, and something told her that had she taken this last descent, Hood alone would greet her at its conclusion. Coughing from slightly further up the slope on her right, a faint nudge as the heaped bones and ashes on that side shifted. Another such nudge, and she would be pushed over the edge. Lostara rolled her head to the left and spat, then tried to speak. The word came out thin and hoarse. "Don't!" Another cough, then, "Don't what? Move!" "Oh, that doesn't sound good. It's not good, is it?" "Not good. Another ledge. Another drop. This one, I think, forever." "Judicious use of my warren seems appropriate at this point, don't you think?" "Yes." "A moment, then." A dull sphere of light emerged, suspended above them, its illumination struggling in the swirling clouds of dust. It edged closer, grew larger, brightened, revealing all that was above them. Lostara said nothing. Her chest had contracted as if unwilling to take another breath. Her heart thundered. Wood, an X-shaped cross, tilting over them, as tall as a 4-story building, the glint of enormous pitted spikes, and nailed to the cruciform, a dragon. Wings spread, pinned wide, hind limbs impaled, chains wrapped about its neck, holding its massive wedge-shaped head up as if staring skyward, to a sea of stars, marked here and there with swirls of glowing mist. "It's not here," Pearl whispered. "What? It's right above." "No. Well, yes, but look carefully. It's enclosed in a sphere, a pocket warren, a realm unto itself." "Or the entranceway," she suggested. "Ceiling, a gate. Queen of dreams, I think you're right. Even so, its power doesn't reach us. Thank the spirits and gods and demons and ascendants and—" "Why, Pearl?" "Because, lass, that dragon is aspected." "I thought they all were." "Aye. You keep interrupting me, Lostara Yill. Aspected, I was saying, but not to a warren. Gods, I cannot fathom—" "Damn you, Pearl!" "Otaterral." "What?" "Otaterral. Her aspect is Otaterral, woman. This is an Otaterral dragon." Neither spoke for a time. Lostara began edging herself away from the ledge, shifting weight incrementally, freezing at every increase in the stream of dust slipping away beneath her. Turning her head, she could make out Pearl. He had unveiled enough of his warren to draw himself upward, hovering slightly above the slope. His gaze remained fixed on the crucified dragon. "Some help down here," Lostara growled. He started, then looked down at her. "Right. My deepest apologies, lass. Here I shall extend my warren." She felt herself lifted into the air. "Make no struggle, lass. Relax, and you'll float up beside me, then pivot upright." She forced herself to grow still, but the result was one of rigid immobility. Pearl chuckled. "Lacks grace, but it will do." A half-dozen heartbeats later, she was beside him, hovering upright. "Try to relax again, Lostara." She glared at him, but he was staring upward once more. Reluctantly, she followed his gaze. "It's still alive, you know," Pearl whispered. "Who could have done this?" "Whoever it was, we have a lot for which to thank him, her or them. This thing devours magic, consumes warrens."
All the old legends of dragons begin with the statement that they are the essence of sorcery. How then could this thing even exist? Nature always seeks a balance. Forces strive for symmetry. This dragon answers every other dragon that ever existed or ever will. Lostara coughed and spat once more. Then she shivered. The Imperial Warren, Pearl. What was it before it was turned to ash? He glanced over at her, eyes narrowing. He shrugged and began brushing dust from his clothes. I see no value in lingering in this horrendous place. You said there was a gate down here. Not that one, surely. No, beyond that ledge. I suspect the last time it was used was by whoever or whatever nailed this dragon onto the cross. Surprisingly, they didn't seal the gate behind them. Careless. More like supremely confident, I would think. We'll make our descent a little more orderly this time, agreed? You need not move. Leave this to me. I despise that suggestion in principle, Pearl, but what I hate more is that I see no choice. Haven't you had your fill of bared bones yet, lass? A simple sweet smile would have sufficed. She fixed him with a look of steel. Pearl sighed. A good try, lass. We'll work on it. As they floated out over the ledge, Lostara looked up one last time, but not at the dragon, rather at the starscape beyond. What do you make of that night sky, Pearl? I do not recognize the constellations, nor have I ever before seen those glowing swirls in any night sky I've looked at. He grunted. That's a foreign sky, as foreign as can be. A hole leading into alien realms, countless strange worlds filled with creatures unimaginable. You really don't know, do you? Of course I don't, he snapped. Then why didn't you just say so? It was more fun conjecturing creatively, of course. How can a man be the object of a woman's interest if he's always confessing his ignorance? You want me to be interested in you? Why didn't you say so? Now I will hang on your every word, of course. Shall I gaze adoringly into your eyes as well? He swung on her a glum look. Men really have no chance, do they? Typical conceit to have thought otherwise, Pearl. They were falling gently through darkness. The sorcerous globe of light followed, but at some distance, smudged and faint behind the suspended dust. Lostara looked downward, then snapped her head up and closed her eyes, fighting vertigo. Through gritted teeth she asked, How much farther do we sink, do you think? I don't know. You could have given a better answer than that. When he made no reply, she glanced over at him through slitted eyes. He looked positively despondent. Well, she demanded, if these are the depths of despair, lass, we're almost there. As it turned out, another 100 heartbeats passed before they reached the dust-laden floor. The sphere of light arrived a short while later, illuminating the surrounding area. The floor was solid rock, uneven and littered with still more bones. No walls were in sight. The magic that had slowly lowered them dissipated. Pearl took 2 strides, then gestured, and, as if he had flung aside an invisible current, the glimmering outlines of a gate appeared before them. The claw grunted. Now what? Lostara asked. Thir, or to be more precise, the elder warren from which Thir derived. I can't recall its name. Kurald something. Tiste, not Edur, not Andy, but the other one. And, he added in a low voice, the last things to use it left tracks. Lostara stared down at the threshold, somewhat obscured but discernible nonetheless. Dragons. I can make out at least 3 sets, she said after a moment. More like 6, maybe more. Those 2 sets, he pointed, were the last to leave. Big bastards. Well, that answers the question of who or what was capable of subduing the Otateral dragon. Other dragons, of course. Even so, it could not have been easy. Seer, you said. Can we use it? Oh, I imagine so. Well, what are we waiting for? He shrugged. Follow me, then. Staying close, she fell in step behind him. They strode through the gate, and stumbled into a realm of gold fire. Wild storms on all horizons, a raging, blinding sky. They stood on a scorched patch of glittering crystals, the past passage of immense heat having burnished the sharp-edged stones with myriad colours. Other such patches were visible here and there. Immediately before them rose a pillar shaped like an elongated pyramid, withered and baked, with only the surface facing them dressed smooth. Words in an unknown language had been carved on it. The air was searing in Lostara's lungs, and she was sodden with sweat, but it was, for the moment, survivable. Pearl walked up to the pillar. "We have to get out of here!" Lostara shouted. The firestorms were deafening, but she was certain he heard her, and chose to ignore it. Lostara rarely tolerated being ignored. She strode after him. "Listen to me!" "Names!" He spun to her. "The names! The ones who imprisoned the Otateral dragon! They're all here!" A growing roar caught her attention, and she turned to face right, to see a wall of flame rolling towards them. "Pearl!" He looked visibly blanched, stepped back, and his foot skidded out from beneath him, dropping him hard onto his backside. Blankly he reached down under him, and when he brought his gloved hand back up, it was slick with blood. "Did you?" "No!" He clambered upright, and now they both saw the blood trail, cutting crossways over the patch, vanishing into the flames on the other side. "Something's in trouble," Pearl said. "So are we if we don't get moving!" The firestorm now filled half the sky. The heat— He grasped her arm and they plunged around the pillar, into a glittering cavern. Where blood had sprayed, gouted out to paint walls and ceiling, and where the shattered pieces of a desiccated warrior lay almost at their feet. A Tlani Mas. Lostara stared down at it. Rotted wolf fur the colour of the desert, a broken bone-hafted double-bladed axe of reddish-brown flint almost entirely obscured beneath a pool of blood. Whatever it had attacked had struck back. The warrior's chest was crushed flat, both arms had been torn off at the shoulders, and the Tlani Mas had been decapitated. A moment's search found the head lying off to one side. "Pearl, let's get out of here!" He nodded, then hesitated. "Now what?" "Your favourite question," he muttered. Then he scrambled over to collect the severed head, faced her once more. "All right, let's go." The strange cave blurred, then vanished, and they were standing on a sun-bleached rock shelf overlooking a stony basin that had once known a stream. Pearl grinned over at her. "Home." He held up the ghastly head before him and spoke to it. "I know you can hear me, Tlani Mas. I'll find for you the crotch of a tree for your final resting place, provided I get some answers." The warrior's reply was strangely echoing, the voice thick and halting.
"What is it you wish to know?"
Pearl smiled. "That's better. First off, your name."
"Ola Shane, of the Logros Tlani Mas, of Ibrogolan's clan, born in the year of the two-headed snake."
"Ola Shane. What in Hood's name were you doing in that warren? Who were you trying to kill?"
"We did not try. We succeeded. The wounds delivered were mortal. It will die, and my kin pursue to witness."
"It? What precisely?"
"A false god. I know no more than that. I was commanded to kill it. Now, find for me a worthy place of rest, mortal."
"I will, as soon as I find a tree." Lostara wiped sweat from her brow, then went over to sit on a boulder. "It doesn't need a tree, Pearl," she said, sighing. "This ledge should do." The claw swung the severed head so that it faced the basin and the vista beyond. "Is this pleasing enough, Ola Shane?"
"It is. Tell me your name, and you shall know my eternal gratitude."
"Eternal? I suppose that's not an exaggeration either, is it? Well, I am Pearl, and my redoubtable companion is Lostara Yil. Now, let's find a secure place for you, shall we?"
"Your kindness is unexpected, Pearl."
"Always is and always will be," he replied, scanning the ledge. Lostara stared at her companion, surprised at how thoroughly her sentiments matched those of the Tlani Mas. "Pearl, do you know precisely where we are?" He shrugged. "First things first, lass. I'd appreciate it if you allowed me to savor my merciful moment. Ah, here's the spot, Ola Shane. Lostara closed her eyes. From ashes and dust to sand. At least it was home. Now all that remained was finding the trail of a Malazan lass who vanished months ago. "Nothing to it," she whispered. "Did you say something, lass?" She opened her eyes and studied him where he crouched, anchoring stones around the undead warrior's severed head. "You don't know where we are, do you?" He smiled. "Is this a time, do you think, for some creative conjecture?" Thoughts of murder flashed through her, not for the first time. Chapter 13. It is not unusual to see the warrens of Maynas and Rashan as the closest of kin. Yet are not the games of illusion and shadow games of light? At some point, therefore, the notion of distinctions between these warrens ceases to have meaning. Maynas, Rashan, and Thir. Only the most fanatic of practitioners among these warrens would object to this. The aspect all three share is ambivalence, their games the games of ambiguity. All is deceit, all is deception. Among them, nothing at all, is as it seems. A preliminary analysis of the warrens. Connor Rolandus. 1,500 desert warriors had assembled at the southern edge of the ruined city, their white horses ghostly through the clouds of amber dust, the glint of chain vests and scaled hauberks flashing dully every now and then from beneath golden talabas. 500 spare mounts accompanied the raiders. Korbolo Dom stood near Sha'ik and Ghost Hands atop a weathered platform that had once been the foundation of a temple or public building of some sort, allowing them a clear view of the assembling warriors. The Napan renegade watched, expressionless, as Leoman of the Flails rode up for a last word with the Chosen One. He himself would not bother with any false blessings, for he would much prefer that Leoman never return, and if he must, then not in triumph in any case. And though his scarred face revealed nothing, he well knew that Leoman entertained no delusions about Korbolo's feelings for him. They were allies only in so far as they both served Sha'ik, and even that was far less certain than it might have outwardly seemed. Nor did the Malazan believe that the Chosen One was deluded as to the spite and enmity that existed between her generals. Her ignorance existed solely in the plans that were slowly, incrementally settling into place to achieve her own demise. Of that Korbolo was certain, else she would have acted long before now. Leoman reined in before the platform. "Chosen One, we set out now, and when we return we shall bring you word of the Malazan army, their disposition, their rate of march." "But not," Sha'ik cut in sternly, "their mettle. No engagements, Leoman. The first blooding of her army will be here, by my hand." Mouth pressing into a thin line, Leoman nodded. Then he said, "Tribes will have conducted raids on them, Chosen One, likely beginning a league beyond the walls of Aren. They will have already been blooded." "I cannot see such minor exchanges as making a difference either way," Sha'ik replied. "Those tribes are sending their warriors here. They arrive daily. Your forces would be the largest she would have to face, and I will not have that. Do not argue this point again, Leoman, else I forbid you to leave Raraku." "As you say, Chosen One," Leoman grated, his startling blue eyes fixed on Ghost Hands. "If you require anything, old man, seek out Mathok." Korbolo's brows rose. "An odd thing to say," Sha'ik commented. "Ghost Hands is under my protection, after all." "Minor requirements only, of course," Leoman said, "such as might prove distracting, Chosen One. You have an army to ready, after all." "A task," Korbolo cut in, "which the Chosen One has entrusted in me, Leoman." The desert warrior simply smiled. Then he collected his reins. "May the whirlwind guard you, Chosen One." "And you, Leoman." The man rode back to his waiting horse warriors. "May your bones grow white and light as feathers, Leoman of the Flails." Korbolo swung to Sha'ik. "He will disobey you, Chosen One." "Of course he will." The Napan blinked, then his gaze narrowed. "Then it would be madness to yield the wall of sand to him." She faced him, her eyes questioning. "Do you fear the Adjunct's army, then? Have you not said to me again and again how superior you have made our forces? In discipline, in ferocity? This is not one-arm's host you will be facing. It is a shaky mass of recruits, and even should they have known hardening in a minor engagement or two, what chance have they against your dog-slayers? As for the adjunct, leave her to me. Thus, what Leoman does with his 1,500 desert wolves is, in truth, without relevance. Or are you now revising all your opinions, Korbolo Dom?
Of course not, Chosen One. But a wolf like Leoman should remain leashed.
Leashed? The word you'd rather have used is killed. Not a wolf, but a mad dog. Well, he shall not be killed, and if indeed he is a mad dog, then where better to send him than against the adjunct?
You are wiser in these ways than I, Chosen One.
Ghost Hands snorted at that, and even Sha'ik smiled. The blood was suddenly hot in Korbolo's face. Febryl awaits you in your tent, Sha'ik said. He grows impatient with your lateness, Korbolo Dom. You need not remain here any longer. From heat to ice. The Malazan did not trust himself to speak, and at the Chosen One's dismissive wave he almost flinched. After a moment he managed to find his voice.
I had best find out what he wants, then, he said.
No doubt he views it as important, Sha'ik murmured. It is a flaw among aging men, I think, that brittle self-importance. I advise you to calm him, Korbolo Dom, and so slow his pounding heart.
Sound advice, Chosen One.
With a final salute, Korbolo strode to the platform's steps. Heboric sighed as the Napan's bootsteps faded behind them. The poor bastard's been left reeling. Would you panic them into acting, then, with Leoman now gone? And Toblakai as well? Who is there left to trust, lass? Trust? Do you imagine I trust anyone but myself, Heboric? Oh, perhaps Sha'ik Elder knew trust in Leoman and Toblakai, but when they look upon me, they see an impostor. I can see that well enough, so do not attempt to argue otherwise. And what about me? Heboric asked. Ah, Ghost Hands, now we come to it, don't we? Very well, I shall speak plain. Do not leave me, Heboric, not now. That which haunts you can await the conclusion of the battle to come. When that is done, I shall extend the power of the whirlwind back to the very edge of the Otateral Isle. Within that warren your journey will be virtually effortless. Otherwise, willful as you are, I fear you will not survive the long, long walk. He looked at her, though the effort earned him little more than a blur where she stood, enfolded in her white talaba. Is there anything you do not know about, lass? Alas, far too much, I suspect. Lorik, for example. A true mystery there. He seems able to fend off even the whirlwind's elder magic, evading my every effort to discern his soul. And yet he has revealed much to you, I think. In confidence, Chosen One. I am sorry. All I can offer you is this. Lorik is not your enemy. Well, that means more to me than you perhaps realize. Not my enemy. Does that make him my ally, then? Heboric said nothing. After a moment, Sha'ik sighed. Very well. He remains a mystery, then, in the most important of details. What can you tell me of Bidithal's explorations of his old warren, Rashan? He cocked his head. Well, the answer to that, Chosen One, depends in part on your own knowledge of the goddess's warren. Your elder warren fragment that is the whirlwind. Korald Emurlan. He nodded. Indeed. And what do you know of the events that saw it torn apart? Little, except that its true rulers had ceased to exist, thus leaving it vulnerable. The relevant fact is this, however. The whirlwind is the largest fragment in this realm, and its power is growing. Bidithal would see himself as its first and its penultimate high priest. What he does not understand is that there is no such role to be taken. I am the high priestess. I am the chosen one. I am the single mortal manifestation of the whirlwind goddess. Bidithal would enfold Rashan into the whirlwind, or conversely, use the whirlwind to cleanse the shadow realm of its false rulers. She paused, and Heboric sensed her shrug. Those false rulers once commanded the Malazan Empire. Thus, we are all here, preparing for a singular confrontation. Yet what each of us seeks from that battle is at odds. The challenge, then, is to cajole all those disparate motives into one mutually triumphant effect."
"That," Heberick breathed, "is quite a challenge, lass."
"And so I need you, Ghost Hands. I need the secret you possess."
"Of Lorik I can say nothing."
"Not that secret, old man. No, the secret I seek lies in your hands."
He started. "My hands?"
"That giant of jade you touched. It is defeating the Otatarl, destroying it. I need to discover how. I need an answer to Otatarl, Heberick."
"But Korald Emorlan is elder, Sha'ik. The Adjunct sword
will annihilate the advantage I possess in my high mages. Think! She knows she can't negate the whirlwind with her sword, so she will not even try. No, instead she will challenge my high mages, remove them from the field. She will seek to isolate me.
But if she cannot defeat the whirlwind, what does that matter?"
"Because the whirlwind in turn cannot defeat her."
Heberick was silent. He had not heard this before, but after a moment's thought it began to make sense. Korald Emerlan might be elder, but it was also in pieces, weakened, riven through with Rashan, a warren that was indeed vulnerable to the effects of Otatarl. The power of the Adjunct sword and that of Sha'ik's whirlwind goddess would effectively cancel each other out, leaving the outcome in the hands of the armies themselves. And there the Otatarl would cut through the sorcery of the High Mages, in turn leaving it all to Korbolo Dom, and Korbolo knows it, and he has his own ambitions. Gods, lass, what a mess." "Alas, chosen one," he muttered, "I cannot help you, for I do not know why the Otatarl in me is failing. I have, however, a warning. The power of the Jade Giant is not one to be manipulated, not by me nor by you. If the Whirlwind Goddess seeks to usurp it, she will do more than suffer in the attempt. She will likely get obliterated."
"Then we must win knowledge without yielding an opportunity."
"And how in Hood's name do you propose achieving that?"
"I would you give me the answer to that, Heberick."
"Me? Then we are lost. I have no control over that alien power. I have no understanding of it at all."
"Perhaps not yet," she replied, with a chilling confidence in her voice. "But you grow ever closer, Heberick, every time you partake of Henbara tea."
"The tea? That which you gave me so that I might escape my nightmares? Calling upon Sha'ik Elder's knowledge of the desert, you said. A gift of compassion, I thought. A gift."
He felt something crumbling inside him.
"A fortress in the desert of my heart. I should have known it would be a fortress of sand."
He swung away, made insensate by layer upon layer of blindness, numbed to the outside world, to whatever Sha'ik was now saying, to the brutal heat of the sun overhead. Stay? He felt no longer able to leave.
"Chains. She has made for me a house of chains."
Felisin Younger came to the edge of the pit and looked down. The sun had left the floor, leaving naught but darkness below. There was no glimmer of hearthlight, confirming that no one had come to take up residence in Leoman's abode. A scraping sound nearby made her turn. Toblakai's once slave-master had crawled into view around a wall foundation. His sun-blistered skin was caked in dust and excrement, the stumps at the ends of his arms and legs weeping a yellow, opaque liquid. The first signs of leprosy marred his joints at elbow and knee. Red-rimmed eyes fixed on Felisin, and the man offered a blackened smile.
"Ah, child, see me your humble servant, Mathok's warrior."
"What do you know of that?"
she demanded. The smile broadened.
"I bring word. See me your humble servant, everyone's humble servant. I have lost my name. Did you know that? I knew it once, but it has fled me. My mind. But I do what I am told. I bring word. Mathok's warrior. He cannot meet you here. He would not be seen. You understand? There, across the plaza, in the sunken ruin. He awaits."
Well, she considered, the secrecy made sense. Their escape from the camp demanded it, although Heberick Ghost Hands was by far the one most likely to be under surveillance. And he had gone into his tent days ago and refused all visitors.
Even so, she appreciated Mathok's caution, though she had not known that Toblakai's slave-master was a part of their conspiracy. "The sunken temple?"
"Yes, there. See me your humble servant. Go, he awaits."
She set out across the flag-stoned plaza. Hundreds of the camp's destitute had settled here, beneath palm-frond shelters, making no efforts at organization. The expanse reeked of piss and feces, streams of the foul mess flowing across the stones. Hacking coughs, mumbled entreaties and blessings followed her as she made her way towards the ruin. The temple's foundation walls were hip-high. Within, a steep set of stone stairs led down to the subterranean floor. The sun's angle had dipped sufficiently to render the area below in darkness. Felisin halted at the top of the stairs and peered down, seeking to penetrate the gloom. "Are you there?" she called, a faint sound from the far end, the hint of movement. She descended. The sandy floor was still warm. Groping, she edged forward. Less than 10 paces from the back wall, and she could finally make him out. He was seated with his back to the stone, the gleam of a helm, scale armor on his chest.
"We should wait for night," Felisin said, approaching, "then make our way to Ghost Hands' tent. The time has come. He can hide no longer. What is your name?"
There was no reply. Something black and smothering rose up to clamp over her mouth, and she was lifted from the ground. The blackness flowed like serpents around her, pinning her arms and blinding her thrashing legs. A moment later she hung motionless, suspended slightly above the sandy floor. A gnarled fingertip brushed her cheek, and her eyes widened as a voice whispered in her ear,
"Sweetest child, Mathok's fierce warrior felt Rashan's caress a short while ago, alas. Now there is only me, only humble Bidithal, here to welcome you, here to drink all pleasure from your precious body, leaving naught but bitterness, naught but dead places within. It is necessary, you understand."
His wrinkled hands were stroking, plucking, pinching, pawing her.
"I take no unsavory pleasure in what I must do. The children of the whirlwind must be riven barren, child, to make of them perfect reflections of the goddess herself. Oh, you did not know that, did you? The goddess cannot create, only destroy. The source of her fury, no doubt. So it must be with her children. My duty, my task, there is naught for you to do now but surrender."
Surrender. It had been a long time since she had last been made to surrender, to give away all that was within her. A long time since she'd let darkness devour all that she was. Years ago she had not known the magnitude of the loss, for there had been nothing to offer a contrast to misery, hunger, and abuse. But all that had changed. She had discovered, under Sha'ik's protective wing, the notion of inviolacy. And it was that notion that Bidithal now proceeded to destroy. Lying on the landing at the top of the stairs, the creature that had once been a slave-master on Genabakis smiled at Bidithal's words. Then the smile grew wider at her muffled cries. Karsa Orlong's favoured child was in the hands of that sick old man, and all that would be done to her could not be undone. The sick old man had been kindly with his offers of gifts, not just the impending return of his hands and feet, but the promise of vengeance against the Teblor. He would find his name once more. He knew he would. And with it, the confusion would go away, the hours of blind terror would no longer plague him, and the beatings at the hands of the others in this plaza would cease. It would have to, for he would be their master. They would pay for what they did. Everyone would pay, as soon as he found his name. There was weeping now, despair's own laughter, those racking heaves. That lass would no longer look upon him with disgust. How could she? She was now like him. It was a good lesson, viciously delivered. Even the slave-master could see that, could imagine it at least, and wince at the images he conjured in his head. But still, a good lesson. Time to leave. Footsteps approached from below. He slithered back into the daylight, and the sound he made over the gravel, potsherds, and sand was strangely reminiscent of chains. Chains dragging in his wake. Though there had been none to witness it, a strange glow had suffused Loric's tent shortly after noon. Momentary, then all was normal once more.
Now, as dusk finally approached, a second flare of light burgeoned briefly, then died away, again unnoticed. The High Mage staggered through the Warren's impromptu momentary gate. He was drenched in blood. He stumbled with his burden across the hide-covered floor, then sank to his knees, dragging the misshapen beast into his arms, a single red hand pulling free to stroke its thick matted hair. Its whimpers of pain had ceased. Mercifully, for each soft cry had broken anew Loric's heart. The High Mage slowly lowered his head, finally stricken with the grief he had been forced to hold back during his desperate, ineffectual efforts to save the ancient demon. He was filled with self-loathing, and he cursed his own complacency. Too long separated, too long proceeding as if the other realms held no danger to them. And now his familiar was dead, and the mirrored deadness inside him seemed vast, and growing, devouring his soul as sickness does healthy flesh. He was without strength, for the rage had abated. He stroked the beast's blood-caked face, wondering anew at how its ugliness, now so still and free of pain, could nevertheless trigger depthless wellsprings of love from him. "Ah, my friend, we were more of a kind than either of us knew. No, you knew, didn't you? Thus the eternal sorrow in your eyes, which I saw but chose to ignore each time I visited. I was so certain of the deceit, you see, so confident that we could go on, undetected, maintaining the illusion that our father was still with us. I was—" He crumpled then, and could speak no further for a time. The failure had been his, and his alone. He was here, ensnaring himself in these paltry games, when he should have been guarding his familiar's back, as it had done for him for century upon century. Oh, it had been close in any case. One less Tlanimas, and the outcome might have proved different. No, now you lie to yourself, Loric. That first axe blow had done the damage, had delivered the fatal wound. All that transpired thereafter was born of dying rage. Oh, my beloved was no weakling, and the wielder of that stone axe paid for his ambush. And know this, my friend, I left the second ones scattered through the fires. Only the clan leader escaped me, but I will hunt him down. This I swear." But not yet. He forced clarity into his thoughts, as the weight of the familiar where it lay against his thighs slowly diminished, its very substance ebbing away. Corald Thirlan was undefended now. How the Tlanimas had managed to penetrate the warren remained a mystery, but they had done so, completing the task they had set out to do with their legendary brutality. Would the Leosan have sensed the death? Perhaps only the seneschals at first. Would they speak of it to the others? Not if they pause for even a moment and think about it. Of course, they had been the victims of the deceit all along. Osric had vanished, their god was gone, and Corald Thirlan was ripe for usurpation. And eventually those seneschals would realize that, had it truly been Osric behind the power that answered their prayers, then 3 Tlanimas warriors would not have been enough, not nearly enough. My father is many things, but weak does not count among them. The withered, bird-sized thing that had been his familiar slipped down to the tent floor. Loric stared at it, then slowly wrapped himself in his own arms. I need help. Father's companions. Which one? An Amanda Rake? No. A companion, yes, on occasion, but never Osric's friend. Lady Envy? Gods, no. Caladan Brood? But he carries his own burdens these days. Thus but one left. Loric closed his eyes and called upon the Queen of Dreams. By your true name, Teris, I would speak with you. In Osric, my father's name, hear my prayer. A scene slowly formed in his mind, a place unfamiliar to him. A formal garden, high-walled, with a circular pool in the center. Marble benches waited beneath the shadows of the surrounding growth. The flagstones around the pool were rippled with fine white sand. He found himself approaching the pool, staring down into the mirrored surface, where swam stars in inky blackness. The resemblance is there. He turned at the liquid voice to see a woman now seated on the pool's edge. She looked to be no more than 20,
her hair copper gold and long, a heart-shaped face, pale, the eyes a light grey. She was not looking at him, her languid gaze on the pool's unmarred surface instead. "Although," she added with a faint smile, "you have done well to hide your Leosan traits." "We are skilled in such things, Queen of Dreams." She nodded, still not meeting his eyes. "As are all the Tiste. Anomander once spent almost 2 centuries in the guise of a royal bodyguard. Human in the manner you have achieved."
"Mistress," Lorik said, "my father—"
"Sleeps. We all long ago made our choices, Lorik. Behind us our paths stretch, long and worn deep. There is bitter pathos in the prospect of retracing them. Yet for those of us who remain awake, it seems we do nothing but just that, an endless retracing of paths, yet each step we take is forward, for the path has proved itself to be a circle. Yet, and here is the true pathos, the knowledge never slows our steps."
"Wide-eyed stupid," the Malazans say.
"Somewhat rough-edged, but accurate enough," she replied. She reached a long-fingered hand down to the water. Lorik watched it vanish beneath the surface, but it was the scene around them that seemed to waken, a faint turbulence, the hint of ripples.
"Queen of Dreams, Corald Thirlan has lost its protector."
"Yes, Telan and Thir were ever close, and now more than ever."
A strange statement that you would have to think on later. "I cannot do it alone."
"No, you cannot. Your own path is about to become fraught, Lorik, and so you have come to me in the hopes that I will find a suitable protector."
"Yes."
"Your desperation urges you to trust where no trust has been earned."
"You are my father's friend."
"Friend? Lorik, we were too powerful to know friendship. Our endeavors far too fierce. Our war was with chaos itself, and at times with each other. We battled to shape all that would follow, and some of us lost that battle. Do not misapprehend. I held no deep enmity for your father. Rather, he was as unfathomable as the rest of us, a bemusement we all shared, perhaps the only thing we shared."
"You will not help?"
"I did not say that."
He waited. She continued holding her hand beneath the pool's placid surface, had yet to lift her head and meet his eyes.
"This will take some time," she murmured. "The present vulnerability will exist in the interval. I have someone in mind, but the shaping towards the opportunity remains distant. Nor do I think my choice will please you. In the meantime—"
"Yes?" She shrugged.
"We had best hope that potentially interested entities remain suitably distracted."
He saw her expression suddenly change, and when she spoke again the tone was urgent.
"Return to your realm, Lorik. Another circle has been closed, terribly closed."
She drew her hand from the pool. Lorik gasped. It was covered in blood. His eyes snapped open, and he was kneeling in his tent once more. Night had arrived, and the sounds outside were muted, peaceful, a city settling down to its evening meal. Yet he knew something horrible had happened. He went still, questing outward. His powers, so weakened, so tremulous. Gods below! A swirl of violence, knotted upon itself, radiating waves of agony. A figure, small, twisted inward, in shredded clothes soaked through with blood, crawling through darkness. Lorik lurched to his feet, head spinning with anguish. Then he was outside, and suddenly running. He found her trail, a smeared track through sand and dust, out beyond the ruins, into the petrified forest. Towards, he knew instinctively, the sacred glade that had been fashioned by Toblakai. But there would be no succor for her there, another abode of false gods, and Toblakai was gone, off to cross blades with his own fate. But she was without clear thought, she was only pain, lancing out to fire instincts of flight.
She crawled as would any dying creature. He saw her at the edge of the glade, small, bedraggled, pulling herself forward in tortuous increments. Lorik reached her side, a hand reaching to settle at the back of her head onto sweat-snarled hair. She flinched away with a squeal, fingers clawing against his arm. "Felicin! He's gone! It is Lorik! You are safe with me! Safe now!" But still she sought to escape. "I shall call upon Sha'ik."
"No!"
she shrieked, curling tight on the sand.
"No! She needs him! She needs him still!"
Her words were blunted by broken lips, but understandable nonetheless. Lorik sank back, struck mute by the horror. Not simply a wounded creature, then, a mind clear enough to weigh, to calculate, to put itself aside. "She will know, lass. She can't help but know."
"No, not if you help me. Help me, Lorik. Just you, not even Heboric. He would seek to kill Bidithal, and that cannot be."
"Heboric? I want to kill Bidithal."
"You mustn't. You can't. He has power."
He saw the shudder run through her at that. Lorik hesitated, then said, "I have healing salves, elixirs, but you will need to stay hidden for a time."
"Here, in Toblakai's temple. Here, Lorik."
"I will bring water, a tent."
"Yes."
The rage that burned in him had contracted down to a white-hot core. He struggled to control it, his resolve sporadically weakened by doubts that he was doing the right thing. This was monstrous. There would be an answer to it. There would have to be an answer to it. Even more monstrous, he realized with a chill, they had all known the risk. We knew he wanted her, yet we did nothing. Heboric lay motionless in the darkness. He had a faint sense of being hungry, thirsty, but it remained remote. Henbara tea in sufficient amounts pushed the needs of the outer world away, or so he had discovered. His mind was floating on a swirling sea, and it seemed eternal. He was waiting, still waiting. Sha'ik wanted truths, she would get them. And then he was done with her, and probably done with life as well. So be it. He had grown older than he had ever expected to, and these extra weeks and months had proved anything but worth the effort. He had sentenced his own god to death, and now Fenner would not be there to greet him when he finally stepped free of his flesh and bones. Nor would Hood come to that. It did not seem he would awaken from this. He had drunk far more of the tea than he ever had before, and he had drunk it scalding hot when it was most potent. And now he floated on a dark sea, an invisible liquid warm on his skin, barely holding him up, flowing over his limbs and chest, around his face. The giant of jade was welcome to him, to his soul, and to whatever was left of his days as a mortal man. The old gifts of preternatural vision had long vanished, the visions of secrets hidden from most eyes, secrets of antiquity, of history, were long gone. He was old. He was blind. The waters slipped over his face. And he felt himself sliding down, amidst a sea of stars that swirled in the blackness, yet were sharp with sudden clarity. In what seemed a vast distance, duller spheres swam, clustering about the fiery stars, and realization struck him a hammer blow.
"The stars, they are as the sun, each star, every star, and those spheres, they are worlds, realms, each one different, yet the same."
The abyss was not as empty as he'd believed it to be.
But where dwell the gods? These worlds, are they warrens, or are the warrens simply passageways connecting them?
A new object growing in his vision as it drifted nearer. A glimmer of murky green, stiff-limbed, yet strangely contorted, torso twisted as if caught in the act of turning. Naked, spinning end over end, starlight playing across its jade surface like beads of rain. And behind it, another, this one broken, a leg and an arm snapped clean off, yet accompanying the rest in its silent, almost peaceful sailing through the void. Then another. The first giant cartwheeled past Heboric, and he felt he could simply extend a hand to brush its supple surface as it passed, but he knew it was in truth far too distant for that. Its face came into view, too perfect for human, the eyes open, an expression too ambiguous to read, though Heboric thought he detected resignation within it. There were scores now, all emerging from what seemed a single point in the inky depths, each one displaying a unique posture, some so battered as to be little more than a host of fragments and shards, others entirely unmarred, sailing out of the blackness, an army. Yet unarmed, naked, seemingly sexless. There was a perfection to them, their proportions, their flawless surfaces, that suggested to the ex-priest that the giants could never have been alive. They were constructs, statues in truth, though no two were alike in posture or expression. Bemused, he watched them spin past. It occurred to him that he could turn to see if they simply dwindled down to another point far behind him, as if he but lay alongside an eternal river of green stone. His own motion was effortless. As he swung round, he saw, and cried out, a cry that made no sound. A vast, impossibly vast, red-limbed wound cut across the blackness, suppurating flames along its ragged edges. Grey storms of chaos spiraled out in lancing tendrils, and the giants descended into its maw, one after another, to vanish. Revelation filled his mind. Thus the crippled god was brought down to our world, through this terrible puncture, and these giants follow, like an army behind its commander, or an army in pursuit. Were all of the jade giants appearing somewhere in his own realm? That seemed impossible. They would be present in countless locations if that was the case. Present and inescapably visible. No, the wound was enormous, the giants diminishing into specks before reaching its waiting oblivion. A wound such as that could swallow thousands of worlds, tens, hundreds of thousands. Perhaps all he witnessed here was but hallucination, the creation of a Henbara-induced fever. Yet the clarity was almost painful, the vision so brutally strange that he believed it to be true, or at the very least the product of what his mind could comprehend, could give shape to, statues and wounds, storms and bleeding, an eternal sea of stars and worlds. A moment's concentration, and he was turning about once more, to face that endless progression. And then he was moving towards the nearest giant. It was naught but torso and head, its limbs shorn off and spinning in its wake. The mass burgeoned swiftly before him, too fast, too huge. Sudden panic gripped Heboric. He could see into that body, as if the world within the jade was scaled to his own. The evidence of that was terrible and horrifying. Figures, bodies like his own, humans, thousands upon thousands, all trapped within the statue, trapped and screaming, their faces twisted in terror. A multitude of those faces suddenly swung to him, mouths opened in silent cries, of warning or hunger or fear, there was no way to tell. If they screamed, no sound reached him. Heboric added his own silent shriek and desperately willed himself to one side, out of the statue's path. For he thought he understood now. They were prisoners, ensnared within the stone flesh, trapped in some unknown torment. Then he was past, flung about in the turbulent wake of the broken body's passage. Spinning end over end, he caught a flash of more jade directly in front of him. A hand. A finger plunging down as if to crush him. He screamed as it struck. He felt no contact, but the blackness simply vanished, and the sea was emerald green, cold as death. And Heboric found himself amidst a crowd of writhing, howling figures. The sound was deafening. There was no room to move. His limbs were trapped against him. He could not breathe. A prisoner. There were voices roaring through his skull, too many, in languages he could not recognize, much less comprehend. Like storm waves crashing on a shore, the sound hammered through him, surging and falling, the rhythm quickening as a faint reddish gleam began to stain the green. He could not turn, but he did not need to know that the wound was moments from swallowing them all. Then a string of words reached through the tumult, close as if whispered in his ear, and he understood them.
You came from there. What shall we find, handless one? What lies beyond the gash?
Then another voice spoke, louder, more imperious.
What god now owns your hands, old man? Tell me, even their ghosts are not here. Who is holding on to you? Tell me.
There are no gods, a third voice cut in, this one female.
So you say,
came yet another, filled with spite.
"In your empty, barren, miserable world?
Gods are born of belief, and belief is dead. We murdered it with our vast intelligence. You were too primitive. Killing gods is not hard, the easiest murder of all. Nor is it a measure of intelligence, not even of civilization. Indeed, the indifference with which such death blows are delivered is its own form of ignorance.
More like forgetfulness. After all, it's not the gods that are important. It is the stepping outside of oneself that gifts a mortal with virtue. Kneel before order, you blind fool!"
"Order? I was speaking of compassion."
"Fine, then go ahead. Step outside yourself, Leandris. No, better yet, step outside."
"Only the new one can do that, Karsa, and he'd better be quick about it." Twisting, Heboric managed to look down, to catch a glimpse of his left forearm, the wrist, the hand that was not there. A god has taken them. I was blind to that. The Jade's ghost hands made me blind to that. He tilted his head back as the screams and shrieks suddenly rose higher, deafening, mind-numbing. The world turned red, the red of blood. Something tugged on his arms, hard, once, twice. Darkness. Heboric opened his eyes, saw above him the colourless canvas of his tent. The air was cold. A barely human sound escaped him, and he rolled onto his side beneath the blankets, curling tight into a ball. Shivers thrummed through him. A god has found me. But which god? It was night, perhaps only a bell from dawn. The camp outside was silent, barring the distant, sorrow-filled howls of desert wolves. After a while, Heboric stirred once more. The dung fire was out. No lanterns had been lit. He drew aside the blankets and slowly sat up. Then stared down at his hands, disbelieving. They remained ghostly, but the Otatarol was gone. The power of the jade remained, pulsing dully, yet now there were slashes of black through it. Lurid, almost liquid, barbs banded the backs of his hands, then tracked upward, shifting angle as they continued up his forearms. His tattoos had been transformed. And in this deepest darkness he could see, unhumanly sharp, every detail crisp as if it was day outside. His head snapped round at a sound and a motion, but it was simply a Rizan, alighting light as a leaf on the tent roof. A Rizan on the tent roof? Heboric's stomach rumbled in sudden hunger. He looked down at his tattoos once more. I have found a new god. Not that I was seeking one. And I know who. What? Bitterness filled him. In need of a destriant treach? So you simply took one, stole from him his own life. Granted, not much of a life, but still I owned it. Is this how you recruit followers, servants? By the abyss, Treach, you have a lot to learn about mortals. The anger faded. There had been gifts, after all, an exchange of sorts. He was no longer blind. Even more extraordinary, he could actually hear the sounds of neighbors sleeping in their tents and yurts. And there, faint on the near motionless air, the smell of violence. But it was distant. The blood had been spilled some time earlier in the night. Some domestic dispute, probably. He would have to teach himself to filter out much of what his newly enlivened senses told him. Heboric grunted under his breath, then scowled. All right, Treach. It seems we both have some learning to do. But first, something to eat and drink. When he rose from his sleeping mat, the motion was startlingly fluid, though it was some time before Heboric finally noticed the absence of aches, twinges, and the dull throb of his joints. He was far too busy filling his belly. Forgotten the mysteries of the jade giants, the innumerable imprisoned souls within them, the ragged wound in the abyss. Forgotten, as well, that faint blood-scented tremor of distant violence. The burgeoning of some senses perforce took away from others, leaving him blissfully unaware of his newfound single-mindedness. Two truths he had long known did not, for some time, emerge to trouble him. No gifts were truly clean in the giving. And nature ever strives for balance. But balance was not a simple notion. Redress was not simply found in the physical world. A far grimmer equilibrium had occurred between the past and the present. Felicin Younger's eyes fluttered open. She had slept, but upon awakening discovered that the pain had not gone away, and the horror of what he had done to her remained as well, though it had grown strangely cold in her mind. Into her limited range of vision, close to the sand, a serpent slipped into view directly in front of her face. Then she realized what had awoken her. There were more snakes slithering over her body, scores of them. Toblakai's glade. She remembered now. She had crawled here, and Lorik had found her, only to set off once again, to bring medicine, water, bedding, a tent. He had not yet returned. Apart from the whispering slither of the snakes, the glade was silent. In this forest the branches did not move. There were no leaves to flutter in the cool, faint wind. Dried blood in folds of skin stung as she slowly sat up. Sharp pains flared beneath her belly, and the raw wound where he had cut flesh away, there between her legs, burned fiercely.
I shall bring this ritual to our people, child, when I am the whirlwind's high priest. All girls shall know this in my newly shaped world. The pain shall pass, all sensation shall pass. You are to feel nothing, for pleasure does not belong in the mortal realm. Pleasure is the darkest path, for it leads to the loss of control, and we mustn't have that, not among our women. Now you shall join the rest, those I have already corrected.
2 such girls had arrived then, bearing the cutting instruments. They had murmured encouragement to her and words of welcome. Again and again, in pious tones, they had spoken of the virtues that came of the wounding: propriety, loyalty, a leavening of appetites, the withering of desire. All good things, they said to her. Passions were the curse of the world. Indeed, had it not been passions that had enticed her own mother away, that were responsible for her own abandonment? The lure of pleasure had stolen Felicin's mother, away from the duties of motherhood. Felicin leaned over and spat into the sand, but the taste of their words would not go away. It was not surprising that men could think such things, could do such things, but that women could as well, that was indeed a bitter thing to countenance.
But they were wrong, walking the wrong trail. Oh, my mother abandoned me, but not for the embrace of some lover. No, it was Hood who embraced her.
Bidithal would be high priest, would he? The fool. Sha'ik would find a place for him in her temple, or at least a place for his skull. A cup of bone to piss in, perhaps, and that time was not long in coming.
Still, too long. Bidithal takes girls into his arms every night. He makes an army, a legion of the wounded, the bereft, and they will be eager to share out their loss of pleasure. They are human, after all, and it is human nature to transform loss into a virtue, so that it might be lived with, so that it might be justified.
A glimmer of dull light distracted her, and she looked up. The carved faces in the tree around her were glowing, bleeding grey sorcerous light. Behind each there was a presence.
Toblakai's gods.
Welcome, broken one.
The voice was the sound of limestone boulders grinding together.
I am named Berok. Vengeance swarms about you with such power as to awaken us. We are not displeased with the summons, child.
You are Toblakai's god, she muttered. You have nothing to do with me, nor do I want you. Go away, Berok. You and the rest, go away.
We would ease your pain. I shall make of you my special responsibility. You seek vengeance? Then you shall have it. The one who has damaged you would take the power of the desert goddess for himself. He would usurp the entire fragment of Warren and twist it into his own nightmare. Oh, child, though you might believe otherwise, now the wounding is of no matter. The danger lies in Bidithal's ambition. A knife must be driven into his heart. Would it please you to be that knife?
She said nothing. There was no way to tell which of the carved faces belonged to Berok, so she could only look from one to the next. A glance to the 2 fully rendered Toblakai warriors revealed that they possessed no emanation, were grey and lifeless in the pre-dawn darkness.
Serve us, Berok murmured, and we in turn shall serve you. Give us your answer quickly. Someone comes.
She noted the wavering lantern light on the trail. Lorik. How, she asked the gods, how will you serve me?
We shall ensure that Bidithal's death is in a manner to match his crimes, and that it shall be timely.
And how am I to be the knife?
Child, the god calmly replied, you already are.
Chapter 14. The Teblor have long earned their reputation as slayers of children, butcherers of the helpless, as mortal demons delivered unto the Nathii in a curse altogether undeserved. The sooner the Teblor are obliterated from their mountain fastnesses, the sooner the memory of them will finally begin to fade. Until Teblor is no more than a name used to frighten children, we see our cause as clear and singular. The Crusade of 1147. Ayed Kurborn. The wolves loped through the almost luminescent fog, their eyes flashing when they swung their massive heads in his direction. As if he was an elk struggling through deep snow, the huge beasts kept pace on either side, ghostly with the implacable patience of the predators they were. Though it was unlikely these mountain beasts had ever before hunted a Teblor warrior, Karsa had not expected to find snow, particularly since his route took him alongside the north shoulder of the jagged range. It was fortunate that he would not have to climb through any passes. On his right, less than 2 leagues distant, he could still see the ochre sands of the desert basin, and well knew that down there the sun blazed hot, the same sun that looked down upon him now, a blurred orb of cold fire. The snow was shin-deep, slowing his steady jog. Somehow the wolves managed to run across its wind-hardened, crusty surface, only occasionally plunging a paw through. The fog enshrouding hunters and prey was in fact snow crystals, glittering with bright, blinding light. Somewhere to the west, Karsa had been told, the range of mountains would end. There would be sea on his right, a narrow, rumpled passage of hills ahead and on his left. Across those hills, then southward, there would be a city, Lato Reve. The Teblor had no interest in visiting it, though he would have to skirt it. The sooner he left civilized lands behind, the better. But that was 2 river crossings distant, with weeks of travel between now and then. Though he ran alone along the slope, he could feel the presence of his 2 companions. Ghost spirits at the most, but perhaps nothing more than fractured selves of his own mind. Skeptical Baroth Guild, stolid Delum Thord. Facets of his own soul, so that he might persist in this dialogue of self-doubt. Perhaps, then, nothing more than an indulgence. Or so it would seem, if not for the countless blood-scoring edges of Baroth Guild's commentary. At times, Karsa felt as if he was a slave once more, hunched beneath endless flagellation. The notion that he was delivering this to himself was beyond contemplating.
Not entirely beyond, war leader, if you'd spare yourself but a moment to regard your own thoughts. Not now, Baroth Guild, Karsa replied. I am running short on breath as it is. Altitude, Karsa Orlong, came Delum Thord's voice. Though you do not feel it, with each step westward you are descending. Soon you will leave the snow behind. Raraku may have once been an inland sea, but it was a sea couched in the lap of high mountains. Your entire journey thus far, war leader, has been a descent. Karsa could spare that thought only a grunt. He had felt no particular descent, but horizons played deceptive games in this land. The desert and mountains ever lied, he had long since discovered. When the snow is gone, Baroth Guild murmured, the wolves will attack. I know. Now be quiet. I see bare rock ahead.
As did his hunters. They numbered at least a dozen, taller at the shoulder than those of Karsa's homeland, and furred in tones of dun, grey, and speckled white. The Teblor watched as 4 of the beasts sprinted ahead, 2 on each side, making for the exposed rock. Growling, Karsa unslung his wooden sword. The bitter, cold air had left his hands slightly numb. Had the western end of the holy desert held any sources of water, he would not have climbed to these heights, but there was little point in second-guessing that decision now. The panting breaths of the wolves were audible on either side and behind him.
They want the sure footing, war leader. Then again, so do you. Beware the three in your wake. They will strike first, likely a pace or two before you reach the rock.
Karsa bared his teeth at Beroth's unnecessary advice. He well knew what these beasts would do, and when. A sudden thumping of paws, flurries of snow springing into the air, and all the wolves raced past a surprised Karsa. Claws clattered on the bad rock, water spraying from the sun's melt, and the beasts wheeled to form a half-circle before the Teblor. He slowed his steps, readying his weapon. For once, even Beroth Guild was silenced, no doubt as uncertain as he himself was. A rasping, panting stranger's voice hissed through Karsa's mind.
We enjoyed that, Teblor. You have run without pause for 3 nights and almost 4 days. That we are impressed would be a tragic understatement. We have never before seen the like. See our heaving flanks. You have exhausted us. And look at you. You breathe deep and there is red around your eyes. Yet you stand ready, with not a waver in your legs, or from the strange sword in your hands. Will you now do us harm, warrior?
Karsa shook his head. The language was Malazan.
You are like a Solitakan, then, but many, not one. This would be diverse. I have killed Solitakan. This fur on my shoulders is proof enough of that, if you doubt me. Attack me if you will, and when I have killed all of you, I will have a cloak even the gods will envy.
We are no longer interested in killing you, warrior. Indeed, we accost you now to deliver a warning.
What kind of warning?
You are on someone's trail.
Karsa shrugged. 2 men, both heavy, though one is taller. They walk side by side.
Side by side, yes. And what does that tell you?
Neither leads, neither follows.
Danger rides your shoulders, Teblor. About you is an air of threat. Another reason why we will not cross you. Powers vie for your soul. Too many, too deadly. But heed our warning. Should you cross one of those travelers, the world will come to regret it. The world, warrior.
Karsa shrugged a second time.
I am not interested in fighting anyone at the moment, diverse. Although, if I am in turn crossed, then I am not the one to answer for whatever regret the world then experiences. Now I am done with words. Move from my path or I will kill you all.
The wolves hesitated.
Tell them that Rilandaras sought to dissuade you, before you make your last living act one that sees this world destroyed.
He watched them wheel and make their way down the slope. Beroth Guild's laugh was a faint thunder in his mind. Karsa nodded.
None would accept the blame for what has not yet occurred, he rumbled. That by itself constitutes a curiously potent warning. You do indeed grow into yourself, Karsa Orlong. What will you do?
Karsa bared his teeth as he reslung his sword over a fur-clad shoulder.
Do, Beroth Guild? Why, I would meet these dire travelers, of course.
This time Beroth Guild did not laugh. Strains of meltwater flowed over the brittle rock beneath Karsa's moccasins. Ahead, the descent continued into a crowded maze of sandstone mesas, their level tops capped with ice and snow. Despite the bright mid-afternoon sun in the cloudless sky, the narrow, twisting channels between the mesas remained in deep shadow. But the snow underfoot had vanished, and already he could feel a new warmth in the air. There seemed but one way down, and it was as much a stream as a trail. Given the lack of signs, the Teblor could only assume that the 2 strangers ahead of him had taken the same route. He moved slower now, his legs heavy with fatigue. The truth of his exhaustion had not been something he would reveal to the diverse wolves, but that threat was behind him now. He was close to collapse, hardly ideal if he was about to cross blades with a world-destroying demon. Still his legs carried him forward, as if of their own accord, as if fated.
And fate, Karsa Orlong, carries its own momentum. Returned at last to hound me once more, Baroth Guild? At the very least you should speak words of advice. This relanderus, this diverse, portentous words, yes? Absurdly so, war leader. There are no powers in this world, or any other, that pose such absolute threat, spoken through the frenzied currents of fear. Likely personal in nature. Whoever walks ahead has had dealings with the one named Rilandaras, and it was the Divers who suffered with the meeting. You are probably right, Baroth Guild. Delum Sword, you have been silent a long while. What are your thoughts? I am troubled, war leader. The Divers was a powerful demon, after all. To take so many shapes, yet remain one. To speak in your mind as were a god. Karsa grimaced. A god, or a pair of ghosts. Not a demon, Delum Thord. We Teblor are too careless with that word. Forkrul Assail, Solitakan, Divers. None are demons in truth, for none was summoned to this world, none belong to any other realm but this one. They are in truth no different from us Teblor, or the Lowlanders. No different from Rizan and Cape Moths, from horses and dogs. They are all of this world, Delum Thord. As you say, war leader. But we Teblor were never simplistic in our use of the word. Demon also refers to behavior, and in this manner all things can be demonic. The one named Rilandaras hunted us, and had you not driven it into exhaustion, it would have attacked, despite your words to the contrary. Karsa considered, then nodded. True enough, Delum Thord. You advise caution. This was always your way, so I am not surprised. I will not ignore your words for that, however. Of course you will, Karsa Orlong. A last stretch of sunlight, then the Teblor was in shadow. The runoff swept around his ankles as the track narrowed, the footing growing treacherous. Once more he could see his breath. A short climb to his left ran a broad ledge of some kind, out of the shadow and looking bone dry. Karsa swung from the trail and clambered up the gully's eroded bank until he was able to pull himself onto it. He straightened. Not a natural ledge, after all. A road running parallel to the gorge as it girdled the first mesa on his left. The wall of the mesa itself seemed to have been smoothed once, long ago, to a height twice Karsa's own. Faint pictographic images were visible on it, pitted and made colourless by passing centuries. A procession of figures, each scaled to that of a lowlander, bareheaded and wearing naught but a loincloth. They held their hands high overhead, fingers stretched out as if clutching at empty air. The road itself was latticed in cracks, battered by incessant rocks tumbling down from the mesa. Despite this, it seemed as if the road was made of a single piece of stone, though of course that was impossible. Heaved and rumpled, it wound along the curve of the mesa wall, then shifted away onto a ramp of sorts, hazy in the distance, that presumably led down to the plain. The horizon directly ahead and to Karsa's right was cut short by towers of stone, though he knew that beyond them stretched the waters of the Longshan Sea. Weariness forced the Teblor to slowly settle on the road, removing his pack and sitting against the mesa's rock wall. The journey had been long, but he knew his path ahead was still longer, and it seemed he would ever walk it alone. For these ghosts remain just that. Perhaps, in truth, no more than my mind's own conjuring. A displeasing thought. He leaned his head back on the rough, sun-warmed stone. His eyes blinked open, to darkness. Awake once more, war leader? We were wondering if your sleep would prove eternal. There are sounds ahead. Can you hear them? Oh, they've traveled far, but that is the way with this land, isn't it? Still, stones are being moved, I think, tossed, too slow, too regular to be a rockfall. The two strangers, one might conclude. Karsa slowly stood, stretching to ease his sore, chilled muscles. He could hear the steady clack of stones striking stone, but Baroth Guild was right. They were distant.
The warrior crouched down beside his pack and removed foodstuffs and a bladder of meltwater. It was near dawn. Whoever it was working somewhere ahead had begun early. Karsa took his time breaking his fast, and when he was finally done and ready to resume his journey, the sky was pink to the east. A final examination of the condition of his sword and the fittings on his armor, then he was on the move once again. The steady clangor of the stones continued through half the morning. The road skirted the mesa for a distance that was longer than he had originally judged, revealing the ramp ahead to be massive, its sides sheer, the plain beneath a third of a league or more below. Just before the road departed the mesa, it opened out into a shelf-like expanse, and here, set into the mesa wall, was the face of a city. Rock slides had buried fully half of it, and the spreading ridges of secondary slides lay atop the main one. Before one of these lesser slides sat a pair of tents. 300 paces away from them, Karsa halted. There was a figure at the secondary slide, clearing rocks with a steady, almost obsessive rhythm, tossing huge chunks of sandstone out behind him to bounce and roll on the flat concourse. Nearby, seated on a boulder, was another figure, and where the first one was tall, taller than a lowlander by far, this one was impressively wide at the shoulders, dark-skinned, heavy-maned. A large leather sack was beside him, and he was gnawing on a smoke-blackened hind leg. The rest of the small mountain goat was still spitted on a huge skewer over a stone-lined hearth near the tents. Karsa studied the scene for a time, then shrugging, made his way towards the two figures. He was less than 20 paces away before the huge barbaric man seated on the boulder swung his head around, and gestured with the haunch in his hand.
"Help yourself. The thing damned near brained me, falling from the cliffside, so I feel obliged to eat it. Funny that. You always see them, scampering and clambering way up there, and so you naturally believe they never make a misstep. Well, another delusion shattered."
He was speaking a desert dialect, a lowlander tongue, yet he was no lowlander. Large, thick canines, hair on shoulders like a boar's bristles, a heavy-boned face wide and flat, eyes the hue of the sandstone cliffs around them. At his words, the stranger's companion ceased throwing rocks and straightened, and was now regarding Karsa curiously. The Teblor was equally frank as he returned the stare. Almost as tall as he was, though leaner. Greyish, green-tinged skin. Lower canines large enough to be tusks. A longbow leaned nearby, along with a quiver, and a leather strap harness to which a scabbarded sword was attached. The first weapons Karsa had yet seen, for the other one appeared to be entirely unarmed, barring the thick hunting knife at his belt. The mutual examination continued for a moment longer, then the tusked warrior resumed his excavation, disappearing from sight as he strode into the cavity he had cleared in the rockfall. Karsa glanced back at the other man, who gestured again with the goat leg. The Teblor approached. He set down his pack near the hearth and drew a knife, then cut away a slab of meat and returned to where the other sat.
"You speak the language of the tribes,"
Karsa said, "yet I have never before seen your kind, nor that of your companion."
"And you are an equally rare sight, Thelomen Toblakai. I am named Mappo, of the people known as Trull, who hail from west of the Jagodan. My single-minded companion is Icarium, a jag."
"Icarium? Is that a common name, Mappo? There is a figure in my tribe's own legends who is so named." The Trull's ochre eyes narrowed momentarily.
"Common? Not in the way you ask. The name certainly appears in the tales and legends of countless people."
Karsa frowned at the odd pedantry, if that was what it was. Then he crouched down opposite Mappo and tore off a mouthful of the tender meat.
"It occurs to me, of a sudden,"
Mappo said, a hint of a grin flickering across his bestial features,
"that this chance encounter is unique, in ways too numerous to list. A Trull, a jag, and a Thelomen Toblakai, and we each are likely the only one of our respective kinds in all of 7 cities. Even more extraordinary, I believe I know of you, by reputation only, of course. Sha'ik has a bodyguard, a Thelomen Toblakai with an armored vest made of petrified shells and a wooden sword.
Karsa nodded, swallowing down the last of the meat in his mouth before replying.
Aye, I am in the service of Sha'ik. Does this fact make you my enemy?
Not unless you choose to be, Mappo answered, and I would advise against that.
So does everyone,
Karsa muttered, returning to his meal.
Ah, so you are not as ignorant of us as you first said. A score of wolves spoke to me, Karsa explained. Little was said, barring the warning itself. I do not know what makes you two so dangerous, nor do I much care. Impede me in my journey and I will kill you. It is as simple as that.
Mappo slowly nodded.
And have we cause to impede you? Not unless you choose to have,
Karsa responded. The Trull smiled. Thus it is best we learn nothing of each other, then.
Aye, that would be best. Alas, Mappo sighed, Icarium already knows all he needs to of you, and as to what he intends, while already decided, he alone knows. If he believes he knows me, Karsa growled, he deceives himself. Well, let us consider the matter. On your shoulders is the fur of a Solitakan, one we both happen to know. You killed a formidable beast there. Luckily, he was no friend of ours, but the measure of your martial prowess has been taken. Next, you are haunted by ghosts, not just the two kinsmen who even now hover behind you, but the ghosts of those you have slain in your short but clearly terrible life. They are appallingly numerous, and their hatred for you is a palpable hunger. But who carries their dead in such a manner? Only one who has been cursed, I think. And I speak from long experience. Curses are horrible things. Tell me, has Sha'ik ever spoken to you of convergence? No. When curses collide, you might say, flaws and virtues, the many faces of fateful obsession, of singular purpose, powers and wills are drawn together, as if one must by nature seek the annihilation of the other. Thus, you and Icarium are now here, and we are moments from a dreadful convergence, and it is my fate to witness, helpless unto desperate madness. Fortunately for my own sake, I have known this feeling before.
Karsa had been eating throughout Mappo's words. Now he examined the bone in his hands, then tossed it aside, wiped his palms on the white bear fur of his cloak, and straightened.
What else have you and Icarium discovered about me, Mappo?
A few more things.
Rillandaris gauged you and concluded that he had no wish to add his skins to your collection. He is ever wise, is Rillandaris. A score of wolves, you said? His power has grown, then, a mystery both ominous and curious, given the chaos in his heart. What else? Well, the rest I choose not to reveal.
Karsa grunted. He untied the bear cloak and let it fall to the ground, then unslung his sword and turned to face the rock slide. A boulder sailed out from the cavity, of a size and weight that would strain even Baroth Guild. The ground shook when it struck and bounced and rolled to a dusty halt.
Will he now make me wait? Karsa growled.
As if in answer, Icarium emerged from the cave, slapping the dust from his long-fingered hands.
You are not Fenn, he said. Indeed, I believe you are Teblor, a son of the fallen tribes in Lederon. You have travelled far, warrior, to meet your end.
If you are so eager, Karsa growled, cease your words.
The Jag's expression grew troubled.
Eager? No, I am never eager. This is a moment of pathos, I believe. The first time I have felt such a thing, which is strange.
He turned to his companion.
Have we known such moments as this one before, Mappo Runt?
Aye, my friend, we have.
Ah, well, then the burden of recollection is yours alone.
As it ever was, Icarium.
I grieve for you, friend.
Mappo nodded.
I know you do. Now best unsheathe your sword, Icarium. This Teblor evinces frustration and impatience."
The Jag went to his weapon.
"What will come of this, Mappo?"
The Trull shook his head.
"I do not know, but I am filled with dread."
"I shall endeavor to be efficient then, so as to diminish the duration of your discomfort."
"Clearly impossible," Karsa muttered, "given your love of words."
He readied his sword.
"Be on with it, then. I have a horse to find."
Ikariam's brows rose fractionally, then he drew out his sword. An unusual weapon, single-edged and looking ancient. He approached. The Jag's attack was a flicker of motion, faster than anything Karsa had seen before, yet his sword flashed to meet it. Blades collided. There was a peculiar snick, and Karsa found himself holding nothing more than a handle. Outrage exploded within him, and he stepped forward, his huge fist hammering into Ikariam's face. The Jag was thrown backward, leaving his feet, his sword cartwheeling away to clatter on the slope of the rockfall. Ikariam landed with a heavy thump and did not move.
"Bastard broke my sword,"
Karsa began, turning towards Mappo. White light detonated in his skull, and he knew no more. Mappo stared down at the motionless Thelamin Toblakai, noting the slow rise and fall of the giant's chest. Hefting his mace, he glanced over to where Ikariam lay, saw a hand slowly lift from the ground, twitch, then settle once more. The Trull sighed.
"Better than I could have hoped for, I think."
He walked back and returned his weapon to the large leather sack, then set out to strike the camp. Pounding pain behind his eyes, a sound of roaring, as of a river raging through a narrow channel. Karsa groaned. Some time passed before he finally pushed himself onto his hands and knees. It was dawn, again.
"Say nothing, Baroth Guild," he muttered, "nor you, Delum Thord. I can well guess what happened. That bastard Trull struck me from behind. Aye, he didn't kill me, but one day he will wish he had."
A slow, cautious look around confirmed that he was alone. His broken sword had been positioned beside him, handle and blade side by side, with a small bound bundle of desert flowers lying atop them. The blow to his head left him nauseous, and he found he was shaking once he'd managed to climb to his feet. He unstrapped his dented helm and tossed it aside. Dried blood matted his hair and covered the back of his neck.
"At least you are now well rested, Karsa Orlong." "You are less amused than you would have me think, Baroth Guild. The one named Ikariam, he is the one from our legends, isn't he? And you alone among the living Teblor have crossed blades with him. He broke my sword."
There was no reply to that. Karsa set about preparing to resume his journey, once more donning the bear cloak, then shouldering the pack. He left the wooden sword pieces and their bouquet, and made to set off down the descending road. Then he paused, turning his attention instead to the cavity that Ikariam had excavated into the rockslide. The Jag's efforts had partially uncovered a statue, broken here and there, with what remained fissured with cracks, but recognizable nonetheless, a grotesque construct as tall as Karsa, made of a black grainy stone. A 7-headed hound. It had been completely buried by the fall, and so would have revealed no sign that it existed beneath the rubble. Yet Ikariam had found it, though his reasons for uncovering the monstrosity were still unfathomable.
"He has lived too long, I think,"
Karsa murmured. He strode back out from the cavity, then swung onto the road. 6 days later, the city of Lato Reve far behind him. The Teblor lay prone in the shadows of a galdinta tree at the edge of a grove, watching a pair of drovers switching their herd of goats towards a dusty corral. A small village lay beyond, its low buildings roofed in palm fronds, the air above it hazy with dung smoke and dust. The sun would be down soon, and he could resume his journey. He had waited out the day unseen. These lands between Lato Reve and the Mersin River were relatively crowded, compared to all that he had seen thus far, reminding him that his travels, since his landing at Erlitan, had been mostly through unbroken wilderness. The Pan Potson Odhan, the holy desert itself, was a world virtually abandoned by civilization. But here irrigation ditches ribboned the plain. Wells and groves and villages abounded, and there were more roads than he had ever seen before, even in the lands of the Nathi. Most were dusty, winding tracks at ground level, usually situated between ditches. Thus far, the only exceptions were the imperial tracks, raised and straight and substantial enough to permit 2 wagons to pass each other with room to spare. These Malazan roads had suffered in the last year. Despite their obvious value, foundation boulders had been dug out, league markers uprooted. But the ditches alongside them were deep and wide, and Karsa had used those ditches to remain hidden from sight as he made his way southwestward. The village ahead crouched on a crossroads of Malazan tracks, and a squat, square tower rose above the low roofs near the center. Its limestone walls were stained black, streaks flaring up from arrow slits and windows. When the sun finally settled beyond the horizon, no lights showed from the tower. Though it was likely that there were rebel soldiers of the Apocalypse stationed in the village, given its strategic placement on the crossroads, Karsa had no interest in initiating contact. His was a private journey, if for no reason but that he chose to have it so. In any case, it seemed the rebellion was not quite as fierce here. Either that or the unbridled bloodthirst had long since abated. There had been no widespread destruction of farms and fields, no slaughter in the village and town streets. Karsa wondered if there had been as many Malazan traders and landowners this far west, or if the garrisons had all been recalled into the major cities, such as Kehum, Sarpachia, and Ugarat, their fellow non-combatants accompanying them. If so, then it had not helped them. He disliked being weaponless, barring the Malazan short sword he used as a knife, sheathed at his hip. But there was no suitable wood in this region. There were said to be ironwood trees in the Jagodan, and he would wait until then. The swift descent into night was done. The Teblor warrior stirred, collecting his pack, then set out along the edge of the Guldinda Grove. One of the imperial roads led off in the direction he sought, likely the main artery connecting Lato Reve with the holy city Ugarat. If any bridges across the Mersin River had survived the uprising, it would be the Malazan-built one on that road. He skirted the village on its north side, through knee-high grains, the soil soft from the previous night's irrigating. Karsa assumed the water came from the river somewhere ahead, though he could not imagine how the flow was regulated. The notion of a life spent tilling fields was repellent to the Teblor warrior. The rewards seemed to be exclusive to the high-born landowners, whilst the labourers themselves had only a minimal existence, prematurely aged and worn down by the ceaseless toil. And the distinction between high and low status was born from farming itself, or so it appeared to Karsa. Wealth was measured in control over other people, and the grip of that control could never be permitted to loosen. Odd, then, that this rebellion had had nothing to do with such inequities, that in truth it had been little more than a struggle between those who would be in charge. Yet the majority of the suffering had descended upon the low-born, upon the common folk. What matter the colour of the collar around a man's neck if the chains linked to them were identical? Better to struggle against helplessness as far as he was concerned. This blood-soaked apocalypse was pointless, a misdirected explosion of fury that, when it passed, left the world unchanged. He bounded across a ditch, crossed through a narrow fringe of overgrown brush, and found himself at the edge of a shallow pit. 20 paces across and at least 30 paces wide. The town's refuse was piled here, not entirely successful at covering the mass of lowlander bones. Here, then, were the Malazans, as tamed and broken as the earth itself. The wealth of flesh flung back into the ground. Karsa had no doubt that it was their rivals in status who were loudest in exhorting their deaths. And so, once again, Karsa Orlong, we are given the truths of the lowlanders. Baroth Guild's ghostly voice was palpably bitter. For every virtue they espouse, 1,000 self-serving evils belie their piety. Know them, war leader, for one day they will be your enemy. I am no fool, Baroth Guild, nor am I blind. Delum Thord spoke. A place of haunting lies ahead, Karsa Orlong, as ancient as our own blood. Those who live here avoid it, and have always avoided it. Not entirely, Baroth interjected. Fear has inspired them on occasion. The place is damaged. Nonetheless, the elder power lingers.
The path beckons. Will you walk it, war leader?
Karsa made his way around the pit. He could see something ahead, earthworks rising to break the flatness of the surrounding plain. Elongated barrows, the slabs of stone that formed them visible in places, although they were mostly covered in thorny brush and tufts of yellow grasses. The mounds formed an irregular ring around a larger circular hill that was flat-topped, though slightly canted, as if one side had settled over time. Rising at angles from the summit were standing stones, a score or more. Rocks from clearing the nearby fields had been discarded in this once holy site around the barrows, heaped against the slope of the central hill, along with other detritus. The withered wooden skeletons of ox ploughs, palm fronds from roofs, piles of potsherds and the bones of butchered livestock. Karsa slipped between two barrows and made his way up the central slope. The nearest standing stone reached barely to his waist. Black symbols crowded it, the spit and charcoal paint relatively recent. The Teblor recognized various signs, such as had been employed as a secret native language during the Malazan occupation.
Hardly a place of fear,
he muttered. Fully half of the stones were either shattered or toppled, and from the latter Karsa noted that they were, in fact, taller than he was, so deeply had they been anchored in the artificial hill. The summit itself was pitted and uneven.
Oh, these are the signs of fear, Karsa Orlong. Do not doubt that. This desecration. Were this a place without power, the answer would have been indifference.
Karsa grunted, stepping carefully on the treacherous ground as he approached the nominal center of the stone ring. 4 smaller slabs had been tilted together there, the wiry grasses stopping a pace away on all sides, leaving only bare earth flecked with bits of charcoal. And fragments, Karsa noted as he crouched, of bone. He picked one up and studied it in the starlight. From a skull, lowlander in scale, though somewhat more robust, the outer edge of an eye socket, thick,
like that of my gods. Baroth Guild, Dellam Thord, do either of you sense the presence of a spirit or a god here?
No, Dellam Thord replied. Baroth spoke.
A shaman was buried here, war leader. His head was severed and left fixed in the apex of the 4 cardinal stones. Whoever shattered it did so long afterwards, centuries, perhaps millennia, so that it would no longer see, no longer watch.
Then why is this place of value to me?
For the way through it offers, war leader.
The way through what, Baroth Guild?
Passage westward into the Jag Odan. A trail in the dream world. A journey of months will become one of mere days, should you choose to walk it. It lives still, for it was used not long ago by an army.
And how can I walk this trail? Dellam Thord replied. We can lead you, Karsa Orlong. For, like the one once buried here, we are neither dead nor alive. The Lord Hood cannot find our spirits, for they are here with you. Our presence adds to the god of death's hatred of you, war leader.
Hatred?
For what you have taken and would not give to him. Will not. Would you become your own keeper of souls? So he must now fear. When last did Hood know a rival? Karsa scowled and spat onto the ground. I have no interest in being his rival. I would break these chains. I would free even you and Baroth Guild. We would rather you did not, war leader. You and Baroth Guild are perhaps alone in that sentiment, Dellam Thord.
What of it?
Baroth snapped. Karsa said nothing, for he had begun to understand the choice that lay ahead, sometime in the future. To cast off my enemies, I must also cast off my friends. And so Hood follows and waits for the day that must come.
You hide your thoughts now, Karsa Orlong. This new talent does not please us.
I am war leader, Karsa growled. It is not my task to please you. Do you now regret that you follow?
No, Karsa Orlong, not yet.
Take me into this trail in the dream world, Dellam Thord.
The air grew suddenly colder, the smell reminding Karsa of the sloped clearings on high mountainsides when spring arrived, the smell of enlivened, softened lichen and moss. And before him, where there had been night-softened farmland a moment ago, there was now tundra beneath a heavily overcast sky. A broad path lay before him, stretching across the rolling land, where the lichen had been crushed, the mosses kicked aside and trampled. As Baroth Guild had said, an army had passed this way, although by the signs it seemed their journey had been but a moment ago. He half expected to see the tail end of that solemn column on the distant horizon, but there was nothing. Simply an empty, treeless expanse stretching out on all sides. He moved forward in the army's wake. This world seemed timeless, the sky unchanging. On occasion herds appeared, too distant to make out the kind of beasts, rolling across hillsides, then slipping from view as they streamed down into valleys. Birds flew in arrowhead formation, a strange, long-necked breed high overhead, all of them consistently flying back the way Karsa had come. Apart from the whine of the insects swarming about the Teblor, a strange, unreal silence emanated from the landscape. A dream world, then, such as the elders of his tribe were wont to visit, seeking portents and omens. The scene not unlike what Karsa had glimpsed when, in delirium, he had found himself before his god, Uragal. He continued on. Eventually the air grew colder, and frost glittered amidst the lichen and moss to either side of the wide trail. The smell of rotting ice filled Karsa's nose. Another 1,000 paces brought him to the first dirt-studded sweep of snow, filling a shallow valley on his right. Then shattered chunks of ice, half buried in the ground, as if they had fallen from the sky, many of them larger than a lowlander wagon. The land itself was more broken here, the gentle roll giving way to sharp-walled drainage gullies and channels, to upthrust hillsides revealing banded sandstone beneath the frozen thick skin of peat. Fissures in the stone gleamed with greenish ice. Baroth Guild spoke. "We are now at the border of a new warren, war leader. A warren inimical to the army that arrived here. And so a war was waged. How far have I travelled, Baroth Guild? In my world, am I approaching Ugarat, Sarpachia?" The ghost's laughter was like a boulder rolled over gravel. "They are behind you now, Karsa Orlong. You approach the land known as the Jag Odan." It had seemed no more than a half-day's worth of travel in this dream world. Signs of the army's passage grew less distinct, the ground underfoot frozen rock-hard, and now consisting mostly of rounded stones. Ahead, a plain studded with huge flat slabs of black rock. Moments later, Karsa was moving among them. There were bodies beneath the stones, pinned down. "Will you free these, Karsa Orlong?" "No, Delum Thord, I shall not. I shall pass through this place, disturbing nothing. Yet these are not Forkrul Assail. Many are dead, for they had not the power their kind once possessed, while others remain alive and will not die for a long time, hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. Karsa Orlong, do you no longer believe in mercy?" "My beliefs are my own, Delum Thord. I shall not undo what I do not understand, and that is all." He travelled on, and soon left the terrible plain behind. Before him now stretched a field of ice, crack-riven, with pools of water reflecting the silver sky. Bones were scattered on it, from hundreds, perhaps thousands of figures. Bones of a type he had seen before, some still sheathed in withered skin and muscle. Shards of stone weapons lay among them, along with fragments of fur, antlered helms, and torn, rotting hides. The fallen warriors formed a vast semicircle around a low, square-walled tower. Its battered stones were limned in runneled ice, its doorway gaping, the interior dark. Karsa picked his way across the field, his moccasins crunching through the ice and snow. The tower's doorway was tall enough to permit the Teblor to stride through without ducking. A single room lay within. Broken furniture and the pieces of more fallen warriors cluttered the stone floor. A spiral staircase that seemed made entirely of iron rose from the center. From what he could determine from the wreckage, the furniture was of a scale to suit a Teblor rather than a lowlander.
Karsa made his way up the ice-sheathed staircase. There was a single level above, a high-ceilinged chamber that had once held wooden shelves on all four walls. Torn scrolls, bound books ripped apart, vials and clay jars containing various pungent mixes crushed underfoot, a large table split in half and pushed up against one wall, and on a cleared space on the floor. Karsa stepped off the landing and looked down. "Fellow-men Toblakai, welcome to my humble abode." Karsa scowled. "I crossed blades with one much like you. He was named Icarium. Like you, yet less so." "Because he is a half-blood, of course, whilst I am not. Jaghut, not Jag." She lay spread-eagled within a ring of fist-sized stones. A larger stone rested on her chest, from which heat rose in waves. The air in the chamber was a swirling mix of steam and suspended frost. "You are trapped within sorcery. The army was seeking you, yet they did not kill you." "Could not would be more accurate. Not immediately, in any case. But eventually, this Telan ritual will destroy this core of Omtos Felak, which will in turn lead to the death of the Jag Odan. Even now, the North Forest creeps onto the plains, whilst from the south the desert claims ever more of the Odhan that was my home." "Your refuge." She bared her tusks in something like a smile. "Among the Jaghut, they are now one and the same, Thelomen Toblakai." Karsa looked around, studying the wreckage. He saw no weapons, nor was the woman wearing armor. "When this core of Omtos Felak dies, so will you, yes? Yet you spoke only of the Jag Odan, as if your own death was of less importance than that of this land." "It is less important. On the Jag Odan the past lives still. Not just in my fallen kin, the Jag, the few that managed to escape the Logros Tlanimas. There are ancient beasts that walk the treeless lands beside the sheets of ice, beasts that have died out everywhere else, mostly on the spears of the Tlanimas. But there were no Imas in the Jag Odan. As you said, a refuge." "Beasts, including Jag horses?" He watched her strange eyes narrow. The pupils were vertical, surrounded in pearlescent grey. "The horses we once bred to ride. Yes, they have gone feral in the Odan, though few remain, for the Trell come from the west to hunt them. Every year they drive them off cliffs, as they do to many of the other beasts." "Why did you not seek to stop them?" "Because, dear warrior, I was hiding." "A tactic that failed." "A scouting party of Tlanimas discovered me. I destroyed most of them, but one escaped. From that moment I knew their army would come, eventually. Granted, they took their time about it, but time is what they have aplenty." "A scouting party? How many did you destroy?" 7. "And are there remains among those surrounding this tower?" She smiled again. "I would think not, Thelomen Toblakai. To the Tlanimas, destruction is failure. Failure must be punished. Their methods are elaborate." "Yet what of the warriors lying below, and those around the tower?" "Fallen, but not in failure. Here I lie, after all." "Enemies should be killed," the Teblor growled, "not imprisoned." "I would not argue that sentiment," the Jaghut replied. "I sense nothing evil from you." "It has been a long time since I heard that word. In the wars with the Tlanimas, even, that word had no place." "I must answer in justice," he rumbled. "As you will." "The need overwhelms all caution. Delum Thord would smile." "Who is Delum Thord?" Not answering, Karsa unslung his pack, then threw off his bear cloak and stepped towards the ring of stones. "Stay back, warrior!" the Jaghut hissed. "This is High Telan!" "And I am Karsa Orlong of the Teblor," the warrior growled. He kicked at the nearest stones. Searing flames swept up to engulf Karsa. He snarled and pushed his way through it, reaching down both hands to take the slab of stone, grunting as he lifted it from the woman's chest. The flames swarmed him, seeking to rend his flesh from his bones, but his growls simply deepened.
pivoting, flinging the huge slab to one side, where it struck a wall and shattered. The flames died. Karsa shook himself, then looked down once more. The ring was now broken. The Jaghut's eyes were wide as she stared up at him, movement stirring her limbs. "Never before," she sighed, then shook her head as if in disbelief. "Ignorance honed into a weapon. Extraordinary, Thelomen Toblakai." Karsa crouched down beside his pack. "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" She was slow in sitting up. The Tlani Mas had stripped her, leaving her naked, but she seemed unaffected by the bitter cold air now filling the chamber. Though she appeared young, he suspected she was anything but. He felt her eyes watching him as he prepared the meal. "You crossed swords with Icarium. There had ever been but a single conclusion to such an ill-fated thing, but that you are here is proof that you somehow managed to avoid it." Karsa shrugged. "No doubt we will resume our disagreement the next time we meet." "How did you come to be here, Karsa Orlong?" "I am seeking a horse, Jaghut. The journey was long, and I was led to understand that this dream world would make it shorter." "Ah, the ghost warriors hovering behind you. Even so, you take a grave risk traveling the Telan Warren. I owe you my life, Karsa Orlong." She cautiously climbed to her feet. "How can I repay you?" He straightened to face her, and was surprised and pleased to see that she almost matched him in height. Her hair was long, murky brown, tied at the back. He studied her for a moment, then said, "Find for me a horse." Her thin eyebrows rose fractionally. "That is all, Karsa Orlong?" "Perhaps one more thing. What is your name?" "That is what you would ask?" "No." "Aramala." He nodded and turned once more to readying the meal. "I would know all you can tell me, Aramala, of the 7 who first found you." "Very well. If I may ask something in turn. You passed through a place on your way here where Jag had been imprisoned. I shall, of course, free those who have survived." "Of course. They are half-bloods."
Aye, so I am told."
"Do you not wonder at what the other half is?"
He glanced up, then slowly frowned. She smiled.
"There is much, I think, that I must tell you."
Some time later, Karsa Orlong strode from the tower. He moved on, resuming the trail of the army where it began once again beyond the frozen ground of Omtos Felak. When he finally emerged from the warren into the heat of late afternoon on the world of his birth, he found himself on the edge of a ridge of battered hills. Pausing, he glanced behind him, and could make out at the very rim of the horizon a city, probably Sarpachia, and the glimmer of a vast river. The hills ahead formed a spine, a feature on the land that he suspected showed up only on local maps. There were no farms on the lowlands before it, no herds on its broken slopes. The Tlani Mas had reappeared in this place before him, though their passage onwards into those hills left no sign, for decades had passed in this world since that time. He was on the edge of the Jag Udhan. Dusk had arrived by the time he reached the foothills and began making his way up the weathered slope. The exposed rock here had a diseased look, as if afflicted by some kind of unnatural decay. Pieces of it collapsed under his feet as he climbed. The summit was little more than a ridge, less than 3 paces across, crusted with rotten stone and dead grasses. Beyond, the land fell away sharply, forming a broad valley marked by sunken, banded sandstone mesas rising from its base. The valley's opposite side, 5,000 or more paces distant, was a sheer cliff of rust-colored rock. Karsa could not imagine the natural forces that could have created such a landscape. The mesas below were born of erosion, as if floods had run the length of the valley, or perhaps fierce winds roared down the channels, less dramatic and demanding much greater lengths of time. Or the entire valley could have once stood level with the surrounding hills, only to suffer some subterranean slump. The decayed outcroppings suggested some kind of leaching process afflicting the region. He made his way down the steep slope, and quickly discovered that it was honeycombed with caves and pits, mines if the scree of calcreted rubble fanning out from them was any indication, but not tin or copper, flint. Vast veins of the glassy brown material lay exposed like raw wounds in the hillside. Karsa's eyes narrowed on the mesas ahead. The bands in the sandstone were all sharply tilted, and not all at the same angle. Their caps displayed nothing of the flat plateau formation that one would expect. Instead, they were jagged and broken. The valley floor itself, for as far as he could see amidst the squat mesas, seemed to be sharp-edged gravel, shatter flakes from the mining. In this single valley, an entire army could have fashioned its weapons of stone. And the flint in this place was far from exhausted. Baroth Guild's voice filled his head. "Karsa Orlong, you circle the truths as a lone wolf circles a bull elk." Karsa grunted, his only reply. He could see, on the cliff on the other side, more caves, these ones carved into the sheer wall. Reaching the shadowed valley floor, he set out for them. The gravel underfoot was thick, shifting treacherously, the sharp edges slicing into the hide soles of his moccasins. The air smelled of limestone dust. He approached a large cave mouth situated a third of the way up the cliff. A broad slope of scree led up to within reach of it, though it shifted ominously under the Teblor as he scrambled upward. He finally managed to clamber onto the uneven floor. With the cliff wall facing northeast and the sun already riding the horizon, there was no ambient light in the cave. The Teblor set down his pack and drew out a small lantern. The walls were calcined limestone, blackened by generation upon generation of wood smoke, the ceiling high and roughly domed. 10 paces further in, the passage swiftly diminished as ceiling, walls, and floor converged. Crouching, Karsa slipped through the choke point. Beyond was a vast cavern. Dimly seen on the wall opposite was a monolithic projection of solid, pure flint, reaching almost up to the ceiling. Deeply recessed niches had been bored into the flanking walls. A fissure above the center of the hewn chamber bled grey light from the dusk outside. Directly beneath it was a heap of sand, and growing from that mound was a knotted, twisted tree, a galdinda, no higher than the Teblor's knee, its leaves a deeper hue of green than was usual. That daylight could reach down 2/3 of this cliff was itself a miracle. But this tree... Karsa walked over to one of the niches and extended the lantern into it. Another cavern lay beyond, and it was filled with flint weapons. Some were broken, but most were whole. Swords, double-bladed axes with bone shafts, hundreds upon hundreds covering the floor. The next niche contained the same, as did the one after that. 22 side chambers in all. The weapons of the dead, the weapons of the failed. In every cave on this cliff, he knew he would find the same. But none of the others were important to him. He set the lantern down near the pillar of flint, then straightened. Uragal the Woven, Berok soft voice, Kalb the silent hunter, Senik the shattered, Sibal the unfound, Halad the giant, Imroth the cruel. Faces in the rock, gods of the Teblor. I, Karsa Orlong of the Urid tribe of the Teblor, have delivered you to this place. You were broken, severed, weaponless. I have done as you commanded me to do. I have brought you to this place. Uragal's broken rasp replied,
You have found that which was taken from us, Karsa Orlong. You have freed your gods.
The Teblor watched the ghost of Uragal slowly take shape before him. A squat, heavy-boned warrior, shorter than a lowlander but much broader. The bones of his limbs were split, where Karsa could see between the taut straps of leather and hide that bound them, that held him together. More straps crossed his chest.
Karsa Orlong, you have found our weapons.
The warrior shrugged.
If indeed they are among the thousands in the chambers beyond. They are. They did not fail us. But the ritual did.
Uragal cocked his head. His 6 kin were taking shape around him.
You understand, then? I do. Our physical forms approach Karsa Orlong. They have journeyed far, bereft of spirit, held only by our wills. And the one you now serve, the Teblor growled.
Yes, the one we now serve. We have guided you in turn, war leader, and now shall come your reward for what you have given us.
Sibal the Unfound now spoke.
We have gathered an army, Karsa Orlong. All the children sacrificed before the faces in the rock. They are alive, war leader. They have been prepared for you, an army. Your people are assailed. The lowlanders must be driven back, their armies annihilated. You shall sweep down with your legions, down into their lands, and reap destruction upon the lowlanders.
I shall. The 7 gods of the Teblor, Uragal said, must now become 8.
The one named Halad, the largest of the 7 by far, hulking, bestial, stepped forward.
You must now fashion a sword, Karsa Orlong, of stone. The mines outside await you. We shall guide you in the knowledge.
There is no need, Karsa said. I have learned the many hearts of stone. The knowledge is mine, and so too shall the sword be mine. Those you fashion are well enough for your own kind, but I am Teblor, I am Selomen Toblakai. With that he swung about and walked towards the monolithic pillar of flint.
That spar will defeat you, Halad said behind him. To draw a long enough blade for a sword, you must strike from above. Examine this vein carefully, and you will see that, pure as it is, the flow of the stone is unforgiving. None of our kind has ever managed to draw forth a flake longer than our own height. The spar before you can no longer be worked, thus its abandonment. Strike, and it shall shatter, and that failure shall stain your next efforts, and so weaken the sorcery of the making.
Karsa stood before the brown, almost black flint pillar.
You must fashion a fire at its base, Halad said, left to burn without cessation for a number of days and nights. There is little wood in the valley below, but in the Jag Odan beyond, the Bedouin herds have travelled in their multitudes. Fire, Karsa Orlong, then cold water.
No. All control is lost with that method, Tlanimas. Your kind are not unique in knowing the truths of stone. This task is mine and mine alone. Now, enough words.
The name you have given us, Uragal rasped. How did you come by such knowledge?
Karsa turned, face twisting into a sneer.
Foolish Teblor, or so you believed, so you would have us. Fallen Selomen Toblakai, but he who has fallen can rise once again, Uragal. Thus you were once Tlanimas, but now you are the Unbound.
The sneer became a snarl.
From wandering to hold, from hold to house.
The warrior climbed the spar of flint. Perched on its top, he drew out his Malazan short sword. A moment's examination of the stone's surface, then he leaned over to study the almost vertical sweep of flawless flint reaching down to the cave's floor. Reversing the sword, Karsa began scraping the top of the pillar, a hand's width in from the sharp edge. He could see the tracks of old blows that Tlanimas had tried, despite Halad's words, but had failed. Karsa continued roughing the surface where he would strike. In his mind he spoke. Baroth Guild, Delum Thord, hear me when none other can. One day I shall break my chains. I shall free the souls that now hound me. You would not be among them, or so you said, nor would I wish Hood's embrace upon you. I have considered your desires in this, and have fashioned an alternative. War leader, Delum Thord and I understand your intent. Your genius never fails to astonish me, Karsa Orlong. Only with our consent will you succeed. And so you give us words, and lo, we find our path forced. Hood's embrace, or what you seek. Karsa shook his head.
Not just me, Barothgild, but you yourself. Do you deny it?
No, war leader, we do not. Thus we accept what you offer. Karsa knew that he alone could see the ghosts of his friends at this moment, as they seemed to dissolve, reduced to pure will that then flowed down into the flint, flowed to find a shape, a form of cohesion. Awaiting, he swept dust and grit from the roughened surface, then closed both hands about the short sword's stubby grip. He lifted the weapon high, fixing his gaze upon the battered striking platform, then drove the pommel down. A strange snapping sound. Then Karsa was leaping forward, short sword flung aside, down through the air, spinning as he dropped. His knees flexed to absorb the impact, even as he raised his hands to intersect the toppling spear of flint, a spear almost as tall as the Teblor himself. It fell away from the pillar, a flattened shard, and settled into his hands. A warm lick on his palms, and suddenly blood was running down his forearms. Karsa quickly backed up, lowering the blade to the floor. When he drew his hands away, he saw that they had been cut down to the bone.
Clever, Baroth, to drink my blood to seal the bargain.
You surpass us,
Hallard whispered. Karsa went to his pack and drew out a bundle of field dressings and a sewing kit. There would be no infection, of course, and he would heal swiftly. Still, he would need to close the cuts before he could hope to begin work on the huge blade's edges and hack out a grip of sorts.
We shall invest the weapon,
Uragal announced behind him,
so that it cannot be broken.
Karsa nodded.
We shall make you the 8th god of the Teblor.
No, he replied as he began working on his left hand. I am not as you, Uragal. I am not unbound. You yourself closed the chains about me. By your own hands you saw to it that the souls of those I have slain will pursue me eternally. You have shaped my haunting, Uragal. Beneath such a curse I can never be unbound.
There is a place for you nonetheless, Uragal said, in the House of Chains.
I, Knight of Chains, champion of the crippled god.
You have learned much, Karsa Orlong.
He stared down at his bloodied hands. I have, Talani Mas, as you shall witness. Chapter 15. How many times, dear traveller, will you walk the same path? Kayesan. To the north, the dust of the Imperial army obscured the forest-mantled hills of Vathar. It was late afternoon, the hottest part of the day, when the wind died and the rocks radiated like flat stones on a hearth. Sergeant Strings remained motionless beneath his ochre rain-cloak, lying flat as he studied the lands to the southwest. Sweat streamed down his face to prickle in his iron-shot red beard. After a long moment studying the mass of horse warriors that had emerged out of the dusty Odhan in their wake, Strings lifted a gloved hand and gestured. The others of his squad rose from their places of concealment and edged back from the crest. The sergeant watched them until they reached cover once more, then slid around and followed. Endless skirmishes with raiders these last weeks, beginning just outside Dojal, with more heated clashes with Keran Dobri tribes at Tathimon and Sanimon, but nothing like the army now trailing them. 3,000 warriors at the very least of a tribe they'd not seen before. Countless barbaric standards rose above the host, tall spears topped with ragged streamers, antlers, horns, and skulls. The glitter of bronze scale armor was visible beneath the black talabas and furs, as well as, more prolific, a strange greyish armor that was too supple to be anything but hide. The helms, from what Strings could make out with the distance, looked to be elaborate, many of them crow-winged, of leather and bronze. Strings slid down to where his squad waited. They'd yet to engage in hand-to-hand combat, their some experience of fighting little more than firing crossbows and occasionally holding a line. So far, so good. The sergeant faced smiles. All right, it's settled. Climb on that miserable horse down below, lass, and ride to the lieutenant. Looks like we've got a fight coming. Sweat had tracked runnels through the dust sheathing her face. She nodded, then scrambled off. Bottle, go to Gesler's position and have him pass word to Borduke. I want a meeting. Quick, before their scouts get here. Aye, Sergeant. After a moment, Strings drew out his waterskin and passed it to Corporal Tar. Then he tapped Cuttle on the shoulder, and the two of them made their way back to the ridge. They settled down side by side to resume studying the army below. These ones could maul us, the sergeant muttered. Then again, they're riding so tight it makes me wonder. Cuttle grunted, eyes thinned to slits. Something's gnawing my knuckles here, Fid. They know we're close, but they ain't arrayed for battle. They should have held back until night, then hit all along our line. And where are their scouts, anyway? Well, those outriders, way too close. Local tribes here know better. A sudden scattering of stones, and Strings and Cuttle twisted round to see riders cresting the ridge on either side of them, and others cantering into view on the back slope, closing on his squad. Hood, take us! Where did... Yipping war cries sounded, weapons waving in the air. Yet the horse warriors then drew rein, rising in their stirrups as they surrounded the squad. Frowning, Strings clambered to his feet. A glance back at the army below showed a vanguard climbing the slope at a canter. The sergeant met Cuttle's eyes and shrugged. The sapper grimaced in reply. Escorted by the riders on the ridge, the two soldiers made their way down to where Tar and Korik stood. Both had their crossbows loaded, though no longer trained on the tribesmen wheeling their mounts in a prancing circle around them. Further down the ridge, Strings saw Gesler and his squad appear, along with Bottle and their own company of horse warriors. Cuttle, the sergeant muttered. Did you clash with these anywhere north of the River Vathar? No, but I think I know who they are. None of these scouts wore bronze armor. The grey hide beneath their desert-coloured cloaks and furs looked strangely reptilian. Crow wings had been affixed to their forearms like swept-back fins. Their faces were pale by local standards, unusual in being bearded and long-moustached. Tattoos of black tears ran down the lengths of their weathered cheeks. Apart from lances, fur-covered wooden scabbards were slung across their backs, holding heavy-bladed tulwars. All had crow-feet earrings dangling from under their helms. The tribe's vanguard reached the crest above them and drew to a halt, as on the opposite side there appeared a company of Wiccans, Seti and Malazan officers. Beru Fend, the Adjunct herself's with them. Also Fist Gamut, Nil, Nether and Temel, as well as Captain Keneb and Lieutenant Ranel. The two mounted forces faced one another on either side of the shallow gully, and Strings could see Temel visibly start, then lean over to speak to the Adjunct. A moment later, Tavore, Gamut, and Temel rode forward. From the tribe's vanguard, a single rider began the descent on the back slope. A chieftain, Strings surmised. The man was huge. 2 tulwars were strapped to a harness crossing his chest, one of them broken just above the hilt. The black tears tattooed down his broad cheeks looked to have been gouged into the flesh. He rode down fairly close to where Strings and Cuttle stood and paused beside them. He nodded towards the approaching group and asked in rough Malazan, "This is the plain woman who leads you?" Strings winced, then nodded. "Adjunct Tavore, aye?" "We have met the Keran Dobri," the chieftain said, then smiled. "They will harass you no more, Malazan." Tavore and her officers arrived, halting 5 paces away. The Adjunct spoke. "I welcome you, War Chief of the Kundril. I am Adjunct Tavore Paran, commander of the 14th Army of the Malazan Empire. I am Gaul, and we are the burned tears of the Kundril." "The burned tears?" The man made a gesture of grief. "Blackwing, leader of the Wiccans. I spoke with him. My warriors sought to challenge, to see who were the greatest warriors of all. We fought hard, but we were humbled. Blackwing is dead, his clan destroyed, and Korbolo Dom's dogslayers dance on his name. That must be answered, and so we have come. 3,000, all that fought for Blackwing the first time. We are changed, Adjunct. We are other than we once were. We grieve the loss of ourselves, and so we shall remain lost for all time." "Your words sadden me, Gaul," Tavore replied, her voice shaky. "Careful now, lass." "We would join you," the Kundril war chief rasped.
for we have nowhere else to go. The walls of our yurts look strange to our eyes. The faces of our wives, husbands, children, all those we once loved and who once loved us, strangers now. Like Blackwing himself, we are as ghosts in this world, in this land that was once our home. You would join us to fight under my command, Gaul? We would. Seeking vengeance against Korbolo Dom. He shook his head. That will come, yes, but we seek to make amends. She frowned beneath her helm. Amends? By Temmel's account you fought bravely and well. Without your intercession the chain of dogs would have fallen at Sanimon. The refugees would have been slaughtered. Yet we then rode away, back to our lands, Adjunct. We thought only to lick our wounds, while the chain marched on, to more battles, to its final battle. He was weeping in truth now, and an eerie keening sound rose from the other horse warriors present. We should have been there. That is all. The adjunct said nothing for a long moment. Strings removed his helm and wiped the sweat from his brow. He glanced back up the slope and saw a solid line of Kundril on the ridge, silent, waiting. Tavore cleared her throat. Gaul, war chief of the Burned Tears, the 14th Army welcomes you. The answering roar shook the ground underfoot. Strings turned and met Cuttle's eyes. 3,000 veterans of this hood-damned desert. Queen of Dreams, we have a chance. Finally, it looks like we have a chance. He did not need to speak aloud to know that Cuttle understood, for the man slowly nodded. But Gaul was not finished. Whether he realized the full measure of his next gesture, no, Strings would conclude eventually he could not have. Even so, the war chief gathered his reins and rode forward past the adjunct. He halted his horse before Temmel, then dismounted. 3 strides forward. Under the eyes of over 300 Wiccans and 500 Seti, the burly Kundril, his grey eyes fixed on Temmel, halted. Then he unslung his broken tulwar and held it out to the Wiccan youth. Temmel was pale as he reached down to accept it. Gaul stepped back and slowly lowered himself to one knee. We are not Wiccans, the war chief grated, but this I swear, we shall strive to be. He lowered his head. Temmel sat unmoving, visibly struggling beneath a siege of emotions, and Strings suddenly realized that the lad did not know how to answer, did not know what to do. The sergeant took a step, then swung his helm upward as if to put it back on. Temmel caught the flash of movement, even as he looked about to dismount, and he froze as he met Strings's eyes. A slight shake of the head. Stay in that saddle, Temmel. The sergeant reached up and touched his own mouth. Talk. Answer with words, lad. The commander slowly settled back into his saddle, then straightened. Gaul of the Burned Tears, he said, barely a tremble to his voice. Blackwing sees through the eyes of every Wiccan here. Sees and answers. Rise, in Blackwing's name, I, Temmel of the Crow clan, accept you. The Burned Tears of the Crow clan, of the Wiccans. He then took the loop of leather to which the broken tulwar was tied and lowered it over his shoulder. With the sound of a wave rolling up a league-long strand of beach, weapons were unsheathed along the ridge, a salute voiced by Aren alone. A shiver rippled through Strings. Hood's breath, Cuttle muttered under his breath. That is a lot more frightening than their war cries were. Aye, as ominous as Hood's smile. He looked back to Temmel and saw the Wiccan watching him. The sergeant lowered the helm onto his head once more, then grinned and nodded. Perfect, lad. Couldn't have done better myself. And now Temmel wasn't alone anymore, surrounded by sniping arthritic wolves who still wouldn't accept his command. Now the lad had Gaul and 3,000 blooded warriors to back his word. And that's the last of that. Gaul, if I was a religious man, I'd burn a crow wing in your name tonight. Hood take me, I might do it anyway. Gaul of the Burned Tears, the adjunct announced. Please join us at our command quarters. We can discuss the disposition of your forces over a meal. A modest meal, alas. The Kundril finally straightened. He faced the adjunct. Modest? No.
We have brought our own food, and this night there shall be a feast. Not a single soldier shall go without at least a mouthful of bedarin or boar." He swung about and scanned his retinue until he spied the one he sought. "Imral, drag your carcass back to the wagons and bring them forward. And find the 200 cooks and see if they've sobered up yet. And if they haven't, I will have their heads." The warrior named Imral, an ancient, scrawny figure who seemed to be swimming beneath archaic bronze armor, answered with a broad, ghastly smile, then spun his horse round and kicked it into a canter back up the slope. Gaul swung about and raised both hands skyward, the crow wings attached to the forearms seeming to snap open beneath them. "Let the dog slayers cower!" he roared. "The burned tears have begun the hunt." Cuttle leaned close to Strings. "That's one problem solved. The Wiccan lad's finally on solid ground. One wound sewn shut, only to see another pried open. Another? Oh, yes, true enough. That Wiccan Fist's ghost keeps rearing up again and again, poor lass. As if Coltaine's legacy wasn't already dogging her heels. If you'll excuse the pun," the sapper went on. "Still, she's putting a brave face on it." "No choice." Strings faced his squad. "Collect your gear, soldiers. We've got pickets to raise before we eat." At their groans he scowled. "And consider yourselves lucky. Missing those scouts don't bode well for our capabilities now, does it?" He watched them assemble their gear. Gesler and Borduk were approaching with their own squads. Cuttle grunted at the sergeant's side. "In case it slipped your mind, Fid," he said low. "We didn't see the bastards either." "You're right," Strings replied. "It slipped my mind completely. Huh, there it goes again. Gone." Cuttle scratched the bristle on his heavy jaw. "Strange. What were we talking about? Bedarin and boar, I think. Fresh meat. Right. My mouth's watering at the thought." Gamut paused outside the command tent. The revelry continued unabated, as the Kundril roved through the camp, roaring their barbaric songs. Jugs of fermented milk had been broached, and the Fist was grimly certain that more than one bellyful of half-charred, half-raw meat had returned to the earth prematurely out beyond the fires, or would in the short time that remained before dawn. Next day's march had been halved by the Adjunct's command, although even 5 bells walking was likely to make most of the soldiers regret this night's excesses. Or maybe not. He watched a Marine from his own legion stumble past, a Kundril woman riding him, legs wrapped around his waist, arms around his neck. She was naked, the Marine nearly so. Weaving, the pair vanished into the gloom. Gamut sighed, drawing his cloak tighter about himself, then turned and approached the 2 Wiccans standing guard outside the Adjunct's tent. They were from the Crow, grey-haired and looking miserable. Recognizing the Fist, they stepped to either side of the entrance. He passed between them, ducking to slip between the flaps. All of the other officers had left, leaving only the Adjunct and Gaul, the latter sprawled on a massive, ancient-looking wooden chair that had come on the Kundril wagons. The war chief had removed his helm, revealing a mass of curly hair, long and black and shimmering with grease. The midnight hue was dye, Gamut suspected, for the man had seen at least 50 summers. The tips of his moustache rested on his chest, and he looked half asleep, a jug gripped by the clay handle in one huge hand. The Adjunct stood nearby, eyes lowered onto a brazier, as if lost in thought. "Were I an artist, I would paint this scene, this precise moment, and leave the viewer to wonder." He strode over to the map table, where another jug of wine waited. "Our army is drunk, Adjunct," he murmured as he poured a cup full. "Like us," Gaul rumbled. "Your army is lost." Gamut glanced over at Tavore, but there was no reaction for him to gauge. He drew a breath, then faced the Kundril. "We are yet to fight a major battle, War Chief. Thus we do not yet know ourselves. That is all. We are not lost." "Just not yet found," Gaul finished, baring his teeth. He took a long swallow from his jug. "Do you regret your decision to join us, then?" Gamut asked. "Not at all, Fist.
My shamans have read the sands. They have learned much of your future. The 14th Army shall know a long life, but it shall be a restless life. You are doomed to search, destined to ever hunt, for what even you do not know, nor perhaps shall you ever know. Like the sands themselves, wandering for eternity. Gamut was scowling. I do not wish to offend, War Chief, but I hold little faith in divination. No mortal, no god, can say we are doomed or destined. The future remains unknown, the one thing we cannot force a pattern upon. The Kundril grunted. Patterns, the lifeblood of the shamans. But not them alone, yes? The deck of dragons, are they not used for divination? Gamut shrugged. There are some who hold much store in the deck, but I am not one of them. Do you not see patterns in history, Fist? Are you blind to the cycles we all suffer through? Look upon this desert, this wasteland you cross. Yours is not the first empire that would claim it. And what of the tribes? Before the Kundril, before the Keran Dobri and the Tregin, there were the Sanid and the Oruth, and before them there were others whose names have vanished. Look upon the ruined cities, the old roads. The past is all patterns, and those patterns remain beneath our feet, even as the stars above reveal their own patterns. For the stars we gaze upon each night are naught but an illusion from the past. He raised the jug again and studied it for a moment. Thus the past lies beneath and above the present, Fist. This is the truth my shamans embrace, the bones upon which the future clings like muscle. The adjunct slowly turned to study the war chief. We shall reach Vathar Crossing tomorrow, Gaul. What will we find? The Kundril's eyes glittered. That is for you to decide, Tavore Paran. It is a place of death, and it shall speak its words to you, words the rest of us will not hear. Have you been there? She asked. He nodded, but added nothing more. Gamut drank down a mouthful of wine. There was a strangeness to this night, to this moment here in the adjunct's tent, that left his skin crawling. He felt out of place, like a simpleton who'd just stumbled into the company of scholars. The revelry in the camp beyond was dying down, and come the dawn, he knew, there would be silence. Drunken oblivion was, each time, a small, temporary death. Hood walked where the self once stood, and the wake of the god's passage sickened mortal flesh afterwards. He set his cup down on the map table. If you will forgive me, he muttered, the air in here is too close. Neither replied as he walked back to the flap. Outside, in the street beyond the two motionless Wiccan guards, Gamut paused and looked up. Ancient light, is it? If so, then the patterns I see may have died long ago. No, that does not bear thinking about. It is one of those truths that have no value, for it offers nothing but dislocation. And he needed no fuel for that cold fire. He was too old for this war. Hood knows I didn't enjoy it much the first time round. Vengeance belonged to the young, after all. The time when emotions burned hottest, when life was sharp enough to cut, fierce enough to sear the soul. He was startled by the passing of a large cattle dog. Head low, muscles rippling beneath a mottled hide, literally seamed with countless scars, the silent beast padded down the aisle between the tent rows. A moment later, and it disappeared into the gloom. I've taken to following it, a voice said behind him. Gamut turned. Captain Keneb, I'm surprised to find you still awake. The soldier shrugged. That boar's not sitting too well in my gut, sir. More likely that fermented milk the Kundril brought. What is it called again? Urtathan. But no, I have experienced that brew before, and so chose to avoid it. Come the morning, I suspect 3/4 of the army will realize a similar wisdom. And the remaining quarter? Dead. He smiled at Gamut's expression. Sorry, sir, I wasn't entirely serious. The Fist gestured for the captain to accompany him, and they began walking. Why do you follow that dog, Keneb? Because I know its tail, sir. It survived the chain of dogs.
from Hissar to the fall outside Aren. I watched it fall almost at Coltaine's feet, impaled by spears. It should not have survived that.
Then how did it?
Gesler.
Gamut frowned. The sergeant in our legion's marines?
Aye, sir. He found it, as well as another dog. What happened then, I have no idea, but both beasts recovered from what should have been mortal wounds.
Perhaps a healer.
Keneb nodded. Perhaps, but none among Blistig's guard. I made inquiries. No, there's a mystery yet to be solved. Not just the dogs, but Gesler himself, and his corporal, Stormy, and a third soldier. Have you not noted their strangely hued skin? They're Falari, yet Falari are pale-skinned, and a desert tan doesn't look like that at all. Curious, too, it was Gesler who delivered the Cylinder.
Do you believe they have made a pact with a god, Captain? Such cults are forbidden in the Imperial Army.
I cannot answer that, sir, nor have I evidence sufficient to make such a charge against them. Thus far, I have kept Gesler's squad and a few others as the column's rearguard.
The Fist grunted. This news is disturbing, Captain. You do not trust your own soldiers, and this is the first time you've told me of any of this. Have you considered confronting the sergeant directly?
They had reached the edge of the camp. Before them stretched a broken line of hills, to their right the dark forest of Vathar. To Gamut's questions, Keneb sighed and nodded. They, in turn, do not trust me, Fist. There is a rumour in my company that I abandoned my last soldiers at the time of the uprising.
And did you, Keneb?
Gamut said nothing. But it seemed that the captain heard the silent question nonetheless. I didn't, although I will not deny that some of the decisions I made back then could give cause to question my loyalty to the Empire.
You had better explain that, Gamut said quietly.
I had family with me. I sought to save them, and for a time nothing else mattered. Sir, whole companies went over to the rebels. You did not know who to trust, and as it turned out, my commander—
Say no more of that, Captain. I've changed my mind. I don't want to know. Your family? Did you manage to save them?
Aye, sir, with some timely help from an outlawed bridge-burner.
A what? Who in Hood's name?
Corporal Callam, sir.
He's here, in 7 cities?
He was, on his way, I think, to the Empress. From what I gathered, he had some issues he wanted to, raise with her, in person.
Who else knows all this?
No one, sir. I've heard the tale that the bridge burners were wiped out, but I can tell you Callam was not among them. He was here, sir, and as to where he is now, perhaps the Empress alone knows. There was a smudge of motion in the grasses, about 20 paces distant.
That dog. Hood knows what it's up to. All right, Captain. Keep Gesler in the rearguard for now. But at some point before the battle, we'll have to test him. I need to know if he's reliable.
Aye, sir.
Your beast is wandering out there.
I know. Every night, as if looking for something. I think it might be Coltaine, looking for Coltaine, and it breaks my heart, sir.
Well, if it's true, Captain, that the dog's looking for Coltaine, I admit to being surprised.
What do you mean, sir?
Because the bastard's here. You'd have to be blind, dumb, and deaf to miss him, Captain. Good night to you.
He turned and strode off, feeling the need to spit, but he knew the bitter taste in his mouth would not so easily leave him. The fire was long dead. Wrapped in his cloak, Strings sat before it, looking at but not seeing the layered bricks of ash that were all that remained of the pieces of dung. Beside him lay the scrawny Hengese lapdog that Truth said was named Roach. The bone the creature gnawed on was bigger than it, and had that bone teeth and appetite, it would be the one doing the eating right now. Contented company, then, to mock this miserable night. The blanketed forms of his squad lay motionless on all sides. They'd been too exhausted to get drunk, after raising the pickets, then sitting first watch, and full bellies had quickly dragged them into sleep. Well enough, he mused. They'd be among the few spared the ravages of hangover in a few bells' time. Even Cuttle had yet to awaken, as was his custom, or perhaps his eyes were open where he lay with his back to the hearth. It did not matter. The loneliness Strings suffered could not be alleviated by company. not such as he might find here in any case, nor were his thoughts the kind he would willingly share. They'd been spitting dust almost since the march began, not the place for Marines, unless a massive pursuit threatened the rear of the column, which was not the case. No, Keneb was punishing them, and Strings had no idea why. Even the lieutenant, who had somehow managed to avoid actually being present to command the squads, was uncertain as to the captain's motivations. Though not displeased, of course. Then again, how can Ranal hope to acquire his stellar reputation with his soldiers coughing the entire 14th's dust? And do I even give a damn anymore? The night air stank of bile, as if Polil herself stalked the camp. The sudden acquisition of 3,000 veterans had done much to lift the 14th's spirits. Strings hoped there was no omen in the aftermath. All right, then. Let's consider the matter at hand. This army has its chance now. It doesn't need bastards like me. Why would I want to go back to Raraku anyway? I hated it the first time. I'm not that young, mouthy fool, not what I once was. Did I really think I could recapture something in that holy desert? What exactly? Lost years? That charging momentum that belongs to the young? To soldiers like Smiles and Korik and Bottle and Tar? I joined for revenge, but it's not filling my belly like it used to. Hood knows nothing does anymore. Not revenge, not loyalty, not even friendship. Damn you, Kalam. You should have talked me out of it. Right there in Malaz City. You should have called me a fool to my face. Gesler's cattle dog padded into view. A roach growled, and the bigger beast paused, nose testing the air, then settled down a few paces away. The lapdog returned to its gnawing. "Come ahead then, Gesler," Strings muttered. The sergeant appeared, a jug in one hand. He sat down opposite, studied the jug for a moment, then made a disgusted sound and tossed it away. "Can't get drunk anymore," he said. "Not me, not Stormy or Truth. We're cursed." "I can think of worse curses," Strings muttered. "Well, so could I, but still. What's really bad is I can't sleep. None of us can. We was at Vatha Crossing. That's where we drew the Cylinder in to wait for the chain of dogs, where I got punched good and hard, too. Damn, but that surprised me. Anyway, I'm not looking forward to seeing it again, not after what happened there." "So long as the bridge hasn't been swept away," Strings replied. Gesler grunted. Neither spoke for a time, then, "You're thinking of running, aren't you, Fid?" He scowled. Gesler slowly nodded. "It's bad when you lose them. Friends, I mean. Makes you wonder why you're still here, why the damned sack of blood and muscle and bones keeps on going. So you run. Then what? Nothing. You're not here, but wherever you are, you're still there." Strings grimaced. "I'm supposed to make sense of that? Listen, it's not just what happened to the bridge burners. It's about being a soldier. About doing this all over again. I've realized that I didn't even like it much the first time round. There's got to come a point, Gesler, when it's no longer the right place to be, or the right thing to do. Maybe, but I ain't seen it yet. It comes down to what you're good at. Nothing else, Fid. You don't want to be a soldier no more? Fine. But what are you going to do instead? I was apprenticed as a mason once. And apprentices are 10 years old, Fiddler. They ain't crabby creek bones like you. Look, there's only one thing for a soldier to do, and that's soldiering. You want it to end? Well, there's a battle coming. Should give you plenty of opportunity. Throw yourself on a sword and you're done." Gesler paused and jabbed a finger at Strings. "But that's not the problem, is it? It's because now you've got a squad and you're responsible for 'em. That's what you don't like, and that's what's got you thinking of running." Strings rose. "Go pet your dog, Gesler." He walked off into the darkness. The grass was wet underfoot as he made his way through the pickets. Muted challenges sounded, to which he replied, and then he was out beyond the camp. Overhead the stars had begun to withdraw as the sky lightened. Cape moths were winging in swirling clouds towards the forested hills of Vathar, the occasional Rizan diving through them, upon which they exploded outward, only to reform once the danger was past. On the ridge 300 paces ahead of the sergeant stood a half-dozen desert wolves. They'd done their howling for the night, and now lingered out of curiosity, or perhaps simply awaiting the army's departure, so they could descend into the basin and pick at the leavings. Strings paused at a faint singing, low and mournful and jarring, that seemed to emanate from a depression just this side of the ridge. He'd heard it other nights, always beyond the encampment, but had not been inclined to investigate. There was nothing inviting to that thin, atonal music. But now it called to him, with familiar voices. Heart suddenly aching, he walked closer. The depression was thick with yellowed grasses, but a circle had been flattened in the center. The two Wiccan children, Nil and Nether, were seated there, facing one another, with the space between them occupied by a broad bronze bowl. Whatever filled it was drawing butterflies, a score at present, but more were gathering. Strings hesitated, then made to leave.
"Come closer,"
Nil called out in his reedy voice.
"Quickly, the sun rises."
Frowning, the sergeant approached. As he reached the edge of the depression, he halted in sudden alarm. Butterflies swarmed around him, a pale yellow frenzy filling his eyes, brushing air against his skin like 1,000 breaths. He spun in place, but could see nothing beyond the mass of fluttering wings.
"Closer! He wants you here!"
Nether's high, piping voice. But Strings could not take another step. He was enveloped, and within that yellow shroud there was a presence. And it spoke.
"Bridge burner, Raraku waits for you. Do not turn back now."
"Who are you?" Strings demanded. "Who speaks?"
"I am of this land now. What I was before does not matter. I am awakened. We are awakened. Go to join your kin in Raraku, where he will find you. Together you must slay the goddess. You must free Raraku of the stain that lies upon it."
"My kin? Who will I find there?"
"The song wanders, bridge burner. It seeks a home. Do not turn back."
All at once the presence vanished. The butterflies rose skyward, spinning and swirling into the sunlight, higher, ever higher. Small hands clutched at him, and he looked down. Nether stared up at him, her face filled with panic. 2 paces behind her stood Nil, his arms wrapped about himself, his eyes filling with tears. Nether was screaming,
"Why you? We have called and called. Why you?"
Shaking his head, Strings pushed her away. I don't know."
"What did he say? Tell us. He had a message for us, yes? What did he say?"
"For you, nothing, lass. Why, who in Hood's name do you think that was?"
"Sormo Enath."
"The warlock? But he—" Strings staggered another step back. "Stop that damned singing!" The Wiccans stared, and Strings realized that neither was singing. Neither could have been, for it continued, filling his head. Nether asked,
"What singing, soldier?"
He shook his head again, then turned and made his way back towards camp. Sormo had no words for them, nor did he want to see their faces, their helpless desperation, their yearning for a ghost that was gone, gone forever. That was not Sormo Enath. That was something else, Hood knows what. "We are awakened. What does that mean? And who's waiting for me in Raraku? My kin? I've none, barring the bridge burners. Gods below. Quick Ben? Kalam? One or both?" He wanted to scream, if only to silence the song that whispered through his head, the dreadful, painfully incomplete music that gnawed at his sanity. Raraku, it seemed, was not yet done with him. Strings silently railed. "Damn all of this!" To the north, through the smoky wreaths of the encampment, the mantled hills of Vathar seemed to unfurl the sun's golden light. On the ridge behind him, the wolves began howling. Gamut settled back in the saddle as his horse began the descent towards the river. It had not been long enough for the land to entirely swallow the victims of the slaughter that had occurred here. Bleached bones gleamed in the sandy mud of the shoreline. Fragments of cloth, pieces of leather and iron, and the ford itself was barely recognizable. Remnants of a floating bridge were heaped on it on the upstream side,
and on this barrier more detritus had piled. Sunken, waterlogged wagons, trees, grasses, and reeds, now anchored by silts, a hulking, bowed mass that had formed a kind of bridge. To the Fist's eye, it seemed the whole thing was moments from breaking loose. Scouts had crossed it on foot. Gamut could see a score of mud-smeared seti on the opposite side, making their way up the steep slope. The forests on both sides of the river were a mass of colour, their branches festooned with strips of cloth, with braids and painted human bones that twisted in the wind. Meshan Tholedan, the day of pure blood. Upstream on either bank, for as far as he could see, long poles had been thrust into the mud at angles so that they hung over the swirling water. The carcasses of sheep and goats hung from them. From some the blood still drained, whilst others were well along in their rot, seething with flies, cape moths, and carrion birds. Small white flecks rained down from the sacrificed animals, to which fish swarmed, and it was a moment before Gamut realized what those flecks were. Maggots falling into the river. Captain Keneb drew his horse alongside Gamut's own as they approached the bank. "That's not mud binding that flotsam, is it? Oh, a little silt and sand, but mostly—" "Blood, aye," Gamut muttered. They were trailing the Adjunct, who was flanked by Nil and Nether. The three reached the water's edge and halted their mounts. Behind Gamut and Keneb, the front companies of the 10th Legion were on the slope, within sight of the river and its ragged bridge. "Those sacrifices, do you think they were done to welcome us, Fist? I can't imagine such slaughter to be ongoing. The herds would be wiped out in no time." "Some have been here a while," Gamut observed, "but you must be right, Captain." "So we would cross a river of blood. If these damned tribes consider that gesture an honourable one, then the Queen has stolen their sanity. This notion of seeing the world metaphorically has ever driven me to distraction. The 7 cities' natives sees everything differently. To them, the landscape is animate, not just the old notion of spirits, but in some other, far more complicated way." Gamut glanced at the man. "Is it worth making a study of it, Captain?" Keneb started, then half smiled, adding a strangely despondent shrug. "That particular dialogue spoke of the rebellion and only the rebellion, for months and months before it finally happened. Had we bothered to read those signs, Fist, we could have been better prepared." They had drawn up behind the Adjunct and the 2 Wiccans. At Keneb's words, Tavore turned her horse round and faced the captain. "Sometimes," she said, "knowledge is not enough." "Your pardon, Adjunct," Keneb said. Tavore fixed her flat gaze on Gamut. "Bring forward the Marines, Fist. We will require sappers and munitions. We shall cross a ford, not a bridge of detritus held in place by blood." "Aye, Adjunct. Captain, if you will join me." They pulled their horses round and made their way back up the slope. Glancing over at Keneb, Gamut saw that the man was grinning. "What amuses you, Captain?" "Munitions, sir. The sappers will weep. So long as they don't destroy the ford itself, I will be glad to give them comforting hugs." "I wouldn't let them hear a promise like that, sir." "No, I suppose you're right." They reached the front ranks of the 10th Legion, and Gamut waved a messenger over. As the rider approached, Fist Tene Baralta joined the woman, and the 2 arrived together. "Sappers?" the Red Blade asked. Gamut nodded. "Aye." Tene Baralta nodded and said to the messenger, "Take word to the Marine lieutenants. The Adjunct requires some demolition, immediately." "Aye, sir," she replied, wheeling her horse round. They watched her canter back along the line. Then the Red Blade faced Gamut. "They will see it as an insult. This bridge of blood is intended as a blessing." "She knows that, Tene Baralta," Gamut replied. "But the footing is far too treacherous. That should be obvious, even to our hidden observers." The large man shrugged, armor clanking with the motion. "Perhaps a quiet word to Gaul of the Conjuril, a rider sent out to find those observers, to ensure that no misunderstanding occurs." "A good suggestion," Gamut replied. "I shall see to it, then." The Red Blade rode off. "Forgive me if I'm too forward, Fist," Keneb murmured, "but what just occurred strikes me as the very thing that the Adjunct would dislike most." "Do you believe she dislikes initiative among her officers, Captain?" "I wouldn't presume." "You just did.
Ah, well, I see your point. My apologies, Fist.
Never apologize when you're right, Keneb. Wait here for the squads.
He set off down to where the adjunct still sat astride her horse at the shoreline. Nil and Nether had dismounted and were now kneeling, heads bowed in the muddy water. Gamut could see, upon arriving, Tavore's tightly bridled anger.
Aye, they cling still to the chains, and it seems letting go is the last thing they would do, given the choice. Well, I was the one who mentioned initiative. I see the children are playing in the mud, Adjunct.
Her head snapped around and her eyes narrowed. Gamut went on.
I advise we assign a minder for them, lest they injure themselves in their exuberance. After all, Adjunct, I doubt the Empress intended you to mother them, did she?
Well, no, she drawled after a moment. They were to be my mages.
Aye. So I wonder, have you instructed them to commune with the ghosts? Do they seek to appease the river spirits?
No, again, Fist. In truth, I have no idea what they're doing.
I am of the opinion that you are proving far too permissive a mother, Adjunct.
Indeed. Then I give you leave to act in my stead, Fist. There was no way Nil and Nether were uncognizant of the conversation behind them, but neither altered their position. With a loud sigh, Gamut dismounted and walked to the muddy waterline. Then reached down and closed a hand on their hide shirts just behind their necks and yanked the two Wiccans upright. Loud squeals, then hissing fury as the Fist shook them both for a moment, then turned them round until they faced the Adjunct.
This is what a Wiccan grandmother would have done. I know, somewhat harsher than is the Malazan style of parenting. Then again, these two children are not Malazan, are they?
He set them down. Perhaps it's too late, Fist, Tavore said, but I would remind you that these two children are also warlocks.
I've seen no sign of it yet, Adjunct, but if they want to curse me, then so be it.
For the moment, however, neither seemed inclined to do so. Rage had given way to something very much resembling a sulk. Tavore cleared her throat. Nil, Nether, I believe there will be need for representatives of our army to seek out the local tribes in this forest, to assure them we are aware of the meaning behind their gesture. Nonetheless, we must ensure safe passage across this ford.
Adjunct, Fist Tene Baralta has suggested something similar, but using the Kundril.
Perhaps representatives from both, then. To the Wiccans. Report to Fist Tene Baralta. Gamut watched the siblings exchange a glance. Then Nil said to the Adjunct,
As you wish.
Nether cast a parting look of venom at Gamut as they headed off. Pray you won't have to pay for that, Tavore said when they were out of earshot. Gamut shrugged. And next time, have Tene Baralta bring his suggestions to me personally.
Aye, Adjunct.
Cuttle and Strings scrambled back from the shoreline. Soaked and sheathed in blood-crusted mud, they nonetheless could not keep grins from their faces. A doubling of pleasure in that the munitions had come from the 14th stores, not their own. 12 crackers that would drive the explosions horizontally, 3 cussers placed shallow in the detritus to loosen the wreckage. And a bare handful of heartbeats before it all went up. The rest of the army had pulled back to the top of the slope on this side. The Seti scouts on the opposite side were nowhere to be seen, leaving only the 2 sappers, running like madmen. A thundering whump sent both men flying, sand, mud, water, followed by a rain of debris. Hands over their heads, they lay motionless for a long moment, with the only sound to reach them the rush of water sweeping over the cleared ford. Then Strings looked across at Cuttle, to find him looking back.
Maybe 2 cussers would have done.
They exchanged nods, then clambered to their feet. The ford was indeed clear. The water beyond seethed with flotsam, now making its way down to the Dojal Hading Sea. Strings wiped mud from his face. Think we made any holes, Cuttle?
Nothing that'll drown anyone, I'd wager. Good thing you didn't run,
Cuttle added in a murmur, as riders made their way down the slope behind them. Strings shot the man a glance.
What don't you hear? Not a question I can answer, is it, Fid?
The first rider arrived, their fellow sapper, maybe, from the 6th squad. Flat and clean, he said, but you left it too close. What's the point of making a big explosion when you've got your face in the dirt when it goes off? Any other bright comments to make, maybe? Cuttle growled, brushing himself down, a gesture that clearly had no chance of any kind of measurable success. If not, then kindly ride out there and check for holes. Slowly, Strings added. Let your horse find its own pace. Maybe's brows rose. Really? Then he nudged his mount forward. Strings stared after the soldier. I hate satirical bastards like him. The Wiccans will skin him alive if he breaks that horse's legs. That has the sound of a feud in the making. Cuttle paused in his fruitless efforts to clean himself, then frowned. What? Never mind. Runnell and Keneb rode up. Nicely done, the captain said. I think. Should be all right, Strings replied, so long as nobody starts firing arrows at us. Taken care of, Sergeant. Well, to your squad, the privilege of first crossing. Aye, sir. There should have been pleasure in a task well done, but Strings felt nothing beyond the initial rush that had immediately followed the detonation. The broken song whispered on in his mind, a dirge lying beneath his every thought. The way ahead seems clear, Cuttle muttered. Aye, doesn't mean I have to like it. The land rose steeply on the north side of the Vathar River, with a treeless butte towering over the trail to the west. The army's crossing continued as the Adjunct and Gamut climbed the goat trail towards the butte's summit. The sun was low in the sky, their second full day at the ford, and the river was made molten by the lurid streams of light off to their left, although this side of the rock prominence was in deep shadow. The mud covering Gamut's leather-clad legs was drying to a stiff, crack-latticed skin that shed dust as he clambered in Tavore's wake. He was breathing hard, his undergarments soaked with sweat. They reached the summit, emerging once more into sunlight. A brisk, hot wind swept the barren, flat rock. A ring of stones on a lower shelf, on what passed for the lee side, marked where a hearth or watchfire had once been constructed, possibly at the time of the Chain of Dogs. The Adjunct wiped dust from her gloves, then strode to the north edge. After a moment, Gamut followed. The city of Ubarid was visible, dun-coloured and sheathed in smoke, to the northeast. Beyond it glittered the Dojal-Hading Sea. The city's harbour was crowded with ships. Admiral Nock, the Adjunct said. He's retaken Ubarid, then. Where we will resupply, yes. Then she pointed northward. There, Gamut. Do you see it? He squinted, wondering what he was supposed to look at across the vast wasteland that was the Ubarid Odhan. Then the breath hissed between his teeth. A fiery wall of red on the horizon, as if a second sun was setting. The whirlwind, Tavore said. Suddenly the wind was much colder, pushing hard against Gamut where he stood. Beyond it, the Adjunct continued, waits our enemy. Tell me, do you think Sha'ik will contest our approach? She would be a fool not to, he replied. Are you certain of that? Would she rather not face unblooded recruits? It is a huge gamble, Adjunct. The march alone will have hardened the 14th. Were I her, I would prefer to face a battle-weary, bruised enemy. An enemy burdened with wounded, with a shortage of arrows, horses, and whatnot. And by that time of final meeting, I would also have learned something of you, Adjunct. Your tactics. As it is, Sha'ik has no way to take your measure. Yes, curious, isn't it? Either she is indifferent to me, or she feels she has already taken my measure, which of course is impossible, even assuming she has spies in our army. Thus far I have done little more than ensure that we march in an organized fashion. Spies? Gods below, I hadn't even considered that. Neither spoke for a time, each lost in their own thoughts as they stared northward. The sun was vanishing on their left, but the whirlwind held its own fire. Chapter 16. Power has voice, and that voice is the song of the Tanno Spirit Walker. Kimlock. He awoke to a faint, damp nuzzling against his side. Eyes slowly opened, head tilted downward, to see a Bokharol pup, patchy with some sort of skin infection, curled against his stomach. Kalam sat up, suppressing the urge to grab the creature by the neck and fling it against a wall. Compassion was not the consideration, of course. Rather, it was the fact that this subterranean temple was home to hundreds, perhaps even thousands of Bokharala, and the creatures possessed a complex social structure. Harm this pup, and Kalam might find himself beneath a swarm of bull males. And small as the beasts were, they had canines to rival a bear's. Even so, he fought to contain his revulsion as he gently pushed the mottled pup away. It mewled pathetically and looked up at him with huge liquid eyes. "Don't even try," the assassin muttered, slipping free of the furs and rising. Flecks of mouldy skin covered his midriff, and the thin woolen shirt was sodden from the pup's runny nose. Kalam removed the shirt and flung it into a corner of the small chamber. He'd not seen Iskaral Pust in over a week. Apart from occasional tingling sensations at the tips of his fingers and toes, he was more or less recovered from the Enkaral demon's attack. Kalam had delivered the diamonds and was now chafing to leave. Faint singing echoed from the hallway. The assassin shook his head. "Maybe one day Mogora will get it right, but in the meantime, gods below, it grates." He strode to his tattered backpack and rummaged inside until he found a spare shirt. Sudden thumping sounded outside his door, and he turned in time to see it flung open. Mogora stood framed in the doorway, a wooden bucket in one hand, a mop in the other.
"Was he here just now? Was he here? Tell me!"
"I haven't seen him in days," Kalam replied.
"He has to clean the kitchen."
"Is this all you do, Mogora? Chase after Iskaral Pust's shadow?"
"All!"
The word was a shriek. She stormed up to him, mop thrust forward like a weapon.
"Am I the only one using the kitchen? No!"
Kalam stepped back, wiping spittle from his face, but the Dalhonese woman advanced.
"And you? Do you think your suppers arrive all by themselves? Do you think the shadow gods simply conjure them out of thin air? Did I invite you here? Are you my guest? Am I your serving wench?"
"Gods forbid."
"Be quiet! I'm talking, not you!"
She thrust the mop and bucket into Kalam's hands, then, spying the Bokharol pup curled up on the cot, dropped into a predatory crouch and edged closer, fingers hooked.
"There you are," she murmured. "Leave your skin everywhere, will you? Not for much longer."
Kalam stepped into her path. "Enough, Mogora. Get out of here."
"Not without my pet."
"Pet? You're intending to wring its neck, Mogora."
"So?"
He set the mop and bucket down. "I can't believe this. I'm defending a mangy Bokharol from a diverse witch." There was movement in the doorway. Kalam gestured. "Look behind you, Mogora. Harm this pup, and you'll have to face them." She spun, then hissed.
"Scum! Iskaral's beget! Always spying! That's how he hides, using them!"
With an ululating scream, she charged into the doorway. The Bokharala massed there shrieked in answer and scattered, although Kalam saw one dart between her legs and leap onto the cot. It scooped the pup up under one arm, then bolted for the corridor. Mogora's wailing cries dwindled as she continued her pursuit.
"He!"
Kalam turned. Iskaral Pust emerged from the shadows in the far corner. He was covered in dust, a sack draped over one bony shoulder. The assassin scowled. "I've waited long enough in this madhouse, priest."
"Indeed you have."
He cocked his head, tugging at one of the few wisps of hair that remained on his pate.
"I'm done, and he can go, yes? I should be kindly, open, scattering gold dust to mark his path out into the waiting world. He'll suspect nothing. He'll believe he leaves of his own free will. Precisely as it should be."
Iskaral Pust suddenly smiled, then held out the sack.
"Here, a few diamonds for you. Spend them here and there. Spend them everywhere. But remember, you must breach the whirlwind, into the heart of Raraku, yes?"
"That is my intent," Kalam growled, accepting the sack and stuffing it into his own backpack. "We do not proceed at cross purposes, priest, although I realize you'd rather we did, given your perverse mind. Even so, breach the whirlwind without being detected. How will I manage that?"
With the help of Shadow Throne's chosen mortal, Iskaral Past, High Priest and Master of Rashan and Mena Senthir. The whirlwind is a goddess, and her eyes cannot be everywhere. Now, quickly collect your belongings. We must leave. She's coming back, and I've made another mess in the kitchen. Hurry!
They emerged from the Warren of Shadow beneath a large outcropping, in daylight, less than 100 paces from the raging wall of the whirlwind. After 3 strides forward, Kalam reached out and grabbed the priest by the arm and spun him round. "That singing! Where in Hood's name is that singing coming from, Iskaral? I'd heard it in the monastery and thought it was Magora."
"Magora can't sing, you fool! I hear nothing but the wild winds and the hiss of sands. You are mad. Is he mad? Yes, possibly. No, likely. The sun broiled his brain in that thick skull. A gradual dissolution. But of course not. Of course not. It's the Tanno song, that's what it is. Even so, he's probably still mad. 2 entirely separate issues. The song and his madness. Distinct, unrelated, both equally confounding of all that my masters plan. Or potentially so. Potentially. There is no certainty, not in this damned land, especially not here. Restless, Raraku, restless." With a snarl, Kalam pushed the man away, began walking towards the wall of the whirlwind. After a moment, Iskaral Past followed. "Tell me how we're going to manage this, priest." "It's simple, really. She'll know the breach, like a knife stab. That cannot be avoided. Thus, misdirection. And there is none better at misdirection than Iskaral Past."
They arrived to within 20 paces of the seething wall of sand. Swirling clouds of dust engulfed them. Iskaral Past moved close, revealing a grin filled with grit.
"Hold tight, Kalam Mekar."
Then he vanished. A massive shape loomed over the assassin, and he was suddenly gathered up in a swarm of arms. The Azalan. Running, now, flowing faster than any horse along the edge of the whirlwind wall. The demon tucked Kalam close under its torso, then plunged through. A thundering roar filled the assassin's ears, sand flailing against his skin. He squeezed shut his eyes. Multiple thuds, and the Azalan was racing across packed sand. Ahead lay the ruins of a city. Fire flared beneath the demon, a path of flames raging in its wake. The raised tell of the dead city rose before them. The Azalan did not even slow, swarming up the ragged wall. A fissure loomed, not large enough for the demon, but sufficient for Kalam. He was flung into the crack as the Azalan flowed over it, landing heavily amidst rubble and potsherds, deep in the fissure's shadow. Sudden thunder overhead, shaking the rock. Then again and again, seeming to stitch a path back towards the wall of sand. The detonations then ceased, and only the roar of the whirlwind remained. "I think he made it back out. Fast bastard." The assassin remained motionless for a time, wondering if the ruse had succeeded. Either way, he would wait for night before venturing out. He could no longer hear the song. Something to be grateful for. The walls of the fissure revealed layer upon layer of potsherds on one side, a sunken and heaved section of cobblestone street on another, and the flank of a building's interior wall, the plaster chipped and scarred on the last. The rubble beneath him was loose and felt deep. Checking his weapons, Kalam settled down to wait. Apsalar in his arms, Cutter emerged from the gateway. The woman's weight sent waves of pain through his bruised shoulder, and he did not think he would be able to carry her for long. 30 paces ahead, at the edge of the clearing where the 2 trails converged, lay scores of corpses, and in their midst stood Cotillion. Cutter walked over to the shadow god. The Tiste Edur lay heaped in a ring around a clear spot off to the left, but Cotillion's attention seemed to be on one body in particular, lying at his feet. As the Daru approached, the god slowly settled down into a crouch, reaching out to brush hair back from the corpse's face. It was the old witch, Cutter saw, the one who had been burned. The one I thought was the source of power in the Malazan party. But it wasn't her. It was Traveler. He halted a few paces away, brought up short by Cotillian's expression, the ravaged look that made him suddenly appear 20 years older. The gloved hand that had swept the hair back now caressed the dead woman's scorched face. "You knew her?" Cutter asked. "All," he replied after a moment. "I'd thought Surly had taken them all out. None of the Talon's command left. I thought she was dead." "She is?" Then he snapped his mouth shut. A damned miserable thing to say. "I made them good at hiding," Cotillian went on, eyes still on the woman lying in the bloody, trampled grass. "Good enough to hide even from me, it seems." "What do you think she was doing here?" Cotillian flinched slightly. "The wrong question, Cutter. Rather, why was she with Traveler? What is the Talon up to? And Traveler, gods, did he know who she was? Of course he did. Oh, she's aged and not well, but even so." "You could just ask him," Cutter murmured, grunting as he shifted Apsalar's weight in his arms. "He's in the courtyard behind us, after all." Cotillian reached down to the woman's neck and lifted into view something strung on a thong, a yellow-stained talon of some sort. He pulled it loose, studied it for a moment, then twisted round and flung it towards Cutter. It struck his chest, then fell to line Apsalar's lap. The Daru stared down at it for a moment, then looked up and met the god's eyes. "Go to the Edur ship, Cutter. I am sending you two to another agent of ours." "To do what?" "To wait, in case you are needed." "For what?" "To assist others in taking down the master of the Talon." "Do you know where he or she is?" He lifted Hall into his arms and straightened. "I have a suspicion. Now, finally, a suspicion about all of this." He turned, the frail figure held lightly in his arms, and studied Cutter for a moment, a momentary wan smile. "Look at the two of us," he said. Then he swung away and began walking towards the forest trail. Cutter stared after him, then shouted, "It's not the same! It's not! We're not!" The forest shadows swallowed the god. Cutter hissed a curse. Then he turned to the trail that led down to the shoreline. The god Cotillian walked on until he reached a small glade off to one side of the path. He carried his burden into its center and gently set her down. A host of shadows spun into being opposite, until the vague, insubstantial form of Shadow Throne slowly resolved itself. For a change, the god said nothing for a long time. Cotillian knelt beside Hall's body. "Traveler is here, Amanas, in the Edur ruins." Amanas grunted softly, then shrugged. "He'll have no interest in answering our questions. He never did. Stubborn as any Dalhonese." "Your Dalhonese," Cotillian observed. "Precisely." Amanas slipped noiselessly forward until he was on the other side of the corpse. "It's her, isn't it?" "It is." "How many times do our followers have to die, Cotillian?" the god asked, then sighed. "Then again, she clearly ceased being a follower some time ago." "She thought we were gone, Amanas. The Emperor and Dancer, gone, dead." "And in a way, she was right." "In a way, aye, but not in the most important way." "Which is?" Cotillian glanced up, then grimaced. "She was a friend." "Ah, that most important way." Amanas was silent for a moment, then he asked, "Will you pursue this?" "I see little choice. The Talon is up to something. We need to stop them." "No, friend. We need to ensure that they fail. Have you found a trail?" "More than that. I've realized who is masterminding the whole thing." Shadow Throne's hooded head cocked slightly. "And that is where Cutter and Apsalar are going now?" "Yes." "Are they sufficient?" Cotillian shook his head. "I have other agents available, but I would Apsalar be relatively close, in case something goes wrong." Amanas nodded. "So where?"
Raraku. Though he could not see it, Cotillion knew that his companion's face was splitting into a broad grin. Ah, dear Rope, time's come, I think, that I should tell you more of my own endeavors. The diamonds I gave Callum, I'd wondered about those. Amanas gestured at Hall's corpse. Let us take her home. Our home, that is, and then we must speak, at length. Cotillion nodded. Besides, Shadow-Throne added as he straightened, traveller being so close by makes me nervous. A moment later, the glade was empty, barring a few sourceless shadows that swiftly dwindled into nothing. Cutter reached the sandstone shoreline. 4 runners had been pulled up on the flat, grainy shelf of rock. Anchored in the bay beyond were 2 large dromons, both badly damaged. Around the runners, gear lay scattered, and 2 huge trees had been felled and dragged close, probably intended to replace the snapped masts. Barrels containing salted fish had been broached, while other casks stood in a row nearby, refilled with fresh water. Cutter set Apsalar down, then approached one of the runners. They were about 15 paces from bow to stern, broad of beam with an unstepped mast and side-mounted steering oar. There were 2 oarlocks to a side. The gunwales were crowded with riotous carvings. A sudden coughing fit from Apsalar swung him round. She bolted upright, spat to clear her throat, then wrapped her arms about herself as shivering racked through her. Cutter quickly returned to her side. "Darist?" "Dead, but so are all the Edur. There was one among the Malazans." "The one of power. I felt him. Such anger." Cutter went over to the nearest water cask, found a ladle. He dipped it full and walked back. "He called himself Traveller." "I know him," she whispered, then shuddered. "Not my memories. Dancers. Dancer knew him well. They were 3. It was never just the 2 of them. Did you know that? Never just Dancer and Kellanved. No, he was there. Almost from the very beginning. Before Teishren, before Dujek, before even Surly." "Well, it makes no difference now, Apsalar," Cutter said. "We need to leave this damned island. Traveller can have it as far as I'm concerned. Are you recovered enough to help me get one of these runners into the water? We've a bounty in supplies, too." "Where are we going?" He hesitated. Her dark eyes flattened. "Cotillion." "Another task for us, aye." "Do not walk this path, Crocus." He scowled. "I thought you'd appreciate the company." He offered her the ladle. She studied him for a long moment, then slowly accepted it. "Pan Potson Hills." "I know," Lostara drawled. Pearl smiled. "Of course you would. And now at last you discover the reason I asked you along. Wait a minute. You couldn't have known where this trail would lead. Well, true, but I have faith in blind nature's penchant for cycles. In any case, is there a buried city nearby?" "Nearby? You mean apart from the one we're standing on?" She was pleased to see his jaw drop. "What did you think all these flat-topped hills were, Claw?" He loosened his cloak. "Then again, this place will suit just fine." "For what?" He cast her a sardonic glance. "Well, dear, a ritual. We need to find a trail, a sorcerous one, and it's old. Did you imagine we would just wander directionless through this wasteland in the hopes of finding something?" "Odd. I thought that was what we've been doing for days." "Just getting some distance between us and that damned Imas head," he replied, walking over to a flat stretch of stone, where he began kicking it clear of rubble. "I could feel its unhuman eyes on us all the way across that valley. Him and the vultures, aye." She tilted her head back and studied the cloudless sky. "Still with us, in fact. Those damned birds. Not surprising. We're almost out of water, with even less food. In a day or 2, we'll be in serious trouble." "I will leave such mundane worries with you, Lostara." "Meaning, if all else fails, you can always kill and eat me, right? But what if I decide to kill you first, obsessed as I am with mundane worries?" The claw settled down into a cross-legged position. "It's become much cooler here, don't you think? A localized phenomenon, I suspect. Although I would imagine that some measure of success in the ritual I am about to enact should warm things up somewhat. If only the excitement of disbelief, Lostara muttered, walking over to the edge of the tell and looking southwestward to where the red wall of the whirlwind cut a curving slash across the desert. Behind her, she heard muted words spoken in some language unknown to her. Probably gibberish. I've seen enough mages at work to know they don't need words, not unless they're performing. Pearl was probably doing just that. He was one for poses, even while affecting indifference to his audience of one. A man seeking his name in tomes of history, some crucial role upon which the fate of the Empire pivots. She turned as he slapped dust from hands, and saw him rising, a troubled frown on his all-too-handsome face. "That didn't take long," she said. "No." Even he sounded surprised. "I was fortunate indeed. A local earth spirit was killed, close by a confluence of dire fates, an incidental casualty. Its ghost lingers like a child seeking lost parents, and so would speak to any and every stranger who happens by, provided that stranger is prepared to listen." Lostara grunted. "All right, and what did it have to say?" "A terrible incident. Well, the terrible incident, the one that killed the spirit, the details of which lead me to conclude there is some Good," she interrupted. "Lead on, we're wasting time." He fell silent, giving her a wounded look that might well have been sincere. "I asked the question, I should at least let him answer it." A gesture, and he was making his way down the tell's steep-stepped side. She shouldered her pack and followed. Reaching the base, the claw led her around its flank and directly southward across a stony flat. The sunlight bounced from its bleached surface with a fierce, blinding glare. Barring a few ants scurrying underfoot, there was no sign of life on this withered stretch of ground. Small stones lay in elongated clusters here and there, as if describing the shorelines of a dying lake, a lake that had dwindled into a scatter of pools, leaving nothing but crusted salt. They walked on through the afternoon, until a ridge of hills became visible to the southwest, with another massive mesa rising to its left. The flat began to form a discernible basin that seemed to continue on between the two formations. With dusk only moments away, they reached the even base of that descent, the mesa looming on their left, the broken hill ahead and to their right. Towards the center of this flat lay the wreckage of a trader's wagon, surrounded by scorched ground where white ashes spun in small vortices that seemed incapable of going anywhere. Pearl leading, they strode into the strange burned circle. The ashes were filled with tiny bones, burned white and grey by some intense heat crunching underfoot. Bemused, Lostara crouched down to study them. "Birds?" she wondered aloud. Pearl's gaze was on the wagon, or perhaps something just beyond it. At her question, he shook his head. "No less. Rats." She saw a tiny skull lying at her feet, confirming his words. "There are rats of a sort in the rocky areas." He glanced over at her. "These were diverse. A particularly unpleasant individual named Grillen." "He was slain here?" "I don't think so. Badly hurt, perhaps." Pearl walked over to a larger heap of ash and squatted to sweep it away. Lostara approached. He was uncovering a corpse, nothing but bones, and those bones were all terribly gnawed. "Poor bastard." Pearl said nothing. He reached down into the collapsed skeleton and lifted into view a small chunk of metal. "Melted," he muttered after a moment. "But I'd say it's a Malazan sigil. Mage cadre." There were 4 additional heaps similar to that which had hidden the chewed bones. Lostara walked to the nearest one and began kicking the ash away.
"This one's whole,"
she hissed, seeing far-blackened flesh. Pearl came over. Together they brushed the corpse clear from the hips upward. Its clothing had been mostly burned off, and fire had raced across the skin but had seemed incapable of doing much more than scorch the surface. As the claw swept the last of the ash from the corpse's face, its eyes opened. Cursing, Lostara leapt back, one hand sweeping her sword free of its scabbard. "It's all right," Pearl said. "This thing isn't going anywhere, lass." Behind the corpse's wrinkled, collapsed lids, there were only gaping pits. Its lips had peeled back with desiccation, leaving it with a ghastly, blackened grin. What remains? Pearl asked it. Can you still speak? Faint sounds rasped from it, forcing Pearl to lean closer.
What did it say?
Lostara demanded. The claw glanced back at her. He said, I am named Clam, and I died a terrible death.
No argument there.
And then he became an undead porter.
For Grillen?
Aye. She sheathed her tulwar.
That seems a singularly unpleasant profession following death.
Pearl's brows rose, then he smiled. Alas, we won't get much more from dear old Clam, nor the others. The sorcery holding them animate fades, meaning Grillen is either dead or a long way away. In any case, recall the Warren of Fire. It was unleashed here in a strange manner, and it left us a trail.
It's too dark, Pearl. We should camp.
Here? She reconsidered, then scowled in the gloom.
Perhaps not, but nonetheless I am weary, and if we're looking for signs, we'll need daylight in any case.
Pearl strode from the circle of ash. A gesture and a sphere of light slowly formed in the air above him. The trail does not lead far, I believe. One last task, Lostara, then we can find somewhere to camp.
Oh, very well. Lead on, Pearl.
Whatever signs he followed, they were not visible to Lostara. Even stranger, it seemed to be a weaving, wandering one, a detail that had the claw frowning, his steps hesitant, cautious. Before too long, he was barely moving at all, edging forward by the smallest increments, and she saw that his face was beaded with sweat. She bit back on her questions, but slowly drew her sword once more. Then, finally, they came to another corpse. The breath whooshed from Pearl, and he sank down to his knees in front of the large, burned body. She waited until his breathing slowed, then cleared her throat and said,
What just happened, Pearl?
Hood was here,
he whispered.
Aye, I can well see that.
No, you don't understand. He reached out to the corpse, his hand closing into a fist above its broad chest, then punched it down. The body was simply a shell. It collapsed with a dusty crunch beneath the blow. He glared back at her. Hood was here. The god himself, Lostara, came to take this man, not just his soul, but also the flesh, all that had been infected by the Warren of Fire, the Warren of Light, to be more precise. Gods, what I would do for a deck of dragons right now. There's been a change in Hood's household.
And what is the significance of all this? She asked. I thought we were looking for Felisin.
You're not thinking, lass. Remember Stormy's tale? And Truth's? Felisin, Heberic, Culp, and Bordin. We found what was left of Culp back at Grillen's wagon. And this, his gesture was fierce, is Bordin, the damned Talon, though the proof's not around his neck, alas. Remember their strange skin? Gesler, Stormy, Truth? The same thing happened to Bordin here.
You called it an infection.
Well, I don't know what it is. That Warren changed them. There's no telling in what way.
So we're left with Felisin and Heberic Light Touch.
He nodded.
Then I feel I should tell you something, Lostara continued. It may not be relevant.
Go on, lass.
She turned to face the hills to the southwest. When we trailed that agent of Sha'ik's into those hills,
Kalamekha?
Aye, and we ambushed Sha'ik up at the old temple at the summit, on the trail leading into Raraku,
as you have described.
She ignored his impatience. We would have seen all this. Thus, the events we've just stumbled upon here occurred after our ambush.
Well, yes. She sighed and crossed her arms.
Felisin and Heberic are with the army of the Apocalypse, Pearl, in Raraku.
What makes you so certain?
She shrugged. Where else would they be? Think, man. Felisin's hatred of the Malazan Empire must be all-consuming, nor would Heberic hold much love for the empire that imprisoned and condemned him. They were desperate after Grillen's attack, after Bordin and Culp died, desperate and probably hurting.
He slowly nodded, straightened from his crouch beside the corpse. One thing you've never explained to me, Lostara. Why did your ambush fail?
It didn't. We killed Sha'ik. I would swear to it. A quarrel in the forehead. We could not recover the body because of her guards, who proved too much for our company. We killed her, Pearl.
Then who in Hood's name is commanding the Apocalypse? I don't know. Can you show me this place of ambush? In the morning, aye. I can take you right there. He simply stared at her, even as the sphere of light above them began to waver, then finally vanished with a faint sigh. His memories had awakened. What had lain within the T'lani mass, layered, indurated by the countless centuries, was a landscape Onrak could read once more. And so what he saw before him now, gone were the mesas on the horizon, the wind-sculpted towers of sandstone, the sweeps of wind-blown sand and white ribbons of ground coral. Gone the gorges, arroyos, and dead riverbeds, the planted fields and irrigation ditches. Even the city to the north, on the horizon's very edge, clinging like a tumor to the vast winding river, became insubstantial, ephemeral to his mind's eye. And all that he now saw was as it had been, so very long ago. The inland sea's cloudy waves, rolling like the promise of eternity, along a shoreline of gravel that stretched north, unbroken all the way to the mountains that would one day be called the Thalas, and south down to encompass the remnant now known as the Clatar Sea. Coral reefs revealed their shark-skin spines a sixth of a league beyond the beach, over which wheeled seagulls and long-beaked birds long since extinct. There were figures walking along the strand. Renig Obar's clan, come to trade whale ivory and Denrabi oil from their tundra homelands, and it seemed they had brought the chill winds with them, or perhaps the unseemly weather that had come to these warm climes hinted of something darker. A jaghut, hidden in some fast-hold, stirring the cauldron of Omtos Felak. Much more of this and the reefs would die, and with them all the creatures that depended on them. A breath of unease fluttered through the Onrak who was flesh and blood. But he had stepped aside, no longer a bone-caster for his clan. Absin Tholai was far superior in the hidden arts, after all, and more inclined to the hungry ambition necessary among those who followed the path of Telan. All too often Onrak had found his mind drawn to other things. To raw beauty, such as he saw before him now. He was not one for fighting, for rituals of destruction. He was always reluctant to dance in the deeper recesses of the caves, where the drums pounded and the echoes rolled through flesh and bone, as if one was lying in the path of a stampeding herd of Ranag, a herd such as the one Onrak had blown onto the cave walls around them. His mouth bitter with spit, charcoal, and ochre, the backs of his hands stained where they had blocked the spray from his lips, defining the shapes on the stone. Art was done in solitude, images fashioned without light, on unseen walls, when the rest of the clan slept in the outer caverns. And it was a simple truth that Onrak had grown skilled in the sorcery of paint out of that desire to be apart, to be alone. Among a people where solitude was as close to a crime as possible, where to separate was to weaken, where the very breaking of vision into its components, from seeing to observing, from resurrecting memory and reshaping it beyond the eye's reach onto walls of stone, demanded a fine-edged, potentially deadly propensity. A poor bone-caster. Onrak, you were never what you were meant to be, and when you broke the unwritten covenant and painted a truthful image of a mortal Imas, when you trapped that lovely dark woman in time, there in the cavern no one was meant to find. Then you fell to the wrath of kin, of Logros himself, and the first sword. But he remembered the expression on the young face of Onos Tulan, when he had first looked upon the painting of his sister. Wonder and awe, and a resurgence of an abiding love. Onrak was certain that he had seen such in the first sword's face, was certain that others had as well, though of course none spoke of it. The law had been broken, and would be answered with severity. He never knew if Kelava had herself gone to see the painting, had never known if she had been angered, or had seen sufficient to understand the blood of his own heart that had gone into that image. But that is the last memory I now come to. Your silences, Trull Sengar muttered, always send shivers through me, T'lani Mas. The night before the ritual, Onrak replied, not far from this place where we now stand. I was to have been banished from my tribe. I had committed a crime to which there was no other answer. Instead, events eclipsed the clans. 4 Jaghut tyrants had risen and had formed a compact. They sought to destroy this land, as indeed they have. The Tiste Edur said nothing, perhaps wondering what precisely had been destroyed. Along the river there were irrigation ditches and strips of rich green crops awaiting the season's turn. Roads and farmsteads, the occasional temple, and only to the southwest, along that horizon, did the broken ridge of treeless bluffs mar the scene.
"I was in the cavern, in the place of my crime," Onrak continued after a moment. "In darkness, of course. My last night, I'd thought, among my own kind, though in truth I was already alone, driven from the camp to this final place of solitude. And then someone came, a touch, a body, warm, soft beyond belief. No, not my wife. She had been among the first to shun me for what I had done, for the betrayal it had meant. No, a woman unknown to me in the darkness. Was it her? I will never know. She was gone in the morning, gone from all of us, even as the ritual was proclaimed and the clans gathered. She defied the call. No, more horrible yet, she had killed her own kin, all but Onos himself. He had managed to drive her off, the truest measure of his extraordinary martial prowess. Was it her? Was there blood unseen on her hands? That dried, crumbled powder I found on my own skin, which I'd thought had come from the overturned bowl of paint, fled from Onos to me in my shameful cave. And who did I hear in the passage beyond? In the midst of our love-making, did someone come upon us and see what I myself could not?
You need say no more, Onrak, Trull said softly.
True, and were I mortal flesh, you would see me weep, and thus say what you have just said. Thus my grief is not lost to your eyes, Trull Sengar, and yet still you ask why I proclaimed my vow. The trail of the renegades is fresh, Onrak said after a moment.
Trull half smiled. And you enjoy killing?
Artistry finds new forms, Edur. It defies being silenced.
The Telani Mas slowly turned to face him.
Of course, changes have come to us. I am no longer free to pursue this hunt, unless you wish the same.
Trull grimaced, scanned the lands to the southwest. Well, it's not as inviting a prospect as it once was, I'll grant you. But, Onrak, these renegades are agents in the betrayal of my people, and I mean to discover as much as I can of their role. Thus, we must find them.
And speak with them.
Speak with them first, aye, and then you can kill them.
I no longer believe I am capable of that, Trull Sengar. I am too badly damaged. Even so, Monarch Ochem and Ibragolan are pursuing us. They will suffice.
The Tiste Edur's head had turned at this.
Just the two of them? You are certain? My powers are diminished, but yes, I believe so. How close? It does not matter. They withhold their desire for vengeance against me, so that I might lead them to those they have hunted from the very beginning. They suspect you will join the renegades, don't they? Broken kin. Aye, they do. And will you?
Onrak studied the Tiste Edur for a moment.
Only if you do, Trull Sengar.
They were at the very edge of cultivated land, and so it was relatively easy to avoid contact with any of the local residents. The lone road they crossed was empty of life in both directions for as far as they could see. Beyond the irrigated fields, the rugged natural landscape reasserted itself. Tufts of grasses, sprawls of water-smoothed gravel tracking down dry gulches and ravines, the occasional Guldinda tree. The hills ahead were saw-toothed, the facing side clawed into near cliffs. Those hills were where the Telani Mas had broken the ice sheets, the first place of defiance, to protect the holy sites, the hidden caves, the flint quarries, where now the weapons of the fallen were placed. Weapons these renegades would reclaim. There was no provenance to the sorcery investing those stone blades, at least with respect to Telan. They would feed the ones who held them, provided they were kin to the makers, or indeed made by those very hands long ago. Imas, then, since the art among the mortal peoples was long lost. Also, finding those weapons would give the renegades their final freedom, severing the power of Telan from their bodies. You spoke of betraying your clan, Trull Sengar said as they approached the hills. These seem to be old memories, Onrak. Perhaps we are destined to repeat our crimes, Trull Sengar. Memories have returned to me, all that I had thought lost. I do not know why. The severing of the ritual? Possibly. What was your crime? I trapped a woman in time, or so it seemed. I painted her likeness in a sacred cave. It is now my belief that, in so doing, I was responsible for the terrible murders that followed, for her leaving the clan. She could not join in the ritual that made us immortal, for by my hand she had already become so. Did she know this? Was this the reason for her defying Logros and the First Sword? There are no answers to that. What madness stole her mind, so that she would kill her closest kin, so that indeed she would seek to kill the First Sword himself, her own brother? A woman not your mate, then? No, she was a bone-caster, a Solitakan. Yet you loved her. A lopsided shrug. Obsession is its own poison, Trull Sengar. A narrow goat trail led up into the range, steep and winding in its ascent. They began climbing. I would object, the Tiste Edur said, to this notion of being doomed to repeat our mistakes, Onrak. Are no lessons learned? Does not experience lead to wisdom? Trull Sengar, I have just betrayed Monarch Ochem and Ibrogolan. I have betrayed the Tlani Mas, for I chose not to accept my fate. Thus the same crime as the one I committed long ago. I have always hungered for solitude from my kind. In the realm of the nascent, I was content, as I was in the sacred caves that lie ahead. Content? And now, at this moment? Onrak was silent for a time. When memories have returned, Trull Sengar, solitude is an illusion, for every silence is filled by a clamorous search for meaning. You're sounding more mortal with every day that passes, friend. Flawed, you mean? The Tiste Edur grunted. Even so. Yet look at what you are doing right now, Onrak. What do you mean? Trull Sengar paused on the trail and looked at the Tlani Mas. His smile was sad. You're returning home. A short distance away were camped the Tiste Leosan, battered but alive, which was, Malachar reflected, at least something. Strange stars gleamed overhead, their light wavering as if brimming with tears. The landscape stretching out beneath them seemed a lifeless wasteland of weathered rock and sand. The fire they had built in the lee of a humped mesa had drawn strange moths the size of small birds, as well as a host of other flying creatures, including winged lizards. A swarm of flies had descended on them earlier, biting viciously before vanishing as quickly as they had come. And now those bites seemed to crawl, as if the insects had left something behind. There was, to Malachar's mind, an air of unwelcome to this realm. He scratched at one of the lumps on his arm, hissed as he felt something squirm beneath the hot skin. Turning back to the fire, he studied his seneschal. Jorud knelt beside the hearth, head lowered, a position that had not changed in some time, and Malachar's disquiet deepened. Aeneas squatted close by the seneschal, ready to move if yet another fit of anguish overwhelmed his master, but those disturbing sessions were arriving ever less frequently. Orenus remained guarding the horses, and Malachar knew he stood with sword drawn in the darkness beyond the fire's light. There would be an accounting one day, he knew, with the Tlani Mas. The Tiste Leosan had proceeded with the ritual in good faith. They had been too open. Never trust a corpse. Malachar did not know if such a warning was found in the sacred text of Osric's visions. If not, he would see that it was added to the collected wisdom of the Tiste Leosan. When we return, if we return. Jorud slowly straightened. His face was ravaged with grief. The Guardian is dead, he announced. Our realm is assailed, but our brothers and sisters have been warned, and even now ride out to the gates. The Tiste Leosan will hold. Until Osric's return, we shall hold. He slowly swung to face each of them in turn, including Orenus, who silently appeared out of the gloom. For us, another task, the one we were assigned to complete. On this realm, somewhere, we will find the trespassers, the thieves of the fire. I have quested, and they have never been closer to my senses. They are in this world, and we shall find them." Malachar waited, for he knew there was more. Jorud then smiled. "My brothers, we know nothing of this place, but that is a disadvantage that will prove temporary, for I have also sensed the presence of an old friend to the Tiste Edur, not far away. We shall seek him out, our first task, and ask him to acquaint us with the rigors of this land." "Who is this old friend, Seneschal?" Aeneas asked. "The Maker of Time, brother Aeneas." Malachar slowly nodded. "A friend of the Tiste Edur, indeed. Slayer of the 10,000. Icarium." "Orenas," Jorud said, "prepare our horses." Chapter 17. 7 faces in the rock, 6 faces turned to the Teblor. 1 remains unfound, mother to the tribe of ghosts, the Teblor children, we were told, to turn away. Mother's prayer of giving among the Teblor. Karsa Orlong was no stranger to stone. Raw copper gouged from outcroppings, tin and their mating that was bronze, such materials had their place. But wood and stone were the words of the hands, the sacred shaping of will. Parallel flakes, long and thin, translucent slivers punched away from the blade, leaving ripples reaching across from edge to wavy spine. Smaller flakes removed from the twin edges, first one side, then flipping the blade over between blows, back and forth, all the way up the length. To fight with such a weapon would demand changes to the style with which Karsa was most familiar. Wood flexed, slid with ease over shield rims, skipped effortlessly along outthrust sword blades. This flint sword's serrated edges would behave differently, and he would have to adjust, especially given its massive weight and length. The handle proved the most challenging. Flint did not welcome roundness, and the less angular the handle became, the less stable the striking platforms. For the pommel, he worked the stone into a step-fractured, oversized diamond shape. The nearly right-angled step fractures would normally be viewed as dangerous flaws, inviting a focus for shattering energies, but the gods had promised to make the weapon unbreakable, so Karsa dismissed his instinctive worry. He would wait until he found suitable materials for a cross-hilt. He had no idea how much time passed during his making of the sword. All other considerations vanished for him. He felt no hunger, no thirst, and did not notice as the walls of the cavern grew slick with condensation, as the temperature ever rose, until both he and the stone were sheathed in sweat. He was also unmindful of the fire in the boulder-lined hearth that burned ceaselessly